The colossal bird devours the sun, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse, as safe zones are established and bizarre creatures emerge. These indomitable entities, for reasons unknown, are referred to by humanity as deities. It was not until humanity awakened their sequential abilities that they managed to vanquish these so-called deities, presenting a glimmer of hope. Reborn as Qin Siyang, he awakens the devourer of deities sequence, grappling for survival in this dystopian world. Outside the safe zones, the deities clash violently, while within, treachery and deceit abound. Gradually, the realization dawns. Deities are untrustworthy. So too are humans. Chapter 1. Rebirth in the Apocalypse, Awakening of the Devourer of Deities sequence. January 1st, 2000, Blue Star. The sun vanished, and Blue Star was plunged into eternal night. Yet, the life forms of Blue Star did not face total extinction humanity manages to endure, with a multitude of researchers diligently investigating the cause. On the same day, deities made their grand entrance on Blue Star, most displaying hostility and slaughtering humans. Coinciding with the advent of the apocalypse, under the leadership of countless unsung heroes, humanity established a united government and constructed several large safe zones, confining human existence to these sanctuaries. For reasons yet to be uncovered, the deities are unable to penetrate these safe zones to massacre humanity, prompting extensive research into this phenomenon. Seated in the corner of the classroom, Qin Siyang shook his head. Studying history will not save humanity, especially when it is rife with inconsistencies. In this apocalypse, only knowledge pertaining to sequential abilities holds any significance. He turned his gaze toward the window. Through the protective glass, he could vaguely discern one or two bizarre deities drifting in the night sky above. With Earth having entered an eternal night, the view beyond the safety zone remained perpetually the same, regardless of when one looked up. Faintly shimmering stars, and the so-called deities wandering beneath them. Now, students, we shall delve into the subject of deities. This is also a key point for the exam, so pay close attention. This is the first round of review, a chance to identify and address any gaps in your understanding. Since the advent of the eternal night, peculiar creatures have emerged on Earth, exhibiting a myriad of bizarre forms. However, they share a common trait. They are all aggressive and possess an immortal nature. Humankind believes these creatures to be divine retribution for the sins committed before the apocalypse. Hence they are referred to as deities. These immortal, grotesque beings were being lauded as deities. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang couldn't help but scratch his head. It was always the same. The culmination of science invariably led to theology. People attributed all inexplicable phenomena to the realm of the divine. Everyone should take note that the sections on deities and the apocalypse are compulsory for the Gaokao, regardless of whether you are in the arts or sciences. The students' enthusiasm was lackluster. Everyone knew that in this apocalyptic world, only those who awakened a sequence ability could gain a foothold. As for the Gaokao, which was for ordinary people, only those who ranked in the top 1,000 to the safety zone could ascend to higher education and have the opportunity to enter the joint government to seek a respectable job. However, within the vast safety zone, achieving a rank in the top 1,000th was exceedingly difficult. Even being in the top 5 of the entire school could not guarantee it. Before his rebirth, Qin Siyang was incapable of achieving academic success, and after his rebirth, he remains equally incapable. Subsequent to his reincarnation, the individuals surrounding him are largely the same acquaintances from his previous existence. However, the once ordinary world has metamorphosed into its current peculiar state, resembling a parallel universe. This parallel universe is governed by deities and individuals possessing sequence abilities. Having yet to awaken any sequence ability, Qin Siyang lamented with profound discontent. Heavens, why have you not yet granted me the awakening of a sequence ability? Did you reincarnate me merely to serve as cannon fodder? Following the advent of the apocalypse, various organisms underwent mutation. Countless species faced extinction, while numerous others emerged. Humanity, too, commenced its transformation. Thus emerged the sequence ability wielders. On January 1st, 2005, 5 years after the descent of the apocalypse, humanity witnessed the birth of its inaugural sequence ability wielder. He possessed the extraordinary capacity to transmute one of his hands into a revolver. His revolver could discharge 6 bullets per DM. Many deemed this mutation inconsequential, as humanity's current adversaries were the seemingly immortal deities. Given that nuclear weapons were incapable of annihilating the deities, what efficacy could his revolver possess? However, contrary to expectations, the revolver accomplished what nuclear weapons could not. He eradicated 2 minor deities that were swiftly crawling on the ground. Despite resembling colossal cockroaches, they remained immortal deities. Sequence ability wielders possessed the capacity to slay deities, dispelling the prevailing dogma of divine immortality. Humanity rejoiced exuberantly, perceiving a glimmer of hope in their counteroffensive against the deities. The awakening of this individual heralded a new epoch, with numerous others subsequently manifesting sequential abilities. The chronicles of humanity vanquishing deities gradually became less exceptional. Indeed, a majority of sequence ability wielders procured substantial remuneration through the hunting of divinities. However, the nascent spark of sequence ability manifestation did not alter the status quo of humankind dwelling within the confines of safety zones. For in the quinquennium following the advent of sequence abilities, the most formidable of the major deities remained unslain. Nevertheless, sequence abilities did transmute the internal dynamics of humanity. Outside the safety zones, deities held sway. Within the safety zones, sequence ability wielders reigned supreme. Sequence ability wielders emerged as the deities within the safety zones. This was the apocalypse of humanity and the paradise of sequence ability wielders. Instances of individuals ascending from destitution to prominence upon awakening a sequence in the morning were rife within the safety zones. Rather than assiduous study, the awakening of a sequence ability was deemed the veritable path to altering one's destiny. Despite his reincarnation, Qin Siyang remained devoid of sequence abilities. He had presumed that as one of the chosen, he would possess a modicum of fortuitous augmentation. Yet, 3 days elapsed, and he remained an ordinary student dwelling in the peripheral regions of the safety zone. He aspired to glean further insights into sequence awakening, but scarcely anyone in his vicinity could elucidate the matter. This was comprehensible. For anyone with kin or acquaintances who were sequence ability wielders, or who possessed some understanding of sequence abilities, would hardly reside in the remote outskirts of the safety zone. Students, the awakening of sequence ability wielders is the hope of humanity, but we must remain grounded and study diligently. Sequence awakening? He immediately raised his hand, directing his gaze toward the history teacher, who also served as the class supervisor. Qin Siyang, do you have a question? Teacher, why is it that none of us have awakened our sequence abilities? How can we awaken such abilities? Isn't this question already addressed? The supervisor furrowed his brow. The reasons for awakening a sequence remain a mystery. If I knew, I would have awakened one myself. At that moment, a classmate interjected, but I heard that Zhou Yang's uncle from the neighboring class has awakened his sequence abilities. Why can't I? That's Director Zhou. The proportion of officials from the United Government who awaken sequence abilities is inherently high. But enough with the buts. Rather than indulging in unrealistic fantasies here, you should focus on preparing for the college entrance examination. In just 6 months, you'll face the Gaokao. If you do not study diligently for admission into the academy, you will find yourselves working after high school graduation. Can you let me have some peace of mind? Open your assignments, I will check them. The more the supervisor spoke, the more agitated he became, ultimately pounding on the desk in a frenzy. However, Qin Siyang, having lived 2 lives, discerned that the teacher's frustration was not born from a desire for his students to succeed. Only the top 5 in the school had a chance of entering the academy, and the highest achiever in their class ranked merely around 30th in the entire school. In other words, everyone in the class was destined to work after graduating high school. The supervisor could not possibly be unaware of this reality. His agitation and anger were, of course, not rooted in concern for his students' futures. From a look in his eyes, Qin Siyang detected a sense of bitterness and envy or resentment of being an ordinary person. Jealousy towards others awakening sequences. Upon noticing Qin Siyang, he discovered that Qin had not completed his homework. You chatter so much in class, I presumed you had finished your assignments. I haven't done my homework, yet I constantly indulge in whimsical dreams. Oda, he was not the sole student neglecting his assignments, yet he alone was summoned to stand outside as punishment. It seemed that the earlier inquiry had roused the teacher's ire. It has been said that the essence of human anger stems from one's own inadequacies. Perhaps that is the case. Qin Siyang exited the classroom. He hardly regarded the punishment of standing outside as significant. Were it not for the school cafeteria providing meals, enabling him, an orphan without an income, to sate his hunger, he would have little motivation to attend school at all. His thoughts would surely be consumed entirely with pondering matters of the sequence. Fortuitously, the area outside the classroom was tranquil. He could quietly contemplate methods of awakening the sequence. Though it required effortful thinking, it was certainly preferable to inactivity. As far as he knew, in this world, the wealthy and the powerful possessed a markedly higher probability of awakening their sequences. Conversely, impoverished students like himself, dwelling on the fringes of safety, rarely produced even a single awakener among thousands. The awakening of sequences does not appear to be entirely random. There seems to be a bias favoring the affluent. He sighed deeply. If the conditions for awakening sequences correlate with one's quality of life, then I fear I may never awaken a sequence in my lifetime. Lifting his gaze towards the window, he faintly discerned several divine figures wandering in the celestial expanse. Gods, are you? If you are indeed deities, then perhaps my ability to be reborn could be considered a form of divinity as well. In that case, I suppose I have rounded up to being a deity as well. Qin Siyang smiled gently. Suddenly, he noticed in the dark expanse of the starry sky, an eye seemed to slowly open, gazing upon him. The pitch-black pupil appeared not to belong to a human, but rather to a bird. This colossal, round eye hanging in the night sky seemed capable of swallowing the entire blue planet in a single gulp if it truly belonged to a bird. Qin Siyang furrowed his brow and cast a glance at his classmates from other classes who were also standing in the corridor as punishment. Some gazed vacantly out the window, yet none appeared to notice this eye. Was he the only one able to see it? He locked eyes with the mysterious gaze for a moment and instantly felt as if it was casting some form of interference upon him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Sequence Devourer awakens. Consuming deities will enhance strength. Current sequence level. Level 1, Glutton. Skill, Blood Drink. Skill description. Consuming deities can enhance one's power. The sequence has awakened. Qin Siyang could hardly believe what was unfolding before him. His understanding of sequence abilities was limited. The only thing he knew was that sequence wielders could perceive their sequence information within their minds. Have I awakened a sequence ability too? Still in disbelief, Qin Siyang suddenly felt a surge of power coursing through him, significantly enhancing his mental state. Even his previously emaciated arms began to develop muscle definition. It is said that awakening sequence abilities strengthens the body. It seems to be true. Yet, as he pondered the bird's eyes, a sense of confusion washed over him. Could it be that everyone awakens to their sequences in such an unusual manner? Why had he never heard anyone mention it before? The Eater of God's Sequence. Such a blunt name. I must investigate it further at the God-slaying camp. The God-slaying camp serves as a forum for individuals endowed with sequence abilities to discuss and exchange ideas. Qin Siyang had learned of it purely by chance while overhearing his classmates engage in lively conversation. To access the forum for inquiries, one must possess a mobile phone or a computer. However, in his household, there was not a single functioning electronic device, let alone a computer. During the evening study session, the homeroom teacher appeared quite irate, chastising the students for an extended period and assigning them 2 sets of exercises, only allowing him to leave after 10 o'clock. Since the evening study session ran late, I will have to wait until tomorrow morning to visit the internet CAF. In this apocalyptic era, electricity is a scarce resource, and internet cafes do not operate around the clock. They have already closed for the night. Dinged at 8 that moment. The bell signaling the end of the evening study rang. I can't shake the feeling that both my awakening method and the name of my sequence are rather peculiar. I should clarify this before sharing it with others. After all, my identity as a sequence wielder will not vanish. I'll get some rest and head to the internet CAF in the morning. Chapter 2. Double Happiness. Early the next day, armed with a mere 10 copper coins and carrying his backpack, he made his way to the internet CAF. This marked his first visit to such a place in this lifetime. Inside the CAF, a faint scent of smoke lingered, far less pungent than the memories of internet cafes from his previous life. Qin Siyang surveyed his surroundings. The internet CAF appeared somewhat dilapidated, seemingly untouched by any substantial renovation. It had merely received a fresh coat of paint and some decorative stickers. Nonetheless, it was still vastly superior to Qin Siyang's humble abode, as two electric lights illuminated the space above. In a safety zone, the mere ability to afford electricity marked one as affluent in Qin Siyang's eyes. Establishments that could sustain electrical usage were even more prosperous. In this impoverished area on the outskirts of the safety zone, few could indulge in the luxury of paying G for internet access. Yet, paradoxically, an internet CAF had opened its doors here. As the sole internet CAF in the vicinity, it was evident that the proprietor possessed some sort of influential background. Each time Qin Siyang passed by on his way to and from school, he often observed an array of peculiar individuals entering and exiting the establishment. Turning to the attendant, Qin Siyang declared, "I need a machine for half an hour." He relinquished 10 copper coins, a sum that represented a week's earnings from his part-time job at the school library. The scarcity of electrical resources rendered the CAF's fees exorbitantly high, and parting with those 10 coins felt akin to a grievous loss. The 30-something portly attendant at the bar scrutinized Qin Siyang for a moment before expressionlessly gesturing toward a machine. "That one, over there." "Go ahead." Once seated, Qin Siyang noticed a man not far from him, dressed in a suit, busily typing away at the keyboard. At that moment, he realized why the atmosphere in this internet CAF was far more pleasant than that of its predecessor in his past life. It was an establishment frequented by those with disposable income. Typically, patrons who could afford to visit here were individuals seeking information or engaging in transactions, hurriedly coming and going. As for the nature of the information they sought or the transactions they conducted, that remained a mystery to Qin Siyang. He powered on his computer, yet its performance was sluggish. After 2 minutes of waiting, he finally accessed the interface. Unfortunately, a faster machine would require additional funds. He promptly logged into the forum dedicated to sequence ability users, known as Godslayer Camp, to explore the sequences that had emerged. The pinned post detailed the statistics of the currently awakened sequences, and he immediately clicked to delve into it. From the dawn of 2005 until now, a span of 5 years, thousands of sequences had been awakened. Each individual experienced their awakening as if struck by lightning. None had ever encountered the phenomenon of bird's eye prior to their transformation. What astonished Qin Siyang even further was the revelation that among these thousands of sequences, none were associated with the ability to devour deities. This indicated a startling reality. There was no one who shared either his method of awakening or his unique sequence ability. Qin Siyang swallowed hard, murmuring to himself, "Could it be that I am the chosen one?" His sequence remained untraceable. Should he reveal it? The thought of being the center of attention thrilled him, yet he hesitated as his gaze lingered on a particular post. It is known that humanity cannot yet digest the remains of deities. If one were to awaken a sequence that enables them to consume deities and grow stronger, they might be captured. Or research. The notion of being captured for experimentation lingered in his mind. Having gained a preliminary understanding of sequence abilities, he recognized his devourer of deities sequence as a singular existence. The members of the Godslayer camp were undoubtedly drawn to this unique ability, as it promised the terrifying potential of simultaneously hunting deities while enhancing one's own power. An undeniable perpetual motion machine. Qin Siyang cautiously realized that he seemed to lack the strength to match this extraordinary sequence. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure brings calamity. When an individual possesses wealth that does not correspond with their abilities, they become surrounded by peril. Should one choose to trust oneself or place their life and future upon the lofty morals of others? For an ordinary person, this dilemma is not difficult to resolve. In an instant, Qin Siyang solidified his resolve. He must keep this matter confidential, silently amass wealth. Regardless of whether it pertains to past or present, this remains an unassailable truth. Time to log off has arrived. To continue using the service, please proceed to the counter for a renewal. The internet time purchased with 10 copper coins had come to an end. Such is the plight of being without funds. Even if one possesses a celestial sequence, they must log off on time. Fortunately, within the brief span of half an hour, Qin Siyang had unearthed the information he sought. At the very least, he must ensure that others remain oblivious to the Devourer sequence. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Qin Siyang departed the Internet CAF under the perplexed gaze of the portly network administrator. Through the protective glass of the safe zone, he gazed at the endless galaxy that hung in the sky year-round, as well as the occasional majestic deities that drifted by, leaving high. I'm somewhat perplexed once more. What lay ahead? Should he head to the safe zone exit or return to school? Within the Godslayer camp, those endowed with sequence abilities spoke of the safe zone exit, where daily squads of hunters targeting deities would come and go. The United Government provided various support policies and resources for those with sequence abilities. In exchange, the sequence ability user must hunt the deities beyond the safety zone. The more formidable and numerous the deities they vanquish, the more lavish the rewards bestowed upon them. Thus, Qin Siyang contemplated that waiting at the exit of the safety zone might present an opportunity to seize a morsel of divine flesh, thereby validating whether this devourer of deity sequence would indeed augment his strength. Should his hypothesis prove correct, he might ascend to unprecedented heights. By enhancing his prowess through the extermination of deities, he could be likened to a perpetual motion machine. Yet, upon reviewing the information panel within his mind and soberly assessing his skills, Qin Siyang shook his head. The description of blood drink states that consuming deities raw can indeed bolster one's strength. However, it does not imply that it can satiate my hunger. If it cannot fill my stomach, then it indicates that I cannot rely on devouring deities to save on meal expenses. For him, the matter of sustenance took precedence over the sequence dilemma, demanding utmost caution. After all, a single meal can confound even the mightiest of heroes. No longer pondering where to venture, he recognized that he had but one option: to attend school. While venturing to the exit of the safety zone might yield a stroke of luck and the potential for enhancement, today's calendar ominously proclaimed all matters are unfavorable, suggesting that it was ill-advised to engage in fortuitous endeavors. Though Qin Siyang was not inherently superstitious, the occurrences of rebirth in an apocalyptic world rendered such beliefs seemingly rational. When confronted with phenomena that transcend comprehension, one cannot help but succumb to superstition. The school provided both lunch and dinner, and more significantly, today was Friday. On Saturdays and Sundays, the school is closed. During this break, the cafeteria is also shut down, which means he cannot scrounge for food. Having missed the cafeteria today, he finds himself destitute, facing 2 days of hunger. Not only must he go to school, but he also needs to implore Aunt Zhang for the cafeteria to provide him with a little extra food just to manage a meal or two over the weekend. Aunt Zhang is aware of his orphan status and treats him with kindness. On weekends, he must venture to the exit of the safe zone, as the sequence ability users do not rest on these days. Sequence ability users are required to submit remnants of divine beings to the United Government in exchange for resources akin to the self-sustaining small business owners. With such self-sufficiency, the delineation between workdays and holidays becomes rather ambiguous. Qin Siyang has resolve in his mind. On the dim main road, a streetlight stands every few dozen meters, casting a meager glow that barely illuminates a couple steps ahead. The tops of these streetlights are connected to air defense glass, seemingly serving a supportive role. In Qin Siyang's eyes, the sole purpose of these streetlights is to inform passersby that they are on the main road at the edge of the safe zone. Beyond that, they serve little function. Even the lights in the Internet CAF shine several times brighter than the streetlights. As Qin Siyang traverses the dim main road for over 10 minutes, he arrives at the school. In his previous life, Qin Siyang attended an ordinary high school in the county, with conditions that were far from ideal. In this world, the situation is not much different. He has no other options. The only school nearby is the Zhuan School. The Zhuan School encompasses a comprehensive 12-year educational system, spanning from elementary to high school. Children residing at the fringes of the safe zone commence their education at the tender age of 6 or 7, remaining until they reach 18. It can truly be regarded as a second home. The students of this institution hail from ordinary backgrounds, as do their parents. In the safe zone, where the emergence of sequence abilities is not uncommon, the congregation of common folk is limited, primarily situated at the peripheries. Those who awaken such abilities invariably relocate with their families from this perilous and dilapidated border area to reside in more favorable environments within the safe zone. Within the school, all individuals occupy the lower echelons of the safe zone societal structure. However, Qin Siyang's family circumstances are the most precarious of all. He is without a home, parentless, and lives in solitude. Were it not for the policies of the United Government, which exempt orphans from tuition fees, he would be at a loss regarding his current whereabouts and activities. Qin Siyang made his way along the dimly lit streets towards the school. The teachers assigned to duty at the entrance had yet to arrive, and the morning study session had not yet commenced. This session is scheduled daily from 8 to 8:15 in the morning. Having recently awakened his sequence abilities, he was filled with excitement, prompting him to rise early. Even after spending half an hour in the internet CAF, he still arrived quite early. The school is illuminated with an abundance of lights, standing as the brightest establishment in the entire perimeter of the safe zone. It boasts the finest electrical systems and lighting, a rare luxury in a region where power resources are costly. The United Government believes that the salvation of humanity and the resurgence against the divine rests upon the shoulders of each child. Thus, it is imperative that education is never compromised. As educational conditions improve, the new generation will inevitably develop a sense of belonging to the United Government and the security zone, fostering a greater enthusiasm for the pursuit of hunting deities. The United Government has proposed equal educational opportunities for every child, for one can never predict which child may blossom into a hero. However, while policies may be well-intentioned, their implementation within individual schools often manifests in peculiar and varied ways. Students like Qin Siyang, who neither pay tuition nor possess a promising future, are often regarded as leeches by their peers and teachers alike. Even in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the teachers extract far more from the school than they ever receive from Qin Siyang. The homeroom teacher has placed his desk in a secluded corner of the classroom, a spot devoid of attention, mirroring the position he occupied in his previous life. Before his rebirth, Qin Siyang felt a profound sense of solitude as a result of this placement. However, after his rebirth, he finds a peculiar comfort in it. At the very least, here, no one disturbs his daydreaming. While his classmates diligently pull out their textbooks to prepare for the day's lessons, Qin Siyang rests his chin on one hand, gazing out the window at the deities that occasionally flit by the security zone. Can he truly contend with the deities? What might they taste like? Qin Siyang that moment, his reverie is interrupted. He looks up to see a fair-featured female classmate standing beside him. "Oh, Li Jinwen, what brings you here?" She has arrived. Li Jinwen is Qin Siyang's classmate from high school, adept in both tea and fishing. It is no wonder that Qin Siyang devoted himself to her for 3 long years. Each day, he would rather endure hunger than forego using his hard-earned money from part-time work to bring breakfast to Li Jinwen. He would even assist her with her assignments. For Li Jinwen, Qin Siyang was always at her beck and call. Yet, Li Jinwen never reciprocated his affections, consistently deflecting his advances under the pretense of not wanting to hinder her studies. However, whenever Qin Siyang contemplated relinquishing his pursuit, Li Jinwen would seek him out, offering encouragement and asserting that this was merely a test of his resolve, urging him to persevere. Such words were nearly impossible for an innocent high school student to resist, far more enticing than any competition or mundane chore. Thus, Qin Siyang unwaveringly embraced the role of a pure-hearted romantic warrior. Regrettably, it was only after graduating from high school that he discovered Li Jinwen was in a relationship with Zhou Yang from the neighboring class. Zhou Yang hailed from a well-to-do family. His uncle held a prominent position in the education department, and his parents had respectable jobs. Li Jinwen's union with him represented a significant social leap. He vividly recalled the moment he saw Li Jinwen and Zhou Yang hand in hand, her mockery cutting deep. "So foolish, you deserve to be alone." In this new life, despite the world undergoing profound changes, most of his former classmates remained unchanged. Upon encountering Li Jinwen again, he felt no stirring within his heart, but rather a sense of awakening. As spring returned, he finally understood his identity. Love is indeed beautiful, yet one must remain vigilant against those who would wield it for malevolent purposes. Li Jinwen, in a sweet voice, remarked, Qin Siyang, you haven't brought me breakfast for 3 days now. Li Jingwen paused for a moment, then, with a hint of surprise, inquired, what about my breakfast? Did you not mention that there was breakfast at home, and therefore, I needn't deliver any? It was only later that Qin Siyang discovered that Li Jingwen had given the breakfast he had prepared for her to Zhou Yang from the adjacent class, hoping to win his favor. One could say that Li Jingwen was quite determined in her efforts to be with Zhou Yang. However, she was dragging Qin Siyang along in her pursuit. I was merely testing you. If you back down so easily, how can I trust you to be by my side in the future? Seeing Li Jingwen's expression of both anger and playfulness, Qin Siyang chuckled softly. If you are so concerned, perhaps we should not be together. After all, we are not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship at present. Then please return my homework. Qin Siyang opened his backpack and retrieved 3 notebooks, handing them over to Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen took the notebooks and flipped through 2 pages, her eyes widening in astonishment. Qin Siyang, why is the homework blank? Homework does not write itself. If no one writes it, it naturally remains blank. But weren't you supposed to help me with it? Qin Siyang pulled out 3 more notebooks, revealing the empty homework sections to Li Jingwen. I haven't even completed mine. Why would I write yours? This will get me scolded by the teacher. Oh, aren't you concerned that I will be reprimanded by the teacher? Qin Siyang appeared to have heard something amusing, casting a comical glance at Li Jingwen before shrugging his shoulder. There's that I was punished to stand by the class teacher yesterday, and you didn't even express any concern. Tears shimmered in Li Jingwen's eyes as she replied, Qin Siyang, I feel as though you no longer like me. Qin Siyang remained impervious to her theatrical display, instead raising his thumb in approval. Li Jingwen, that is the only coherent sentence you have uttered this morning. With that, Qin Siyang leaned against the window, continuing to gaze at the bizarre, celestial figures above, wondering if consuming such oddities would lead to any gastrointestinal distress. Li Jingwen was utterly flabbergasted. She had arranged to meet Zhou Yang regarding their homework answers and planned to pass along the breakfast that Qin Siyang had given her. Now that Qin Siyang had withdrawn, how was she to explain this to Zhou Yang? In response to Qin Siyang's indifference, she exclaimed in frustration, Qin Siyang, by behaving this way, you are jeopardizing any future we might have. Blue Star Chronicle, January 1st, 2010. Lunar Calendar, Year of the Metal Ox, November 17th, an inauspicious day for all matters. Who claims today is unsuitable for endeavors? Isn't this a double blessing arriving at once?
Chapter 3. The catalyst for strengthening. A gluttonous feast on the periphery of the safe zone lies a profoundly underdeveloped area, lagging behind in various aspects, not merely reflected in its streets and the throngs of people. For instance, the education system, which the United Government prioritizes above all, is epitomized by the curriculum at Juan School. The entirety of a senior student's daily lessons comprises tedious accounts of the ancient human civilization's illustrious history and antiquated scientific theories. These subjects, once the gateway to academic and vocational pursuits before the advent of the apocalypse, have now utterly lost their significance in the present day. The only avenue to redemption rests in one singular path, the awakening of sequential abilities. Only by acquiring such abilities can one effectuate change. Regrettably, this backward institution on the edge of the safe zone offers no courses related to sequential abilities whatsoever. In this impoverished enclave, traces of sequential ability practitioners are nearly non-existent. The teachers, being ordinary individuals themselves, have never had the opportunity to receive relevant education. Thus, how could they impart such knowledge to their students? Although Qin Siyang remains unaware of the specifics, he holds the belief that the safe zone has been established for a decade, and the awakening of sequential abilities has been a reality for 5 years. Surely, the United Government must have instituted courses concerning these practitioners, albeit not yet extending to Juan School. The glaring deficiency of knowledge within the current world system renders Qin Siyang unable to envision any future here. Courses related to sequential abilities should not solely be designed for those who possess such capabilities. They could also benefit the general populace. The emergence of sequential ability practitioners will undoubtedly give rise to myriad industries and create numerous job opportunities. Consequently, ordinary individuals, upon completion of their studies, would find themselves equipped for a broader array of professions. The platform and resources of Juan School represent the most rudimentary level of the safe zone, and the paths available to the students are exceedingly narrow. They face a choice. Either compete for a few meager spots in the college entrance examination or awaken their ancestral abilities, becoming individuals endowed with such powers. However, for the past 5 years, the ancestral graves of the students at Juan School have remained undisturbed. Seated in the classroom, the sole hope for the students is to gain admission to the academy established by the United Government for Ordinary Citizens, and subsequently secure a clerical position within the government. Yet, based on previous academic performances, Qin Siyang, who currently ranks around 100th in his grade, is light years away from entering the academy. The experience of working in his past life has imparted a valuable lesson to Qin Siyang: to refrain from futile efforts, to let go of unnecessary burdens, and not to be hard on oneself. He merely awaits lunchtime and dinner, intending to collect extra portions from the cafeteria to serve as his weekend meals. Having not completed a single assignment, he faces reprimands from teachers across all subjects. Li Jingwen and her circle of friends share a similar fate. Li Jingwen's friends have always relied on her to complete their assignments, which are, in fact, written by Qin Siyang. With Qin Siyang ceasing his servitude, he has effectively dismantled an entire industrial chain. Throughout the day, Li Jingwen occasionally casts forlorn glances at Qin Siyang, who remains oblivious to her plight. Meanwhile, her friends devise strategies to benefit from her connection with Qin Siyang. They propose that he assist with errands, such as purchasing items and fetching meals, to which he would never object. Now that Qin Siyang has withdrawn his support, their interests have also suffered. Jingwen, do not fret. It is likely that Qin Siyang has encountered some unforeseen circumstance that has dampened his spirits. Indeed, observe how he remains lost in thought. Perhaps he has been affected by some unsettling incident. Li Jingwen expressed her concerns. What shall we do? Today, when I compared answers with Zhou Yang, I mentioned that I was unwell and had not completed my homework, yet he remarked that I did not appear to be ill. My academic performance. As you are aware, completing assignments independently is exceedingly challenging. Zhou Yang's uncle recently awakened his sequence ability. If I could be with Zhou Yang, I could certainly assist you all significantly. Li Jingwen's close friend's expression shifted. For your happiness, we must devise a plan. The attitude of her friend brought Li Jingwen a sense of satisfaction. She was the first to learn about Zhou Yang's uncle awakening his sequence, which fortified her belief that her bond with Zhou Yang was indeed quite intimate. However, the unpredictability brought about by Qin Siyang left her somewhat troubled. Upon hearing Li Jingwen's words, her friends became even more eager to brainstorm ideas. They believed that should Jingwen ascend in status, they would also benefit in some measure. Jingwen, how about this? When school is dismissed, you should intercept him and speak to him. As the school day came to a close, Qin Siyang left his books on his desk, for his backpack was brimming with provisions. Today, he shamelessly took an abundance of food from the cafeteria. Aunt Zhang at the cafeteria did not reprimand him. She provided him with whatever he desired. His meals for the weekend, including late-night snacks, were thus secured. He had made up his mind to spend the weekend by the exit of the safe zone, his backpack brimming with provisions. He planned to secretly grow stronger, gradually develop his abilities, and ultimately seize an opportunity to escape this wretched place on the periphery of the safe zone. Qin Siyang furrowed his brow at her. A look of utter confusion etched across his face. Li Jingwen revealed a charming expression. Qin Siyang, I reflected on myself today and questioned my innermost feelings. The truth is, you hold a place in my heart. It's just that I am still quite young. Leave. Qin Siyang interjected coldly before she could finish, disdainfully turning away as if avoiding a pile of excrement. Li Jingwen stood there, stunned, not expecting such a response to her humility. Has Qin Siyang truly changed? She lingered in silence for quite some time before departing in solitude, feeling desolate. He had initially intended to stake out the exit of the safe zone that very night. However, after a restless night, fatigue overwhelmed him, prompting a change of plans. He decided instead to rest at home, conserve his energy, and venture out early the next morning. Sleep beckoned. The morning sun, obscured by darkness, still heralded the arrival of Saturday. The alarm clock roused Qin Siyang from slumber. He pulled back the curtains, revealing the stillness of dawn at 7 o'clock. After hastily consuming breakfast, he prepared to set out. A glance at the calendar revealed. Blue Star Era, January 2nd, 2010, Gregorian, Saturday. Lunar, Year of the Earth Ox, November 18th, auspicious for burial. Auspicious for burial? It seemed today's lunar calendar bore no relevance to him. The absence of sunlight caused temperatures outside the safe zone to plummet, resulting in an uncharacteristic chill. Qin Siyang donned several layers of thick clothing and stepped outside, his backpack laden with provisions. The safe zone boasts numerous exits, with the nearest one a mere 10 minutes from Qin Siyang's residence. However, this particular exit is rather modest in size, and there are not many deities lingering outside, resulting in a scarcity of hunting teams departing from this point. Fewer teams imply diminished opportunities for oneself. Thus, Qin Siyang resolved to venture towards the largest exit in proximity to his abode, designated as Exit 114514. Within the safe zone, only the more substantial exits are assigned numbers, facilitating communication and coordination among the sequence ability practitioners for their hunting missions. The smaller the exit number, the greater the number of deities found outside. Consequently, the gathering of sequence ability teams is more pronounced at those exits. Although the designation of Exit 114514 seems somewhat delayed in its numbering, it is still preferable to having no designation at all, as it signifies the presence of sequence practitioners congregating there. Such knowledge was not imparted by schools or textbooks. It was gleaned by Qin Siyang during a brief half-hour online session the previous day, from an informative post on the God-Slaying Camp forum. He chuckled wryly, remarking that the apocalyptic world indeed differs, for attending school pales in comparison to the internet. Alas, internet access is exorbitantly priced and does not include meals, while schooling is free and provides 2 meals a day. If only the merits of schools and internet CFS could be amalgamated. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, ultimately, one must be grateful for the United Government's policies on tuition and meal subsidies. The journey to Exit 114514 would take Qin Siyang over 2 hours, yet he felt invigorated, brimming with anticipation for his future. A certain exit from the safe zone concealed within it the hope of escaping his current fate. As he traversed the path, he encountered dilapidated houses, most of which had collapsed. The road lay in disarray, strewn with debris and dust, neglected and overrun. He often found himself climbing over the ruins and rocks, panting heavily from the exertion. The journey was arduous, yet Qin Siyang scarcely encountered any living souls. Occasionally, a passerby would rush by, their expressions betraying urgency, but they were not residents of this place. For years prior, the anti-aircraft glass inexplicably shattered in several places. This glass served as a barrier, shielding the safe zone from the intrusion of deities. Once the glass was breached, the inhabitants lost their sole means of protection. Many deities seized the opportunity to invade, launching assaults upon the safe zone. In a bid to contain the crisis, the United Government swiftly dispatched a battalion of capable individuals to expel the invading deities, subsequently mobilizing an engineering team to urgently repair the shattered anti-aircraft glass. Fortunately, the United Government acted promptly, preventing the incursion of larger deities into the safe zone. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Nevertheless, the incident inflicted considerable damage, with original residents either perishing in the attack or relocating elsewhere. While the United Government hurriedly restored the defensive structures of the safe zone, they neglected to rebuild the roads and homes. Once insecurity rears its head, trust in the safety of the area dissipates. Even if infrastructure were restored, no one would be inclined to settle here. Thus, the United Government refrained from further efforts. The absence of human presence afforded Qin Siyang a measure of solace. At the very least, he need not worry about someone pilfering the food from his backpack. Most individuals who graduate from Juan School struggle to secure a livelihood, contributing to the area's deteriorating safety. For Qin Siyang, the absence of company brings far greater solace than its presence. At last, he spotted a towering blue sign adorned with the words Exit of Safety Zone Number 114514 painted in white. He had finally arrived. Approaching the 114514 exit, he intended to assess the situation, only to find the area thronged with people, making it impossible to discern what was occurring within. To gain a better understanding, he sought a higher vantage point on a nearby mound and observed intently. At first glance, he noticed the imposing protective gate of the exit. This marked his inaugural visit to a numbered safety zone exit, as well as his first encounter with such a gate. The entrance spanned 7 to 8 meters in width and stood 3 to 4 meters tall, seemingly forged from a unique alloy that imparted a considerable heft. The protective glass of the gate comprised numerous layers, rendering it impossible for him to glimpse the world beyond. In front of the gate stood a dozen individuals clad in transparent helmets and orange and white striped protective suits. These suits, valued at more than 2 silver coins, represented an astronomical sum in Qin Siyang's world, accessible only to those with extraordinary abilities. Since the establishment of the United Government, currency is no longer denominated by nation but is instead issued uniformly as copper, silver, and gold coins. Though referred to as copper, silver, and gold, these coins are not pure precious metals. Rather, they consist of various alloys to support the extensive utilization of safety zones across the globe. Among the various currencies, copper coins hold the least value, as their production costs are relatively low and they are often alloyed with numerous other metallic impurities. Generally, the worth of 10,000 copper coins is equivalent to that of a single silver coin, while the value of 1,000 silver coins corresponds to that of a single gold coin. However, due to the inexpensive nature of copper coinage and the varying proportions of additional metals mixed in by different mints, it typically requires around 12,000 copper coins to exchange for 1 silver coin. For Qin Siyang in the present moment, silver coins are akin to immense wealth from a past life, utterly unattainable. It appears that they are gathered here at this exit, a congregation of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. Those clad in frost-resistant attire are but a minority. Besides these few, there are thousands of ordinary people, much like Qin Siyang, bundled tightly against the cold, gathered in this place. Qin Siyang finds himself perplexed, pondering the purpose of these individuals. Is it not solely the extraordinary ability users who congregate at the exit? Suddenly, the throng of ordinary people closes in, surrounding him. Honorable officials, would you care to take a moment to rest? We offer exquisite foot massages. Esteemed officials, I have delectable dishes prepared just for you. I have luxurious accommodations available for your stay, free of charge. Should you be willing to pose for a few photographs with me? Respected official, my daughter is yet unmarried, and upon seeing your gallant figure, she has resolved to wed no one but you. Do you desire a wife, sir? If you already have one, I would be content to be a concubine, without any titles. The crowd surged forward in a frenzy, yet they instinctively maintained a distance of over a meter from the 2 extraordinary ability users. The 2 sequence ability users, seemingly accustomed to such displays, did not linger. Eventually, they selected a refined restaurant and a comfortable hotel before departing. The 2 shop owners chosen by them beamed with elated delight. Witnessing the reactions of the crowd, Qin Siyang was utterly astonished. He was aware that sequence ability users were highly sought after in this world, but he had not anticipated such a spectacle. Common individuals aspired to align themselves with a sequence ability user, hoping to escape their bitter fate and live in more agreeable circumstances, striving for upward mobility. Regrettably, such aspirations were likely to remain unfulfilled for a lifetime. Reflecting on this, Qin Siyang felt a surge of gratitude towards his own destiny and reaffirmed his resolve. Heaven had already granted him an opportunity, one he must seize. He attempted to navigate through the throng to approach the remaining dozen or so sequence ability users, but he was immediately jostled aside. Hey, kid, get to the back of the line. What do you think you're doing, pushing forward? Qin Siyang responded, I'm not here to seek out sequence ability users. I won't be competing with you. He merely wished to inspect the area for any discarded remnants of deities, having no interest in the sequence ability users themselves. However, his intentions were met with skepticism. Upon hearing Qin Siyang's words, those around him chuckled. Who are you trying to fool? Everyone pushing forward says the same thing. Left with no alternative, Qin Siyang waited at the periphery. The protective doors of the safe zone's exit opened repeatedly, with sequence ability users constantly entering and exiting, gradually diminishing the crowd of onlookers. By evening, Qin Siyang had finally secured a position closer to the front. They retrieved the remnants for inspection. Qin Siyang was perplexed as to why all the debris was circular in form. Ultimately, the circular divine remnants were taken away by the inspecting personnel, leaving him with none to collect. He muttered his dissatisfaction, suspecting that they had been misplaced in his backpack during the battle, thus soiling his belongings. His gaze fell upon a worm-infested ear, and his eyes sparkled with intent to discreetly seize it. However, a janitor swept the ear into a dustpan and turned to leave. What is happening? Has my opportunity been snatched away by a janitor? He felt a surge of resentment and promptly followed the cleaner out of the safety zone. The janitor remained oblivious to the fact that someone would take such an interest in the refuse within the dustpan. Upon reaching the street corner, he discarded the ear into a filthy trash bin and walked away. Qin Siyang discreetly watched the janitor depart. Once the cleaner was gone, he approached the trash bin, intending to retrieve the ear. Just as he was about to reach for it, he noticed a uniformed individual approaching, glancing at the divine remnants in the bin, and subsequently taking out a notebook to document the findings. Qin Siyang furrowed his brow. The divine remnants in the trash bin are subject to documentation? Is this truly refuse? Yet, the bureau personnel paid little heed, recording the information before moving on. After the official departed, Qin Siyang rushed over. Lifting the lid of the trash bin, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. However, upon witnessing the sight within, he was left speechless. There were, astonishingly, numerous divine remains inside. Qin Siyang's eyes widened, his heart racing fervently. A gluttonous feast. Indeed. Chapter 4. An elevation in power. Qin Siyang's gaze was filled with fervent excitement. As the adage goes, seek and ye shall not find. Discover unexpectedly. Who would have imagined such a plethora of discarded divine remnants here? Was it not a stroke of serendipity? A veritable gift from the heavens. He was, without a doubt, chosen by destiny. Qin Siyang surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any onlookers. The divine remnants, unlike the familiar fare of beef and mutton, stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Yet, the prospect of validating his blood drink skill, and subsequently ascending through the continuous consumption of divine remnants, filled him with anticipation. Qin Siyang clenched his fists, suppressing his physiological unease, and resolved to undertake the trial. Before the wellspring of his innermost desires, all instincts would be subdued. No quests to undertake, no sacrifices to make, merely the consumption of divine scraps. What was there to lament? He recalled the Godslayer Camp's assertion that the ingestion of divine remnants would elicit no reaction in humans. This was a substance beyond the biological purview of mortals, incapable of digestion or absorption, even for those who had awakened their sequence abilities. If he could genuinely assimilate these divine remnants, fortune would indeed smile upon him. He closed his eyes and swallowed a fragment of the divine remains in one gulp. To his surprise, the divine remnant, despite its ominous appearance, possessed a palatable flavor, not inferior to the fare served in the cafeteria. He pondered whether the divine flesh was inherently delectable or the culinary skills of the cafeteria's chefs were woefully inadequate. I initially anticipated a distasteful experience, wondering how much I could stomach. Since it is uniquely flavorful, I shall not hold back. Qin Siyang opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. Sequence Devourer. Consuming divine beings enhances strength. Current sequence level. Level 1. Glutton. Skill. Blood drink. Skill description. Consuming divine beings can lead to digestion. Why is there not a single change? At that moment, Qin Siyang felt a rumbling within his body. The sound seemed to emanate from the region of his heart, gurgling like a spring that had just broken through the obstruction of sand and stones, gushing forth with long-suppressed clear water. Subsequently, this eruption of the spring spread throughout his entire being. Then, a wave of pain coursed through him, as if a torrent were surging madly through his narrow veins, threatening to burst his muscles apart. His entire body began to convulse uncontrollably, muscles twitching frantically. After about a minute, the pain finally subsided. He felt his arm muscles pulse a couple of times before returning to their original state. What is happening? Qin Siyang was filled with curiosity, uncertain whether the changes occurring in his body were for better or worse. He removed his outer garment once more to inspect his arm. Although it appeared largely unchanged, Qin Siyang, intimately familiar with his own physique, immediately sensed that the muscles in his arm seemed to have grown somewhat more robust. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt that his entire body was imbued with a greater vitality than before. Even the backpack laden with food on his back felt remarkably lighter. This. He glanced once again at the information panel, only to find the same content, with no alterations whatsoever. Yet the changes in his body were unmistakably indicating that he had undergone some indescribable transformation. Qin Siyang swiftly devised a plausible explanation. The information regarding the devourer of deities was not false. Indeed, he had grown stronger after consuming divine beings. However, this enhancement was not substantial enough to be reflected in the information. While perusing the forum, he learned that individuals with sequential abilities experience significant boosts in their physical capabilities after consuming sequential potions, precisely mirroring his current condition. The efficacy of this method suggested that Qin Siyang had successfully validated his approach to enhancing his sequential abilities and augmenting his strength. A promising beginning is half the battle won. A greedy smile crept across Qin Siyang's face as he rubbed his hands together and gazed at the remnants of other divine beings before him. He could hardly contain his excitement and seized another piece, devouring it eagerly. Once again, he was engulfed by the exhilarating surge coursing through his body. Moments later, he observed with delight that the signs of his newfound strength were increasingly pronounced. I am now stronger and more invigorated. Qin Siyang's lips curled into a slight smile. He hesitated no longer and continued to indulge. Were the remnants in the trash mere scraps of divine beings? No, they were undoubtedly his first fortune. Yet he remained composed, exercising caution as he lifted the remnants, making every effort to keep his attire pristine. At the same time, he vigilantly scanned his surroundings, wary of being discovered in his peculiar pursuits. Strength must be cultivated discreetly, and the secrets of sequential abilities must be safeguarded. His experiences from his previous life had exposed him to the treachery that often lurks within the hearts of men. Even if you harbor no malice towards others, there's no guarantee that someone won't envy you, resent your success, and speak ill of you behind your back. Possessing such a unique ability in this life, he must exercise caution and discretion, refraining from divulging it to anyone. As Qin Siyang gorged himself, he tirelessly reveled in the sensation of the torrent coursing through his body. This pain, initially unbearable, gradually softened, even eliciting a sense of fascination. Damn it, I hope I don't have a masochistic inclination, Qin Siyang muttered inwardly, admonishing himself not to succumb to the pleasurable agony. However, he noticed a peculiar issue. Despite consuming so much, he felt no sense of fullness in his abdomen. It was truly odd. Having eaten so much, he didn't feel satiated. In fact, he was still somewhat hungry. It seemed that, as he had previously surmised, devouring deities only enhanced his power and did not resolve physiological hunger. No wonder the information stated digestion rather than absorption. They were two entirely different matters. The disappearance of the deity remnants from the trash might attract unwanted attention, so it was best to avoid trouble. His primary mission was to swiftly convert these remnants into his own strength. Qin Siyang quickened his pace, continuing to devour the deity remnants beside the trash can with fervent dedication. Finally, after more than an hour, he had consumed all 30+ remnants before him. His overall strength and condition underwent a qualitative transformation. However, he had no time to savor this newfound physique. He located a puddle nearby and thoroughly cleansed the bloodstains from his hands and face. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly departed from that place, making his way home. The transformation within his body was strikingly evident. What typically took 2 hours, he accomplished in a mere hour, and he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Once seated on the makeshift sofa crafted from cardboard boxes, he let out a sigh of relief. Night had fallen, and he was ravenously hungry. As he closed the door behind him, he promptly opened his backpack and retrieved a portion of 6-eyed long fish rice to satiate his appetite. The instant he took a bite, Qin Siyang furrowed his brows, revealing a look of distaste. The cafeteria's offerings remained consistently disappointing. How utterly unpalatable. He muttered a complaint but dutifully finished his meal, discarding the empty container into the sink. On ordinary days, he would wash the container after eating. However, tomorrow was the weekend, and he needn't carry the container to school, allowing himself a modest indulgence in laziness. Qin Siyang let out a satisfied burp and poured himself a glass of hot water to aid digestion. Yet, as he set down the kettle, it slipped from his grasp, plummeting towards the floor. In Qin Siyang's perception, the descent of the kettle seemed to unfold in slow motion. He could distinctly observe every detail of its gradual fall, even the droplets of water splashing into the air as they cascaded down. With a swift motion, he effortlessly caught the kettle. Have I become remarkably agile? My senses have sharpened. Is this my doing? Has my strength also increased? He tightened his grip on the kettle, exerting a slight force, yet it remained unchanged. However, when he focused on the notion of deforming the kettle, its shape altered once more. Furthermore, I possessed the ability to wield my power at will. I recall reading in the forum that one could seek information at the Sequenceability Management Bureau, yet entry requires proof of being a sequenceability user. He has no intention of revealing his changes in sequenceability in the near future. He prefers to wait until he has gained a sufficient understanding of it before making any decisions. Thus, the Godslayer camp has become his sole source of information. However, to access the Godslayer camp, one must have a computer or smartphone connected to the internet, both of which are luxuries beyond his reach. The only option available to him is to visit an internet CAF. Yet, even the cost of 10 copper coins for half an hour at the CAF is a considerable expense. The area where Qin Siyang resides is impoverished and underdeveloped, where even adults scramble for job opportunities, leaving little in the way of employment for students. The only avenue for earning money is through work-study opportunities at the school library, which pays a meager 10 copper coins a week. Fortunately, Teacher Zhu at the library is aware of Qin Siyang's circumstances and extends special consideration to him, reserving the only work-study position for him as a librarian's assistant. When school resumes next week, he will continue to assist in organizing the books at the library. Qin Siyang approached the window, gazing out at the vast darkness beyond the curtains and the myriad of deities wandering between heaven and earth, a smile creeping onto his lips. If only I could consume them all, I dare not imagine how powerful I would become. Today has been immensely fulfilling, instilling in the reborn Qin Siyang a sense of hope. He begins to believe that he is the chosen one in this world. After washing his slightly dusty coat and taking a cold shower, Qin Siyang retired to bed. The following morning, upon awakening, he gazed at his robust arms and thighs, his face still adorned with a smile. What should he do today? Should he return to the refuse bin from yesterday in search of remnants of the divine? Yet, as soon as this thought emerged, Qin Siyang dismissed it. The remnants of the divine had vanished from the refuse bin beside exit 114,514 yesterday, which might draw unwanted attention and lead to complications. However, venturing out of the safe zone to hunt the divine left him utterly perplexed. He had no inkling of where to begin or how to proceed. What if he were to be overpowered and, instead of being the predator, found himself prey? Such a predicament would leave him with no recourse for explanation. After pondering for a moment, he slapped his forehead. A change of location would suffice. If he could not approach the refuse bin at the safe zone's exit, he could simply seek another one. Chapter 5. Obstruction. The map of the safe zone was exceedingly vast, to the extent that even the geography teacher at Joan School did not possess a comprehensive version. Naturally, Qin Siyang was unaware of the distribution of the safe zone exits. He was familiar with the location of exit 114,514 solely because it was in close proximity to him. With over 100,000 numbered exits, this was the only one he knew. An ordinary person, unless aspiring to ascend to the heights of the sequenceability users, would hardly concern themselves with the whereabouts of safe zone exits. Not knowing the locations of these exits was not an insurmountable issue. He recalled that near the main thoroughfare, there was a bus stop with a route map. This map likely indicated the locations of safe zone exits. In previous weekends, Qin Siyang had merely languished at home, as this minimized his consumption and allowed him to eat less. This weekend is destined to be extraordinary. He is now filled with a fervent spirit, consumed by a singular belief, to grow stronger. If he becomes stronger, he can escape this wretched place. Qin Siyang, with a backpack laden with provisions, walked for over 10 minutes until he reached the bus stop. This marks his inaugural visit to a bus station, as he could never afford a meal, let alone a bus fare. In his memory, the safe zones post-apocalypse are characterized by the impoverished traversing on foot while the affluent ride the buses. As for those with private vehicles, gasoline is a far more scarce resource than electricity, and such affluent individuals do not exist on the fringes of the safe zone. He stood before the bus route map for an extended period, scrutinizing the station names along the bus line, many of which are named after the exits of the safe zones. The only bus line on the edge of the safe zone traverses several exits, each numbered smaller than 114,514. As for which safe zone exit to choose, Qin Siyang was uncertain. He decided to proceed and see where the journey would lead him. In this life, he had never set foot on a bus. Thus he was unaware of the distance between stops. If only orphans could ride the bus for free. Qin Siyang gazed at the fare of 5 copper coins, shaking his head in resignation. His remaining 10 copper coins had all been spent at the internet CAF the previous day. Thus, he commenced the task of measuring the distance between bus stops on foot. He needed to ascertain the approximate distances between the stops to estimate which safe zone exits he could reach with his own 2 legs. After walking along the bus route for 20 minutes, he arrived at the next bus stop. This station seemed significantly farther than those he remembered from his previous life. Having consumed the divine remnants the previous day, his strength burgeoned, and his pace quickened, far surpassing that of ordinary pedestrians. Whenever the path was devoid of people, he would accelerate his steps, advancing with all possible haste. Yet, even so, he could only traverse 3 stations in an hour. Upon ascertaining the distance of 1 station, he gained a rough understanding of his range of movement. The 7th station was designated exit 54320 safety zone, the 17th exit 89757 safety zone, and the 20th exit 38324 safety zone. As it now seemed, these 3 stations alone presented an opportunity to seek out further divine remnants. On Monday, Qin Siyang was obliged to arrive at the school ahead of time to inform the librarian of his intention to continue his work-study program. Otherwise, the work-study librarian position for the following week would be usurped by another, and he would be deprived of the funds necessary for internet access. After some deliberation, Qin Siyang resolved to first proceed to exit 54320 safety zone to assess the situation. The journey, lasting 1 hour and 40 minutes, did not induce the slightest weariness in Qin Siyang. Indeed, he grew increasingly cheerful as he walked. Material abundance and spiritual contentment, it is often necessary to discuss separately. Once a person has something to look forward to, they are invigorated in all their endeavors, even though the surrounding streetlights were exceedingly dim, imbuing the air with a sense of oppression. According to the clock, it was daytime, but the sun had vanished a decade prior. Though it was early morning, the sky remained perpetually at midnight. The infrastructure at the periphery of the safety zone was quite rudimentary, and the main thoroughfare on which he walked was illuminated only by faint streetlights spaced dozens of meters apart, each barely capable of illuminating a few steps' distance. The adjacent alley lay shrouded in darkness, compelling one to navigate through it by touch alone. Looking up, faint glimmers of starlight could be discerned through the armored glass of the safe zone, accompanied by the occasional fleeting silhouette of a divine being. The biting wind swept through, penetrating the inadequate layers of Qin Siyang's attire, making intimate contact with his skin and provoking a flurry of goosebumps. He raised his collar to envelop his face, shielding himself from the direct assault of the cold breeze, and continued to stride forward. After traversing 7 stops, he arrived at the exit of safe zone 54320. The designation of this exit was over 50,000 lower than that of 114,514, suggesting a greater presence of sequenceability users here, poised to hunt the divine. Upon his arrival, he sought refuge atop a dilapidated building to survey the scene. Indeed, he beheld nearly 100 individuals clad in thermal gear, congregated at the exit, their numbers significantly surpassing those at exit 114514. Surrounding them were ordinary folk, similarly attired, creating a dense crowd that likely numbered in the thousands near the safe zone's exit. Observing the throng and the sequenceability users engaged in conversation at the center, Qin Siyang noted that none paid him any mind. He feigned aimless wandering, scouring for trash bins that might contain remnants of the divine. At last, in a block adjacent to the safe zone's exit, he discovered a bin filled with the remains of the divine, its size far exceeding that of the refuse receptacles at exit 114514. If the refuse bin at the exit of safety zone 114514 resembles a lavish banquet, Then the area surrounding the refuse bins at the exit of Safety Zone 54320 is akin to an elaborate Manchu Han imperial feast. A row of 7 or 8 refuse bins stands, each brimming with the remnants of deities. The diverse and bizarre remains of these divine beings ignited a ravenous appetite within Qin Siyang. If he could manage to clear out these 7 or 8 bins, would he not soar to new heights? His heart raced as he contemplated the swiftest method to rid this place of the divine remnants. However, he suddenly noticed 2 sanitation workers, their garments stained with blood, standing beside the refuse station. Initially, Qin Siyang intended to wait at a distance until the workers departed. Yet, as he entered their line of sight, both individuals simultaneously lifted their gazes to him. After a fleeting moment of eye contact, they resumed their task of tidying the refuse bins. A sense of urgency gripped Qin Siyang, prompting him to alter his plan. He did not halt but instead advanced closer to the bins and the 2 workers. The sanitation workers cast a glance at Qin Siyang, noting his plain attire and youthful appearance, but dismissed him without further thought. It was only after he had distanced himself from that neighborhood that Qin Siyang finally exhaled in relief. At the moment they exchanged glances, his heartstrings had been taut with tension. Though their expressions were impassive, their observations were astute, and their minds raced with calculations. It dawned on him that those 2 individuals were certainly not ordinary sanitation workers. The stains on their clothing appeared far too deliberate. The remnants of the deities within the refuse bins had long since departed from their corporeal forms, and the blood had been drained clean during the act of slaughter. Yesterday, at the exit of Safe Zone 114514, I encountered a janitor, whose attire bore merely a hint of dust. Despite the abundant remnants of deities surrounding the exit of Safe Zone 54320, the refuse bins displayed scant traces of blood. In stark contrast, those 2 individuals were drenched in blood, as if they had just committed murder, splattered from head to toe, an appearance unbecoming of a mere cleaner. It was evident that their condition was deliberately contrived. Such excess was unwarranted. Furthermore, when Qin Siyang appeared from a considerable distance, both individuals inexplicably lifted their gazes towards him in unison. At the moment their eyes met, Qin Siyang perceived their heightened vigilance. A janitor ought to focus solely on their duties. Why should they remain on guard, scrutinizing their surroundings? Both of them exhibited this peculiar behavior. His prior apprehensions were not unfounded. Merely within a single night, the United Government had initiated an investigation into this matter. It was unnecessary to speculate. The refuse bins at the exit of Safe Zone 114514 surely harbored additional undercover agents awaiting him. Qin Siyang sighed. Had he only taken a single deity remnant yesterday, would he have avoided such complications? Yet, the routine of collecting merely 1 remnant daily, though seemingly safe, necessitated over 30 trips to the refuse bins to attain his current strength. Such frequent visits heightened the risk of exposure, substantially increasing the likelihood of capture on site. Thus, a bold, singular endeavor seemed far more prudent. It was precisely this rationale that led him to decisively clear the refuse bins of their deity remnants yesterday. Qin Siyang recognized that his plan to extract deity remnants from the refuse bins was on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, he had not entirely relinquished hope. Although he harbored a favorable impression of the coalition government, he remained skeptical regarding the operational efficiency of its lower echelons. Otherwise, how could the Juan school have yet to introduce courses related to sequence capabilities? Perhaps the situation had not escalated to the point of severing all his opportunities. Alas, there were no prospects to be found in this refuse bin. He decided to venture further, hoping for a stroke of luck. Even in the absence of new opportunities, he had considerably strengthened himself with the gains from the previous day. This was not in vain. As Qin Siyang departed from the exit of Safety Zone 54320, he continued along the bus route, journeying into the distance. The next Safety Zone exit lay 10 stops ahead at Safety Zone 89757. Chapter 6. Sequence Advancement in the Cafeteria. Mushrooms were regarded as a culinary delight. Their meat-like texture and the unique flavor of fungi allowed for effortless preparation that yielded impressive results. However, Qin Siyang found no joy in this feast. His mind was solely focused on how to become stronger in the future. By the time he reached the exit of Safety Zone 89757, the afternoon sun had begun to descend. Fortunately, His body had been enhanced the previous day, endowing him with remarkable stamina. He had been walking for nearly 6 hours since leaving home yet felt no fatigue. Nonetheless, he understood that this state could not be sustained indefinitely, as he was no longer able to maintain his initial pace. This realization dampened his optimism about continuing on to the more distant safety zone 38324. Seeing the sign for exit 89757 brought him a sense of relief. At last, he had arrived. This time, however, he did not head directly to the safety zone exit. His objective, after all, was not the sequence adepts at the safety zone exits. To circumvent exposure, he opted to detour along a minor path, initially to assess the state of the refuse containers. Having previously scrutinized the receptacles proximate to a duo of safety exits, he had formulated a tentative anticipation of their placement. Predictably, upon traversing a city block, he discerned a trio of refuse containers replete with divine remnants. Observing the deep violet tendrils languidly adhering to and creeping along the periphery of the receptacles, Qin Siyang's heart palpitated fervently. He meticulously surveyed his environs. There were no individuals present, nor any sanitation workers. Was this an opportune moment, or a stratagem? He proceeded with an air of nonchalance, all the while meticulously analyzing the situation. The disarray within the refuse container suggested a lack of deliberate organization. As for covert surveillance, it was highly improbable. The 89,757th safety zone exit harbored significantly fewer sequence adepts than its 54,320th counterpart. Correspondingly, the refuse containers here were unlikely to be accorded greater significance than those in the 54,320th sector. If the expansive refuse station at the 54,320th safety zone was attended only by a pair of plainclothes officers, it was indubitable that the 89,757th safety zone exit would not be subject to more sophisticated surveillance methods. The absence of individuals in the vicinity implied the absence of surveillance. Ergo, the vanishing of divine remnants from the refuse container at the 114,514th safety zone exit the previous night had only disseminated to the 54,320th safety zone exit, failing to permeate a broader scope. He had initially contemplated inspecting the more distant 38,324th safety zone exit, for it assuredly held a feast of epic proportions awaiting him. However, his corporeal form was already exhibiting signs of weariness, seemingly inadequate to sustain him in such a precarious venture. Therefore, he resolved upon receptacle number 89757. He was cognizant that his assessment was not infallible, yet fortune favors the bold. To augment one's strength necessitates taking risks. To perpetually seek tranquility is to forfeit opportunities. Having been granted a second lease on life, Qin Siyang harbored no intention of merely replicating the mundane existence of his previous incarnation. At the very least, he intended to leverage his formidable sequence abilities to transcend the periphery of the safe zone and attain financial independence. Thus, he aspired to become stronger, and to do so with utmost alacrity. Having resolved upon this course of action, Qin Siyang promptly decided to avail himself of the opportune moment, while unobserved, to hasten to the receptacle and voraciously consume its contents. This time, the remnants of the deity within the receptacle were threefold or fourfold the quantity he had ingested the previous day. He was compelled to expedite his consumption in order to expeditiously resolve this matter. Should he persist in the deliberate and measured approach he had adopted the previous day, necessitating the aid of water, he knew not when he would be able to fully dispose of these 3 receptacles of delectable fare and risked exposure. However, to accelerate his rate of consumption would preclude him from meticulously safeguarding his garments, which might become sullied with bloodstains, thereby inviting considerable trouble. Therefore, prior to commencing his repast, he prudently divested himself of all outerwear, suspending them upon a nearby lamppost. The metallic casing of the lamppost was adorned with several hooks, the intended purpose of which was unknown to Qin Siyang, but which now served admirably to accommodate his outerwear. Thereupon he, with his torso bare, approached the receptacle. This locale, situated near the egress of the safe zone, was considerably colder than other areas. As the egress of the safe zone swung open, a frigid gust coursed through the thoroughfare, instigating gooseflesh upon Qin Siyang. Prudence paramount, he bore the biting cold to sustain himself, lest his raiment be sullied with gore. Beholding the resplendent array of divine detritus, Qin Siyang shuddered with elation, salivating in anticipation. Let the feast commence. Where once he would have choked, today he effortlessly ingested the remnants, a morsel in either hand, scarcely pausing. In a mere score of minutes, he had nearly emptied the 3 receptacles of their divine refuse. Throughout his repast, his physique underwent continuous fortification. By the time he was on the cusp of finishing the bin's contents, he found himself impervious to the chill, even with his torso exposed, his entire being brimming with vigor. Such immediate efficacy. Qin Siyang, observing the burgeoning definition of his pectoral and abdominal muscles, beamed with gratification. At that juncture, the data within his mind transmuted. Sequence Deicide Devourer ascended. Assimilation of Divinity grants potency. Current sequence rank. Tier 2. Rapacious Frenetic. Ability. Sanguine Draft. Elucidation. Raw consumption of deities facilitates digestion. Ability. Brute Force. Elucidation. For a span of 10 minutes, augment personal strength, agility, and corporeal fortitude threefold, remaining insensible to any affliction during this interval. Advancement achieved. Qin Siyang's eyes widened, scarcely crediting his sensory apparatus as he scrutinized his information display. The novel ability, Brute Force, amplified his power and nimbleness, rendering him impervious to pain. This newfound skill appears to have significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. With his current strength, is he now poised to join the divine hunting team of the sequence ability users? He recalls the last time he perused the forum of the God-slaying camp. He encountered a sequence known as Warrior, which possessed a strengthening skill that doubled its power and physical resilience for 5 minutes, a skill already deemed a bug among lower-tier sequences. His violence, evidently enveloped strengthening in all dimensions. Could it be that he now reigns as the king among low-tier sequences? With such formidable skills, should he then aspire to join a team of sequence ability users, or should he venture forth alone? He finds himself immersed in contemplation, yet devoid of answers. Suddenly, a realization strikes him. The paramount concern now is not to unveil his identity as a sequence ability user, but rather to devise a means to conceal his devourer sequence from prying eyes. For this, he must make another trip to the internet CAF, seeking a sequence to masquerade as. Otherwise, should others discover that his sequence is devourer, the threats he might face are beyond imagination. However, that is a matter to be addressed after he receives his library wages next week. For the time being, he must continue to live as an ordinary student. Future matters can wait for another day. Today, he has already ascended his sequence. It is prudent to know when to retreat. To indulge greedily by venturing into the exit of Safe Zone 38324 for sustenance would be far too perilous. The exit of Safe Zone 38324 is merely 3 stations away from the exit of Safe Zone 89757. It is highly probable that the inhabitants here have detected an issue and have alerted those at Safe Zone 38324 to remain vigilant by the garbage bin, ready to catch the culprit red-handed. He decided to stay put for the moment. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching. Is someone coming? Such unfortunate timing. However, the footsteps seemed somewhat unsteady. The drunken man appeared oblivious to Qin Siyang's presence, humming a discordant tune that only heightened Qin Siyang's anxiety. If this inebriated individual were to notice the peculiarities surrounding the garbage bin, the area would undoubtedly be cordoned off in no time. He ignored the bloodstains on his clothing, hesitating for a brief moment before hastily stuffing the remnants of the deities from the garbage bin into his backpack. He then donned his clothes and sprinted away with his bag. Following his ascension in the ranks, his physical form underwent yet another significant transformation. His speed while sprinting was astonishing, rendering the rapidly receding guardrails along the roadside somewhat blurred in his vision. Qin Siyang silently prayed that he would not be captured before he could escape. The drunken man, clutching a bottle, staggered towards the garbage bin and scratched his head, mumbling, "I could have sworn I saw someone here just a moment ago. How could they vanish in the blink of an eye? Could they, like me, be, a being of serial abilities?" He tossed the bottle into the garbage bin, causing a sharp clatter as it struck the interior. It seems the garbage bin is empty? Chapter 7. The reluctant first kill. Could it be that I spent nearly half a day drinking with Bruce? Half a day, and we managed to consume only 4 or 5 bottles of alcohol. He scratched his head with a touch of melancholy, muttering to himself, "I'm getting old. My alcohol tolerance isn't what it used to be. Just 2 bottles and I'm tipsy for half a day. I'll have to cut back in the future, lest it impede my hunt for deities." With that, he staggered away. Qin Siyang, without hesitation or contemplation, sprinted tirelessly along the path. The lane was dim and desolate, allowing him to escape at full speed. Perhaps due to the elevation of his sequence, his physical strength had been replenished, banishing the previous fatigue, and his muscles were even more vigorous with each movement. "I've been running for almost 20 minutes, passing a bus stop, and no one has pursued me yet." Qin Siyang remained vigilant, his heart pounding, blood rushing to his head, urging him to maintain peak concentration. He scanned his surroundings, attentive to any footsteps behind him, fearing discovery. Damn it, if that drunkard hadn't stumbled upon me, I could have devoured everything. Just a moment more. Thinking of the drunkard, Qin Siyang felt resentment mixed with relief. The man was severely intoxicated, struggling to walk straight, advancing and retreating, needing to lean against the wall for support. He was likely unable to see clearly, and his consciousness was blurred. If the person who had seen him wasn't drunk at the time, they would have immediately noticed something amiss and reported it to the United Government. He might have already been apprehended. It was truly divine providence. If I were caught with this backpack full of divine remnants, I wouldn't be able to explain myself. Even if he hadn't taken the remnants from his backpack, he would still have been pinpointed and found it arduous to elude capture. Moreover, his backpack contained over a dozen divine remnants. The reason for taking them was that he could already foresee that the boon of finding divine remnants in the trash would essentially vanish after tonight. The theft of divine remnants is not a grave matter, as these remnants are of no practical use. Qin Siyang had previously witnessed at an internet cafe that people who consumed divine remnants were unable to digest them, merely regurgitating or excreting them undigested. No one would take something so utterly useless. However, while the divine remnants were useless, their disappearance was quite peculiar. If they were truly useless, why would someone steal them? Could there be some conspiracy afoot? The consecutive disappearance of divine remnants from 2 trash receptacles over 2 days would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. The police were likely already aware. Nevertheless, Qin Siyang had learned the hard way in his previous life about gradual progress. He had believed that work was a process of gradual accumulation, growth, and eventual promotion and salary increase. However, he never received a promotion before his death. This made him realize that slow, methodical planning was suitable for capitalists with a certain foundation, but not for a pauper like himself. Expediency was the best strategy for a working-class person to rise in the world. His ability to withstand unforeseen events was too poor. Even the slightest disturbance could crush him. What if the joint government stationed guards at every trash receptacle in the future? Would he have to live in seclusion for the rest of his life? Who knows when the next opportunity would arise? Having been reborn, he was unwilling to wait passively any longer. Never defer what can be accomplished today until tomorrow. Procrastination invites unforeseen complications. Predictably, should Qin Siyang attempt to retrieve divine remnants from the refuse container again, he would likely expose himself. Given that this is the final endeavor, and his discoverer is a sluggish drunkard, it is only prudent that he procure as much as possible. Furthermore, regardless of whether he retrieves these remnants, capture by the unified government would render escape exceedingly difficult. Fortune favors the bold. The only illumination emanated from the celestial canopy, starlight filtering through the protective glass atop the safe zone. With his enhanced physique, Qin Siyang could discern the alleyways with remarkable clarity. The obscurity served as an advantage, concealing his visage and allowing him to traverse without concern of exposure. However, as he turned into a dim alley, an unforeseen incident occurred. A small blade emerged from the shadows, aimed directly at his right eye. What transpired? His agility, now far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, enabled him to evade the projectile instantaneously. The blade struck the cobblestone pavement of the alley, producing a sharp sound. Qin Siyang's gaze fixated upon 3 figures standing along the path, their expressions mocking. Who knew slumbering here would lead a plump sheep to wander by? Fortune smiles upon us. Brothers. The trio arose, encircling Qin Siyang. He inquired icily, What is your intent? What intent? Is it not obvious? Robbery, of course. Robbery? Do these individuals fail to perceive the dilapidated state of their own garments? What purpose could be served by accosting a pauper such as myself? I am devoid of funds. Qin Siyang furrowed his brow, his inner self fraught with impatience as time ebbed away. He lacked the leisure to engage in protracted disputations with these three figures. The vanishing of the deity's remains from the refuse receptacle was poised for imminent revelation, necessitating his swift departure from the vicinity of Security Zone 89,757's egress. His current location, a mere 2 stations distant, remained considerably beyond the threshold of safety. Moreover, he was encumbered by a satchel replete with the aforementioned divine relics. At that juncture, one of the individuals swept aside his greasy fringe, unveiling a malevolent grin. A lack of funds is readily remedied. Simply relinquish the satchel. These three were, in fact, coveting his satchel. Qin Siyang cast a glance at the satchel nestled in his arms, then shielded the area where sanguine stains were seeping through, inwardly acknowledging the ominous turn of events. While the satchel contains naught of significant monetary worth, I cannot accede to your demands. Naught of significant monetary worth? Then permit us to examine its contents. Qin Siyang surveyed the vagrants attempting to waylay him, his composure unruffled. They were, after all, merely ordinary individuals. Were he to endeavor to abscond, they would undoubtedly be incapable of impeding his progress. As he deliberated upon the optimal direction for his escape, one of the individuals interjected with a mocking tone, "Young man, your hasty flight through this alleyway, akin to one fleeing for their very existence, suggests that your satchel harbors illicit treasures. Does it not? Very well, we shall not be avaricious. Retain 1/4 for yourself, and surrender the remaining 3/4 to us 3 brethren, and we shall jointly safeguard your secret. What say you?" The other man chimed in, "Indeed, relinquish your possessions, and we 3 may feign ignorance of this encounter. Otherwise, you shall inevitably suffer a physical reprimand. Even should you manage to escape, we 3 can report you to the constabulary. When you turned into this alley, the lamplight illuminated your countenance, and we have committed it to memory." Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang's feet, poised for flight, became rooted to the spot. These 3 individuals had seen him, which presented the peril of exposure. Should they genuinely report him to the police, would not all his prior endeavors be rendered futile? Suddenly, a murderous intent burgeoned within his heart. The malevolence in his gaze was immediately discerned by the thugs, whose years of experience in the shadowy underworld had honed their senses. "Boss, this kid's eyes seem rather resolute. He intends to fight? With what means does this pauper possess? If he intends to resist, it indicates that the valuables within his satchel are priceless. In that case, we 3 shall eliminate him and seize the riches contained within." With these words, the 3 men each produced a blade and lunged at Qin Siyang in succession. Qin Siyang had never before taken a life, and the notion had only just arisen within him. For one who had lived an ordinary life within civilized society, homicide was no simple matter. He had been unable to steel himself to commit murder, but now he was being driven into a corner by these 3 brigands. If fate decrees your demise, then I am blameless. The boy is rather audacious. Kill him. The 3 men, observing that Qin Siyang had nowhere to evade and would certainly be pierced by their blades, were already reveling in their impending triumph. However, their offensive maneuvers appeared feeble and ineffectual to him, akin to the clumsy attempts of toddlers. With swift precision, Qin Siyang delivered a direct punch to the face of the assailant nearest him. He realized he could perceive subtle information in fleeting moments, gaining awareness of his transformation through practical combat. Blood erupted from the man's mouth and nose. Thud! Qin Siyang's punch lifted the man off his feet, sending him hurtling backward for 7 or 8 meters before crashing onto the stone pavement, where he tumbled further before coming to a halt. Qin Siyang's acute senses allowed him to witness the entire process of his deadly blow, filling him with a surge of adrenaline. He had taken a life. The now disfigured face stared at Qin Siyang and the remaining 2 thugs with a grotesque expression. Witnessing this, the 2 men shuddered in terror, immediately recognizing that they had provoked a sequence ability user. Despite their fear, they did not retreat. As fugitives with blood on their hands, they knew that their situation was a matter of life and death, and begging for mercy would be futile. Their only chance of survival was to kill Qin Siyang. They charged at him with renewed frenzy, brandishing their knives, determined to stab him to death. Qin Siyang took a step back with his left leg and executed a sweeping kick with his right, targeting one of the men's waists. More distinct sounds of bones cracking reverberated through his leg. The man contorted into a grotesque angle, his body nearly folded in half, as he was flung through the air with Qin Siyang's leg. Without hesitation, Qin Siyang lunged forward, reaching the dazed man and delivering another punch. "Spare me. I relinquish all the money I possess to you." At this juncture, the instinct for survival compelled the assailant to plead for mercy. Yet, Qin Siyang denied him the opportunity to utter another word. With a single forceful blow, he struck the man's cheek, shattering his skull. "By eliminating you, I shall claim the wealth you carry." After dispatching 3 individuals, the murderous intent within Qin Siyang gradually diminished, swiftly replaced by an inexplicable sense of emptiness. He let out a sigh of melancholy, astonished by the realization that he had taken a life. However, this was a matter of self-preservation. There was little more to say. Moreover, Qin Siyang harbored an unsettling feeling that the deaths of these 3 were perhaps not an end, but rather a beginning that would accustom him to the act of killing. Silently, he encouraged himself to quell the tremors of his body, which quaked from the act of murder. Once he regained his composure, Qin Siyang did not hastily depart. He recalled that within the Godslayer camp, there existed a sequence that could extract the last memories of the deceased. To protect his anonymity, he wrapped his fists in the clothing of one of the victims, rendering their faces unrecognizable before he deemed the situation secure. After meticulously surveying the scene and erasing all traces of blood, he extracted the money from their garments and concealed the 3 corpses within a dark, abandoned storeroom. He ignited a fire, incinerating the bodies and his bloodied coat alike. This precaution was taken to thwart any sequence users who might track him through the scent of the corpses. Though uncertain if such abilities existed, he felt it was a distinct possibility. He chose this warehouse precisely to evade detection by scent. Observing the muddy path in front of the warehouse, he noted the multitude of footprints, indicative of numerous visitors, which would serve to obscure any lingering aromas. To avoid leaving his own traces in the mud, he prudently leaped across the gravel with agility and strength, ensuring he left no evidence behind. He hoped there would be no repercussions. Qin Siyang was apprehensive that the flames might attract unwanted attention, so after ensuring the fire enveloped the 3, he fled the scene at full speed. In this moment, he ran with fervor, akin to a frenzied beast. Should anyone have witnessed him in that alley, they might have mistaken him for a speeding vehicle rather than a mere man. His heart raced, stirred by the adrenaline of his first kill, yet he felt no trepidation. Instead, his gaze grew resolute. "I express only regret for their deaths, and nothing more." Chapter 8. Tracing the individual's whereabouts 2 hours after Qin Siyang departed from the dumpster at the exit of Safety Zone 89757, numerous uniformed officers received orders to cordon off the area. Many ability users gathered at the periphery, engaged in bewildered discussions about the unfolding events. The theft of divine remains from the dumpster was indeed an absurd tale. Some matters remain unnoticed during mundane times, yet once lost, they ignite a myriad of problems and draw considerable attention. Undoubtedly, the remnants of the divine are such a phenomenon. A white-haired detective, clad in a coat and wrapped in a scarf, puffing on a cigar, circled the dumpster. The surrounding officers stood erect, showing profound respect towards the inspector, suggesting that the elder was not merely an ordinary inspector. He inquired, "Royliana, your rank has ascended. I have heard that you possess a far more formidable tracking ability, surpassing that of the chief's police dog tenfold. Are you able to discern the scents present here?" He bore the features of a European yet spoke fluent Mandarin, a reflection of the predominance of Chinese nationals within the safety zone, where Mandarin serves as the official lingua franca. Beside him, a blonde female officer shook her head. "No, it is impossible. The divine presence here is overwhelming, completely obscuring any trace of human scent. Even at this moment, I am unable to identify the aroma of humanity. Should I activate my abilities here, I would likely succumb to faintness due to the overpowering divine fragrance. Olaf expressed his disappointment. Very well, this is utterly vexing. The inability to employ our skills in the presence of the divine will undoubtedly complicate our efforts. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Regrettably, my awakened ability is that of the sense seeker, and it cannot be altered. Individuals like myself, endowed with such abilities, are fated to operate solely within the confines of the safety zone. Olaf, agitated, took a couple of puffs from his cigar, flicking the ash into a nearby trash bin, before turning to address the onlookers among the other ability users. Who was the first to notice the issue with this trash bin? It was I, Inspector Olaf. It was I, exclaimed a voice. I am Hans Van, a sequence user who hunts the divine at the exit of safety zone 89757. At that moment, a disheveled figure clad in a brownish-gray jacket approached, exuding a faint scent of alcohol. It was the very drunkard who had encountered Qin Siyang. However, the man before us now exhibited no trace of intoxication. Instead, he was acutely aware and visibly tense. Upon regaining lucidity, Hans realized with profound astonishment that the remains of the divine entity from the trash bin had been stolen. He had no intention of involving himself in this matter. The individual who pilfered the divine relics was surely no ordinary person, someone he dared not provoke. After awakening to his abilities, his sole desire was to navigate the days in the safety zone, relying on his status as a sequence ability user. Alas, his impulsiveness led him to discard a bottle into the trash bin. The bottle bore his scent, a fact as undeniable as iron, leaving him with no means of denial. Should a scent seeker activate their skill, they could swiftly pinpoint his location, rendering him incapable of evasion. Thus, to preempt any unwelcome inquiries from the police, he promptly reported the incident to the precinct, hoping for leniency in return. What led you to this discovery? Royliana demanded sternly. Hans, as a sequence ability user, are you not aware that the trash bin near the safety zone's exit is designated solely for the remains of divine entities? The remains in that bin are to be processed collectively. Your actions are obstructing the operations of the United Government. I had too much to drink, and did not consider the implications. Qin Siyang's gamble paid off. It was precisely Hans's clouded mind that granted him the opportunity to flee. Otherwise, the narrative might have unfolded quite differently. Olive seemed accustomed to such derelict sequence ability users and did not exhibit the same fury as Royliana towards Hans's words. Instead, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Royliana, allow him to continue. Very well, detective. The golden-haired Roylina gazed at Hans, her eyes filled with indifference. I vaguely perceived a figure rummaging through the trash bin, but it quickly vanished. Of course, I was uncertain if anyone was truly there, for I had indulged too much. And then, when did that occur? Did you subsequently report it? Yes. Detective Olaf, considering my voluntary admission and confession of wrongdoing, might you refrain from penalizing me for discarding the bottle in that trash bin and for any delays in solving the case? Olaf took another puff of his cigar, pondering for a considerable time. During his contemplation, Hans felt a surge of anxiety, deeply concerned about the possibility of punishment. Roylina, please remember to inform the other management personnel at the exit of the safe zone to keep a vigilant eye on that trash bin. Understood. Detective Olaf, what about me? Hans inquired urgently once more. It was then that Olaf realized Hans was still present. Oh, I was just considering the case. What did you wish to say? I wanted to ask, given my proactive reporting, could I mitigate my transgressions and avoid punishment for my mistakes here? I have genuinely recognized my faults and assure you it will not happen again. I implore you, grant me this opportunity. Olaf could scarcely be bothered to cast him a glance. This is a matter of protocol. The scales of justice at the police station will remain perfectly balanced. You shall receive your due reward, and your punishment will not be diminished. Ah, this, Hans lamented, feeling frustrated that despite his proactive reporting and full cooperation in the investigation, he would still face consequences. Truly unfortunate. Hans wore a grim expression, his mind filled with curses for the wretched individual who had pilfered the divine remnants from the refused bin. After dismissing Hans, Olive continued to ponder, furrowing his brow. Was this a solitary act? What could possibly motivate an individual to steal such refuse? It would be far more prudent to raid a warehouse for some moldy wood to kindle a fire. Roylina added, a similar incident occurred yesterday at the exit of Security Zone 114514. I reported it to the director, but regrettably, it did not garner sufficient attention. They only fortified the exit near 114514. Consequently, the perpetrator committed another crime at a slightly distant location. At that moment, Roylina's pager buzzed. Hello, please speak. What? All right, I understand. Yes, I will inform Detective Olive. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Olive realized that yet another case had arisen and inquired, what is it now? Detective. In an alley 2 stops away, a warehouse has been discovered ablaze, housing 3 charred corpses. Corpses? Charred? Indeed. The heads of the 3 bodies have suffered severe trauma, their faces utterly disfigured. The forensic officer stated that the nature of the wounds suggests they were inflicted by an individual of immense strength using bare hands. Due to the fire, I am unable to trace the scent of the assailant. Is it possible to investigate the crime scene for the perpetrator's scent? Unfortunately, no. The officer mentioned that the area is bustling with activity, leading to a chaotic mix of footprints and scents. Have we located the primary scene yet? There were no signs of a struggle near the warehouse. Olaf, puffing on his cigar, remained silent. Roylina continued, Inspector, I have a question. Speak. What is the identity of those whose skulls were crushed? Despite being an experienced female officer, Roylina displayed her ignorance unabashedly before Inspector Olaf, as if he possessed an esteemed status beyond that of a mere inspector. The identities of those 3 individuals are likely to remain elusive. However, it is certain that the one who killed them was a power-wielding individual. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to eliminate all 3 without leaving any trace of a struggle. The fatal injuries serve as evidence. How could an ordinary person shatter the skulls of 3 men with mere fists? Olaf glanced at the empty dumpster and exhaled a smoke ring. The timing of the incident in that alley coincides precisely with the theft of the divine relic from the dumpster. Considering the distance, a strength-based power wielder could potentially reach the location in full sprint. Thus, it is possible that it was the work of a single individual. Roylina furrowed her brow. Are you suggesting it was the same person? After stealing the divine relic here, they traveled 2 stations away to commit murder and arson. In both cases, the perpetrator left no useful clues. Perhaps we should boldly hypothesize first, then verify cautiously. Now, let us analyze under the assumption that the same individual committed both crimes. Olaf stroked his white beard. I believe this person is not well versed in matters concerning power abilities. Why does the inspector hold such a belief? Beyond the cranial injuries, the corpse bears other fatal wounds, suggesting that the skull was likely shattered post-mortem. After fracturing the skulls of 3 individuals, he chose to incinerate the bodies. I speculate that his motive for shattering their skulls stems from a fear that the Undying Sequence practitioners could employ their skills to extract memories from the corpses. However, he is unaware that the memory extraction abilities of Undying Sequence practitioners are subject to limitations. Once the brain undergoes pathological changes or loses its original biological structure, the capabilities of the Undying Sequence become ineffective. In other words, whether or not he shattered the skulls, incinerating the bodies would suffice to thwart the investigations of the Undying Sequence practitioners. Roylina, puzzled, inquired, Inspector, are you suggesting that he lacks such fundamental knowledge of the sequence? Aside from this, I can think of no other rationale for his excessive actions. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he is employing a smokescreen to mislead me into believing that the perpetrator is a novice sequence practitioner. Yet, I contend that a criminal of such caliber is unlikely to surface in Area 14121. Roylina nodded in agreement, acknowledging the inspector's astute analysis, and remarked, his unfamiliarity with sequence information may stem from a sudden awakening of his abilities, leaving him ill-prepared. The premise of your assertion regarding his lack of preparation is flawed, Olive interjected, shaking his head. He is aware of how to select a chaotic environment to hinder your investigation and knows to use fire to destroy evidence. Roylina, it is imperative to understand that he is not a perpetrator who executed his crime with composure or premeditation. He had just pilfered the remains of a deity, and in his frantic escape, he committed these acts. It must be acknowledged that although this criminal is ignorant, he is by no means careless. His meticulousness is as fine as the needle's eye in a tailor's shop, making it improbable for him to steal the divine remains and expose himself without adequate preparation. His actions suggest a lack of access to further information. Roylina, adjusting her slightly disheveled golden locks, expressed her bewilderment. How is this possible? The descriptions of the abilities of the sequence practitioners are publicly available within the Godslayer camp, accessible to anyone with a mobile device or computer. No, you are mistaken. If these assumptions hold true, then there exists a category of individuals who precisely fit this description and cannot access such information. Who are they? The impoverished. Chapter 9. Inquiry at the Internet. CF Olaf pondered. Since the arson case involving the incineration of corpses occurred just 2 stops away, towards the outskirts of the safe zone, we shall investigate along the periphery of the safe zone. Let us see who has been seen on the streets carrying numerous bags filled with unknown contents. He cast a glance at the empty trash bins. The divine remains in the 3 bins have vanished, which is no trivial matter. If he had taken them directly, he would undoubtedly have been burdened with a conspicuous large package, making it difficult not to attract attention. Yes, I will report this to the Bureau immediately. Thank you for your efforts. However, Inspector, what if we cannot find anyone carrying a multitude of unidentified objects at the edge of the safe zone? Olive discarded the cigar butt and smiled faintly. If we cannot find them, the situation becomes intriguing. He extinguished the cigarette with his foot and murmured to himself thoughtfully, having been in this wretched place for so long, I finally see a glimmer of hope. Returning home late, he had sought out a secluded spot to consume the remnants of the divine artifacts from his backpack, meticulously emptying the lunchbox within. Subsequently, he set both the backpack and a second coat ablaze. This necessary course of action consumed a considerable amount of time. As Qin Siyang sat upon the rigid cardboard sofa at home, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him. Despite his exceptional physical condition, he found himself unable to withstand the toll of fleeing and the acts of violence he had endured. This day had truly been overwhelming. He cast a glance out the window, observing a scorpion, its tail obscured by a viscous substance, crawling along the glass. A bitter smile crept upon his face as he sighed. I truly wish to savor its flavor. However, recklessly tasting it poses significant risks. Qin Siyang then took a moment to admire the greedy marauder sequence in his mind, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. It was Saturday, a day typically reserved for rest, yet it marked the most exhausting day since his reincarnation. He cleared his mind, allowing himself a brief respite of tranquility for several minutes before indulging in a cold shower and retiring to bed. That night, Qin Siyang slept soundly, undisturbed by any interruptions. Upon awakening, he was astonished to find it was already 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. I can't believe I slept for so long. Qin Siyang rose from his bed, preparing to warm up the meal he had packed from the school cafeteria to satiate his hunger. He turned on the stove, reflecting on the meager existence that came with financial hardship. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yesterday, he had managed to extract some money from the 3 assailants, but in his haste, he had not taken the time to assess the exact amount. He rummaged through the trousers he wore the previous day and was taken aback. Among a heap of copper coins, there gleamed a shiny silver coin. A silver coin. The audacity of these brigands to possess such wealth. Typically, the value of 10,000 copper coins is equivalent to that of 1 silver coin. Yet, due to the significant variation in the composition of copper coins, it often takes 12,000 to procure a single silver coin. Qin Siyang had assumed that the 3 ruffians, disguised as vagrants, were as destitute as himself, perhaps with only a few hundred copper coins in their pockets. To discover that they had a silver coin was astonishing. Why would they attack him if they were so affluent? Initially perplexed, he quickly grasped the situation. They had targeted his backpack, believing it contained precious treasures. Little did those 3 know that not only had they squandered their hard-earned wealth for someone else's benefit, but they had also lost their lives in the process. These wandering miscreants, clutching their ill-gotten gains, undoubtedly realized the dubious origins of their fortune. At that moment, Qin Siyang's spirits plummeted. How could those 3 criminals, burdened with such wealth, dare to report him to the authorities? Wouldn't that spell mutual destruction? Damn it! Had he known they possessed such wealth, he would have swiftly robbed the three of them and departed, thus avoiding a multitude of subsequent troubles. Now, not only had he committed theft of divine relics, but he had also inadvertently added murder to his list of offenses. These three wretches, foul in their own right, also had the audacity to offend others. Holding the silver coin, Qin Siyang felt a mix of envy and discomfort. The reason was simple: he had no means to spend it. If he were to reveal this coin in the vicinity, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. How could an orphan with no employment possess such wealth? If someone were to grow envious and report him, the authorities would come to inquire, and he would be utterly unable to account for the origin of this silver coin. Such a sum of money could only be admired but not utilized, causing Qin Siyang to pound his chest in frustration. Upon reflection, even 40 copper coins represented a considerable fortune for someone of his status, equally difficult to justify. Reluctantly, he set aside 20 copper coins. With the remaining 20, he decided to visit an internet CAF, where an hour on the computer seemed a more reasonable expenditure. Damn it, even spending money felt like a cautious endeavor, which was truly vexing. Qin Siyang cursed as he stepped outside. He had come to realize the limitations imposed by his current circumstances. As a poor student and orphan, he could not freely manage his finances. Yet, this was not his most pressing concern. Money was secondary. More critical was the need to fabricate a plausible reason for any substantial income he might acquire, along with finding an identity as a sequenceability user that would allow him to operate in the open. He sought a discrete identity to present to the world, one that would enable him to join a team of sequenceability users and venture beyond the safety of their enclave to hunt divine beings and learn combat techniques. Upon completing his training, he intended to hunt independently, consuming divine entities to enhance his own power. He firmly believed that as long as he could endure, he would gradually grow stronger, and when the time came for him to act as he pleased, he would reveal his true abilities and rank. At that moment, no one would pose a threat to him. Even if he could not maintain his survival indefinitely, he resolved to at least endure in the early stages, waiting until he had the capability for self-preservation before emerging. With his determination set, Qin Siyang arrived at the internet CAF, producing 20 copper coins. The attendant today was the same portly middle-aged man he had encountered previously. 1 hour on the machine, the attendant stated impassively, gesturing toward the computer he had used last time. That one, go ahead. Qin Siyang noticed a new advertisement behind the attendant. Recharge 500 copper coins and receive an additional 500. Hurry to recharge. Observing this promotion reminiscent of his past life, he sighed inwardly. He possessed the means to recharge, yet could not explain why he could withdraw such a significant sum at once. With a sense of regret, Qin Siyang turned away and settled into the smoke-laden seat beside the computer. As before, the machine took an exceedingly long time to boot up, providing Qin Siyang ample opportunity to freshen up. Once he entered the interface, he opened the browser and revisited the Godslaying Camp forum. He noticed several pinned posts that were quite beneficial to him. In addition to the previously viewed statistics of all known ranks, there were also guides for newly awakened individuals on how to report their abilities to the United Government and subsequently join the God Hunting Squad. Qin Siyang opened the guide for newcomers and began to study it meticulously. A person may awaken their sequence ability at any moment, in any place, and under any circumstance. Upon awakening, an information panel will manifest within your mind, revealing your sequence name, sequence level, and the skills at your disposal. Qin Siyang glanced again at the information panel in his mind. Sequence Devourer of Gods. Strength increases through the consumption of deities. Current sequence level. 2. Greedy Marauder. Skill. Blood Feast. Skill description. Able to consume deities raw for digestion. Skill. Fury. Skill description. Within 10 minutes, one's strength, agility, and physical resilience triple, during which no pain is felt. It appeared that his information panel contained an additional line compared to what the poster had mentioned. Strength increases through the consumption of deities. This specific line of information had prompted Qin Siyang to venture to the exit of the 114514 safety zone the day before to seek remnants of deities in hopes of fortune. Upon examining the information panels of other sequence ability users, it seemed they lacked this particular detail. If they had no indication of how to grow stronger, how could they possibly enhance their abilities? With these questions lingering, Qin Siyang continued to read the post. After awakening your sequence ability, you may report to the nearby Sequence Ability Management Bureau to register your sequence and relevant information. Since the information panel in your mind is invisible to others, the content you report is entirely at your discretion. However, we strongly advise you to report truthfully, without concealing anything or providing false information. Upon reporting, the Sequence Ability Management Bureau will arrange matters according to your sequence and skills. Simultaneously, once your information is disclosed in the Sequence Ability Hall, other interested sequence abilities will extend invitations for you to join their ranks in the hunt for deities beyond the safety zone. Should your information prove inaccurate, it may very well lead to your demise or the annihilation of your team. Qin Siyang noted this discreetly. After reporting your information, all sequence abilities will be apprised of your sequence and skills. Upon registering with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, you will receive the initial reward provided by the Bureau, which can also be understood as a novice gift pack comprising sequence potions. Sequence potions are medications developed and researched by the United Government, specifically aimed at enhancing the prowess of sequence abilities. The formula for these potions remains a closely guarded secret of the United Government, controlled by the highest leaders of various safety zones. Consuming sequence potions is currently the sole known method for all sequence abilities to augment their strength. Only after ingesting sequence potions can a sequence ability continually grow stronger and ascend. However, one must not indiscriminately consume sequence potions. After using a potion, it is imperative to digest it, only then will your strength increase. The method of digesting the potion is rather singular. It involves employing your skills while battling deities. The more frequently you utilize your skills, the swifter the digestion of the sequence potion will occur. Do not entertain thoughts of recklessly casting skills outside the safety zone to hasten the digestion of the sequence potion, for the Bureau will allocate sequence potions based on the level and quantity of the deity remnants you submit. After hunting down the divine beings, the Bureau not only provides you with sequence potions but also grants you corresponding honors and substantial rewards. Thus, pursuing the hunt for deities is the most effective means for sequence practitioners to amass wealth and enhance their power. Qin Siyang pondered deeply. All sequence practitioners rely on sequence potions to augment their strength, and they must unleash their skills during battles with the divine to assimilate the potions. However, he merely needed to consume the deities and then digest them to continuously bolster his power. Did this not imply that he was akin to having a cheat? No. He lacked any system beyond the laws. This was merely his awakened sequence. How could it be deemed a cheat? I, Qin Siyang, do not possess any cheats. Chapter 10. The raid on the Internet. CAF. Having gained a preliminary understanding of matters following the awakening of sequences, Qin Siyang resumed perusing the post summarizing various sequences and abilities. He sought to discover a sequence that could conceal his identity, one that his existing powers could overshadow, leaving no trace of his true self. If he were to register at the Sequence Practitioner Bureau, he must find such a mask. Initially, Qin Siyang intended to create a sequence of his own, tailoring everything from its name to its skills specifically for his devourer of deities. However, after some contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Firstly, he was uncertain whether the Bureau possessed a verification method, such as identifying potential flaws in his fabricated sequence. Secondly, all sequence practitioners could see his information. A completely new sequence would inevitably attract the attention and scrutiny of everyone. Under the scrutinizing gaze of countless observers, he could not help but reveal his true self. It was even conceivable that his misfortune would strike, leading someone to awaken a sequence with a name identical to the one he had fabricated, thus exposing him without delay. Therefore, it was far more prudent to seek from the existing sequences. Qin Siyang found himself devoid of direction. All he could do was meticulously examine each sequence in search of the optimal disguise to conceal his identity. At the outset of the post, the unified abilities of sequence practitioners were introduced. Upon awakening, the strength, agility, and perception of these practitioners would elevate correspondingly. After consuming 5 vials of sequence potions, one's physical capabilities would approximately triple, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Only 3 times? Qin Siyang mused, recalling how he had sent that assailant flying with a single punch, an impact akin to that of a speeding automobile. It was not merely a tripling of strength. could well be tenfold. Suddenly enlightened, he wondered if his devourer sequence could indeed amplify his fundamental attributes. This revelation astonished him. Not only were his skills remarkably potent, but his foundational growth was also astonishingly high. Good news seemed to come in waves, leaving him almost overwhelmed. A smile spread across Qin Siyang's face as he diligently scrutinized the abilities of each sequence. Upon encountering the scent tracker sequence, he discovered that its level 1 skill, scent pursuit, allowed practitioners to locate enemies within a certain range based on lingering scents. A wave of relief washed over him. Indeed, there existed sequence practitioners capable of tracking through scent. His earlier fears were not unfounded. Fortunately, I found a chaotic place to dispose of the body. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. The abilities of the fragrance seeker are rendered ineffective in areas heavily infused with divine presence. Should one forcefully activate their abilities, could result in fainting, bleeding from the orifices, or even cerebral death. Due to the ineffectiveness of the fragrance seeker's skills in the presence of deities, they belong to a select few who, even without engaging in battle with the divine, can still receive the sequential potions from the Management Bureau. However, to obtain these potions, the fragrance seeker must join the organization of the United Government, typically assisting the police in solving cases. Especially upon witnessing the collaboration in investigations, Qin Siyang felt an immense sense of relief. It goes without saying that the troubles he caused yesterday at the exit of Safe Zone 89757 would undoubtedly attract the attention of the police, likely including those with the fragrance seeker abilities. Having narrowly escaped disaster, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He continued to observe, absorbing a wealth of knowledge about various sequential abilities. Qin Siyang was eager to document all of this, as his mind struggled to retain the vast array of abilities. However, pulling out paper and pen would surely raise suspicions. Thus, he endeavored to memorize only the most significant and common sequences. To his surprise, he noticed that since awakening his sequential abilities, his memory seemed to have improved. While he could not remember every detail after a single glance, he could retain a considerable amount. He couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of awakening such powers. Just as he reveled in his newfound abilities, he came across another sequence, Undying. It was precisely because during his last visit to the God-slaying camp, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a skill from the Undying sequence that allowed one to read the memories of the deceased, that he shattered the skulls of the 3 miscreants. He secretly hoped that this fleeting piece of information had indeed saved his life, a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Qin Siyang meticulously perused the skills associated with the Undying sequence. Upon reaching a certain point, he found himself momentarily stunned. Could it be that cremating the corpses could prevent the death edict from being activated? Did that render his act of crushing the 3 skulls superfluous? He pondered whether this unnecessary action might not lead to any complications. The description of the Undying sequence was prominently positioned in the forum, suggesting it was either a widely recognized sequence or one documented early on by awakeners. This raised the question, might the abilities of the Undying sequence be common knowledge among sequence wielders? To validate his hypothesis, he searched the forum for posts related to Undying and discovered that the relevant threads numbered nearly 100,000. This indicated that the Undying sequence was indeed quite prevalent. It could almost be described as common knowledge. Yet, he had been entirely oblivious to this beforehand. Qin Siyang's mind was rife with speculation. If someone were to uncover this oversight, would it expose his true identity? His clumsy handling of the corpses suggested a lack of understanding regarding sequence abilities. Anxious, he found himself deeply contemplating this possibility. If someone were to take notice, could this be a chink in his armor? Qin Siyang was uncertain whether he was merely overthinking. Perhaps, after committing a crime, the perpetrator's psyche becomes increasingly paranoid, reacting to the slightest disturbance. Nonetheless, a nagging feeling persisted within him, convincing him that he was teetering on the brink of exposure. At that moment, he heard a cacophony of voices emanating from outside the internet CAF. Amidst the turmoil, Qin Siyang discerned what seemed to be a heated argument among numerous individuals. Then, through the chaos, he vaguely caught a phrase. "Officer, this is just a small business. I can't withstand such scrutiny, officer." A sudden jolt coursed through Qin Siyang's mind. Could it be that just as he contemplated the possibility of exposure, the police had arrived at his doorstep? How could the police act so swiftly? Regardless of whether they were targeting him, he had to be prepared. In a state of urgency, Qin Siyang hastily deleted his browser history and sought a means of disguise. Just as he completed his task, 7 or 8 police officers stormed into the CAF. Everyone immediately abandoned their computers, crouching with their hands on their heads. Hurry! Qin Siyang feigned panic, promptly following the officer's instructions and crouching with his hands on his head. You! What are you doing? Why are you still at your computer? Raise your hands! An officer shouted, brandishing his weapon at a scruffy young man in the corner. The young man, flustered, hastily adjusted his trousers and stammered. Sir, I was. The officer swiftly approached the disobedient individual. Get out of the way. Yes, officer, the man replied, disregarding his trousers and crouching with his hands on his head. Glancing at the content on his computer, the officer disdainfully remarked, you should watch less of this. Indulging at such a young age will lead to trouble in the future. With that, the officer departed. Subsequently, the 7 or 8 officers inspected each computer, scrutinizing their browser histories and contents. As the officer approached Qin Siyang, he cast a glance at his face, then shifted his gaze to the computer screen and the contents of the browser. With a touch of sympathy, he patted Qin's shoulder and remarked, if the girl hasn't accepted your advances, it signifies rejection. Do not squander any more time or energy on it. After saying this, he proceeded to inspect another individual's computer. Qin Siyang expressed his gratitude with a faint smile towards the officer, though internally he breathed a sigh of relief. He was aware that the officer would scrutinize the browser history, yet he had no means to fabricate a substantial volume of browsing records in such a short time. Thus, he opted for the simplest browsing activity, perusing ebooks. On his desktop lay a document titled 3 Sentences to Captivate Your Goddess, Confidential Collector's Edition. Upon opening it, he discovered it was indeed a guide teaching infatuated admirers how to lavish attention on their beloved and win her favor. He then adjusted the progress bar to a midpoint, feigning engagement with the downloaded ebook. The officer conducted a brief search and apprehended 2 youths involved in illicit online transactions at the internet CAF. Yet, Qin Siyang sensed a certain gravity in the officer's demeanor, hinting that the true objective was not these 2 individuals. I apologize for the disturbance. I hope it is not too much of an inconvenience. Internet manager, kindly extend each of them an additional hour of internet time. Our police department will cover the cost. Certainly, thank you, officer. Thank you, dear policeman. We appreciate it. We look forward to your next visit. Officer. Amidst this cheerful atmosphere, everyone once again immersed themselves in their respective computers. Outside the door, Qin Siyang overheard the internet CAF owner lamenting, Officer, you have been conducting surprise raids for the past few days, taking away several customers from my establishment each time. My business is suffering. The officer replied, Boss Wang, we are merely following orders from above. I hope you can understand. Understand? How can I comprehend this? Why can't you wait until the criminals return to investigate? The officer explained, the police station lacks the authority to examine internet addresses and browsing histories. We can only conduct on-site inspections. We have not overstepped by reviewing your surveillance footage, and the internet fees have been covered by our precinct. What losses do you truly have? You. This is utterly unreasonable. Qin Siyang felt a stir of emotions. The police had been conducting sudden raids these past few days. Was this not coinciding with the aftermath of his own crime? Could it truly be such a coincidence? Yet, the police claimed they lacked the power to scrutinize internet addresses and browsing histories, which was indeed a piece of favorable news. Still, who could ascertain the veracity of the police's statements? Caution was still warranted. With a deep breath, Qin Siyang resolved to open Godslayer camp and continue his investigation. At that moment, a dialog box appeared on his computer screen. Qin Siyang's eyes widened, and an instinctual chill ran down his spine. He immediately glanced toward the counter, where the network administrator was casually smoking a cigarette, watching Qin Siyang with a smile. The dialog box on the screen continued to flicker. Network administrator's friendly reminder. The person the officer is looking for is you, isn't it? Chapter 11. Threat exposed? Despite having lived a second life, he had never experienced the terror of impending justice. Panic surged within Qin Siyang, more intense than when he had consumed the remnants of deities in a dumpster or committed murder in a dark alley. Even during that night of rebirth, when I first beheld the countless dark moths with gleaming eyes clinging to the glass, I felt no fear as profound as I do now. I sat vacantly before the computer, at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the information on the screen shifted once more. A warm reminder from the network administrator. Continue your browsing. When you finish, do not leave. Await me in the alley behind the internet CAF. Qin Siyang gazed at the words on the screen, his intention to explore Godslayer camp evaporating. The administrator had been watching him closely. A sense of doubt crept into Qin Siyang's mind. Was the administrator truly so idle? Did he have no other matters to attend to? Why was he fixated on each patron's online activities day after day? Yet, having already spent the money, it felt futile to merely sit idle. He steadied his thoughts and reopened Godslayer camp. This internet CAF might be his last visit. No, it was highly likely that this would be his final foray into any internet CAF. He resolved never to enter again, not only this establishment but others as well. He must discover a sequence suitable for disguise during this browsing of Godslayer camp. Qin Siyang continued to peruse the posts summarizing the sequences, seeking one that would fit his need for concealment. At last, his gaze settled upon a particular sequence. Phantom Assassin, Sequence Level 1, Assassination Apprentice, Skill, Life and Death Line. Can double his agility for 5 minutes, but will be utterly exhausted afterward, unable to move for half an hour. Sequence Level 2, Swift Assassin, Skill, Life and Death Line, Enhanced. One can double their agility and strength within 5 minutes, yet will find themselves utterly powerless afterward, struggling to move for the subsequent 20 minutes. Thus, he diligently perused the skill descriptions of this sequence, etching them firmly in his memory. To deepen his understanding of this sequence, he scoured the forum, where thousands of posts emerged instantaneously. It appeared to be a relatively common sequence. What equipment is most essential for the Phantom Assassin sequence? Who makes the best ally for the Phantom Assassin? My teammate, the Phantom Assassin, is inept. He merely activates his skills to flee during combat. What should I do? The Phantom Assassin is seeking a hunter squad, with a preference for warriors. Qin Siyang clicked on a highlighted post titled Introduction to the Phantom Assassin to explore further. Within, it elucidated how the Phantom Assassin should train, how to judiciously utilize the resources provided by the Management Bureau, and how to acquire the most suitable equipment. In this post, Qin Siyang discovered a wealth of information, including that the third level of the Swift Assassin sequence is the Shadow Assassin, with the skill, Life and Death on the line, Enhancement 2. This skill allows one to triple their agility and double their strength within 10 minutes, yet will leave them utterly drained and unable to act for a further 10 minutes. From this post, Qin Siyang learned that, unlike most sequences, each level advancement introduces a new skill. Currently known Phantom Assassins possess only a single skill, continuously enhancing life and death on the line upon leveling up. This singular progression method, as Qin Siyang reflected, has its merits and drawbacks, leaving him uncertain of its overall efficacy. If one cannot eliminate the enemy after activating their skills, survival becomes exceedingly difficult. Undoubtedly, the Phantom Assassin is heavily reliant on teammates. This skill is indeed suitable for Qin Siyang to conceal himself. The Violence skill comprehensively encompasses the first 3 levels of the Swift Assassin sequence. Hence, to effectively embody the Swift Assassin sequence, he must intentionally feign weakness. A meticulous comparison between Devourer and the Swift Assassin sequence has made Qin Siyang acutely aware of the formidable strength of his own sequence. Although a Violence is a skill awakened at the second level, it surpasses the continuously enhanced singular skills of the Swift Assassin. Furthermore, upon perusing the forum, it appears that the Swift Assassin sequence is quite sought after, with numerous hunter teams eager to recruit them into their ranks. This is not the only advantage Qin Siyang possesses. According to his detailed research on the forum, his fundamental attributes are comparable to those of a Phantom Assassin who has unlocked the Life and Death skill, perhaps even more potent. Even without unleashing any skills, he remains invincible among lower-tier ability users. So, How does he intend to convincingly play the role of the phantom assassin? The essential strategy lies in exercising restraint. After identifying his substitute sequence, Qin Siyang received a notification indicating that his time on the computer had elapsed. After exchanging a glance with the Internet CAF's attendant, he opted to log off and departed the CAF under the watchful gaze of the attendant. Steering clear of the surveillance cameras at the CAF's entrance, Qin Siyang followed the directions provided by the attendant and made his way to the alley behind the Internet CAF. The alley behind the Internet CAF has fallen beyond the realm of the proprietor's oversight, thus devoid of surveillance cameras. This secluded passage resembles an unattended zone, cluttered with debris and disposable food containers, permeated by a stench reminiscent of food waste, akin to that found in a cafeteria. In this diminutive alley, Qin Siyang found himself unable to locate a single spot to rest. Ultimately, he managed to wipe a stone slab clean, placing it on the grease-stained steps before taking a seat. After languishing in tedium for 3 to 4 hours, the lights of the Internet CAF finally extinguished. He felt that if he lingered any longer, he would be overwhelmed by the noxious odor. Shortly thereafter, the middle-aged network administrator, whose face glistened with grease and donned a white shirt that clung to his corpulence, appeared in the narrow alley, a jacket draped over his shoulder. Unfazed by the litter strewn across the ground, he kicked it aside as he walked, inadvertently smudging his shoes with grease. Qin Siyang regarded the yellowed collar and cuffs of the man's shirt, drenched in perspiration, with a deep-seated disgust. Meanwhile, the network administrator gazed at Qin Siyang with an avaricious expression. "Kid, the police are looking for you because you committed murder, right?" This opening line struck right at the heart of Qin Siyang's concerns. He remained silent, convinced that the murder incident near the safety exit 89757 should not have reached such a remote locale within a mere night. It was evident that the administrator had made his own deductions, rendering any admission unnecessary. The network administrator chuckled. "Even if you don't say anything, I already know. You came last time to peruse the forum for sequenceability users, and now you are back for the same purpose." The network administrator proactively articulated the perplexities residing in Qin Siyang's heart, prompting him to pursue the inquiry. "Can you remember everyone?" "Of course not. I am not a sequenceability user endowed with mnemonic skills. Merely remembering me?" Qin Siyang found himself bewildered by his ill fate, having caught the attention of the corpulent network administrator before him. "Your impoverished appearance clearly marks you as a destitute soul on the fringes of the safe zone. The mere fact that you would spend money in an Internet CAF piques my curiosity, compelling me to observe you more closely. It just so happens that you wore the same outer garment on 2 occasions, which is why I have remembered you. After perusing the forum, you lingered for an extended period before the sequences of Undying and Fragrant Person, predominantly comprised of detectives from the police department. Then, the police arrived unexpectedly. You hastily deleted your browsing history and opened a text document on your desktop, feigning to read an ebook. I immediately surmised that you must have committed murder, apprehensive that you might be discovered by the sequenceability users from the police department." The network administrator's corpulent visage quivered with excitement, seemingly reveling in the grand discovery born of his astute observation. Meanwhile, Qin Siyang remained noncommittal, adhering to the principle of concealing his thoughts from his adversary. He could not recall which film from his previous life contained such a line, yet it perfectly aligned with his current strategy. Qin Siyang silently scrutinized the network administrator, awaiting his subsequent remarks. Noticing Qin Siyang's lack of reaction, the administrator appeared slightly taken aback but was not flustered, for he still held the reins of control firmly in his grasp. "It is quite simple to summon you forth. I shall keep your matters confidential, but you must provide me with a silver coin as a fee for my silence." Qin Siyang chuckled lightly, piercing the network administrator with a sharp gaze. "A silver coin? Have you lost your mind?" The network administrator was unnerved by Qin Siyang's penetrating stare. The malevolence veiled within that smile was not something that could be feigned. This young man, merely 17 or 18, had undoubtedly taken a life. He swallowed hard, stiffened his neck, and retorted, "I am not insane. A silver coin is your lifeline, and it is well worth it. After all, you are a murderer. There is nothing you would hesitate to do." As if discovering newfound courage, the network administrator grew bolder. "I care not how you acquire it, whether by theft, robbery, or murder. Just as long as you can deliver a silver coin to me, that suffices. Qin Siyang regarded the network administrator's self-indulgence with indifference, as though observing the folly of a stranger. The administrator felt as though he were being scrutinized by a predator, his skin crawling with unease. Yet, he continued to laugh. You cannot intimidate me. We are both merely ordinary souls condemned to exist in this wretched place. Who among us possesses more limbs or leads a more privileged life? It appears the network administrator remains oblivious to the fact that Qin Siyang is a sequenceability user. This is a minor silver lining amidst the chaos. Qin Siyang did not allow the administrator's taunts to lead him astray. He astutely noted the deepening of the administrator's breaths, a clear indication of his rising anxiety. Thus, Qin Siyang pressed further, casting forth the question that had been brewing within him. Since you are aware of my murderous past, why do you not fear that I might turn my hand against you? The network administrator wiped the cold sweat from his brow and said, I have composed an email to report you, complete with a close-up photo of you captured on surveillance. This email will be sent to the police department's inbox at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. I will reset the time daily, postponing it by 1 day. If I perish, you too will be exposed. In an apparent attempt to instill belief in Qin Siyang, the administrator added, if you doubt me, feel free to test it. Go ahead and kill me. The scheduled email acted like a time bomb, compelling Qin Siyang to approach the situation with utmost caution. This method effectively shackled him, rendering him unable to act rashly against the administrator. By next week, you must provide me with 1,000 copper coins. Otherwise, I shall inform the police about your affairs. The administrator smirked triumphantly, revealing a set of somewhat jagged yellow teeth. Watching Qin Siyang's retreating figure, he scoffed derisively, what does it matter if you've killed before? You will still obediently provide me with money. Kid, this secret is one I can leverage for a lifetime. If all goes well, the funds for my home and car will depend on you. Suddenly, the administrator realized he had yet to learn Qin Siyang's name. I am Lu Daji. What is your name? A dead man needs no name. Chapter 12. Returning to school leaving was merely a facade. He concealed himself on the opposite side of the internet CAF, listening intently to the faint footsteps echoing in the alley. Lu Daji was departing. He hid himself and stealthily followed Lu Daji. Although Lu Daji remained vigilant, attentive to any potential followers, Qin Siyang never came into his line of sight. He employed his keen sense of hearing to discern Lu Daji's location, cautiously trailing behind him while maintaining a discreet distance, ensuring he remained unseen. Once Lu Daji unlocked the door to his home, Qin Siyang etched the location firmly in his mind before quietly departing. The matter of sending scheduled emails posed a considerable challenge. His unfamiliarity with Lu Daji left him in the dark regarding the specifics of how the emails were set up. Which email service was employed? How many email accounts were utilized? At what times were the delays for sending adjusted? These questions lingered unanswered for Qin Siyang. While eliminating Lu Daji would be relatively straightforward, safeguarding his own secrets in the aftermath proved to be a daunting task. A single misstep could render all of Qin Siyang's previous efforts futile. He could not allow his illustrious new beginning to be tarnished by Lu Daji. He urgently needed to devise a plan to eliminate this looming threat. That night, after washing the accumulated takeout containers from the weekend, he took a cold shower and went to bed. The next morning, Qin Siyang dressed, had breakfast, and cast a glance at the calendar on the table. Blue Star Era, January 4th, 2010, Gregorian calendar, Monday. Lunar calendar, Year of the Earth Ox, November 20th, favorable for planting, unfavorable for marriage. He stepped outside, preparing to head to school. However, since he had burned his backpack and had no spare, he stuffed a few containers into a cloth bag before leaving. As for the textbooks required for class, long ago I had lost track of where it had gone. Such an item was of no necessity to him. After stepping outside, Qin Siyang took a detour past the internet CAF, deliberately evading the surveillance camera at its entrance. Through the CAF's large door, he observed Lu Daji still seated at the bar, intently focused on the computer screen, his face betraying a mixture of tension and excitement as his fingers deftly danced across the keyboard, engrossed in some game. Immersed in his virtual world, Lu Daji failed to notice Qin Siyang's passing. After casting a glance at Lu Daji, Qin Siyang turned away and proceeded directly to school. Today did not seem propitious for eliminating Lu Daji. Indeed, the perpetual calendar had not indicated that today was suitable for burial, which was undoubtedly wise. During school days, the thoroughfare bordering the safe zone bore a slightly increased number of people, unlike the desolate weekends. Many students traversed the path in groups. Qin Siyang walked alone, refraining from greeting anyone. Upon reaching the school gate, he noticed several adults standing at the entrance, surveying the school's situation. Recognizing the principal of Zhouan School along with several accompanying leaders and teachers, Qin Siyang pondered what had prompted the principal to conduct an inspection today. Perhaps it was merely a quirk of character, a desire to assert his presence. "Good day, principal." "Good day." Though Qin Siyang harbored no particular fondness for him, he maintained a courteous smile and greeted the principal. However, as fate would have it, while the king of hell might be kind, the minor spirits were troublesome. A teacher, brow furrowed, immediately called out to Qin Siyang, "You, halt." After all, the poorer the school, the more rules it imposes. The teacher stepped forward and inquired, "Why did you not greet the principal with a loud voice? Do you not understand the principle of respecting teachers and valuing education? Is it truly necessary to be reprimanded simply for the volume of a greeting?" Qin Siyang's fingers twitched involuntarily, as if he wished to clench his fists. A hand armed with weapons breeds a murderous intent. After having taken a life, his mindset shifted. He felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a punch to this teacher, to convey his own interpretation of respect for educators. While he owed the joint government for the free meals and education, he felt no such obligation towards the teacher. Yet, the repulsive grin of Lu Daji flashed in his mind. "Never mind, I shall endure a little longer. Should I strike the teacher, I would have to disclose my status as a sequence ability user. Lu Daji might very well report me, and then all past matters would be brought to light. What a hassle. Everything must wait until Lu Daji is dealt with." Fortunately, in his previous life, Qin Siyang had often endured grievances, so feigning cowardice came easily to him. He quickly composed a contrite smile and said, "I apologize, teacher. I did not sleep well last night, and I lack the strength to speak this morning. Allow me to try again." "Good morning, principal." "Good morning, teacher." The principal, with a gracious smile, paid no heed to the volume of Qin Siyang's greeting and remarked, "Make sure to rest well in the future. It's nothing, you may proceed to class." "Thank you, principal." "Wait," that teacher called out to Qin Siyang once more. "Why are you not carrying a backpack? What is in the bag you are holding? Let me see." The teacher seemed eager to showcase his keen insight before the principal. He snatched the bag from Qin Siyang's hands and opened it to inspect its contents. "Why is there only a lunchbox? Where are your books? Didn't you complete your assignments over the weekend? What purpose do the books serve? Learning and learning again only amounts to a waste of time. How many students manage to gain admission to the colleges established by the United Government each year? Are you not aware of this? The school leaders are well acquainted with the top students in the grade. It suffices to nurture your outstanding peers. Why trouble an ordinary student like me?" However, faced with the teacher's stern interrogation, Qin Siyang suppressed the impulse to deliver a punch that would send him back to his senses. With each act of forbearance, his resentment towards Lu Daji deepened. Just as Qin Siyang was about to speak, a girl's voice emerged from behind him. "Teacher, Qin Siyang accompanied me to a classmate's house for tutoring over the weekend, and he left his books there. I promised my classmate I would bring them today. Is that so?" Qin Siyang was uncertain as to why Li Jingwen chose to come to his defense but nodded in agreement. "Yes, that is correct." The teacher scrutinized the two of them, failing to detect any hint of romantic sentiment in Qin Siyang's eyes. Realizing there were no signs of early romance, he decided to let them off the hook. "Thank you, teacher." "Thank you, teacher." The teacher's scrutinizing gaze was also perceived by Qin Siyang, who could not help but scoff internally. This wretched school, still preoccupied with the notion of early romance? Who were they trying to impress? In any case, the majority of individuals embark on their careers immediately after graduating from high school. Engaging in romantic relationships and marrying post-graduation allows one to devote themselves entirely to their work. He could not fathom why, in such a place as Zhouan School, known for its exceedingly low graduation rates, there existed so many tedious rules. Li Jingwen took a few quick steps and joined Qin Siyang, walking alongside him. "Qin Siyang, Shouldn't you express something to me? She inquired. Looking at the bright smile of Li Jingwen, Qin Siyang replied with an air of indifference. Do you believe I ought to say thank you? I assisted you, and a word of gratitude seems only fitting. Does it not? In the past, when I delivered breakfast to you or helped with your homework, you never uttered a word of thanks, merely stating it was a test of our relationship. Let this moment serve as a test for you as well. Of course, I am not assessing your suitability for a romantic relationship with me, but rather your capacity for humanity. Li Jingwen's smile faltered momentarily before she adopted a somewhat coquettish tone, saying, I acknowledge my past shortcomings. You have assisted me and I have aided you. We can consider ourselves even, shall we? Your words are so cold. They truly wound my heart. Even, Qin Siyang found it amusing. In his recollections, he often endured sleepless nights to help Li Jingwen with her assignments and frequently went hungry just to deliver her breakfast. Was it truly equitable to consider a trivial act of rescue as a balance? His sacrifices, in her eyes, seemed utterly devalued. Fortunately, in this second life, he had decided to cut his losses. Being even could indeed be advantageous. Once they were settled, he could sever all ties with Li Jingwen, thereby sparing himself the daily discomfort of her presence. All right, it's even now. Since we are starting anew, Qin Siyang, I shall be more proactive towards you. Might you allow me to continue bringing you breakfast and assisting with your homework? Upon hearing Qin Siyang's interjection, Li Jingwen, completely oblivious to the tone of his inquiry, presumed he had acquiesced and nodded with a smile. Yes, is that permissible? I truly relish witnessing your concern for me. It fuels my motivation throughout the day. I find myself unable to be without you. Then, she unveiled a smile that she believed would enchant Qin Siyang. This rather sentimental confession was concocted during a weekend discussion with her close friends. Based on their understanding of Qin Siyang, they were certain of success. However, Qin Siyang merely replied with a hint of indifference. Li Jingwen, there is a question I have long desired to pose to you. You see, if I were to know, I would certainly share it with you. Why must you fixate solely on deceiving me? Are there not other male classmates willing to serve you? Li Jingwen was taken aback by Qin Siyang's unexpected retort, momentarily speechless. You? What do you mean? If you wish to pursue Zhou Yang, then exert your own efforts. Do not constantly seek to leverage me if you would. You deliver him breakfast yet expect me to prepare yours. You wish to compare answers with him and request my assistance with your assignments. If you require my aid in everything, perhaps I should simply marry him instead? With his brutally candid words, Qin Siyang laid bare Li Jingwen's intentions, rendering her momentarily flustered, her face reflecting shock. Li Jingwen, cease your entanglement with me. Seek another to assist you with your homework. If you dare to bother me again. Qin Siyang revealed a disdainful smile. You wouldn't want Zhou Yang to discover this matter, would you? Chapter 13. College entrance examination applications. Having long lost his patience with Li Jingwen, Qin Siyang wished to sever any lingering ties. Each additional word exchanged with her felt like a descent into degradation. Since ordinary dialogue failed to awaken the sluggish mind of this obstinate individual, he decided on a more direct approach, akin to bombarding her with artillery. She should be acutely aware now that Qin Siyang was no longer her obedient lapdog. Observing the increasingly grim expressions flitting across Li Jingwen's face brought him immense relief. At last, his words had borne fruit. He strode confidently into the classroom, and true to his expectations, Li Jingwen ceased her pursuit, trailing behind at a sluggish pace. Qin Siyang entered his designated corner with a light heart, plopping down and drifting into a daydream once more. The entanglement with Li Jingwen had finally reached its conclusion. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he pondered whether misrepresenting his sequence abilities would be discovered. Did the Sequence Ability Management Bureau possess the means to investigate such capabilities? Careful planning was essential. When Li Jingwen entered the classroom, her complexion resembled that of a deeply bruised eggplant, utterly unappealing. A glance at the relaxed Qin Siyang only deepened her frustration. Her girlfriends quickly surrounded her, inquiring about her distress. Jingwen, what is wrong? Indeed, you seem quite upset. Did you not rest well last night? Currently, as she grows closer to Zhou Yang, whose uncle has awakened his sequence abilities, she has ascended to become the sole queen of their small circle. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth and expressed her resentment. How could Qin Siyang possibly know about my relationship with Zhou Yang? Her friends were equally taken aback. How could this dense Qin Siyang suddenly become enlightened? Li Jingwen's eyes glinted with malice. He cannot possibly be aware of this matter. His attitude has shifted a full 180 degrees. Someone must have informed him. She cast a sinister glance around her circle of friends, questioning, "Is it one of you who cannot bear to see me thrive and has secretly divulged this to Qin Siyang?" Her friends exchanged bewildered looks, all bearing innocent expressions. "Jingwen, you know I have never uttered a word to Qin Siyang," one friend protested. "Jingwen, you are aware that I am far less attractive than you and will rely on your assistance in the future. Why would I ever undermine you?" Another chimed in, "Indeed. Jingwen, have you misjudged? We are all here to support you. What benefit would we gain from telling Qin Siyang about your affairs? We can barely keep up with our own assignments. Haven't we suffered enough?" Listening to her friend's defenses, Li Jingwen nodded in reluctant agreement. She indeed did not believe that her circle possessed the motivation to inform Qin Siyang of this matter. They too were beneficiaries of her efforts to tame him and had no reason to engage in such self-sabotaging behavior. Homework served as a bridge of communication between her and Zhou Yang, while breakfast was a means of expressing her attitude towards him. Now, all of it lay in ruins thanks to Qin Siyang. Li Jingwen's friends were somewhat anxious. "Jingwen, you are well aware of our academic abilities. We rely entirely on you and cannot contribute at all. Indeed, and the breakfast you prepared for Zhou Yang is no longer available. You know our family circumstances. We cannot assist you in providing breakfast for him. Yes, sometimes we struggle to have breakfast ourselves, and it is truly impossible for us to spare an extra portion for you. Perhaps you could devise a solution on your own?" Before Li Jingwen had the opportunity to solicit their assistance, her friends hastily distanced themselves, asserting their inability to offer any tangible help. They only sought to benefit from her, with no intention of reciprocation. In truth, she had long ceased to regard these friends with any respect. Once she married Zhou Yang, she planned to sever ties with them. For now, she merely needed their counsel without causing any rifts. "All right, I shall contemplate other excuses to approach Zhou Yang." "That would be splendid. Jingwen, you must not let someone as promising as Zhou Yang slip away. Indeed, Jingwen, with your exceptional qualities, you are bound to end up with Zhou Yang." Among them, Li Jingwen possessed the most striking appearance and social grace. Should she manage to align herself with Zhou Yang, her friends would also reap some benefits. Being with Zhou Yang might just allow you to escape this dreary place on the edge of your comfort zone and soar to new heights. Just as one girl finished speaking, another nearby tugged at her, her eyes brimming with disdain, as if reprimanding her for speaking without thought. They are destined to dwell perpetually on the fringes of their comfort zone. Should Li Jingwen, the pillar of support, choose to relocate elsewhere, how would they seek her assistance? Li Jingwen remains oblivious to the subtle concerns of her close friends. Each harbors their own motives, for none are fools. Given the opportunity to escape the confines of their safety, Li Jingwen would undoubtedly seize it. This is a lesson ingrained in her since childhood, impervious to the fleeting words of so-called friends. Nevertheless, the queries posed by her companions merit contemplation. With breakfast and homework no longer viable excuses to approach Zhou Yang, what alternative could she devise? Zhou Yang is not akin to the sheltered orphan Qin Siyang. He hails from a prominent family, well regarded within the school, even eliciting cordial greetings from the principal. Understanding the psychology of young men, Li Jingwen realizes that she cannot simply approach Zhou Yang directly, as such actions may provoke his disdain. Yet, in this moment, she finds herself at a loss for a reliable strategy to navigate her current predicament. Through gritted teeth, she mutters, "Curse that Qin Siyang. If I ever catch that wretched informant, I shall tear her apart." Seated at the back of the classroom, Qin Siyang has long ceased to concern himself with Li Jingwen's affairs. At present, he feels an overwhelming sense of ease. However, this tranquility is short-lived as memories of Lu Daji resurface. Suddenly, Qin Siyang recalls that he ought to organize books at the library. After all, he has little else to study, so off to the library he goes. "Teacher Zhu, I wish to continue my work in managing the library's collection of books, but I am uncertain if it is permissible." The librarian, a kind-hearted retired female teacher, has been reappointed by the school to oversee the library. Though referred to as a library, it merely consists of 3 rows of bookshelves and a few small tables, established primarily to satisfy the educational authorities' inspections. The selection of books is rather limited, and there are not many students borrowing them. Out of compassion for Qin Siyang's plight, Teacher Zhu offered him this modestly paid position, hoping it would somewhat enhance his circumstances. In the tapestry of Qin Siyang's past and present memories, Teacher Zhu stands as one of the few beams of light in his otherwise solitary school life. Very well, as long as you are willing, the task of organizing books in the library will always be yours, she assured. Thank you, teacher. Please go about your duties. I will come by after lunch to tidy up a bit. Observing the library, Qin Siyang noted only a couple of classmates present, and deemed there was little to organize. Thus he nodded and decided to take his leave. Understood. See you at noon, teacher. Study diligently and do not slack off. You may very well gain admission to the academy, she encouraged. I will strive to do my best. However, after listening to the content delivered by the teacher, he realized that this lesson was different from those before. Today's class bore a fresh perspective, no longer confined to outdated knowledge, but rather focused on the intricacies of college entrance examination application procedures. As a senior in high school, with merely 6 months remaining until the examination, the teachers had dedicated an entire day to elucidate the matter of filling out application forms. However, within Qin Siyang's class, there lies no hope for any student to ascend to higher educational institutions. Thus, in his eyes, such courses appear devoid of significance, merely a squander of time. Classmates, in just half a year you will face the National College Entrance Examination, followed by the task of selecting your desired institutions established by the United Government. The number of colleges set up by the United Government within our safe zone is quite limited, totaling a mere 8. The competition for the college entrance examination is exceedingly fierce, akin to a multitude of warriors attempting to traverse a solitary bridge. Although it is highly likely that most of you will not gain admission to these 8 institutions and will instead embark upon your lives in various locations within the safe zone post-graduation, I believe it is still essential to seize this opportunity to enlighten you about these colleges. Firstly, these 8 colleges are exclusively designated for ordinary individuals. Those with sequence abilities are ineligible to apply to these institutions. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang felt a twinge of confusion. His understanding of academia was limited, and he had only just learned that these colleges were exclusively accessible to the ordinary populace. Did this imply that individuals with sequence abilities would be unable to pursue education after high school? What would become of him in the future? This question warranted clarification. Thus, he promptly raised his hand. Qin Siyang, what is your inquiry? Teacher, does it mean that those with sequence abilities must resort to hunting deities after graduating high school? The teacher shot a disdainful glare at Qin Siyang, retorting, I am discussing matters pertinent to your college entrance examination and application process. What relevance does the fate of those with sequence abilities hold for you? Sit down. Yet, Qin Siyang was merely seeking answers to questions that directly impacted him, and he had no intention of yielding easily. Continuing the discussion, what if one of us awakens our sequence abilities before the college entrance examination? Perhaps one of our classmates might possess such extraordinary fortune. What if? There is no what if. In this school, not a single student has awakened their sequence abilities thus far. The teacher believes that elucidating the matter of sequence ability is a greater waste of time than explaining the intricacies of college applications. The top student in the class might still have a chance to pursue the traditional path of higher education. However, the route of sequence abilities is one that no one in the class is likely to traverse. Some matters are simply destined by fate. Over the past 5 years, among thousands of ordinary students and their equally ordinary parents, not a single individual has awakened sequence abilities. How could there possibly be a variable in his class? Yet, the teacher's experiences do not necessarily reflect the aspirations of the students. For them, a glimmer of hope for the future still lingers, and being less acquainted with the harsh realities of society often leads to an inflated sense of ambition. Thus, Qin Siyang's words sparked thoughts among the classmates. Just because something has never happened before does not mean they lack the opportunity to become that fortunate individual. Consequently, they echoed Qin Siyang, urging, Teacher, please share your thoughts. Indeed, teacher, we might genuinely awaken our sequence abilities. Exactly, wasn't Zhou Yang's uncle a sudden case of sequence ability awakening? Can you compare yourselves to Director Zhou? The teacher, witnessing the fanciful imaginations of the students, felt a surge of anger. Zhou Yang's uncle was the director of the local education bureau, a figure of distinction. It was only natural for him to awaken sequence abilities. It is widely acknowledged that officials from the joint government possess a significantly high proportion of awakened sequence abilities. Nevertheless, the students remained insistent, pressing him to elucidate the post-examination paths available to those with sequence abilities. Reluctantly, he stated, in addition to establishing 8 colleges for ordinary individuals, the joint government has also founded over 100 universities specifically for those with sequence abilities. Only students who awaken their abilities prior to the college entrance examination may apply, and they are granted but a singular opportunity. As soon as he finished his remarks, the classroom erupted in uproar. Over 100. Did I hear that correctly? There are hundreds of schools for those with sequence abilities, while we mere mortals are left with only 8. This is utterly unjust. Silence. Silence. If you do not settle down, I shall cease my lecture. The teacher sternly enforced classroom discipline, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Siyang, the instigator of the commotion. Yet, Qin Siyang paid no heed to the teacher's admonition. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. It was the first time he learned about institutions of higher education dedicated to those with sequence abilities. He had presumed that the sole fate of awakened individuals was to venture beyond the safety zones to hunt divine beings, but to his astonishment, they could pursue further academic endeavors. Indeed, a comprehensive educational system catering to those with sequence abilities already existed in this world. However, he had yet to encounter any discussions regarding the education of sequence ability holders in the God-slaying camp. Why was that? For the moment, Qin Siyang suppressed his burgeoning curiosity and continued to listen attentively to the teacher's exposition. Sequence ability holders also undergo an assessment akin to the college entrance examination, organized by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. It is a test of their sequences and skills, culminating in a score. Upon obtaining this score, they may apply to their desired universities. If a university is willing to admit them, they can continue their studies there. However, I realize that sharing too much with you is futile. Should anyone be curious, you may visit the Sequence Education Forum, where a plethora of relevant posts abound. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang suddenly comprehended the situation. He had mistakenly sought the wrong forum, which explained why it only discussed matters pertaining to the hunter. If given the opportunity in the future, he must explore this forum. The Sequence Education Forum? Perhaps he could try to check it out the next time he visits an internet CAF. Oh no, he must refrain from going to internet CAFs in the future. The detestable visage of Lu Daji resurfaced in his mind once more. Qin Siyang was consumed with concern for Lu Daji, envisioning countless ways in which he could meet his end, and he was eager to execute those thoughts. Chapter 14. The troubles of the women's restroom. Visiting an internet CAF had become impractical. He needed to find a safe channel to browse information without worry. This was a matter of utmost urgency. Yet, Qin Siyang paid no heed. He was no longer an ordinary student. His mind was now entirely occupied with thoughts of the prestigious institutions for sequence ability users. The examination for sequence ability users runs concurrently with the college entrance examination. That is to say, it occurs in 6 months. Only students who awaken their sequence abilities prior to the college entrance examination are eligible to apply to these universities, and there is but a single opportunity for assessment. This implies that he must publicly reveal his sequence ability and register with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau within the next 6 months. Time is of the essence. He pondered the implications of not attending a university for individuals with sequential abilities after graduating high school and instead entering society, waiting for an opportunity to reveal his own powers. It was certain that he could not team up with others. Otherwise, he would have to find ways to conceal his consumption of deities, which would be exceedingly troublesome. Yet, could he truly venture outside the safe zone to hunt deities alone? The most crucial point was that the United Government had established universities for those with sequential abilities, indicating the existence of a well-developed educational system and curriculum. Perhaps it would be more prudent to attend such a university, to thoroughly comprehend matters concerning sequential abilities while simultaneously exploring the area beyond the safe zone. battling deities to enhance his own prowess. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. Preparing on both fronts could only be advantageous. Lu Daji. This name had persistently echoed in his mind since he opened his eyes this morning. He was eager to eliminate Lu Daji and subsequently initiate his plan to publicly disclose his identity as one with sequential abilities. Lu Daji, too, must meet his demise. After school, Qin Siyang once again ventured to the library with a meal from the cafeteria. "Hello, Teacher Zhu." Teacher Zhu was tidying up the bookshelf and was somewhat surprised to see Qin Siyang. "Little Qin, why have you come back after school? Did we not agree that you only needed to come at noon? Don't let this interfere with your study time." It was precisely because he had diligently completed his homework and strived to grasp the knowledge taught in class that he had fortuitously achieved a ranking of around 100 in his grade. However, a ranking of 100 held no practical significance beyond mere self-comfort. He was aware that Teacher Zhu would be organizing the books alone after school. Qin Siyang was reluctant to allow the kind-hearted Teacher Zhu to continue working alone, so after school, he once again ventured to the library. It was of no consequence. A brief interlude would not impede his studies. Having spent an entire day in the classroom, he too felt fatigued and sought to assist in organizing the books, hoping to unwind a little. After all, he was a student employed in the library as part of a work-study program. It was only fitting. Teacher Zhu smiled, remarking, "What a good child you are. Very well, then, let us organize together." With that, Qin Siyang set down the bag containing his lunch and busied himself in the library. Meanwhile, Li Jingwen and her companions watched from a distance, observing Qin Siyang's diligent efforts. "Li Jingwen, are you truly intent on following him? You must ascertain whether he harbors any issues or secrets. I cannot allow him to continue threatening me. In the past, he would leave the school directly after classes, but today he has come to the library. There must be something amiss. Perhaps he is meeting with an informant. If I uncover who it is, I shall certainly teach that person a lesson in how to communicate." "Very well, we shall assist you." Her friends rallied around her, taking up their vigil from afar in the library. As Qin Siyang organized the books, he noticed a girl seated on the floor beside the bookshelf, meticulously perusing a workbook. This was a characteristic feature of the school library. In addition to standard literature, it housed numerous workbooks related to college entrance examinations, available for student borrowing. It was precisely these resources, often absent from the classroom, that attracted students from modest backgrounds yet exceptional academic performance to the library each day. Otherwise, the school library would undoubtedly be desolate. Qin Siyang reminded the diligent student, "Classmate, the library is about to close. I kindly ask you to leave." "Ah!" As their eyes met, Qin Siyang's gaze lingered for a brief moment. Her countenance was bright and striking, truly a standout in the school. "I apologize for interrupting your work," the female student said, bowing slightly to Qin Siyang and Teacher Zhu before hastily departing with her backpack. Qin Siyang did not retain a vivid impression of this girl and could not immediately recall her identity. However, Teacher Zhu remarked, "Wen Shu is indeed a source of ease. She excels academically and is quite obedient. If only my granddaughter were as well-behaved in the future." Teacher Zhu's words revealed the girl's identity to him. Qin Siyang nodded, realizing it was Wen Shu. Her name was well known. She consistently ranked first in exams, significantly outscoring the second place. She was undeniably the top contender at Jian School this year. Exceptional students naturally enjoy certain privileges. The principal, the headmaster, and the teachers all showed her considerable attention. For instance, while other students would face reprimands for incomplete assignments, she faced no consequences for hers. Not only was she exempt from homework, but she could also study in the library during class time without any teacher intervening. A student of her caliber had already surpassed the capabilities of various subject teachers in terms of examination prowess. With her exceptional looks and remarkable academic achievements, she was the school's acknowledged belle. Many boys pursued her, yet she gently declined each one. In this lifetime, Wen Shu, like Qin Siyang, hails from a challenging family background, living with her grandmother. In his previous life, Qin Siyang recalled that Wen Shu's family circumstances seemed relatively better. It was said that she eventually gained admission to prestigious universities, and thereafter, she vanished from his life. After all, Once they parted ways following the college entrance examination. Their worlds diverged, and he had little inclination to inquire further. However, during a subsequent class reunion, he heard from some female classmates that she had tragically passed away at a young age. As he regained his composure, he noticed Teacher Zhu passing by, burdened with a stack of hefty books. He immediately exclaimed, "Teacher Zhu, please set those down. They appear quite heavy. Allow me to assist you." "It's all right, no need. I can manage on my own," she replied. Seeing her struggle, Qin Siyang reluctantly relinquished the book he was holding and rushed over to seize the books from Teacher Zhu's hands. "Let me help. I am young and full of strength. You, dear teacher, should take a moment to rest." Teacher Zhu smiled warmly. "Thank you, dear child. I should be the one expressing gratitude for your continued dedication to this position." For the first time since his rebirth, Qin Siyang felt such fervor toward another person, believing wholeheartedly that Teacher Zhu deserved it. After they tidied up, Teacher Zhu locked the door. "Goodbye, teacher. See you tomorrow. Indeed, take care." After parting ways with Teacher Zhu, Qin Siyang felt a pressing need to relieve himself. Thus, he opted not to leave the school but instead detoured to the restroom located behind the library. The restroom adjacent to the library was seldom frequented, resulting in its infrequent cleaning. Perhaps it had been days since it was last attended to, for as Qin Siyang entered, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses. He merely wished to finish his business in the restroom and take his leave. Just as he was experiencing a moment of relief, he suddenly heard a series of slaps emanating from next door. "Speak. Did you wretched girl, inform Qin Siyang about my affair with Zhou Yang? Who are you? Do I know you? Stop pretending. Today at school, Qin Siyang only spoke with you and Zhu Li. If it wasn't you, could it possibly be that old hag Zhu Li who blabbed? Jingguan, don't trust her. Girls like Wen Shu, who excel academically and possess beauty, are often venomous at heart. Indeed, relying on her favored status, she flirts around, oblivious to how many beds she has graced." Wen Shu merely responded with a hint of indifference. "You people are rather peculiar. You vile creature. Don't think that just because you study well and have a bit of charm, you can seduce Zhou Yang. I assure you, it is impossible." He certainly recognized that the frenzied harpy was none other than the typically charming Li Jingguan. Truly, he felt as though he was stuck to this troublesome pest. Wen Shu, too, was unjustly implicated, and for both emotional and rational reasons, he felt compelled to intervene. After washing his hands, Qin Siyang approached the women's restroom. "Li Jingguan, is it necessary to make such a commotion? Can't I relieve myself in peace without you insisting that I disclose matters to Zhou Yang?" Upon seeing Qin Siyang, Li Jingguan, who had just been brazen and unreasonable, along with her clique, fell silent. Meanwhile, Wen Shu's previously delicate visage bore two vivid red handprints. Qin Siyang was momentarily perplexed. The fact that Wen Shu, after being struck, merely remarked how strange they were, sparked a thought in his mind. This woman surely possesses some depth. Li Jingguan was momentarily taken aback but soon regained her composure. She addressed Qin Siyang, saying, "Qin Siyang, I haven't troubled you, so why are you so concerned with my affairs? Are you jesting?" Qin Siyang looked at her as if she were foolish, retorting, "I used to do your homework every day, bringing you breakfast and catering to you like a pet. How dare you come to me with such insolence?" Anger flared in Li Jingguan as she replied, "Setting those matters aside, are you not at fault as well? Fault? Spare me your absurdity. You lot, lacking in charm, should cease projecting your issues onto others." One girl, seemingly heavier than Qin Siyang, chimed in, "Qin Siyang, don't be unreasonable." Qin Siyang dismissed her with indifference, stepping forward to pull Wen Shu aside. "Unreasonable? If I were truly so, I would reveal your secrets to Zhou Yang. His uncle has awakened his sequence abilities, and they are destined for greatness. Should you provoke me further, your aspirations of marrying him will be utterly shattered." This statement struck at the very core of Li Jingguan, darkening her expression instantly. "What do you intend?" she asked. "Just stay away from Wen Shu, and refrain from irritating me. Those are my only requests. After graduation, you can live your life as a wealthy lady, while I shall embrace my vagabond existence." Li Jingguan gritted her teeth in response. "Qin Siyang, you are truly heartless. Qin Siyang shook his head, saying, "Heartless? I genuinely cannot fathom how you derived such a term from that wretched mind of yours. Feel free to insult me. It may bring you joy, but you are merely a pitiable creature. I have nothing further to say to you. Let us depart." Hold on. Li Jingwen and her companions found themselves cornered by Qin Siyang at the women's restroom entrance. "Qin Siyang, what are you planning to do now?" He glanced at the tear-streaked face of Wenshu beside him. "Did they hurt you?" Wenshu looked at Qin Siyang, displaying no signs of gratitude. "Yes." Slap. Slap. No sooner had Wenshu spoken than Qin Siyang swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps to Li Jingwen. Everyone was left in shock. Wenshu stared at Qin Siyang in astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend the actions of this unfamiliar male classmate. "Qin Siyang." Li Jingwen covered her face, glaring furiously at him. "Stop barking. Our matters are mutually settled. As for your dealings with Wenshu, consider this a balance. Do you understand?" A fierce glint appeared in Li Jingwen's eyes. "Qin Siyang, you will regret this." Qin Siyang pondered. He recalled that Li Jingwen's uncle was somewhat of a ruffian. He was untroubled by thugs, yet he feared for Wenshu's safety. He could not constantly monitor the interactions between Wenshu and Li Jingwen. As a formidable individual with extraordinary abilities, he simply lacked the time for such pursuits. In that moment, he suddenly conceived a brilliant solution to the predicament. "Li Jingwen, I recall you once inscribed Zhou Yang's name in the corner of your workbook, followed by a series of numbers. That must be Zhou Yang's QQ number. Although your family lacks a computer, you would communicate with Zhou Yang at the Internet CAF, correct? Qiuqiu is an application that students from relatively affluent families often apply for, using it to stay in touch with their classmates. However, Qin Siyang does not possess such a luxury number." Li Jingwen paused for a moment and asked, "What are you planning to do?" "I will go to the Internet CAF and document everything about you and me in an email, scheduled to be sent to Zhou Yang's Qiuqiu inbox next Monday. If anything were to happen to me or Wenshu, you can look forward to a rift with Zhou Yang." Li Jingwen had indeed intended for her uncle to teach Qin Siyang and Wenshu a lesson. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "Qin Siyang, I have never encountered someone as malicious as you." "Ah, today you have," Qin Siyang retorted with a cold snort, pulling Wenshu along as they turned to leave, feeling quite pleased within. He was unaware of how many times he had recalled Lu Daji that day, but it was the first time he felt that Lu Daji had imparted some positive value to him.
Chapter 15, Rank Defa.
The Internet CAF owner Qin Siyang and Wenshu departed the campus side by side. At an intersection, they were to part ways. Qin Siyang kept glancing back, ensuring that Li Jingwen and her companions were not following them, before saying, "Rest assured, they did not come after us. I apologize for dragging you into today's troubles." Wenshu glanced at Qin Siyang, her expression somewhat complex. Ultimately, she softly uttered, "Thank you." However, her cheek was already swollen from the blows, rendering her speech slightly unclear, which deepened Qin Siyang's feelings of guilt. He waved his hand dismissively, "No need for thanks. You were struck, and it was indeed a consequence of my own actions. It is, after all, a reflection of my shortcomings. Witnessing your distress weighs heavily on my heart. Yet, the blame for my beating lies with Li Jingwen and her cohorts, and scarcely pertains to you. You have rescued me and alleviated the subsequent troubles I faced, for which I ought to express my gratitude." Qin Siyang gazed into Wenshu's defiant eyes, shrugging slightly. "However, the emotions conveyed by your gaze diverge from your spoken words. I perceive disdain directed towards me within your eyes. Your sentiment is accurate. While I rationally comprehend that you bear no fault emotionally, I cannot help but feel a certain distance from you. I hope you can understand." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Siyang mused, "Even if I had struck Li Jingwen twice and resolved the troubles she would have caused?" Wenshu nodded gently, "Indeed, even if you had struck Li Jingwen twice and resolved the ensuing troubles." With that, she turned and departed. Qin Siyang was left somewhat perturbed. The foolishness and malice of Li Jingwen exceeded his expectations. Even in his past life, when deceived, he had merely regarded her as a duplicitous opportunist. Now, it seemed evident that Li Jingwen was fundamentally flawed, beyond any hope of remedy. Nevertheless, the entanglement of Wenshu in this matter stirred a sense of compassion within Qin Siyang. It was indeed an unprovoked calamity. Were it himself in such a predicament, he might have resorted to violence. Today's meal remained the cherished 1,000-foot mushroom, one of Qin Siyang's favorite dishes in the cafeteria. Aunt Zhang, the lady serving at the cafeteria, appeared to be aware of his preferences and generously dished out an extra helping for him. He also expressed his gratitude to Aunt Zhang. He moved a chair to sit by the window, dining while admiring the various deities wandering outside. His enjoyment was akin to that of a cat savoring its meal while gazing at the mesmerizing fish in an aquarium. After finishing his meal, he washed his lunchbox and took a refreshing cold shower before retiring to bed. Qin Siyang had come to a complete realization. What significance did it hold to linger at home? A restful slumber alleviated many of his worries. Before stepping out, he glanced at the calendar for the day. Blue Star Era, January 5, 2010, Gregorian calendar. Tuesday, lunar calendar. Year of the Earth Ox, November 22nd, suitable for sacrifices. Upon awakening the next day, Qin Siyang once again grabbed a bag along with his lunchbox. However, considering the troublesome teacher from the previous day, he stuffed 2 additional books into the bag. Unfortunately, he had misplaced the current semester's textbooks, so he settled for last year's materials. In any case, it was merely a FA so it mattered little. Exiting his home, he once again took a detour to the internet CAF. This time, he noticed that the bar counter was manned not by Lu Daji, but by a middle-aged man sporting a bushy beard. Qin Siyang smiled slightly. An opportunity had presented itself. He donned the hood of his sweatshirt, circumvented the surveillance camera at the entrance, and gestured for the bearded man to step outside. The man, curious, pointed to himself. "You're looking for me?" Qin Siyang nodded affirmatively. The middle-aged man appeared somewhat perplexed but complied, as Qin Siyang seemed young and harmless, likely just a student with no ill intentions. After that individual emerged, Qin Siyang led him to a secluded alley behind the internet CAF. The refuse still lay strewn about in the alley, the stench of food waste more pungent than ever. Even Qin Siyang, who held a profound disdain for the cafeteria, could not help but concede that it was akin to paradise in comparison to this place. The owner of the internet CAF approached, pinching his nose, casting a look of disgust at his surroundings, seemingly oblivious to the fact that the garbage had been discarded behind his establishment. He muttered, "Lu Daji, that slippery fellow, was supposed to take the trash to the dump, yet he left it here. I shall certainly deal with him." When they reached the location for the evening conversation with Lu Daji, Qin Siyang finally inquired, "Are you the owner of this internet CAF?" "I am," came the reply. "The 2 individuals the police took from your CAF that day included one of my friends." The owner furrowed his brow upon hearing this. "Your friend was taken. What do you seek from me? You are aware of what those 2 individuals were involved in, correct?" The owner, not one to be easily intimidated, observed Qin Siyang's youthful visage and immediately grew wary. "What is it that you wish to convey? Are you attempting to extract information from me?" "Extract information from you?" Qin Siyang chuckled lightly. "That seems rather unnecessary. My friend sent me a message before being taken by the police, stating that he had left something here. I wish to review the surveillance footage from that day." The owner scoffed. "You think a mere child can just waltz in and access the surveillance? The item he left for me is worth 20 silver coins. If you find it, I will give you 1. You would give me 1 silver coin? Look at what you're wearing. The total value barely amounts to a few coins, yet here you are boasting to me." The internet CAF owner had yet to finish his sentence when Qin Siyang produced a silver coin. This coin, emanating a faint silvery glow under the starlight, immediately captured the proprietor's attention. "You!" Qin Siyang flicked the coin into the air, producing the characteristic metallic clink of silver, before deftly catching it again. "What do you think of my proposal?" This silver coin, obtained from the 3 thugs, had been kept on his person. The abundance of copper coins would create noise, attracting unwanted attention, but possessing a single silver coin concealed in his pocket would go unnoticed. Moreover, its considerable value could facilitate numerous transactions. However, due to his status, he found himself unable to spend it. He could not register with the Sequenceability Management Bureau, nor could he engage in deeper trade, remaining entirely ignorant of the black market and its dealings. Thus, this silver coin had become an undeniable burden. Yet, Qin Siyang was acutely aware that as he grew stronger and became a registered sequenceability user, the worth of this coin would diminish, for he would no longer be in need of money. With the talent of the Eater of Gods, he could squander fortunes only to regain them. Therefore, to maximize the benefits of this silver coin, Qin Siyang resolved to use it promptly, perhaps to procure a coffin for Lu Daji. The proprietor swallowed hard. What exactly are you? What do you do? Qin Siyang smiled. You don't know? That is for the best. Your ignorance will spare you a great deal of trouble. The internet CF owner's eyes flickered momentarily, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Follow me. He then led him to a dimly lit storage room adjacent to the CAF. Qin Siyang frowned, unaware that this seldom-used small room belonged to the CAF owner. The storage was cluttered with various discarded machines, all covered in dust. In stark contrast, the center of the room featured a single table, impeccably clean, adorned with 3 monitors, each displaying 4 surveillance feeds. The monitors are right here. You may search as you wish. However, I must insist. Should I allow you to view the footage, regardless of whether you find what you seek, you must provide me with a silver coin. The CF owner seemed anxious that Qin Siyang might back out, promptly stating this as they entered. Wait a moment, Qin Siyang interrupted. Why do I need to view the surveillance footage here? Can't it be accessed from the computer at the counter? I believe the lighting there is better for visibility. The CAF owner replied. The computer at the counter is merely for managing customer check-ins and monitoring. It cannot access the surveillance footage. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Siyang nodded and approached the monitors to examine the recordings. Upon locating the footage from January 3rd, he noticed that only the evening recordings were available, with no morning or afternoon footage, prompting him to furrow his brow. Why is there no surveillance from the morning of January 3rd? The CAF owner shrugged. Given the high cost of electricity, those cameras certainly cannot remain operational at all times. I typically activate them every few days. Only when I am aware that personnel from the joint government are coming to inspect do I ensure they are recording continuously for 24 hours. Qin Siyang clenched his fist and coldly stared at the internet CF owner. Are you mocking me? Without the footage from that morning when the police arrived, how am I supposed to investigate? The CAF owner chuckled sinisterly and grabbed a hammer from the side. We had an agreement. Even if you fail to find it, you must still pay me a silver coin. Otherwise, Qin Siyang raised his foot and stepped onto a discarded monitor, slowly crushing the iron-cased display until it resembled a flattened disc. He kicked the disc aside, which subsequently shattered 3 or 4 other monitors. Otherwise, what will happen? The CAF owner immediately panicked. Why you are a sequenceability user. Qin Siyang cast a disdainful glance at him. What kind of person do you think conducts business worth 20 silver coins in this dilapidated CAF on the outskirts of a safety zone? Did you not foresee my identity? Or do you believe I could never be connected to a transaction of that magnitude? The CAF owner was utterly dumbfounded, trembling in fear, and the hammer slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Qin Siyang often spoke in veiled terms, leaving much unsaid, which allowed the CAF owner's imagination to run wild. In an instant, he envisioned a clandestine organization of sequenceability users operating in the black market, with Qin Siyang as one of the enforcers collecting debts. Spare me. Spare me. I know nothing. I never intended to disrupt your business. Qin Siyang discerned that the internet CAF owner presumed him to be an outlaw engaged in clandestine dealings. Thus, he decided to play along, assuming the role that the CAF owner had envisioned for him. I am fully aware that you are blissfully ignorant. If you possessed any knowledge, would you dare to conceal it from me? You would already be a corpse by now. Indeed, as long as you comprehend, the CAF owner, listening to Qin Siyang's justifications, eagerly sought to align himself with the narrative. However, fortune smiles upon you today. I am rather accommodating. With that, Qin Siyang tossed a silver coin to the owner. The CAF owner gazed at the coin in his hand, feeling its warmth, and hastily declined. No, no, no. I cannot accept this. You have yet to procure the footage. I cannot accept anything without merit. Furthermore, I might need to return here for assistance in the future. I do not wish to escalate matters. This silver coin serves as your hush money. Is this appropriate? Take it. It is yours. Qin Siyang stepped closer to the CAF owner, gently patting his shoulder twice. My only concern is this: you will not disclose our dealings to the police, will you? Should you betray me, the next time my associates visit, the offering will not be a mere silver coin. Understood? No, absolutely not. You can trust me. You must realize that operating an internet CAF in this dismal locale requires certain connections. As long as there is no evidence, the police will not take any action against me. The owner of the internet CAF chuckled slyly, revealing a sycophantic demeanor. Furthermore, if I were to betray you, I would have to surrender this silver coin, would I not? With such a considerable sum at stake, why would I willingly invite trouble upon myself? You may come whenever you wish. Should I discover anything, I shall await your arrival to collect it. However, I may frequent your establishment for computer use in the future, and I trust you to keep this confidential. The CAF owner replied, You may come directly to the warehouse. Use the computers there. The one I use to monitor is the latest model, and the network login is encrypted. Even the police cannot trace it. After speaking, he detached a key from his keyring and handed it to Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang accepted the key with a satisfied nod, suddenly recalling something. This computer does not have monitoring software, does it? No. Only I can access this warehouse, and the computer is solely for my use. Why would I monitor myself? Alright, I understand now. Thank you. You need not worry. Should anything arise, just instruct me. My name is Wang Defa. You may call me Offa. Very well, Offa, I shall remember that. I will report your matters accordingly. Rest assured, as long as I am unharmed, you will not encounter any troubles. This served as both a reassurance and a stern warning, ensuring Wang Defa would refrain from any clandestine actions behind his back. You may rest easy. I shall remain tight-lipped. By the way, I recall that the last time I visited your CAF, the individual at the bar was not you, was it? Oh, you must be referring to Lu Daji. He takes his rest on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Qin Siyang nodded. I will come to find you on Tuesdays and Wednesdays from now on. I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Alright, please take care. After bidding farewell to Qin Siyang, Wang Defa gazed at the silver coin in his hand, then cast a glance at the crushed monitor beneath his feet, letting out a deep sigh. His eyes fell upon the hammer nearby, which he kicked away in annoyance. As an ordinary individual, daring to act against a sequence ability user was truly courting disaster. Fortunately, this particular sequence ability user had a good temperament. Otherwise, he might have already met his ancestors. Surviving this ordeal, he found himself alone in the empty warehouse. Wang Defa pondered deeply. It seemed that Qin Siyang's arrival and departure had not significantly affected him, and he had even gained a silver coin without effort. He examined the coin, biting it with his teeth to confirm its authenticity. Indeed, it was silver. But was this coin a blessing or a curse? After wrestling with his thoughts for a while, Wang Defa gradually came to a resolution. His gaze firmed. One cannot attain wealth without taking risks. If I were to live in fear, I would never have come this far. This fortune is rightfully mine. Meanwhile, after leaving the internet CAF, Qin Siyang wore a slight smile as he set off towards Lu Daji's home, his spirits high. No wonder today's calendar indicated auspicious for sacrifices. Chapter 16. I come to demand the price. The key to the warehouse was solely in Wang Defa's possession. Only he could access the computer that monitored the surveillance footage. On the day the police arrived, the cameras had not been activated. When Qin Siyang was unable to locate the surveillance footage from the morning of January 3rd, he was already 99% certain that he could bring Lu Daji to justice. Nevertheless, he sought confirmation from Wang Defa repeatedly, ensuring that every detail was meticulously checked to avoid any oversights that could lead to a misjudgment of Lu Daji's hidden cards, thereby exposing himself to potential troubles. Ultimately, all the evidence conveyed a singular message to Qin Siyang. Lu Daji had indeed deceived him. The so-called screenshots of the surveillance footage were merely figments of imagination. Lu Daji could scarcely have anticipated that Qin Siyang would unearth his vulnerabilities through Wang Defa's revelations. After all, in Lu Daji's eyes, Qin Siyang was merely a desperate underling. As Qin Siyang gazed at the myriad of stars and the divine above, he strolled along the dimly lit street, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief and joy. He was finally poised to pronounce Lu Daji's death sentence. Although only 2 days had elapsed since Lu Daji's threats, to Qin Siyang, time had stretched unbearably. He sprinted with fervor, eager to reach Lu Daji's residence as swiftly as possible. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lu Daji's abode, he found himself before a dilapidated 2-story wooden building, housing 4 or 5 families on each floor. Lu Daji's quarters were located on the 2nd floor, the 4th door on the left. As Qin Siyang approached, he noticed a considerable heap of refuse accumulated at Lu Daji's doorstep. The foul-smelling garbage had attracted a swarm of flies, each bearing 3 or 4 eyes, appearing as though they had mutated in a post-apocalyptic world. This scene instantly conjured an image of Lu Daji's own disheveled appearance in Qin Siyang's mind. Stepping closer to the door, he rapped gently with his sleeve. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? What time is it? Knocking so early?" Qin Siyang lowered his voice, pretending to be a man in his 30s. "Neighbor, the garbage in front of your door reeks. You must dispose of it promptly." From within, Lu Daji's impatient voice replied, "Are you out of your mind? What business is it of yours? The trash isn't blocking the path. Just go about your own business." Seeing that Lu Daji refused to open the door, Qin Siyang shouted directly, "Damn it, open the door. If you don't throw out that garbage soon, I'll burn your house down." "Burn? We live on the same floor. If you set my home ablaze, yours will inevitably suffer too. Do you truly believe your house could sprout legs and escape?" Lu Daji's nonchalant demeanor left Qin Siyang in a difficult position. He certainly had the capability to break in using his abilities as a sequence practitioner, but that would leave traces, revealing to the police that he was a sequence practitioner committing a crime. Such a situation would draw unwanted attention to other sequence practitioners in the vicinity, jeopardizing his future attempts to disclose his identity. Thus, he needed to create a scenario of burglary and murder. "If you don't open the door, I'll just stand here blocking you, wearing you down. Let us see how long you can endure being cooped up inside. I refuse to believe you don't have to go to work. When you do, I'll lodge a complaint with your boss." In this impoverished area, finding a job was no small feat. Even a position as a small internet CAF manager was considered a decent source of income. Lu Daji might not care about many things, but this job was undoubtedly of great significance to him, not merely for the salary. More importantly, if he can no longer continue his role as the internet CAF manager, where else could he possibly seek financial assistance from Qin Siyang? The sole place where the two could meet had always been the internet CAF. Indeed, Qin Siyang had seized upon Lu Daji's vulnerability. In an instant, the atmosphere around Lu Daji diminished. All right, I yield. I'll take out the trash shortly. You are indeed given face. What are you waiting for? Now, immediately." "Oh, just a moment. Let me put on some clothes. I'll be right out." Amidst the sounds of dressing, Lu Daji approached the door and unlocked it. "I will just..." Before he could finish his sentence, consciousness slipped away from him, and he collapsed. Qin Siyang, regulating his force, delivered a swift jab to Lu Daji's chin at the moment the door opened, rendering him unconscious. He promptly slipped into the room, supporting Lu Daji's bulk to prevent the thud of his body from attracting the neighbor's attention. After swiftly shutting the door behind him, he dragged Lu Daji into the inner room, executing his plan seamlessly. Once Lu Daji was securely bound, Qin Siyang stuffed his foul sock into his mouth and began to ransack the room. Lu Daji's home contained scant possessions, merely a few hundred copper coins. Qin Siyang pocketed the money, creating the illusion of a burglary. After toiling for a while, he heard a muffled sound emanating from behind him. Upon inspection, he noticed Lu Daji's jaw appeared somewhat misaligned, prompting him to shake his head. It seemed he had failed to regulate his strength adequately and had inadvertently fractured Lu Daji's jaw. This was indeed troublesome. Spotting a baseball bat in the room, he seized it and approached Lu Daji, aiming for his chin. Lu Daji shook his head desperately, pleading for mercy, but his gaze quickly transformed into one of ferocity, as if he were threatening Qin Siyang. Unfazed, Qin Siyang remarked, "I had a conversation with Wang Defa today, and you won't believe what I discovered." Lu Daji was taken aback, his eyes twitching involuntarily, staring at Qin Siyang's smile as if he were gazing upon the king of hell. With a whimper, Lu Daji continued to shake his head, his expression fraught with panic. Even with his mouth stuffed with foul socks, Qin Siyang could discern his thoughts, mere futile pleas of regret and survival. Qin Siyang cast another glance at Lu Daji's home, cluttered with an assortment of comic books and novels. He sighed, "You claim your household lacks even a computer, yet you dare to boast to me." Having said this, Qin Siyang dismissed Lu Daji from his mind, gathering his strength as he swung the baseball bat, delivering a powerful strike to Lu Daji's chin. This should be unnoticeable now. Lu Daji, on the brink of unconsciousness, had tears brimming in his slanted eyes. Qin Siyang proceeded to the kitchen, retrieving a bucket of cooking oil and a knife. Greed must come at a price, and I am here to collect that price. To avoid splattering blood onto himself, Qin Siyang employed a method he had devised over time. He picked up several books, wedged the knife between them, and stood them upright on the floor. Measuring the distance, he hoisted Lu Daji up. With continued whimpering, Lu Daji begged for mercy. Qin Siyang pressed down on Lu Daji's feet, then gave his back a shove. The tremendous force caused Lu Daji to topple to the ground, his heart pierced by the sharp blade standing on the floor. As tears streamed down his face, Qin Siyang once again helped Lu Daji to his feet, dousing him in cooking oil before igniting the room in flames. Witnessing the lifeless body of Lu Daji engulfed by the ravenous fire, he then piled the bloodied knife and other books upon him, watching them burn before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Once the entire house was ablaze, Qin Siyang exited the dwelling and bellowed downstairs, "Fire! Flee for your lives!" Upon hearing his cries, individuals rushed outside to investigate, only to find Lu Daji's home consumed by flames. "It's truly on fire. Quick! Extinguish it!" they shouted. "What good is extinguishing it? How can one save a wooden house? Grab the valuables and run." Concealed in the shadows, Qin Siyang felt at ease only after witnessing everyone escape the rooms. He silently mused to evade the scent seeker. "I must resort to arson, inadvertently implicating innocent lives. There is no other choice. Preventing your demise here is all I can manage." To diminish his lingering scent, he clutched a bag filled with food and employed his violence skill to flee with utmost haste towards the school. He deliberately navigated through narrow alleyways to evade the attention of passers-by. In his frantic escape, he discovered a foul ditch and discarded all the copper coins looted from Lu Daji's home into the murky water. Only when he saw the coins submerged in the filth did he feel a sense of relief. Due to his exceptional physical prowess, coupled with the tripled agility bonus from violence, he managed to reach the vicinity of the school in merely 5 or 6 minutes. Moreover, Qin Siyang maintained an impassive expression, his forehead devoid of any perspiration. It had only been 20 minutes since he left his home to arrive at school, a commendable grasp of time. A faint smile graced his lips. While this duration was slightly longer than his usual commute, it was still acceptable. His alibi was nearly flawless, and he hoped the authorities would swiftly classify the incident as a burglary. In a few days, once the commotion had subsided, he would need to register with the Abilities Management Bureau. The sensation of being choked was more agonizing than suffocation itself. Henceforth, he must exercise utmost caution to avoid leaving any incriminating evidence. Upon arriving at school, he continued to wear a serene demeanor, concealing the fact that merely moments ago, he had taken a life. Instead of heading directly to the classroom, he opted for the library, where Teacher Zhu was seated, sipping hot water. "Ah, young Qin, what brings you here so early?" "I came to check in. You're fine as you are. Some students might come to borrow exercise books this morning, so I thought I could assist with the registration." "That's unnecessary. Your primary focus should be on your studies. I don't need your help. You should attend your early self-study session." Qin Siyang grinned. "Teacher Zhu, you know my academic performance. Does it truly matter whether I study or not? Rather than wasting time in the classroom, I might as well help you tidy up the library. Don't you agree, you mischievous child?" Sigh. Having resolved his pressing matters, Qin Siyang was left with the anticipation of what would unfold next. In the classroom, having inquired yesterday about the advancement of those with sequential abilities, there remained no further information of use to him. Idly lingering in the classroom would yield no epiphanies. Rather, it would be more prudent to alleviate some of Teacher Zhu's workload. Qin Siyang set down the bag containing his lunchbox and took his place at the desk of the borrowing librarian, awaiting students seeking to borrow exercise books. "Hello, I would like to borrow." Qin Siyang heard a muffled female voice. Upon looking up, he was surprised to find it was Wenshu, though her face appeared slightly more swollen than the day before. Qin Siyang frowned. Did that Li Jingguan dare to strike again? Did she truly wish to sever ties with Zhou Yang? Upon closer inspection, he realized the swelling on Wenshu's face was due to some bruising, rather than a new injury. When Wenshu caught sight of Qin Siyang, she seemed taken aback, lowering her gaze and avoiding eye contact. As Qin Siyang recorded her borrowing of the exercise book, he casually inquired, "Your grandmother must be quite worried, no?" Wenshu glanced at him, and Qin Siyang was left pondering the meaning of her expression, as if she were regarding a peculiar individual. She shook her head. "She doesn't know. Doesn't know?" After she departed, Teacher Zhu remarked, "Her grandmother is quite elderly. I heard she became blind 2 years ago and relies on Wenshu for care, so she may be unaware of her granddaughter's condition." Sighing, he continued, "I wonder who could be so brutal as to strike even a student as kind and obedient as Wenshu. This school truly seems to be declining year by year." Teacher Zhu lamented further about the deteriorating academic atmosphere, expressing his deep concern. She had been teaching at this school long before the apocalypse descended, dedicating most of her life to Juan School, cultivating an extraordinarily deep affection for it. Consequently, witnessing her students descend into despair weighed heavily on her heart. Qin Siyang offered some comfort to Teacher Zhu, pondering over the circumstances at Wenshu's home that she had just mentioned, and sighed. Though his own life was quite miserable, he still wished for the happiness of others. The thought of those rendered homeless by the fire he had ignited suddenly enveloped him in guilt. Yet he felt powerless. One must inevitably live for oneself. Chapter 17. Suspicion at the police station due to the dilapidated state of the wooden building. The moment Qin Siyang departed, the entire structure was engulfed in flames. The inferno raged uncontrollably. When the fire brigade arrived, they could only helplessly watch as the fire consumed everything. Within half an hour, this wooden edifice, a witness to the passage of 30 to 40 years, was reduced to ashes. As the firefighters sifted through the ruins, they ultimately discovered a charred corpse, a knife blackened by the flames embedded within it, prompting them to immediately contact the police station. Upon receiving the report, the police dispatched personnel to the scene without delay. The team was led once again by Detective Olaf, who kicked at a standing piece of blackened wood, which splintered into numerous fragments. Observing the area, he shook his head, remarking, "Such a blaze has become alarmingly common of late." Roylina responded, "Indeed, as more people become aware of my fragrance-seeker lineage, they understand that only fire can entirely eradicate the scent they leave behind. Thus, the perpetrator, particularly fond of employing fire during the commission of their crimes, raises a question. Was this fire truly accidental? Have you already conducted an examination of the scene?" "Indeed, Detective Olaf. Amidst the ashes lies a charred corpse, a knife embedded in its chest, hands bound behind its back, indicative of a murder." "Lead me to the site." "Very well." Both individuals are endowed with extraordinary abilities, surpassing the average human physique, and they proceeded to kick aside some of the scorched timber until they arrived before the disfigured remains of Lu Daji. Olaf crouched down, produced a cigar, snipped a small opening with his scissors, and ignited it on a nearby smoldering log. He took a puff and scrutinized the corpse intently. On the surface, it appeared that the victim had indeed been restrained and subsequently stabbed directly in the chest. "Provide me with a pair of gloves." An officer at his side handed Olaf a pair of white gloves. Balancing the cigar between his lips, he donned the gloves and began to examine Lu Daji's remains. The officer shook his head. "No, the inferno has obliterated much evidence. The deformation of the bones suggests the victim was struck, likely with a baseball bat. This area is relatively impoverished, making such implements uncommon. Even if one were to exist, it would likely be wooden. Therefore, we are unable to locate the murder weapon." Olaf nodded, acknowledging the officer's reasoning as sound. "Do any of the neighbors possess knowledge regarding this incident?" "Yes, the deceased was named Lu Daji, employed as a network administrator at a nearby internet CAF. The time of the incident was approximately between 7:20 and 7:25. His neighbor heard someone knocking on his door before the fire, urging him to dispose of the trash at the entrance, seemingly leading to a dispute. According to the timeline, The individual who entered and murdered Lu Daji, subsequently robbing his residence, was likely that person. Do you know what he looked like? The officer shook his head. No one saw him. It was too early, and many were still asleep. Those who overheard Lu Daji's argument were early risers heading to work. Was Lu Daji's living condition the best in the building? Not at all. There were 2 female workers from a cosmetics factory in the building whose incomes surpassed Lu Daji's. These 2 women possessed mobile phones and were the ones who called the fire department, prompting the arrival of the fire truck. Are they married? One is married, while the other lives alone. Upon hearing this, Olaf shook his head. It's best not to classify this case as a burglary for now. Why? This could perhaps be a crime of passion? A crime of passion? That individual does not appear to fit that profile. First, there was an argument, compelling Lu Daji to open the door, followed by murder, robbery, and arson, executed with remarkable skill and precision. If it were a crime of passion, he would have been lurking, ready to ambush anyone who ventured out, then seize their keys to gain entry. Roylina inquired, Detective Olaf, are you suggesting that someone intended to kill Lu Daji? I merely imply that it is highly probable. The specifics will require further investigation to ascertain. By the way, you mentioned he was the manager of an internet CAF? Indeed. Olaf surveyed his surroundings. Anyone capable of operating an internet CAF on the fringes of such a secure area was unlikely to be an ordinary resident with a simple background. Approaching him for inquiries might yield some valuable information. Wang Defa was idly seated in the CAF when Olaf and his companions arrived. Ah, officers, what brings you to my humble establishment? Is there something I can assist you with? Wang Defa's face wore a mask of respect, yet internally, he pondered which of his misdeeds had come to light, attracting the attention of these law enforcement officials. His operations within the CAF had often traversed the gray areas of legality, and any one of his transgressions could easily land him in a few years of hardship at the police station. We're here for you, not concerning any matters related to others, the officer stated. We wish to inquire about an individual. Who do you wish to know about? Wang Defa responded, feigning ignorance. Lu Daji, are you familiar with him? Oh, he is our CAF's network administrator. He is resting at home today. Do you officers have business with him? He lacks a mobile phone or computer, so I cannot reach him. You may have to come back tomorrow. Olaf shook his head. No, we are not looking for Lu Daji. We are here to speak with you. For earlier today, Lu Daji was murdered. Murdered? Wang Defa's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would anyone want to kill a reclusive man like him? Olaf noted that Wang Defa's astonishment appeared genuine and pressed further. Do you know if he crossed paths with anyone recently? Wang Defa remained perplexed. He's merely a network administrator, responsible for charging fees and managing the computers. Who could he possibly offend? Even if he did, who would resort to murder? This morning, he had spoken to Qin Siyang about Wang Defa, but he instinctively dismissed the possibility that a sequenceability user would exert effort to kill the overweight network administrator. Olaf remarked that the scene suggested a burglary had occurred. Do you have any leads on this? Sir, a burglary typically involves robbery and murder. If you ask me, I have no leads at all. Olaf believed that Wang Defa might not be a suspect, yet he still inquired, have you been at the internet CAF all day? Yes, I have been here the entire time. You can ask anyone using the internet here. They can all attest to it. Indeed, the boss has been here consistently. Yes, I can confirm that as well. If Lu Daji were dead, it would certainly have nothing to do with the boss. Boss, I recall that someone came looking for you this morning and you stepped out for a while. A young man with a face full of acne said with a grin. Wang Defa furrowed his brow, realizing that this young man seemed to be someone he had scolded earlier for overdue internet fees. He never expected him to try to trip him up in front of the police. Wang Defa narrowed his eyes at the individual, contemplating how to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing the acne-faced youth's words, Olaf asked, Wang Defa, is what he said true? Yes, it is, Wang Defa replied indifferently, for he believed that Lu Daji's death was certainly unrelated to Qin Siyang. Who was looking for you? When did they come and how long were you gone? My memory is a bit hazy. Oh, I don't know why my head hurts so much. I simply can't recall. You can ask that acne-faced youth. He probably remembers better than I do. This time, in response to Olaf's inquiry, Wang Defa no longer displayed his usual enthusiasm. Instead, he feigned a headache to evade the topic. The death of Lu Daji was a matter of indifference to him, a fact as certain as the sun rising in the east. A slight concession on his part was sufficient. How audacious of this silver-haired detective to pry into his personal affairs. Did he not comprehend the implications of running an internet CAF in a slum? Any indiscretion he might reveal could easily unravel the detective's own credibility. Such matters were not to be trifled with. Observing Wang Defa's expression, Olaf's countenance darkened with displeasure. Wang Defa pretended to clutch his head, revealing one eye through his hands, which glinted with a cold, admonitory glare directed at Olaf. Olaf recognized the complexity of Wang Defa's background and understood that it would be unwise to press him too hard without concrete evidence. More crucially, it was evident that Wang Defa had no connection to Lu Daji's demise. Therefore, he approached the young man with a pockmarked face and inquired, "Do you recall what time the boss departed and how long he was gone?" The young man's eyes darted momentarily before he replied, "He likely left around 7 and was gone for about an hour. I heard you mention that Lu Daji was dead? Perhaps it was he who did it." "Nonsense," interjected another individual beside the pockmarked youth. "Boss Wang activated my machine shortly after 7. He was here the whole time I was present. How could he possibly have left for an hour?" The pockmarked youth shrugged. "Then I must have been mistaken." Meanwhile, Wang Defa clenched his fists at the bar. This brash young man seemed to overestimate his own significance, assuming Wang was merely an ordinary CAF owner. Upon hearing the intervention from the person beside him, Olaf inquired, "What time did you power on the machine? May I take a glance?" The individual checked the login information and replied, 7:13. Olaf acknowledged, "Thank you." The fire ignited around 7:20. Thus Wang Defa had no time to commit the crime. He glanced at Wang Defa, who seemed disinclined to further cooperate with the investigation, and remarked, "Boss Wang, should you come across any clues, do not hesitate to contact us." Wang Defa, uninterested in continuing the conversation with Olaf and his colleagues, dismissed them. Olaf departed with the officers. "Inspector Olaf, I suspect the internet CAF owner may have ulterior motives," suggested Roylina, standing beside him. "However," Olaf interjected, "there is no however. Roylina, do not let curiosity lead you astray. Focus solely on the case at hand. This is my counsel, and I hope you will heed it." Roylina met Olaf's profound gaze and nodded. After Olaf and the others left, Wang Defa retrieved his phone and walked to the warehouse to make a call. "Hello, old snake. It's me. Are you available now? I need you to take care of someone for me." "Yes, the price remains as before. Rest assured. Anyone who enters my internet CAF is hardly reputable. Even if you were to eliminate them all, the police would not trace it back to you." Chapter 18. An unexpected pursuit. After eliminating Lu Daji, Qin Siyang experienced a week of tranquility. During this week, his life followed a monotonous routine of attending classes, dining in the cafeteria, and frequenting the library, while weekends were spent languishing at home. Having made significant moves in the initial days following his rebirth, he felt it was time to take a respite. "During my school days, engaging in conversations with teacher Zhu at the library was quite delightful. This elderly lady possesses profound insights into life and has been of considerable assistance to Qin Siyang. Naturally, he would catch sight of Wenshu in the library each day. With less than 6 months remaining until the college entrance examination, Wenshu had nearly ceased attending classes, dedicating her time to revisiting previous workbooks in the library, diligently filling in the gaps in her knowledge. One morning, Qin Siyang rose from his slumber and glanced at the calendar. Lunar calendar. January 14, 2010. Blue Star Era. Gregorian calendar. Thursday. Lunar calendar. Year of the Earth Ox. November 28. Suitable for burial. Upon observing the calendar, Qin Siyang deemed the perpetual calendar irrelevant to his life. A tedious day swiftly passed. After school, he once again found himself at the library. "Teacher Zhu, I'm here to assist you with the tidying up." Qin Siyang placed down his bag and lunchbox, noticing that Wenshu was the sole occupant at the table in the library. Recognizing that closing time was approaching, Wenshu stood up, preparing to leave. "You continue your studies. Qin Siyang and I will tidy up for another 10 minutes or so," Teacher Zhu casually remarked to Wenshu. Approaching Qin Siyang with a tender expression, Teacher Zhu whispered, "Little Qin, do you have feelings for her?" Startled, Qin Siyang replied, "Huh? No, not at all. No?" Teacher Zhu's expression betrayed a hint of skepticism. Qin Siyang dismissively waved his hand, saying, "Romance is rather uninteresting." Teacher Zhu scoffed lightly. "Uninteresting, you say? It is rather amusing to recall how you previously trailed behind a girl, beaming with delight like a blooming flower." Upon the mention by Teacher Zhu, Qin Siyang found himself at a loss. In his past life, he had indeed been akin to a devoted admirer following Li Jingwen. He could only respond, "It is precisely because of such admiration that after experiencing it, I found it rather unfulfilling." Teacher Zhu gently patted Qin Siyang on the shoulder and said, "Young Qin, there are some insights I, as someone with more experience, wish to share with you." "Please, go ahead," Qin Siyang replied with a smile, tidying the books on the shelf while listening to Teacher Zhu's words. Aged and wise, Teacher Zhu enjoyed engaging in conversations with the youth, a fact Qin Siyang was well aware of. He appreciated her amiable demeanor and the kindness she extended towards him. If the elderly wished to converse, he would gladly oblige. "The girl you were following before seemed rather restless, not the type suited for a stable life. Hence, after your interactions, it is understandable that you felt emotionally wounded and found it lacking in substance." As soon as Teacher Zhu spoke, Qin Siyang was taken aback. He was astonished both by her penchant for gossip and her keen powers of observation. In his previous existence, he had been so close to Li Jingwen yet failed to perceive her true nature. Teacher Zhu, a librarian who had not exchanged a word with Li Jingwen for 3 years, could discern the truth with such clarity. One cannot help but acknowledge that the elderly possess a remarkable ability to understand others. "Teacher Zhu, have you been observing me all along?" he inquired. "Well, in the entire library, only you and Wenshu would engage in conversation with me, so naturally, I would pay attention to both of you. Moreover, you have been constantly accompanying that girl. My eyes are nearly weary from observing her." Teacher Zhu remarked with a hint of disdain. "In the past, while you were involved with her, I knew that any unfavorable comments I made would likely fall on deaf ears. Now that you claim you are no longer romantically linked, I finally feel liberated to express the concerns that have been weighing on my mind. I have seen her in close proximity to several boys, particularly with Director Zhou's nephew. What was his name again? Ah, Zhou Yang. Yes, that young man. They appeared extraordinarily intimate. Yet, whenever they were together, you were absent, and conversely, when you were present, he was nowhere to be found. Hence, I have developed a rather unfavorable opinion of that girl." Qin Siyang nodded. "You are absolutely right. I only learned of this situation later, which is why I distanced myself from her. Indeed, as the saying goes, better to have none than to settle for the mediocre. The further I am from her, the better. However, my dear student Qin, Wenshu is genuinely a wonderful girl. Should you seize this opportunity, could lead to a lifetime of happiness. What are you saying?" Qin Siyang furrowed his brow, taken aback by Teacher Zhu's sudden matchmaking. "Oh, what's the harm in saying it? After all, once you graduate, you will likely venture into the world alone. Seeking a girlfriend now is hardly premature. I truly believe that Wenshu is exceptional, and so are you. Two kind-hearted individuals like yourselves should undoubtedly be together. Teacher Zhu, I must admit, I am surprised by your progressive mindset despite your age. Our grade supervisor is still reprimanding early relationships, while you are here playing matchmaker. The grade director, merely a sycophant to the principal. You find yourselves in an unfortunate era. The apocalypse has arrived, and universities are undergoing a complete overhaul, with scarce colleges, leaving many high school graduates unable to pursue further education. If high school signifies the conclusion of one's student years, can romantic relationships during this time still be deemed precocious? Personally, I find no issue with it. However, to speak candidly, that child, Wenshu, is truly exceptional. I am acquainted with her grandmother, having met her several times in Wenshu's childhood. She possesses a gentle demeanor. Perhaps it is her grandmother's admirable character that has influenced Wenshu to develop such a commendable disposition. As for you, Qin, your character is also admirable, always considerate of this old lady, eager to lend a hand. I have only recently begun assisting you. Previously, I would dash off the moment classes ended. Hardly a model citizen. I understand you were occupied with that previous young lady's assignments. I bear no ill will. Yet, the moment you parted ways with her, you came to aid me, demonstrating your kind-hearted nature. Qin Siyang was taken aback. You are aware of this matter? Teacher Zhu smiled proudly. Your teacher Zhu orchestrates within the library and triumphs beyond the classroom. I am at a loss for words. Qin Siyang shook his head in resignation, neither affirming nor denying. Wen Shu is indeed a good child. That much is certain. As for myself, how could I be considered a good child when my hands are stained with so many lives? Just last week, I took a life and set a fire, and this week I am praised as a good child in the library by my teacher. Qin Siyang found this situation rather peculiar, yet he could not articulate why. What? Do you believe I am being verbose? Not at all. I merely feel that Wen Shu possesses the capability to gain admission to the academy, while I am destined to wander aimlessly in society, potentially hindering her progress. You, my friend, appear quite dashing. However, your manner of speaking is as gentle as that of a maiden. She is off to the academy, and wouldn't you consider seeking employment nearby? What future lies in languishing at the periphery of this safe zone for a lifetime? Observing teacher Zhu's gaze, filled with disappointment, Qin Siyang realized that this elderly lady truly cared for his well-being. Yet, he was reluctant to indulge further. Very well, I understand, teacher Zhu, thank you. It seems, however, that you remain unpersuaded. The choice lies with you. I merely wish to express my thoughts. Please prepare to leave. I must lock the door. Upon noticing Qin Siyang's dismissive response, teacher Zhu lost her inclination to continue the conversation and began ushering them out. Qin Siyang felt helpless. This elderly lady changed her demeanor as swiftly as turning a page. As he organized the bookshelf, Wen Shu packed her bag, ready to depart. Teacher Zhu secured the door and remarked, I shall visit the restroom. You two may leave first. With that, she left Qin Siyang and Wen Shu at the library entrance. Qin Siyang cast a glance at teacher Zhu's retreating figure, feeling a wave of emotion. The elderly lady had good intentions, yet it was akin to casting flirtatious glances at the blind. There was no romantic sentiment between the two of them at present. Let us go. The two departed the school side by side, eventually reaching a fork in the road, where they would part ways once more. Wen Shu said, goodbye. Just as she was about to turn away, Qin Siyang grasped the strap of her bag. Wen Shu was puzzled by Qin Siyang's sudden transformation, as he had taken the initiative. Without allowing her to protest, Qin Siyang grasped her hand and led her in the direction of his home. Wen Shu furrowed her brow, attempting to break free from his grasp. Yet she heard Qin Siyang's voice, deep and resolute. I warned Li Jingwen last week, and I did not expect her to dare follow us today. With a firm grip, Qin Siyang strode forward. My home is not that way. Wen Shu's eyes widened in shock. She presumed Qin Siyang was jesting. However, the icy glint in his gaze made her realize he was indeed serious.
No.
Classmate Qin, shouldn't we communicate with Li Jingwen and her associates? Qin Siyang replied, if it were Li Jingwen following us, I would simply slap her twice to send her away. Not Li Jingwen? Then who is it? At that moment, she suddenly noticed several shadowy figures emerging from the alley they had just traversed. The shadows brandished weapons that appeared to be iron rods and short blades. Qin Siyang quickened his pace, pulling Wen Shu along as they began to run. In a state of panic, Wen Shu looked up at Qin Siyang. They? Who are they? They must be Li Jingwen's uncles, she deduced. Her uncles are notorious local thugs, known for their violent past. Then why are her uncles following us? Qin Siyang pondered for a moment to eliminate both of us. Their intention towards me is likely to inflict a beating before ending my life. As for how they plan to deal with you. He did not finish his thought, merely casting a cursory glance at Wen Shu, who instinctively covered her throat. But why? Why do they want to kill us? The last conversation I had with her, were you not also privy to it? Concerned her and Zhou Yang. Indeed. Who exactly is Zhou Yang? Merely an ordinary individual. However, his uncle has recently awakened his sequence abilities, leading to a surge in his fortunes. Li Jingwen seems intent on clinging to Zhou Yang's coattails, aspiring to the life of a wealthy matron. Yet, did you not mention having set up a timed email to dissuade her from acting recklessly?
Qin Siyang smiled faintly when Shu, "I deceived her."
Deceived? The cost of visiting an internet CAF is exorbitant. Where would I procure such funds? She must have realized this as well, prompting her to send her uncle to resolve our predicament. But how could her uncle know whether or not you visited the internet CAF? Was he tailing you? No, that would be too exhausting. I suspect her uncle had someone stationed at the internet CAF for an entire week. I mentioned that I would be sending a delayed email from the CAF, postponing each week's visit. If I failed to attend the CAF for an entire week, it would indicate that I had never set up a timed email. When Shu was utterly astonished. They care this much about Zhou Yang? After Qin Siyang's confirmation, when Shu was left in a state of bewilderment, she glanced back at the approaching individuals and despairingly remarked, "Then, are we to perish here? It was my fault for involving you in this matter. Therefore, I shall take responsibility for resolving it." You? Qin Siyang's smile bore a hint of menace. You must be someone capable of keeping secrets. Am I correct? Chapter 19. A shared secret. When Shu was perplexed by Qin Siyang's words but nodded nonetheless. Qin Siyang halted his steps, turned around, and pushed when Shu aside. Moments later, 5 or 6 burly men wielding knives and clubs approached. The leader, a man with a small braid, looked at Qin Siyang and taunted, "Why aren't you running now? I thought you were quite the sprinter." Qin Siyang scoffed, "I've already arrived at my destination. What reason have I to flee?" Arrived at your destination? Where exactly? The group of strong men surveyed their surroundings, realizing they were in a dilapidated, deserted courtyard. The wooden house and pigsty had collapsed, leaving only crumbling walls. In the yard, aside from an abandoned stone mill, there was a well whose water level was uncertain. It was evident that no one had lived here for at least 5 or 6 years. A closer inspection revealed the dust on the ground and the spiderwebs at the entrance, indicating not only a lack of habitation but also a lack of visitors. Perhaps this rural estate had fallen into disrepair before the apocalypse, or perhaps its owners had fled to other places in the aftermath. The entire courtyard was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the starlight filtering through the air raid glass, providing a vague outline of the surroundings. As Qin Siyang ran, he meticulously observed the environment, deliberately choosing this particular location. The man with the braid inquired, "Is there an issue with this place?" He sneered, "Indeed it is I. The matters concerning Jingwen and Zhou Yang are the hope of our family, and shall not be thwarted by the likes of you. You deceived Jingwen, claiming to have sent an email delayed by a week. Consequently, my companions and I vigilantly loitered outside the internet CAF for an entire week, yet we caught not even a glimpse of you. I found the internet CAF rather exorbitant. Thus I altered my plans and set the email's dispatch for a month later. You obstructed me. In a month's time, Yang will learn of my affair with Li Jingwen, and your family shall remain without hope of resurgence." "What? A month? Are you mocking me?" Qin Siyang offered a faint smile. Believe it or not, the few individuals accompanying him were taken aback, never anticipating that Qin Siyang would change his mind at the internet CAF and postpone the previously agreed-upon email dispatch. When Shu gazed at Qin Siyang with perplexity, uncertain of his intentions, the man with the braids asserted, "Cancel the email, and we shall pretend this matter never occurred. Am I a fool? If I cancel it, won't you still pursue us? What do you propose then?" At this juncture, one of the braidsman's associates interjected, "Brother Long, bind him and coerce him into revealing the email account and password. We can cancel his scheduled email ourselves." The man with the braids pondered anxiously. "Are you confident you can extract it? I have previously engaged in debt collection. Such matters are not unfamiliar to me. Do not boast to me. This affair concerns our family. Should this endeavor fail, I shall not spare you." Observing the conflicted expressions of the group, Qin Siyang resolved to no longer delay. "Very well, I shall not toy with you any longer. Indeed, what you assert is correct. I have not scheduled any emails. If you merely eliminate me, the matters concerning Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang will be resolved." "What?" Several individuals displayed incredulity, perplexed by why Qin Siyang would willingly thrust himself into peril. "Brother Long, this lad seems intent on his own demise. Then let us oblige him." "Precisely. Let us first dispose of him. As for the woman by his side, We shall indulge ourselves with her for a few days before ending her as well. The man with the small braid remained somewhat apprehensive. Could it be that this fool intends to bring about mutual destruction? Perhaps he has indeed set a timed email but, feeling trapped, wishes for a swift end. There exists that possibility. Brother Long, your reasoning is not without merit. However, this is your affair. Ultimately, it is you who must decide the course of action. The group hesitated once more. Qin Siyang felt a sense of futility. It is absurd that when I speak falsehoods, I am believed, yet when I speak the truth, no one trusts me. I assure you, I have not deceived you. There is no scheduled email. I trust you not. The group bound him and sought to extract the account password from him. Whoever succeeds in doing so shall receive 1,000 copper coins. The man with the small braid, resolute, decided to make a substantial investment, determined to acquire the email address associated with the scheduled messages. Excellent. Brother Long, your agreement is appreciated. We have a pact. I truly have not set any timed emails. The rationale is quite simple. Had I set one, I would not have lured you here. The man with the small braid furrowed his brow and exclaimed, You were just speaking about how remarkable this place is, yet you have yet to clarify your point. I suspect you are merely trying to confuse me and instill fear. Qin Siyang replied, This location I have selected is indeed quite suitable. The others exchanged wary glances, failing to discern any underlying truths. The man with the braid pressed further. What makes it so wonderful? It is particularly conducive to murder. For a moment, they were taken aback, only to reveal mocking smiles upon their faces. Surely, you cannot be serious. Is this your first encounter with a victim, and yet you choose a fitting resting place? They scoffed. You must be quite deranged. No wonder you dare to provoke our Jingwen. However, just as they readied themselves to strike, Qin Siyang transformed into a mere shadow. What? With a resounding thud, Qin Siyang launched a kick directly into the chest of one of them. None could comprehend the swift turn of events. They merely witnessed Qin Siyang appearing beside them, while their companion was suddenly propelled into the air. The individual who had been struck by Qin Siyang collapsed, his chest deflating like a punctured balloon. His eyes bulged. His mouth opened in a futile attempt to speak, yet all that escaped him was a spurt of blood before his head tilted to the side. In his final moments, astonishment and terror were etched across his face. The enveloping darkness obscured his features, amplifying the inexplicable dread felt by the others. Upon witnessing their companion's demise, they quickly realized that Qin Siyang was a sequence ability user. How can this be? In a place like Juin School, how could there possibly be a student awakened with sequence abilities? Before they could react, Qin Siyang swung his fist once more, striking one individual in the throat with the force of a cannonball. Just as another person attempted to plead for mercy, Qin Siyang's fist connected with his back, sending him flying several meters before he collapsed at Wenshu's feet, causing her to let out a startled cry and hastily retreat a few steps. However, Qin Siyang sensed that Wenshu's shock did not seem to stem from fear. Typically, when one is startled, they flinch momentarily. Yet she had jumped back repeatedly. He chose not to dwell on this peculiarity and instead turned his attention to the lifeless body. The individual he had struck lay motionless on the ground, a gaping indentation the size of a bowl etched into his back. Qin Siyang shook his head, acknowledging his lack of control over his strength. Despite having moderated his force, the impact had still propelled the man so far. The man with the small braid stood frozen, his pupils quivering, cold sweat cascading from his forehead, as if his soul had departed. The remaining two survivors, witnessing Qin Siyang's prowess and realizing they could neither fight nor flee, immediately dropped to their knees. Please spare us. We were ignorant and reckless. Grant us a chance. It was Qin Siyang who summoned us. We are not at fault. Qin Siyang paid them no heed, delivering two swift kicks to their chins. They were sent reeling backward, their heads striking the ground first, resulting in two muffled thuds as they departed this world. Whether to the underworld or to a hellish fate, he could not ascertain. In the end, only the trembling man with the small braid remained, rendered speechless. Qin Siyang patted his shoulder and, with a touch of intrigue, remarked, You must be aware of my situation with Li Jingwen. I once had the opportunity to call you uncle, but alas. He feigned a sigh of resignation. What's done is done. As a sequence ability user, why should I humiliate myself by enduring such indignity? Did you not say that Li Jingwen is the hope of your family? Qin Siyang stood there, bewildered, unable to comprehend Qin Siyang's meaning. With my presence, your family harbors no hope. I can illuminate a path for you. Please do share. We shall comply without hesitation. Let us venture to another world and rebuild the family. Indeed. Huh? Qin Siyang swiftly struck Qin Siyang across the face, his head spinning a complete 360 degrees before collapsing to the side. After resolving the matter with everyone, Qin Siyang exhaled in relief. Another life taken. How many has it been? He could not recall. It mattered little now. He turned his gaze towards Wenshu, who stood trembling at the edge of the courtyard, and approached her. You are actually a sequence ability user? Wenshu stammered, her body shaking with fear. Qin Siyang smiled softly, indeed. So, have you considered how to deal with the bodies here? To Qin Siyang's surprise, Wenshu posed this question. Are you not afraid that I might kill you as well? Wenshu seemed equally taken aback by his inquiry, gazing up at him with confusion. Why would you kill me? Because you witnessed me commit murder. Qin Siyang nodded. You are quite astute. It is rare to encounter someone so composed in the face of death. Wenshu lowered her head in silence, offering no reply. Qin Siyang hurled several corpses into the well, hearing the dull thud as they struck the ground. To avoid detection, he refrained from rummaging through their pockets for valuables. This was a desolate well. He moved a stone to cover it. That should suffice. No one comes here, let us depart, he said. Wenshu countered, your actions will leave our scent behind. If the police discover it, they may very well track us down. What do you propose? Shall we set this place ablaze? It is deserted, thus unlikely to attract attention. Yet, if we ignite it, wouldn't that inevitably draw people in? There are ways to eliminate the scent without resorting to fire, she replied. Qin Siyang paused, pondering, then what can be done? The cafeteria meals carry a potent aroma. You could scatter some of the food brought from there around this site, and even within the well. In due time, our scent will be masked. Qin Siyang nodded. Though perplexed, he inquired, how do you know all this? I have a penchant for reading. I gleaned this from books. Does literature delve into such matters? What have you been reading? 100 Ways to Commit Crimes Without Being Discovered by the Sequence. Why do you read such a book? I simply enjoy reading. I peruse all sorts of literature, and today it has proven useful. Qin Siyang took a moment to reassess the delicate girl before him, whose head barely reached his chin, marveling at the adage that appearances can be deceiving. After following Wenshu's advice to cleanse the scene, he departed alongside her. The two walked side by side through the dimly lit alleyway. You are truly remarkable, Qin Siyang exclaimed sincerely. Thank you, but I believe you are even more impressive. It's just average, she replied. What does it feel like to walk alongside a murderer? Surprisingly, it's not that bad. Wenshu smiled at Qin Siyang, her bright eyes reflecting the light of the stars. After all, we share a common secret. Chapter 20. Returning Wenshu home by the way, Wenshu inquired again, when do you plan to announce that you are a sequence ability user? If you do not disclose this before the college entrance examination, you will be unable to participate in the assessment for sequence ability users. I assumed you would first ask me when my sequence ability awakened. Why should I bother with such questions? Qin Siyang couldn't help but glance at Wenshu once more. There was something special about her. It happened not long ago. I need to investigate what preparations are necessary before visiting the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. My background is somewhat complicated, as you witnessed today. Therefore, I must ensure that no issues arise during the registration process. That makes sense. Additionally, I need to familiarize myself with the assessment for sequence ability users. Since I intend to participate, it is wise to prepare everything in advance. I would prefer to avoid any chaotic situations that may arise after I reveal my identity. That is indeed sensible. Do you have any suggestions? Wenshu shrugged. What you have said is entirely valid. I have no further advice to offer. Very well. What do you plan to do about Li Jingwen? With her uncle missing, she will likely soon deduce that it is connected to you. Qin Siyang remarked casually. Offer her a glimmer of hope, just to keep her hanging. You mean to preserve her relationship with Zhou Yang, allowing her to retain a semblance of anticipation? Indeed. Let her hold on to this hope until I have everything in order, after which I shall personally shatter her dreams. And then eliminate her? Yes, along with her entire family. Quite reasonable. Before them stood a pair of youthful adolescents, their words dripping with the macabre. Were anyone else to overhear, they would surely perceive it as mere childish folly. After a moment, Qin Siyang inquired, "Which academy do you intend to apply to?" "I haven't decided yet, but it must be one that provides independent dormitories. I want to bring my grandmother along." "Are there so few academies with independent dormitories?" When Shu chuckled softly, "It's evident you weren't paying attention during last week's Unified Application Seminar. As an ability user of a certain rank, why would I bother with such trivialities? It would be a waste of time." "All right, you're impressive. I concede it's my oversight. Among the 8 academies, only 2 offer independent dormitories." "Only 2? What about the others?" "The rest consist of shared accommodations, either 4 or 6 to a room. It seems the academies with independent dormitories must have superior conditions. They are likely the best 2 institutions, correct? Given your capabilities, you should be able to gain admission." When Shu initially intended to respond, but upon glancing at Qin Siyang's beaming face, she recognized his genuine goodwill towards her. Qin Siyang nodded, choosing to remain silent. After a short while, when Shu asked, "Are you familiar with the way?" "Unfamiliar. Do you not know the way? You dragged me along. How could I possibly remember the route? So, where are we headed after walking for so long?" "Never mind, let us continue forward. Once we see the main road, I shall recognize it." After another half an hour of walking, they finally caught sight of a dim streetlight. They had reached the main road. It was time to examine the signpost. All right. Thank you." The 2 walked side by side, their conversation dwindling to a whisper. They both prudently refrained from probing into each other's lives, particularly avoiding any mention of sensitive secrets. For instance, when Shu did not inquire about Qin Siyang's sequence, nor did Qin Siyang question when Shu about her sudden recollection of how to manage the scent of a corpse. They had committed a grave transgression together, and while their bond was undeniably close, it was also laced with a certain distance. This dynamic brought comfort to both of them. After a moment, when Shu spoke up, "Qin Siyang, with your remarkable abilities and intelligence, why do you have an affinity for Li Jingguan?" Although this question did not touch upon personal privacy, it left Qin Siyang feeling immensely embarrassed. He glanced down at Wen Shu, only to find her gaze fixed ahead, seemingly devoid of any mockery. Yet, Qin Siyang felt as if she were silently ridiculing him. Perhaps it was true that even the most astute individuals can act foolishly at times. Besides, I do not consider myself particularly clever. At least, when I am with you, I often feel somewhat dull-witted. When Shu gently shook her head, one may act foolishly for a moment, but not for an extended period.
Qin Siyang pauset.
Momentarily taken aback, this statement delves into his absolute privacy. When Shu seems to suggest that he is a completely different person than before. Yet, how can this be reconciled? After all, his transformation occurred only after his rebirth. He feels that no matter what lie he tells, it appears that this girl with large, blinking eyes and flowing hair will see right through him. After much contemplation, Qin Siyang could not devise a suitable explanation. Ultimately, he could only say many things are beyond our control. When Shu nodded in agreement, indeed, many things are uncontrollable. Aware that this line of questioning could not be pursued further, when Shu ceased her inquiries, Qin Siyang also lost the inclination to continue the conversation. For the remainder of the journey, they exchanged no words, allowing the cold wind to weave through their thin jackets. "All right, I've arrived home. Thank you. I should have invited you in for a moment, but it's rather late, and my home is not suitable for hosting you." "It's all right, I understand completely. There is no need for such formality between us." Qin Siyang smiled at Wen Shu's clear countenance. "You know, the one who should be cautious is someone else. Farewell, farewell." After watching Qin Siyang depart, Wen Shu let out a gentle sigh. The events of the day had indeed exceeded her expectations. She had never imagined that diligently studying at school could entangle one in matters of life and death. All of this was brought upon her by Qin Siyang. Just days ago, they were strangers. Today, they were involved in murder and concealment. She could not help but lament the unpredictability of life as circumstances. When Shu ceased to dwell on the matters concerning Qin Siyang, taking several deep breaths to calm her emotions, she then turned and opened the door. A light-hearted voice resonated from the entrance. It was likely that her grandmother had been seated by the candlelight for 3 or 4 hours that evening. The thought of it tugged at Wen Shu's heartstrings. She removed her shoes at the threshold and stepped barefoot into the room. Although the floor was quite cool, she chose to forego slippers. The conditions of her home were not vastly different from Qin Siyang's, and in fact, with the presence of an elder who could not contribute, her burdens felt heavier than those of someone like Qin Siyang, who could easily provide for himself and his family. The reason she walked barefoot was that the coarse, inferior laminate flooring in her home was remarkably clean, as someone diligently tended to every inch of it. Wen Shu could not bear to dirty the floor with her shoes. If she were to enter wearing them, her grandmother would be compelled to clean it again the following day, a daunting task for a blind person. Xiao Shu, why aren't you wearing shoes? It's so cold. Put on some shoes. It's all right, Grandma. I prefer being barefoot. I used to run around the house like this when I was little. Do you remember? Of course I remember. Back then, you were just like a little whirlwind, impossible to catch. Those days, the sun still shone in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. When Shu stepped onto the carpet, seated herself beside her grandmother, and took her hand, hoping to alleviate some of the elder's melancholy. After her grandmother lost her sight, when Shu had rearranged the furniture to prevent her from stumbling about the house, laying down some carpets salvaged from the dump. Even the original wooden bed had been removed from their home. Now she and her grandmother are sleeping on 3 layers of blankets laid directly on the ground. Thus, when Shu's home feels desolate, it would not be an exaggeration to say it is devoid of possessions. The entire room contains only a small dining table, upon which sits a solitary candle holder. The flickering flame casts shadows, revealing the intertwined figures of the elderly and the young. Both of their faces radiate joy, seemingly content with their current circumstances. After a moment, when Shu inquired, "Grandma, have you eaten? I will prepare a meal for you." That is good. I was worried you might keep me waiting and I would go hungry. I haven't eaten yet. I can manage a little something for myself later." Just as when Shu was about to rise, her grandmother's aged hand grasped her wrist. "My dear, I have a question to ask you." "What is it, Grandma?" When Shu paused for a moment, her heart suddenly racing, then she smiled and asked, "What kind of smell?" "The scent of someone else." "Wen Shu, have you fallen in love?" A wave of relief washed over Wen Shu. She had feared her grandmother had detected the scent of blood. "Oh, I was studying with some classmates today, so I might have picked up a bit of their scent." "But, my dear, you usually study alone, and no one can help you with your grades. How is it that you were studying with others?" Faced with her grandmother's caring inquiry, Wen Shu could only respond with silence. The matter was becoming increasingly complicated, and perhaps it was best to remain quiet. "It's not that I'm criticizing you. You are at a crucial time for your college entrance exams. Do not let distractions take you away from your studies. As for love, when you go to college, I won't stand in your way, but please do not pursue it now. In your school, aside from yourself, no one else possesses the assurance to gain admission to the academy. Do not squander your time on them, lest you hinder your own progress. Rest assured, Grandma, I shall not impede my own endeavors. As for the matter of romance, I am well aware of my own inclinations." She could not articulate the scent of someone else's presence and could only ambiguously concede to the notion of being in a relationship. To deny having a romantic involvement, would she imply that she was engaged in some nefarious activity with a male companion? That would be preferable. "Grandma has always been at ease regarding you. Grandma, I shall prepare dinner now, and after that I need to review some study materials. You should retire early. Isn't this candlelight rather dim? Studying in such conditions is detrimental to your eyesight. Do not, at such a young age, become like me, your blind grandmother." When Shu smiled gently, "Grandma, you need not worry. I am fully aware of my responsibilities. Throughout the years, I have not caused you undue concern, have I? It is indeed my fault for not providing you with a conducive learning environment. If only we could afford electric lights, your academic performance would surely improve." When Shu tightly embraced her grandmother, "Grandma, being with you is the greatest joy in my life. Regardless of whether there are electric lights, I shall not disappoint you. I am going to reheat the food now." Very well, off you go. When Shu made her way to the kitchen, pouring the meal she had obtained from the cafeteria into a pot, the sounds of clinking and clattering resonating. Like Qin Siyang, she too enjoyed the privilege of receiving extra food from the cafeteria. However, while Qin Siyang's privilege stemmed from Aunt Zhang's compassion, hers was a genuine entitlement. The principal personally instructed Aunt Zhang to serve Wen Shu as much food as she desired. As the school's top candidate for this year's college entrance examination, the principal would not permit any shortcomings in her treatment. When Shu gazed at the simmering three-winged flying fish in the pot, her thoughts inadvertently drifting back to the series of events that had transpired earlier that day. Listening to the sounds of Wen Shu bustling about in the kitchen, her grandmother's smile gradually faded, replaced by an expression of profound bitterness. In the flickering candlelight, her wrinkled face concealed the deep love and concern that an elder harbors for the younger generation. Alas, the lingering scent of another's presence mingled with a faint metallic odor. Could it be that she had once again taken part in a violent act? Chapter 21. The entanglement of Zhao Liwen. The following morning, Qin Siyang leisurely embarked on his journey to school. In contrast, Li Jingwen typically arrived at the classroom just in time. However, today when he entered the classroom, Li Jingwen was already there. Upon catching sight of Qin Siyang, she appeared noticeably flustered. Qin Siyang offered a slight smile, aware that Li Jingwen was clearly feeling guilty. Yet, today, Li Jingwen had encountered Qin Siyang at school, which implied that her uncle had failed in his task. Or perhaps, her uncle had not intended to harm Qin Siyang at all, becoming entangled in other troubles instead. Observing Qin Siyang's calm demeanor, which seemed unaffected by Li Jingwen's anger, she leaned towards the latter possibility. Her uncle had been preoccupied with something since last night, neglecting their agreement to eliminate Qin Siyang and Wen Shu. Li Jingwen clenched her fists. That fool, Qin Siyang, always boasting about his capabilities and reliability. Yet he cannot distinguish between priorities and has no idea what he is doing. Seated in his chair, Qin Siyang inadvertently cast a glance at Li Jingwen, only to discern her simmering anger, prompting him to avert his gaze. Until he publicly revealed his identity as a sequence ability user, he would refrain from disclosing to anyone that he had encountered Qin Siyang. Let Li Jingwen and her family wallow in their confusion for the time being. They might currently feel agitated and anxious, longing for answers. Yet, when they eventually discover the truth, they shall undoubtedly reminisce about these days filled with restlessness and urgency, but devoid of fear. The corners of Qin Siyang's mouth turned downwards as he reflected on his own leniency towards Li Jingwen, thinking perhaps she deserved a bit more mental torment. However, his mind was preoccupied with the research he needed to conduct before revealing his awakened sequence, rendering him disinclined to squander even a second on Li Jingwen. Throughout the midday and afternoon, he continued to organize books at the library. When Shu had also arrived early, diligently tackling the challenging problems in her workbook. As Qin Siyang passed by her, cradling a book in his arms, he remarked, "Keep your eyes a bit further from the pages. If you continue to hunch like that, you might end up with myopia. And I trust you wouldn't want to spend money on glasses." "Oh, thank you," replied Wen Shu, slightly lifting her head to maintain a healthier distance between her eyes and the book. In their academic pursuits, Wen Shu had consistently been a refined and courteous classmate, and Qin Siyang could sense her politeness in her demeanor. He resumed his task of organizing the books, enveloped in a serene silence. Observing their interaction, Teacher Zhu wore a motherly smile. It seemed that young Qin was indeed receptive to counsel. Such wonderful children, it would be a pity for them not to be together. Teacher Zhu sat proudly at his workstation, sipping from his cup of warm water, feeling as though he had accomplished something worthy of admiration. After school, Wen Shu once again found herself lingering in the library until closing time. The two departed together, only to part ways once more at the intersection. Farewell. Farewell. Blue Star Chronicle, January 20th, 2010, Gregorian Calendar. Wednesday, Lunar Calendar. Year of the Earth Ox, 6th day of the 12th month. Suitable for visiting friends and relatives. Visiting friends and relatives? What friends and relatives do I have? Rising from his slumber, Qin Siyang glanced at the calendar, shaking his head. before grabbing the bag containing his lunch and stepping out. In the classroom, he intended to sit idly as he usually did, before eventually heading to the library to work. At that moment, a boy approached him. "Are you Qin Siyang?" Yet, he felt no recognition for this individual. Although Qin Siyang was unfamiliar with him, the gazes of the female classmates in the room conveyed a hint of intrigue towards the newcomer. Even Li Jingwen, who had been downcast in recent days due to her uncle's disappearance, cast a bright glance in his direction. It was evident that he was yet another prominent figure from some school. However, regardless of his notoriety, Qin Siyang remained oblivious. He hadn't even retained a clear image of Wenshu, the school belle, so how could he possibly know of this boy's illustrious reputation? Frowning, Qin Siyang inquired, "Who are you?" "I am Zhao Liwen from Class 2. "Zhao Liwen?" Qin Siyang furrowed his brow. The name rang a bell, albeit faintly.
I am sorry.
"But I don't believe I know you." A girl whispered immediately. "Even the second-best student, Zhao Liwen, doesn't he recognize him? I wonder what Qin Siyang does all day. It's only natural. He merely daydreams in class, so how could he possibly know these exemplary students? Zhao Liwen is not particularly bright. What do you need him for? We can convey any messages." Qin Siyang glanced at the girls mocking him, who were fawning over Zhao Liwen in a display of rivalry, and found it quite amusing. He addressed them, "I may spend my days in a daze, but it seems my grades surpass yours. Doesn't it? If I'm not particularly sharp, then what does that make you?" "Qin Siyang, how can you speak like that? I simply speak the truth." It turned out to be the long-standing runner-up behind Wenshu, which explained why he seemed somewhat familiar. "Do you have something to discuss with me?" Observing Zhao Liwen's refined, scholarly appearance, Qin Siyang felt they were worlds apart and could not fathom what had provoked him. Zhao Liwen replied earnestly, "Classmate Qin Siyang, this is a crucial time for preparing for the college entrance examination. I hope you can focus on your studies." This statement left Qin Siyang bewildered. "Huh? What do you mean?" "Literally, I hope you can study hard and not regret it later." Qin Siyang burst into laughter. "You're quite amusing. What does my studying have to do with you?" He then turned his head away, no longer regarding Zhao Liwen, but instead gazing at the starry sky and the divine beyond. Noticing Qin Siyang's disregard for Zhao Liwen, the girls began to rally in his defense once more. "Qin Siyang, even if your academic performance surpasses mine, Zhao is only looking out for your best interests. Why do you respond with such disdain? Indeed, it is utterly hopeless. Zhao, I am eager to study diligently, yet I lack assistance. Would you consider studying alongside me? I am genuinely willing to learn." "You, what do you mean by that?" Those who intend to cling to Zhao, hoping to ascend to greatness once he secures a place in the academy, should take a moment to reflect. Zhao's standards are high. He would not deign to associate with your superficial crowd, unlike certain male classmates who have no discernment. Upon uttering these words, Qin Siyang cast a meaningful glance at Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen understood that Qin Siyang was indirectly criticizing Zhou Yang's lack of discernment, essentially accusing her of being unworthy, which infuriated her to the point of gritting her teeth and turning away with a huff. Zhao Liwen also found the atmosphere somewhat noisy and seemed reluctant to linger any longer. Thus he stated his purpose. "Qin Siyang, if you have no intention of studying, please refrain from disturbing others who are preparing for the crucial college entrance examination. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you ruin it for someone else, they will regret it for eternity." Qin Siyang squinted. "Zhao Liwen, are you unwell?" "I sit in this corner of the classroom daily, either asleep or daydreaming. Who have I disturbed? Is it that the thought of me daydreaming renders you incapable of focusing on your studies? If I have truly interrupted you, I apologize. But the fact remains, I do not even know you." Zhao Liwen gritted his teeth and replied, "I am not saying you are hindering my studies." "Not you?" Qin Siyang raised an eyebrow. "If it is not you, then why have you sought me out?" "I am speaking on behalf of Wenshu. You have been persistently disrupting her studies at the library, and I hope you will maintain your distance from her." Upon hearing Wenshu's name, those girls who flaunted their admiration for Zhao Liwen fell momentarily silent. Internally, they berated Wenshu, who excelled academically, possessed striking beauty, and had an amiable personality. Perhaps Wenshu's perfection left them with no valid grounds for criticism. prompting them to accuse her of being scheming, claiming her demeanor was merely a facade. Qin Siyang scrutinized Zhao Liwen and remarked, "I see now why you disdain these girls. It is because you are fond of Wenshu. Your taste is indeed commendable." He then chuckled, "So, you are her boyfriend. I cannot fault you. She never mentioned having a boyfriend to me. By the way, Zhao, I apologize. I did not intend to infringe upon your relationship. Please do not misunderstand. Wenshu and I are merely ordinary friends. Our relationship is entirely innocent." Zhao Liwen was momentarily taken aback. "I am not her boyfriend, and we are not in a romantic relationship. However, after the college entrance examination, we will attend the same institution together." "Huh?" Qin Siyang was equally taken aback. "What do you mean? Are you also a love-struck admirer?" "Why the also? That is inconsequential. Attending the same college as her?" Qin Siyang scoffed. "Friend, it's not that I doubt you, but you consistently score several points lower than Wenshu in every exam. What makes you think you will attend the same college? I am aware that my grades do not compare to hers, yet if I apply to the two institutions with lower rankings, I am almost certain of acceptance. Coincidentally, the Tiantong Academy and Renxing Academy, which Wenshu is interested in, are ranked the lowest among the 8 institutions." Qin Siyang hesitated for a moment. What Wenshu mentioned that day, that the colleges offering independent accommodation were not the best but rather the worst, left him bewildered. Wouldn't such commendable grades as Wenshu's be squandered? As her only friend at Juin School, Qin Siyang felt a pang of regret for her. He quickly realized that Wenshu's compromise was driven by financial constraints. Without money, even excellent students struggle to make progress in a secure environment, especially when caring for a blind grandmother. Hence, I hope you refrain from disturbing Wenshu during her exam preparations. Qin Siyang understood that certain aspects of life are simply not meant to be, and he wished for Zhao Liwen to recognize this reality. He looked at Zhao Liwen as if he were a simpleton and suggested, "Why not ask Wenshu if she would like to be with you after graduation?" Zhao Liwen seemed taken aback by Qin Siyang's words, hesitating for a moment before replying, "Even if she is unwilling now, I will win her over in the future. She will surely accept me." "Win her over, accept you?" Qin Siyang pointed to Li Jingwen sitting in front. "Ask her how I treated her before. Did I manage to win her over?" "You have a point," Zhao Liwen conceded. "What is it?" "Some things are simply not destined to be part of one's life. I hope you can come to terms with this reality." You are utterly unreasonable." Frustrated by Qin Siyang's obstinacy, Zhao Liwen turned and stormed out of the classroom. Qin Siyang cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Liwen's retreating figure before turning his gaze out the window, lost in contemplation. Although Qin Siyang was uncertain about the type of man Wenshu would favor, it was evident from their conversations that Wenshu possessed an impressive array of personal attributes, making it likely for her to find a commendable partner. Moreover, they had shared the grave experience of taking a life and concealing a body, with Wenshu's demeanor far exceeding Qin Siyang's expectations. Indeed, she navigated the realms of right and wrong with remarkable clarity. The naive Zhao Liwen, in contrast, was the kind who wouldn't even earn a token of affection as a devoted admirer. Qin Siyang could surmise that Zhao Liwen would meet a fate akin to his own pursuit of Li Jingwen. However, Wenshu was not as vindictive as Li Jingwen, suggesting that his outcome might be slightly more favorable. At most, he would be akin to a stray dog, spared from the fate of being sent to a dog meat restaurant. Qin Siyang pondered Zhao Liwen's words with earnestness. There was indeed a modicum of truth in what he said. His obsequious behavior could potentially distract Wenshu from her studies. Zhao Liwen was right. During these crucial moments of preparation for exams, Wenshu must not allow herself to be easily sidetracked. After all, I must participate in the sequential ability assessment post-college entrance examinations and should promptly prepare for my sequence awakening. Perhaps I should extend a favor and assist Wenshu in the process. Once I announce my sequence awakening, I shall be liberated from this wretched existence of an orphan in poverty. The mere thought of the scene following my declaration of awakening filled him with anticipation. I am on the verge of soaring. Initially, he intended to rest well during the 5 days of school and delve into sequence-related materials over the weekend. However, he decided to sacrifice a bit of sleep today and visit Wang Defa's place after school to peruse the forums. Qin Siyang lamented, "I truly am a kind-hearted individual." Chapter 22. The intelligence of Wang Defa after school. Qin Siyang tidied up the library and walked once more with Wenshu. However, as Qin Siyang was about to exit the school gates, he caught sight of Zhao Liwen's furious gaze. No need to pay him any mind. Before Qin Siyang could utter a word, he heard Wenshu's voice. You needn't concern yourself with Zhao Liwen. Qin Siyang and Wenshu gradually distanced themselves, while Zhao Liwen remained rooted in place, under the street lamp by the school entrance, fixating his gaze upon Qin Siyang. With his exceptional perceptive abilities, Qin Siyang naturally sensed the hostility in that stare. Wenshu, what's the matter? Zhao Liwen has been watching us. He must often trouble you, right? Wenshu shook her head decisively. Not at all. Her refusal was firm. You needn't worry. I'm fine. I haven't exchanged any words with him. She added, as if fearful that Qin Siyang might escalate the situation. He warned me to attend the same school as you in the future, advising me to keep my distance from you. Wenshu paused, glancing at Qin Siyang. Did you go to find Zhao Liwen? It was he who sought me out. Qin Siyang replied, casting a sideways glance at Wenshu. I hardly know him. Why would I seek him out? Ignore whatever he says. Just consider it a fleeting gust of wind. It hasn't affected my studies in the slightest. Is that why you felt the need to explain so much? Are you afraid I might harm him? Qin Siyang sighed helplessly once more. I am not a malevolent demon by nature. I would only resort to such actions if absolutely necessary. Rest assured, I possess a solution. Wenshu, puzzled, inquired, You? What solution? It's hardly worth mentioning. At the crossroads of their parting, Qin Siyang waved goodbye to Wenshu and walked away with determination. Observing Qin Siyang's retreating figure, Wenshu's lips curled into a faint smile. Thank you. He circumvented the surveillance camera at the entrance and glanced inside, noticing Wang Defa seated at the bar. His expression clouded with distress as he stared blankly at the monitor before him. Ordinarily, Lu Daji should have occupied that seat, while he himself would have been at home, savoring the company of his wife and children. Yet, due to some unforeseen calamity, a petty squabble over Lu Daji's meager few hundred copper coins had led to his untimely demise. With the network administrator slain, Wang Defa, as the proprietor of the Internet CAF, found himself at a loss, unable to locate anyone competent to manage the CAFS system and thus forced to take matters into his own hands. The fact that he had little time to spare was not the most excruciating part. It was the recent frenzy at the police station that plagued him, with officers conducting daily inspections of his establishment, a heavy blow to his business. Wang Defa's Internet CAF, situated in this impoverished district, was not primarily intended to offer Internet services but rather to provide a gray area for illicit transactions. The machines in his CAF could manipulate back-end data to conceal login addresses, allowing for anonymous transactions online. Since the addresses generated for network access were random, the government's network management personnel found themselves utterly unable to trace them. When individuals sought Wang Defa's services for hidden login addresses, the fee would increase 20-fold. The cost of Internet access is already exorbitant, and a 20-fold increase in fees is nothing short of astronomical. Nonetheless, Wang Defa's Internet CAF remains perpetually bustling with patrons. The profits derived from illicit transactions far surpass the exorbitant costs of Internet access. The primary revenue stream for the CAF is rooted in the gray area, showcasing a remarkable audacity. To sustain operations here, Wang Defa must possess significant backing. Indeed, there are individuals within the government who ensure the CAF's safe operation. Naturally, a substantial portion of Wang Defa's illicit earnings is funneled to his benefactor. The CAF's operational latitude is considerable, bolstered by the proprietor's formidable connections, allowing Wang Defa's establishment to quickly gain a reputation in the vicinity, thriving for 5 or 6 years without major incident. However, just a few days ago, personnel from the police station began to swarm his CAF, conducting daily patrols and inspections with a fervor akin to madness. Their investigations yielded little beyond the removal of a few special clients, leaving Wang Defa perplexed about the nature of their inquiries. He reached out to his benefactor for clarification, only to be met with a disheartening revelation. His benefactor seemed equally powerless in the situation. The police were free to investigate as they pleased. It was best for him not to intervene. What about business?
Young Defa invited.
The voice on the other end sighed. For now, let business take a back seat. There's nothing I can do. Sir, could you give me a hint? I am genuinely concerned that I might also be taken by the authorities one day, or vanish suddenly like the previous owner did 3 years ago. The disappearance of that individual was an unfortunate incident. You needn't worry. As for the police, the situation has become rather troublesome. Someone has escalated the matter. Wang Defa was taken aback, his heart racing as he thought. Our dealings are merely small time. How could they attract such attention? This was never aimed at our meager business. So rest assured, the officers will not take any action against you. Very well. By the way, have you encountered any peculiar individuals lately? Peculiar individuals? Wang Defa immediately thought of Qin Siyang. However, for the sake of the hush money for that silver coin, he chose to remain silent. No, just some business folks. That's fine then. Let us leave it at that. I have a meeting to attend. Goodbye, officer. Understanding that the police had ulterior motives, Wang Defa felt a sense of relief. Yet, due to the frequent visits, his additional earnings had plummeted, leaving him in despair. As he pondered his predicament, he spotted Qin Siyang at the entrance. In his eyes, Qin Siyang embodied both the deity of wealth and the specter of death. Thus, upon seeing him, Wang Defa felt a mixture of anxiety and joy. Wang Defa glanced at the few customers scattered in the internet CAF, all intently focused on their screens. He held up a roll of paper and called out, I'm stepping out for a moment. If someone arrives, please have them wait a bit. Thank you. Sure. Go ahead, Boss Wang. After stepping outside, he evaded the surveillance and approached Qin Siyang. Hello, Boss Wang. Oh, please don't say that. You are my employer. As he spoke, Wang Defa offered Qin Siyang a cigarette. Qin Siyang waved his hand dismissively. We do not allow smoking. Upon hearing Qin Siyang's casual use of the pronoun we, Wang Defa became even more convinced that a formidable network of capable individuals lay behind him. Indeed, it would be quite troublesome if there were any traces of smoke on you while conducting business. I understand. Qin Siyang gestured towards the location of the warehouse, and Wang Defa, grasping the unspoken message, followed him towards it. How has business been for you lately, Boss Wang? Wang Defa sighed. Let us not even mention it. Those officers from the police station come sniffing around like hounds, checking in daily. Are you planning to use the computer in the warehouse today? Qin Siyang, sensing a hint of danger, cautiously inquired, Are they really coming every day? Should I perhaps refrain from visiting for a while? Not to worry. The police have already conducted surprise checks 3 times today. They are unlikely to return. 3 times? That's quite excessive. Indeed, typically they come once every couple of days. But today seems to have been an exception. Rest assured it is absolutely safe today. Qin Siyang nodded, taken aback by how significant the matter of stealing divine remnants had become. However, it would be wise for you to visit less frequently. Several of my clients have already been apprehended. The police are keeping a close watch. You wouldn't want to get caught up in this. Wang Defa, while outwardly expressing concern for Qin Siyang, was inwardly anxious that if Qin Siyang were implicated, the organization behind him would hold him accountable. Don't worry, I plan to finish my work tonight and shouldn't be back for some time. That is indeed excellent news. Once this tumult passes, you may come at any time. Qin Siyang smiled but remained silent. This commotion was stirred up by him. Once the tumult subsides, unless he is captured, there is no turning back. The two confirmed that the vicinity was clear and slipped into the warehouse, one before the other. Boss Wang, I happen to have some inquiries that I am not quite clear about, and I wish to consult you, he began. Please go ahead, Wang Defa replied. Due to the directives from above, I intend to register with the Sequence Abilities Management Bureau. Wang Defa was taken aback. You have not registered yet? I have numerous matters to attend to, and if my information were to be public, it would be exceedingly easy to expose me. Wang Defa's realization struck him. Indeed, you are correct. However, I was merely informed of this requirement and instructed to find a way to register the sequence here. Given your dealings in this business, you must possess more insight than I. Please speak your mind. Qin Siyang leaned closer to Wang Defa, fixing his gaze upon him. I wish to report a fictitious sequence. Are there any hidden dangers to be wary of in this area 14121? Upon hearing this, Wang Defa's gaze immediately shifted evasively. How could I possibly know? I am just an ordinary person. Your eyes betray you. They reveal that you possess knowledge. Wang Defa's face contorted like a worn sole of a shoe. I implore you, boss, do not put me in such a predicament. I am but a mere insect. How could I dare involve myself in your affairs with the Bureau? Qin Siyang settled into a chair, crossing his legs. Do you think that silver coin is easily earned? Ah, you present yourself here, living in constant fear each day. Yet in the end, how much do you receive from your benefactor? I have already bestowed upon you a considerable sum. Did you not anticipate that I would require your assistance with further matters? Wang Defa swallowed hard. He understood that money is hard-earned and that one must endure unpleasantness for the sake of providing for one's family, which is no disgrace. Yet, he had no inkling of the monumental burden concealed behind a single silver coin. Assisting a sequenceability user in deceiving the Sequenceability Management Bureau, wasn't that utterly absurd? If successful, Qin Siyang might very well silence him to preserve the secret. Conversely, should he fail, Qin Siyang could betray him, and the Bureau's agents would certainly pursue his destruction. Was he truly willing to gamble with his life? Listen, boss. Please spare me from wading through this murky water. Will you? Qin Siyang chuckled softly. Just hand over the money, and all will be well. Wang Defa pondered for a moment. Though a single silver coin constituted a fortune, it paled in comparison to his own life. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "Fine. I shall deliver that silver coin to you in a few days." Who said anything about just one silver coin? Qin Siyang retorted coldly, "You must return my silver coin, and you are also liable for the 20 silver coins that our associates lost while in your possession. In total, that amounts to 21 silver coins." What? Are you mocking me? 21 silver coins. Wang Defa could not possibly amass such a sum, even if it meant his demise. Thus, upon Qin Siyang's audacious demand, Wang Defa found himself in a state of desperate agitation. Wasn't it precisely because the trade involving the 20 silver coins had gone awry under his watch that the higher-ups sought to punish him? If you had activated the surveillance that morning, would I have had to take such a risk with the Management Bureau? Listening to Qin Siyang's furious reprimand, Wang Defa's confidence immediately waned. I searched throughout the internet CAF but found nothing. Besides, you don't even know what that object is. How can you search for it? Qin Siyang glared. If I knew what that object was, why on earth would I need to review your surveillance footage? Can't you just find it yourself? Wang Defa, I tell you, if I cannot disguise my identity to register with the Sequenceability Management Bureau, the first thing I will do is eliminate your entire family. Wang Defa nearly bowed in submission. Boss, let's be reasonable. One person should bear the consequences of their actions. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to threaten my family? Discuss reason with me? Qin Siyang scoffed. Are you even worthy? Wang Defa's complexion turned ashen. Although he held a significant position on the edge of the safe zone, in front of the formidable and ruthless Qin Siyang, he felt as insignificant as an insect. There truly was no rationale to discuss. If you have any methods to disguise your sequence, speak up quickly. My patience is not limitless. Wang Defa, with his sorrowful brows furrowed, glanced at Qin Siyang, then lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before finally gritting his teeth. All right, I'll tell you. However, you must absolutely not disclose this to anyone. Spare me the pleasantries. Who do you think I would tell? The police? Or the Sequenceability Management Bureau? Wang Defa pondered for a moment, realizing that Qin Siyang had a point. As a clandestine sequenceability user, he wouldn't dare expose this matter. I possess only a general understanding of this matter, lacking in specific details. As far as I know, if one registers with the Sequenceability Management Bureau without disclosing their true sequence, it is quite easy to be discovered. However, I am unaware of the particulars regarding how this detection occurs, as it remains a secret of the Bureau. What? The Sequenceability Management Bureau truly has methods to verify sequences. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang felt a tightening in his chest. Fortunately, he had sought out Wang Defa first, rather than solely focusing on concocting a false sequence for himself. Otherwise, on the day he entered the Bureau, he might as well have purchased his own coffin. Chapter 23. Coercion and temptation. The turmoil within Qin Siyang did not betray itself upon his countenance. With his back turned to the computer, he fixed his gaze upon Wang Defa, his entire face cloaked in shadow, which kept Wang Defa's heart suspended in uncertainty. Wang Defa swallowed hard, his scruffy beard twitching slightly, as a bead of sweat trickled down his chin. Therefore, if one wishes to register under a false sequence at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, one cannot simply walk in. Assistance is required. Qin Siyang was again taken aback. Is there truly someone within the Bureau willing to assist in such deception? Could it be that many, like himself, are reluctant to divulge their secrets? Nevertheless, these questions remained unspoken, for Wang Defa, as a mere internet CAF owner, could hardly be expected to possess the answers. Instead, he inquired about whom he might approach for such information. Who should he seek in this place? The employer mused, as for whom to seek, I am rather uncertain. I am not a sequence ability user, and knowing such details is already quite a challenge. Qin Siyang scoffed. If you are unaware of whom to enlist for assistance, then your words amount to little. Wang Defa hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at the shadowed Qin Siyang, and replied, I may not know whom to ask for help, but I have a notion of whom to approach to uncover the name of the insider within the Bureau. The blonde police officer from the precinct, Roylina. Roylina? Qin Siyang was not well acquainted with the personnel of the police department, for he had never engaged with an officer directly. Rather, his dealings had been clandestine, a battle of wits conducted anonymously. Indeed, Roylina. I became aware of this matter roughly 3 years ago when she approached me to adjust her computer for use at a concealed address. I found her striking, with her blonde hair and blue eyes, and was curious about her purpose for visiting. So, you monitored her computer? Yes. It seems that Lu Daji's penchant for prying into customers' affairs was learned from his employer, Wang Defa. However, while Wang Defa maintains a sense of propriety regarding what to observe and what to avoid, Lu Daji has merely adopted Wang Defa's less admirable traits, failing to grasp his shrewd wisdom. Within the interface, she anonymously conversed with someone regarding this matter, seeking assistance in solidifying her identity. What identity could a sequence ability user possibly need to establish? I surmised it could only pertain to a fabricated sequence. Later, I learned that Roylina had entered the police station, specifically the favored sequence of the scent seeker. This only deepened my suspicion regarding her integrity. If she truly belonged to the scent seeker sequence, why would she be concerned about her identity? Qin Siyang nodded slightly, agreeing with Wang Defa's deduction that Roylina's sequence was likely compromised. Had that individual left any traces? However, it seemed that the codenames in that chat room were randomly assigned, changing daily. One day he was called Dreamweaver, and what name he would assume next remained a mystery. Thus, I deemed it inconsequential as a lead. Qin Siyang pondered for a moment and inquired, what were the terms of their transaction? A silver coin, Wang Defa replied. Roylina concealed a silver coin beneath a tile at the exit of a certain safe zone. After receiving the payment, that individual assisted her in forging registration information. Did you not consider preemptively visiting that tile to pilfer Roylina's silver coin? Wang Defa chuckled wryly, boss, I lack the audacity for such a venture. If I were to steal her coin, she would undoubtedly deduce that I was surveilling her, and my internet CAF's reputation would be tarnished. You know, I am merely a front, a white glove. The real profits must be submitted. If my backers discover that I jeopardized their financial avenues out of greed, I would certainly face dire consequences. You are indeed astute, Qin Siyang remarked. Yet, Wang Defa did not bask in the praise. Instead, his tone bore a hint of frustration. As an ordinary person dealing daily with sequence abilities, if I were not a bit clever, I would have perished hundreds of times over. However, out of curiosity, I took the time to examine the location of that particular tile. What did I discover? If one is not a sequence ability user, it is nearly impossible to approach that tile. Why? Because it lies in close proximity to the exit of the safe zone, within the area designated for sequence ability users to rest, where numerous individuals come and go each day. Given that there are people constantly entering and exiting, how did Roylina manage to place the silver coin beneath it? I do not know. Perhaps she chose a moment when no one was around to do so. Boss, that is all I am aware of. Qin Siyang remained silent for a considerable time, contemplating his next course of action. From Wang Defa's discourse, it was not difficult for him to infer that the insider within the management bureau, known as Dreamweaver, could access all information regarding Roylina. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to fabricate a bespoke false identity for her. However, this anonymous mode of transaction led Qin Siyang to believe that Roylina seemed unaware of the identity of this dream weaver. This implies that Qin Siyang would be engaging in a transaction with an unknown individual, relinquishing all his personal information. The counterpart could remain shrouded in secrecy, effectively giving him leverage over Qin Siyang, who could be subjected to blackmail at any moment, a scenario he could not accept. Very well, I understand now. Thank you. However, there is one more matter for which I require your assistance. Please go ahead. I find myself in a bit of a financial bind at the moment. Could you lend me a silver coin to facilitate the registration of a counterfeit sequence identity? Wang Defa was left astounded. Amidst the bustling chaos, was it not a mere silver coin that led one to act uncharacteristically? Qin Siyang was acutely aware that his actions lacked dignity, yet the expense of a silver coin was beyond his means to procure. Surely he could not resort to violence for the sake of a single coin, could he? Boss, this is truly excessive. Am I merely a jest for your amusement? He exclaimed. I have stated that this coin was lent to me. Once I am inducted into the Sequenceability Management Bureau, I shall repay you double. You must realize that if I intended to seize it by force, I would not waste my breath explaining myself to you. Wang Defa regarded Qin Siyang's lofty promises with disdain. Boss, I have witnessed credit transactions before, but for you to extend a single silver coin. I have no time for idle chatter. I either borrow a silver coin or take one, your choice. Should you wish to report me to the police, feel free to try. Don't act foolishly. Consider your family, Qin Siyang casually reminded him. Instantly, images of his blissful family filled Wang Defa's mind. His loving wife and obedient children. Nothing held greater significance than family. Very well, I shall grant you the coin, treating it as a personal loss. Understood, Wang Defa replied quietly as he departed the warehouse, ensuring to close the door behind him. Meanwhile, Qin Siyang accessed the Godslayer Camp Forum and the Sequence Education Forum, diligently seeking the knowledge he desired. Aware that this might be his final visit for some time, he meticulously perused every detail. Some rather intricate matters were meticulously noted down by him using paper and pen from the warehouse, to safeguard against any potential lapses in his memory that could lead to grave mistakes. By the time Qin Siyang departed the warehouse, it was already the stroke of midnight. He reflected on the day's fruitful endeavors with genuine satisfaction after taking a cold shower and lying on his bed, gazing at his meticulously recorded notes. The days ahead promised to be busy. The following morning, around 6 o'clock, he arose, tidied his belongings, and obscured his face with the collar of his coat. After donning a wide-brimmed hat to ensure that he would remain unrecognizable, he stepped outside. Rather than heading directly to school, he first visited a grocery store, where he purchased 2 envelopes, a sheet of stationery, and a worn pencil for a mere copper coin. He requested the proprietor to place one envelope and the stationery within the other. Though the shopkeeper was puzzled by Qin Siyang's peculiar request, he complied without question. With the envelope in hand and guided by the map he had consulted the previous night, Qin Siyang made his way to the police station, a 30-minute journey from the school. Given the early hour, only 2 officers were stationed outside the police station, which stood with its doors ajar, devoid of any significant activity. After surveying the area and confirming the presence of a public mailbox in front of the station, a faint smile crept across his face. He then discreetly maneuvered into the narrow alley beside the police station. This alley was home to a number of homeless individuals, many of whom had transitioned into society after graduating high school but struggled to secure employment in this impoverished region on the fringes of safety. In their desperation, they sold the government-allocated housing, ultimately becoming vagrants on the streets. Naturally, where there were homeless individuals, there were also children who wandered alongside them. Many vagrants, in an effort to evade the burdens of parenthood, abandoned their children to seek opportunities elsewhere. Thus, Qin Siyang encountered several homeless orphans in this place, which led him to reflect that his own circumstances after rebirth were not the most dire. At the very least, he had the privilege of attending school and the assurance of meals, unlike the children in this narrow alley who, from the moment of their birth, had been deprived of hope. While he felt a twinge of compassion, he could only sigh in resignation, lacking the power to effect change. As Qin Siyang traversed the dimly lit alley, he approached the youngest-looking orphan. "Can you read?" The child, face smeared with dust and gnawing on a blackened fingernail, gazed up at Qin Siyang with wide, curious eyes. However, Qin Siyang's face was shrouded in shadow, rendering him invisible to the child. He repeated his question. "Do you recognize any words?" The child shook his head. "Very well." Qin Siyang handed him an envelope. "Open this envelope." Although the child did not comprehend, he complied. He extracted the contents, revealing a letter and some paper and writing tools. Observing the child retrieve the paper and pen, Qin Siyang picked up a stick and sought a patch of soft, wet earth. "Copy the shapes I draw in the dirt onto the letter." He inscribed 2 characters, but the child stared at them for a considerable time, bewildered by their meaning. "Just write as I show you." The child eagerly grasped the pencil and began to recreate Qin Siyang's characters on the paper. Upon completing his drawing, the child lifted his head, his innocent, wide eyes meeting Qin Siyang's gaze. "Excellent. Place this letter into the envelope you just opened." At the sound of Qin Siyang's praise, the child shyly smiled. "Then, on the envelope, write the words I have penned." After the child obediently complied, Qin Siyang nodded appreciatively. "Truly remarkable. Could you assist me in placing this envelope into the large box at the entrance of the police station?" The child appeared somewhat perplexed. Qin Siyang erased the mark he had just drawn on the ground, discarded the stick into the depths of the alley, and said, "Follow me." Qin Siyang led him out of the narrow passageway and beheld the brightly lit police station. "Do you see that large blue box?" The child nodded. "Please help me put this letter inside. Will you? You are quite capable. I am certain you can manage it." Upon seeing the police station, the child inexplicably felt a twinge of fear.
No. No.
The child's gaze was filled with resistance, as if he had endured some hardship at the hands of an officer. "If you help me place it inside, I will reward you with something delicious." As he spoke, Qin Siyang opened his lunchbox, revealing a fragrant dish of enoki mushroom rice. The child's eyes instantly sparkled at the sight of the food. "It's a promise. Yes, I shall not go back on my word. I will wait for you right here." The child bit his lip, seemingly steeling himself, and, with a determined glance at the police station's mailbox, he took a deep breath and dashed towards it with all his might. Breathless and somewhat incoherent, the child exclaimed, "Food. Truly impressive." Qin Siyang smiled as he handed him the lunchbox. The child immediately began to devour the meal voraciously. Qin Siyang watched the child finish eating before collecting the lunchbox. "Was it delicious?" The child nodded with a smile. "If it was tasty, I shall bring you more next time. Indeed, if someone inquires, you must first state that you are illiterate, remember?" Qin Siyang exited the alley and turned towards the school. He could have provided the children with more delectable sustenance. However, the cafeteria's meals bore an overpowering aroma, capable of masking his own scent and thus evading detection. He hoped for a pleasant meeting with Officer Ruliana the following day. An hour later, police officers began to arrive at the precinct. Among them was Ruliana. "Good morning, Ruliana."
Grata libei.
"Good morning." Ruliana replied warmly to her colleagues. "Ruliana, it seems there is a letter addressed to you here." The staff in the mailroom furrowed their brows as they scrutinized the handwriting on the envelope, uncertain. "It may not be yours, but I believe these characters should read for Ruliana. What do you think?" Ruliana took the envelope, regarding the distorted script with some puzzlement. "When was it received?" "Unclear, perhaps last night or this morning. In any case, I discovered it just as I was sorting the mailbox. It might be a prank by some child. This envelope is not sealed. I could open it to check. If it is not intended for me, I will leave it here for its rightful owner to claim." "Yes, I think that is a splendid idea, Ruliana." Ruliana smiled, tore open the envelope, and glanced inside. Her smile abruptly faltered. Chapter 25. The calm remains. Then she chuckled again. "It is indeed my letter, thank you. Oh, it matters not. This is my duty, as you well know. Roylina, good morning." "Oh, good morning, Peter." Roylina greeted him warmly, appearing unchanged from her usual self. However, once she entered her office and closed the door behind her, she eagerly tore open the envelope and scrutinized the contents of the letter once more. 9 o'clock tonight, In the woods beside Chunlu Lane, let us discuss your sequence. I am both merciful and amicable. I hope you shall not disappoint me. Roylina clenched her fists, her cascading golden locks trembling with fear and fury. Damn it! How could anyone know about my forgery of the sequence? She glanced at the letter again, pondering. Could it be that this individual is unaware of my actions and merely wishes to learn about the fragrance seeker? Yet she quickly dismissed the thought. No, that cannot be. If one seeks to understand the fragrance seeker, they could simply visit the Godslayer camp. There would be no need to summon me. Suddenly, a look of surprise crossed her face. The letter's author must be nearby. She swiftly loaded her pistol, donned her uniform, and feigned an air of duty as she exited the police station. An orphan? How could that be? She kicked the sleeping child with the toe of her shoe. Wake up. The child rubbed his eyes and, upon seeing Roylina in her uniform, sat up in alarm. Did you write this letter? The child first nodded, then, as though realizing something, shook his head vigorously. Roylina immediately pressed, Who made you write this? What does he look like? The child suddenly recalled Qin Siyang's words before he left and, with a quavering voice, replied, I can't read. I can't read. I don't know who it is. Roylina furrowed her brow, perplexed by the child's seemingly evasive response. However, since it was this child who had penned the letter to her, he must perish. She could not allow all her efforts to be squandered by a mere note. Just as she drew her pistol from her waist, poised to take the life of the weeping child, she suddenly remembered the letter's contents. I am very kind and friendly. I hope you will not do anything to disappoint me. What did this phrase imply? A warning against killing him? The child continued to cry out, I can't read. I can't read. So, when he claimed he could not read, that was the implication. Everything was orchestrated by those who had summoned him. Roylina slowly lowered her gun, casting a cold glance at the tear-streaked face of the child, and strode away. Meanwhile, Qin Siyang sat in the classroom, gazing out at the starlit sky and contemplating how to converse with Roylina that night. Yet, he had an unsettling feeling that someone was watching him. A glance revealed it was Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen's uncle had been missing for 2 days, yet both Qin Siyang and Wen Shu remained unharmed. As the principal beneficiary of the demise of Qin Siyang and Wen Shu, and likely the instigator of this affair, Li Jingwen was understandably restless. Just as an ant cannot comprehend the vastness of mountains and seas, how can Li Jingwen, who has remained sheltered within the confines of her campus, possibly compete in intellect with Qin Siyang, who has lived through the weight of several lives? She furtively observed Qin Siyang numerous times, yet she gleaned not a hint of insight from his calm and composed demeanor. Whether it was mere illusion or a pang of insecurity, Li Jingwen increasingly found herself unable to fathom Qin Siyang. From the day he ceased to revolve around her, it seemed he had ventured into realms entirely foreign to her. Once more, she glanced at Qin Siyang, sensing that his vacant gaze out the window harbored stories that eluded her understanding. Strangely, a sense of dread enveloped her. An incredulous thought emerged in her mind. What if Qin Siyang was, in fact, a concealed sequence ability user who had slain her uncle? Am I truly losing my sanity? How could there possibly be sequence ability users here? Li Jingwen shook her head, dismissing the absurd notion as a product of her recent lack of rest. During the break, Zhou Yang approached Li Jingwen, sensing her unusual detachment. Concerned, he sought to ascertain whether she was in need of assistance. Li Jingwen cast a glance at Zhou Yang, standing by the classroom door, and suddenly felt an anxious flutter in her heart. Hastily, she stole another glance at Qin Siyang, who remained lost in thought, propped up by his hand, showing no sign of reaction. Since Qin Siyang did not actively disrupt her interaction with Zhou Yang, it seemed he was unaware of the troubles surrounding Qin Chenglong. It appeared that Qin Chenglong himself was oblivious to the trouble he had stirred, having been cast into some foul mire. As Li Jingwen pondered, her spirits lifted significantly. She then displayed her signature sweet smile and hurried towards the classroom door. Zhou Yang, what brings you here? You seem a bit off these past couple of days, and I wanted to check if everything is all right.
Iemme fine.
It's just that some recent family issues have left me somewhat distracted. A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Li Jingwen's eyes. What's wrong? Can I assist you in any way? Li Jingwen shook her head. I'm not sure. but I do wish for someone to lean on right now. Zhou Yang, I realize we are merely ordinary friends, but may I rest my head on your shoulder after school? Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment before nodding. All right. Thank you. You're truly kind. I shall see you after school. From a distance, she noticed Qin Siyang, who was already slumped over his desk in slumber. His relaxation only reinforced Li Jingwen's belief that he was utterly oblivious to the threat posed by Qin Siyang. She found herself wishing for Qin Siyang's demise. Uncertainty loomed over whether Qin Siyang was alive or dead. If he were still among the living, she fervently hoped he would swiftly eliminate this useless burden. For merely gazing upon him stirred her annoyance. Chapter 26. An encounter with Roylina after school. Qin Siyang returned to the library to organize the books once more. However, this time, he discovered that in addition to teacher Zhu and Wenshu, another individual had joined them, Zhao Liwen. Zhao Liwen was also studying at a table in the library. Although he did not share a small desk with Wenshu, he sat directly opposite her. Wenshu's face bore no expression. A pair of large eyes remained fixed on the examination paper before her, seemingly engrossed in study. However, Qin Siyang was aware that her mood was far from pleasant. In the past, when she would come to the library after school to organize her books, she would greet him with a cheerful smile, her demeanor always relaxed. Now, she resembled a mere study machine. Qin Siyang shrugged, preparing to engage Zhao Lar in conversation once more, but Teacher Zhu cleared his throat beside him. Teacher Zhu pointed to a note on the desk. For you. Qin Siyang picked up the note, recognizing Wenshu's handwriting. Zhao Liwen attended Zhouan school because his father was an intern at the engineering bureau here, making his schooling convenient. His father was about to be promoted, possessing considerable background and influence. Thus, it would be wise not to provoke him at this time. Qin Siyang displayed a resigned expression. Wenshu had already anticipated his actions. What more was there to say? Teacher Zhu interjected. Hurry up and finish your tasks. Let us lock the door and leave. All right. Recognizing that Wenshu was also enduring a trial in the library, Qin Siyang worked swiftly. Before long, he addressed Zhao Liwen and Wenshu. The library is about to close. Please make your way out. Zhao Liwen, however, dawdled, only emerging when Teacher Zhu was nearly ready to lock the door. Qin Siyang, Zhao Liwen called out, stopping him as he turned to leave. Do you have something to say? I hope you will reconsider what I mentioned yesterday. I mean no harm, and spoke sincerely. Qin Siyang, having lost interest in the conversation, continued towards the school gate. Zhao Liwen hastily caught up, adding, I trust you understand that being with Wenshu will only distract her. Are you out of your mind? I haven't said a word to her. It must be you who is disturbing her studies. Zhao Liwen remarked, pressing his lips together. Even if she is distracted, she can still easily gain admission to two of the less prestigious colleges, so I hardly consider myself a hindrance. However, your inability to gain entry into any college only serves to divert her attention, ultimately wasting her precious time. Zhao Liwen's words ignited a blaze of anger within Qin Siyang. What did he mean by claiming he was not impeding Wenshu? Such shameless rhetoric left Qin astonished, initially perceiving him as merely a bookish individual, only to realize he was, in fact, a refined egoist. Your words are indeed more melodious than a mere flatulence. With a final retort, Qin Siyang strode away. Zhao Liwen watched him depart with a cold gaze, then disdainfully snorted before making his own way home. Although Liliana was not a member of the Fragrant Seeker sequence, she possessed experience in solving mysteries and was likely equipped with a low-level scent tracking device. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, pedestrians began to traverse Chunlu Alley. This alley was also familiar to Qin Siyang from his research on forums. The sequence practitioners heading towards the exit of Safe Zone 114514 were often insufficiently powerful, with few divine beings to hunt and meager earnings. Seizing a moment when the path was deserted, Qin Siyang slipped into the agreed-upon thicket, taking cover nearby. A low-level scent tracking device could not compare to the Fragrant Seeker sequence's skill of scent pursuit. If he masked the scent with a stronger aroma, the device would be rendered ineffective. The aroma of the cafeteria meals should suffice. This is also information provided in an exchange post on the Godslaying Camp forum. After applying the substance to his clothes, he covered it with a lunchbox and quietly awaited the arrival of Roylina. Around 8:30 in the evening, A figure clad in a trench coat appeared amidst the trees. Qin Siyang could hear the muffled sound of leather shoes striking the stones, indicating that Roylina had arrived. It was unclear to Qin Siyang why Roylina had come half an hour early. He remained concealed in the forest, quietly observing her. Roylina took out a bottle of perfume, spritzed it on herself, and then stood still, making no further movements. Before long, the fragrance wafted into Qin Siyang's senses. This delightful aroma lifted his spirits and alleviated some of his anxiety. Was this merely an ordinary perfume, or a prerequisite for activating some sequence ability? Qin Siyang furrowed his brows in contemplation. He was still unaware of Roylina's true sequence power, which made him quite vigilant. Roylina appeared somewhat impatient as she frequently glanced at her phone. After confirming that Roylina had not set any traps, Qin Siyang masked his face and stepped out from the nearby bushes. However, the garment he used to conceal his visage was tainted with the scent of cafeteria food, which was rather unpleasant. Upon seeing Qin Siyang emerge, Roylina paused momentarily before coldly inquiring, "You've been here for a while. Why didn't you show yourself?" "I didn't wish to come out too soon," Qin Siyang candidly expressed his thoughts. Roylina flicked her golden bangs and asked, "You sought me out. What is it you need?" "I would like to request your assistance." "Speak. Introduce me to the person who forged the sequence for you." Roylina's pupils suddenly dilated, yet she could still hear the masked figure's words. She was taken aback, unable to fathom how this person had discerned her intentions. Such formidable perceptive and anticipatory abilities. Roylina's hand remained poised on her firearm. She had already chambered a round before her arrival, ready to draw and fire at any moment. "You are quite confident. However, I doubt your movements can outpace a bullet." Qin Siyang chuckled. "I certainly cannot outpace a bullet. Yet, a bullet necessitates you to draw your weapon and pull the trigger, does it not? I only need to be faster than you." Chapter 27. Initial consensus. Roylina regarded Qin Siyang with evident wariness, seemingly skeptical of his assertions. Qin Siyang shrugged. "If I did not possess absolute certainty, I would not have come to meet you. Therefore, I hope you can muster a modicum of patience and continue our conversation. What do you desire? Haven't I already made myself clear? I wish for you to introduce me to the individual who forged the sequence for you." Roylina inquired further. "And then? It appears you have truly not absorbed my words. First, lower your hand from the gun holster." Noticing the murderous intent in Roylina's eyes, Qin Siyang realized she was determined to attempt to kill him regardless. He resignedly remarked, "Thus, even if you were to kill me, it would serve no purpose." "What?" Roylina was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this masked individual still had a trump card up his sleeve. In that moment, she truly panicked. The situation was unfolding in the most unfavorable manner for her. "Moreover, you are utterly incapable of killing me." While Roylina was lost in thought, Qin Siyang unleashed his violent skill, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick against the ground. Roylina was a sequence ability user, not among the lowest ranks, possessing heightened perception and agility far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, she could only perceive Qin Siyang rushing towards her at an astonishing speed, leaving her no time to react. Qin Siyang swiftly snatched the gun from Roylina's grasp, then leaped back 2 steps to maintain a safe distance between them. "What are you doing?" Roylina exclaimed. Qin Siyang twirled the gun in his hand, teasingly remarking, "I have explained myself at length, but since you remain unconvinced, I shall resort to facts as proof." With that, he turned the gun's muzzle towards Roylina, whose expression instantly morphed into one of terror. What do you intend to do?" she stammered. "I told you, I merely wish to converse with you. Now, I believe it is time for you to calm down." After speaking, Qin Siyang lowered the weapon. "Now, tell me how I can contact that person." "I do not know who he is. A friend informed me that he could assist me in completing the sequence registration. All I know is that he frequents the Isaku virtual chat room. If you wish to find him, you can simply linger there often." "How can I ascertain which person he is?" Qin Siyang inquired. "If you observe closely in the chat room, you will recognize him," she replied. Qin Siyang discerned that Roylina had not conveyed her thoughts clearly and chuckled. "Observe closely? I do not have that much time. Will it be effective if I ask? Who can help me like Roylina did?" Upon hearing this, Roylina gritted her teeth in anger. If you enter the chat room 8 times, that individual will approach you willingly, and then you provide them with your name and personal information and inform them of the sequence you wish to impersonate. They will assist you in passing the registration assessment of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. Must I not visit the Sequence Ability Management Bureau myself? You must indeed, but merely to collect your proof of registration as a Sequence Ability user at the designated time they specify. So, I can bypass the assessment? Yes, the assessment can be circumvented. Qin Siyang reflected on Royliana's words, feeling no substantial issues. I have disclosed all that you wish to know. May I have my gun back now? Qin Siyang glanced at Royliana, shaking his head. No? What must I do for you to return my firearm? Officers in the police department are issued their own service weapons. Each firearm bears a unique serial number and is frequently collected for uniform checks to ascertain whether any have deteriorated. Any officer who fails to submit their weapon will be swiftly discovered. Losing a firearm constitutes a grave incident. At the very least, an investigation will be halted. Should this weapon be involved in a heinous event, the officer who lost it will undoubtedly be dismissed. Royliana's need to forge a sequence identity necessitates her employment at the police station, highlighting the immense value she places on this job. She cannot allow her efforts to be entirely undone by Qin Siyang. What do you want from me? Roylina found herself on the brink of despair, overwhelmed by the cunning nature of Qin Siyang. She had not anticipated that this dialogue would leave her at such a disadvantage, unable to seize control of the situation. Reveal your true sequence, she demanded. In your dreams. Roylina trembled with rage, her presence akin to a golden lion beneath the dim starlight, exuding a palpable aura of menace. However, you may need to take the blame for me. You scoundrel! I have done nothing to provoke you. Why can you not spare me? Your true sequence. Tell me, and the gun will be returned to you. I have strived so hard to become an officer in the police department. Do you have any idea of the hardships I endured? I even sacrificed my own innocence for it. Your true sequence. You heartless demon. Must you destroy me to find satisfaction? Sequence. No matter how Roylina raged and lamented, Qin Siyang merely coldly reiterated his inquiry. His words grew scarcer, signifying that his patience was waning. Roylina, if your next utterance does not pertain to your sequence, I shall take my leave at once. I can assure you that your lowly scent tracking devices will never trace my presence. Roylina's emerald eyes, now bloodshot from her frenzy, appeared particularly terrifying amidst the shadowy woods. Meanwhile, Qin Siyang, obscured in shadow, stood before her like a detached observer, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Were it not for the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest, one might mistake him for a peculiar sculpture. Chapter 28. A series of misfortunes. Roylina gazed at Qin Siyang, a solitary tear cascading down her cheek. I am Joybringer, she declared with a desperate smile. Qin Siyang observed her, recognizing that her spirit seemed utterly drained, and he comprehended why Roylina chose to conceal her sequence identity. The Joybringer is most renowned for its rank 1 ability, Ultimate Pleasure. When activated, this skill grants the target an overwhelming sensation of bliss for a specified duration, inciting an irresistible desire within them to engage in pleasurable pursuits with the wielder of the skill. Ultimate Pleasure is not only effective upon mortals but also holds sway over deities. When a Joybringer employs this ability, divine beings gravitate toward their presence. The ultimate fate of a Joybringer is confined to 2 possibilities: either becoming a mere plaything for the elite within the safe zones or serving as bait to hunt deities outside those sanctuaries. Regardless of the path chosen, both options entail the experience of unending torment. Thus, those who awaken as Joybringers are often compelled to mask their identities, leading lives of anonymity as ordinary individuals. Should their secret be unveiled, it heralds the onset of irreparable doom. This is the rationale behind Roylina's decision to obscure her sequence. Qin Siyang maintained a stoic expression, yet a flicker of sympathy stirred within him for her plight. However, this empathy remained restrained, carefully calibrated to avoid overwhelming his judgment. Compassion could cloud his reasoning. He needed to adopt an unwavering coldness to ensure absolute control over the situation. Despite Roylina's revelation of her sequence, Qin Siyang did not relent. As he gazed at the despondent Roylina, he spoke again. There is no one on the road now. Therefore, Please activate your ultimate joy skill. What do you intend to do? I must ascertain that you are indeed a joybringer. Qin Siyang believed that he would seek Roylina's assistance again in the future, and thus he had to seize Roylina's absolute secret. It was inconceivable for him to trust her merely on the basis of her claiming to be a joybringer and shedding a couple of tears. Are you determined to push me to the brink? I have already stated my position. What more do you wish from me? Roylina implored Qin Siyang, tears streaming down her face. However, Qin Siyang remained emotionally unyielding. Activate your ultimate joy skill, or I shall depart with my gun. Realizing that her heartfelt pleas had evoked no response from Qin Siyang, Roylina understood her tears had proven futile. Very well, you have won. She wiped away her tears and tidied her disheveled golden locks. I am not a joybringer. How did you discover this? Was my earlier display not convincing enough? Do not pose too many questions, for you possess no standing to do so. Reveal to me your sequence. Qin Siyang could not discern any traces of performance in Roylina's act. His heart had softened momentarily. However, having once suffered a setback at the hands of Lu Daji, he had become increasingly cautious, ensuring absolute certainty in his undertakings. To his surprise, Roylina was still employing her cunning. This golden-haired, azure-eyed beauty of a police officer was indeed a master of concealment. With a look of resignation, Roylina declared, "My sequence is Titan." As she spoke, she revealed her hand. Unbeknownst to her actions, her palm began to swell, instantaneously expanding to a size reminiscent of the sofa in Qin Siyang's home. Then, as if deflating, her palm returned to its original form. The Titan sequence permits an individual to magnify a specific part of their body or their entire being, simultaneously enhancing the strength of the enlarged portion. Typically, this ability serves as a shield in confrontations against divine beings within a hunting squad. However, the mortality rate associated with the Titan sequence is exceedingly high, for the fortitude of the human body ultimately pales in comparison to that of the divine. Reluctant to endure a life fraught with fear beyond the safety zone, I concealed my sequence identity and joined the police force. What I had just unleashed was the skill localized magnification of the Titan sequence at level 1. Only those of the Titan sequence possess such an ability. Thus I spoke no falsehood. Roylina cast a smile towards Qin Siyang. May I have my firearm returned now? Though he could not recall the specific skills of every sequence ability user, it seemed that the capacity for bodily enlargement was indeed exclusive to the Titan sequence. No, there was another. With this thought, Qin Siyang ceased his haste to depart, sinking once more into silence. Roylina frowned. What is it now? Why have you not returned my gun? I am waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for 10 minutes. Waiting for you to unleash the localized magnification skill of the Titan sequence once more. A flicker of astonishment crossed Roylina's gaze. What do you mean? I seek confirmation. Are you truly of the Titan sequence, or merely an imitation of the trickster skill known as partial amplification? If my memory serves me correctly, the trickster sequence can replicate skills it has witnessed, yet can only mimic external appearances, devoid of any other capabilities. Furthermore, it is unable to continuously imitate the same skill. The previously relaxed smile on Roylina's face vanished in an instant. You are indeed a formidable opponent. So what now? Roylina, in a state of dejection, leaned against a nearby tree. You are correct. I am of the trickster sequence. To substantiate her claim of honesty this time, a vibrant, multicolored mask suddenly adorned her face, an ability of the shaman sequence. Qin Siyang nodded. Roylina was indeed of the trickster sequence, a conclusion he had finally gleaned after a convoluted process, during which he had nearly been deceived several times. Your command of the language is commendable, imbued with such depth of emotion that you nearly misled me. Tools for dining must be mastered. There is nothing to boast about. You are exceptional, surpassing those colleagues and criminals I have encountered. Roylina sincerely praised Qin Siyang. Before you, I feel as powerless as an infant. Every lie I utter is ruthlessly exposed by you. The last time this occurred was when I first met Detective Olaf. Having acquired the answers he sought, Qin Siyang had no intention of lingering in the woods, wasting time with this woman of countless deceptions. I shall take my leave now. I will place your firearm along the woodland path. After I depart, in 3 minutes' time, you shall be able to locate the gun by following the route I have taken. Very well, I understand. Now do hasten to vanish. I truly wish not to behold you any longer, you treacherous fiend. Qin Siyang shrugged, remarking, At least I have not deceived you from the very beginning. Have I, the virtuous and honest Roylina? With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Siyang turned on his heel and retrieved the lunchbox he had concealed amidst the thickets. You may be clever, but it would be prudent to exercise caution. Roylina advised from behind him. Be wary of falling into Olaf's grasp. Otherwise, I too shall be implicated. Olaf, is it? I shall remember that. Thank you. Chapter 29. Exile. He first sought a secluded corner to dispose of his garments by setting them ablaze. He remained apprehensive that the scent lingering on the clothing might lead to his discovery, even though it was saturated with the pungent sauces from the cafeteria meals. As he watched his coat gradually reduce to ashes, Qin Siyang sighed. How swiftly time passes. I have already incinerated 3 or 4 coats. At this rate, I shall have to don short sleeves in this frigid world. Most of these coats were salvaged from the refuse site, discarded by others. None had been purchased with money. Perhaps he should venture back to the dump and search for treasures anew. Once he confirmed that no one was tailing him, he returned to the internet CAF.
Rank Defa.
Upon seeing Qin Siyang at the entrance, emerged with an expression of reluctance. Boss, your silver coins. Wang Defa retrieved a silver coin from his pocket and placed it in Qin Siyang's palm, his fingers lingering, reluctant to part. Thank you. I will repay you. Qin Siyang stated as he wrested the coin from Wang Defa's grasp, slipping it into his pocket. Though he felt somewhat shameless, he found himself without alternatives. Acquiring a silver coin was indeed a challenge for him. Wang Defa lowered his eyelids, saying, Boss, if there are no further matters, perhaps we should refrain from further dealings. Consider it a lesson learned. Wang Defa had gained nothing from Qin Siyang, and the prospect of trouble from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau weighed heavily on him, leaving him feeling utterly miserable. However, Qin Siyang could not afford to dwell on such concerns. He had numerous tasks that relied on the internet, and Wang Defa's internet CAF was his sole secure access to the online world. How could he possibly sever ties? Qin Siyang remarked, I still need to use the computers in your warehouse tonight. What? You are coming back? The police have yet to inspect today. Wang Defa exclaimed. It's already 10 o'clock. Isn't your internet CAF about to close? Why worry about inspections now? Wang Defa pouted in silence. Rest assured, I will not neglect your benefits. But you must allow me to navigate this obstacle first. Qin Siyang patted Wang Defa's shoulder before heading to the warehouse. Upon witnessing Qin Siyang enter the warehouse, Wang Defa was incensed, exclaiming, Damn it, someone ought to eliminate this scoundrel. Seated before the computer, Qin Siyang promptly opened the Isiko virtual chat room, a space designated for forging friendships online. Unlike other chat rooms, the reason for the enduring popularity of the Isiko virtual chat room lies in its utilization of internet address masking technology. Here, every participant remains anonymous, and their login addresses are entirely concealed. No one knows who inhabits this chat room. Even the staff behind Isiko are unable to discern the identities of the visitors within the chat room. This absolute confidentiality fosters a naturally conducive environment for clandestine transactions. Unsurprisingly, the chat room has drawn the attention of law enforcement, with undercover officers present among the participants. To prevent mistakenly identifying an officer as a trading partner during transactions, those conducting business here employ various encryption methods. For instance, an individual who forges sequences enters the chat room consecutively 8 times to identify those with whom they wish to trade. As for how this trading method became known and how Royliana learned of it, Qin Siyang remains oblivious. Following Royliana's instructions, he repeatedly entered the chat room 8 times before ceasing further action, quietly awaiting contact from the enigmatic figure. The interface of the chat room is remarkably simple. On the left is the list of current visitors. The center displays advertisements and links from various gaming and gambling companies, and on the right is the individual with whom one is currently chatting. At the bottom lies the public chat area, where Qin Siyang observes a constant stream of advertisements related to lending and identity forgery. The design of this chat room evokes memories of his past life. Indeed, in his previous existence, just as in this one, he faced considerable poverty, lacking the means to purchase a computer. Thus, He would only occasionally visit a nearby internet CAF to communicate with Li Jingwen, spending his dinner money to converse with her in the chat room. Typically, it was Li Jingwen who initiated a private channel with others in the chat room to play games, while he silently assisted her with her homework. In hindsight, it truly felt reminiscent of a dog-esque loyalty. However, in this lifetime, he anticipated a less disheveled existence. The right side of his chat room interface was now entirely devoid of activity. After a few moments, the blank chat box finally flickered. Qin Siyang clicked on it. It was someone named Exile, reaching out to him. "Are you looking for someone?" He noticed that his alias in the Isico chat room was Future. "Are you waiting for someone?" Waiting for someone who wouldn't waste time asking such questions. "Do enlighten me with your rules." Qin Siyang cut straight to the point. "No. I must first know how you obtained my contact information." Without hesitation, Qin Siyang typed out his fabricated excuse. "A friend who prefers to remain anonymous informed me. You are speaking irrelevant nonsense. With this approach, it will be challenging for us to collaborate. Business is business. Matters unrelated to business should not be discussed. If you are unwilling to engage in business, I shall seek others. It seems you harbor a great fear of your friend. Are you concerned that revealing their identity might bring you trouble, even to the extent of endangering your life?" Allowing space for the other party's imagination was a crucial method for him to maintain control of the conversation. "Now, share your rules?" "Exile. I am quite eager to finalize this transaction. Please provide me with your personal information. Then find a way to place a silver coin beneath the 10th tile from the left in the 10th row of the exit at safe zone 38,324 before the end of tomorrow. Then you can wait for the authorities to contact you. What personal information is needed? Your thumbprints, a recent 1-inch personal photograph, your name, current occupation, and home address. Of course, what identity you require is also important. In this digital realm, even in an anonymous chat room, there may be surveillance, so I cannot be too explicit. You should understand my meaning, right?" Qin Siyang immediately grasped that the so-called identity refers to the sequence he needs to forge. "There are too many items. I cannot provide them today." "No worries, for safety's sake. These transactions were meant to occur offline. You may give me the money first. I frequently linger in chat rooms. Feel free to choose any time to contact me again. Should it be like today? No. Friends who have made a payment should first announce I am a newcomer in the public chat area upon entering the chat room, and then they can enter and exit the chat room 5 times consecutively." Chapter 30. The Failure of Waiting for the Rabbit to Come. Hopefully, everything will proceed smoothly tomorrow, Qin Siyang thought to himself before falling asleep. Blue Star Era, January 22nd, 2010, Gregorian Calendar, Friday. Lunar Calendar, Year of the Earth Ox, 8th day of the 12th month, Laba Festival, suitable for travel. Today is Friday, yet Qin Siyang did not attend school due to the pressing time constraints. The exit of safety zone 38324 lies a distance of 21 bus stops from his home. This does not account for the time he spends waiting for an opportunity to conceal the silver coins. As for taking the bus, there is no way to disembark before the bus reaches its stop, which would inevitably restrict his route. The feet, indeed, remain the most reliable means of travel, provided one possesses ample stamina. To avert any unforeseen delays on the road, Qin Siyang chose to set off early in the morning. By the time he reached the vicinity of the exit of safety zone 38324, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At this hour, the number of people at the safety exit was relatively sparse. The sequenceability users had gone off for lunch or were taking a brief respite. Naturally, the ordinary individuals wishing to sip soup alongside the sequencers had also dispersed, leaving only a few solitary figures wandering near the safety zone exit. Qin Siyang concealed his face within the ample hood of his sweatshirt, meticulously counting the tiles as he passed by nonchalantly. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, he swiftly pried up a tile just enough to create a small gap and discreetly flicked the silver coin inside. After placing the tile back down, he stepped atop it, ensuring that it appeared level with the surrounding tiles, indistinguishable from the rest. With a couple of muffled thuds, Qin Siyang confirmed that the tile was firmly in place before turning to depart. Next, he sought a corner where ordinary people congregated to rest. Many were seated or lying down, seizing the moment to recuperate. For when the sequencers would soon commence their hunt for deities beyond the safety zone, The ordinary individuals would also need to prepare for their own endeavors. The space was exceedingly crowded, accommodating thousands in its modest confines, all due to its proximity to the safety zone exit. Should any individuals with the ability to manipulate sequences arrive, they would immediately catch sight of their surroundings. Although the vicinity near the exit of the safe zone is rather frigid, the proximity of many people huddled together offers some respite from the biting wind. Indeed, in comparison to the chance of survival, what is mere coldness? Qin Siyang cautiously navigated around those lying on the ground in slumber, seeking a spot that could barely support his stance, while squeezing in between two individuals. Then, under the disdainful gazes of those around him, he too settled down on the ground with a thud. He retrieved a lunchbox from his bag and began to devour its contents voraciously. The moment the lunchbox was opened, the onlookers displayed expressions of contempt. Though they were ordinary individuals, they could afford ingredients and would prepare meals at home. No one's cooking could possibly emit the nauseating stench that wafted from Qin Siyang's lunchbox. Even a simple stir-fry with a dash of oil and salt could never produce such a repugnant aroma. Finally, a middle-aged woman nearby could no longer contain herself and remarked to Qin Siyang, "Young man, given your age, it must be your mother's cooking, right? How could your mother's food smell so dreadful? Such ingredients are wasted in her hands." Qin Siyang swallowed the last morsel of the nine-tailed black rat meat, his expression unchanging as he replied, "My mother passed away long ago." The woman was momentarily taken aback, then inquired, "Was it your father who prepared this?" "My father is also deceased." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman gaped for a considerable time, wanting to utter something but ultimately fell silent, choosing not to speak further. An elderly woman beside Qin Siyang murmured softly, "Poor child. He seems to have just graduated high school, yet his life appears devoid of a future." Qin Siyang continued to eat the cafeteria meal from his lunchbox, indifferent to the words of those around him. Once he finished his meal, he tidied the lunchbox and placed it into a bag, intending to use it as a cushion beneath his head to lie down and rest. This time, he refrained from pushing his way in. The people nearby instinctively shifted to create a space for him to lie down. "Thank you." Qin Siyang did not focus on anyone in particular, merely expressing his gratitude for the gentle kindness exhibited by those around him. As he lay down, he did not close his eyes to sleep. Instead, he remained lost in thought, gazing in one direction. In truth, his eyes were fixed on the tile concealing the silver coin. Although Exile had instructed him to relinquish the coin before nightfall, he harbored doubts that Exile would retrieve the coin the following day. If he were Exile, he would certainly devise a means to recover the silver coin that very night. This was inherently an unequal transaction. Exile possessed knowledge of all the genuine details of the forger, while the forger remained oblivious to whether Exile was male or female. All forgers would resent being so easily manipulated. The agreed deadline for the transaction was tonight. Thus, it was highly probable that the other party would focus their attention here tomorrow, eager to discover who had taken the silver coin. Consequently, the risk of exposure for him would significantly increase. Qin Siyang believed his judgment to be sound. He silently observed from the sidelines. As the lunch break concluded, a contingent of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities commenced their departure from this location. The crowd once again surged forth, effectively obstructing the exit of safety zone 38324. Qin Siyang, swept along by the throng, positioned himself near a particular tile, ensuring it remained within his line of sight. Each time a sequence ability user entered or exited, the masses would converge, fervently promoting the transactions they wished to engage in. Some sought to sell property, others offered services, while a few shamelessly advertised their daughters. Qin Siyang, ensnared by the currents of humanity, remained motionless, his expression dulled and concealed beneath the hood of his sweatshirt, leaving those around him puzzled as to his purpose for being at the safety zone's exit. No one dared to inquire about his intentions. To the ordinary onlookers, the presence of a silent individual simply indicated one less competitor. Perhaps it was his reticence that rendered him hesitant to voice his desires, or maybe he aspired to become the favored companion of a female sequence ability user, yet had not identified his target. His thoughts went unnoticed, indifferent to the bustling crowd, each person driven by fervent aspirations and resolute goals, hoping for a transformative turn of fortune that day. who had the time to concern themselves with an idle bystander. Thus, like a marionette devoid of autonomy, Qin Siyang found himself drawn closer to the tile amidst the ebb and flow of the crowd. He deliberately maintained a certain distance from the tile, merely ensuring it remained in his sight to avoid alarming any potential threats. Yet, as the throng surged, he unexpectedly found himself beside the very tile he sought to observe. Never mind, it was merely a matter of coincidence that I was jostled here. If I were to swiftly evade, it would only betray a sense of guilt. Qin Siyang maintained his composure, allowing the throng to envelop him. At last, he found himself upon this particular tile, stepping onto it with a soft thud. Chapter 31 Thief. His foot pressed down on the stone slab, producing a faint sound. Qin Siyang's eyes widened in astonishment. When he had concealed the silver coin beneath this very tile, the sound produced was entirely different. Back then, it emitted a dull thud. Now, however, it resonated with a crisp note. A sudden tightness gripped Qin Siyang's heart. Beneath the tile, it seemed hollow. Did this imply that someone had already pilfered the silver coin he had placed here? No, he must ascertain the truth without delay. Why are you just standing there? Are you unwell? Just as those around him were about to chastise him for being in the way, several individuals adorned in frost-resistant attire passed by. The crowd's attention was instantaneously captured as they clustered around, enthusiastically promoting their wares. Seizing the moment while no one focused on him, Qin Siyang promptly crouched down, feigning a disturbance in his shoe from sand. He adjusted his posture, shielding the tile with his body, rendering it invisible to the onlookers. As he removed his shoe, Qin Siyang skillfully inserted a finger into the gap between the tiles, gently lifting it. Utilizing the overhead illumination from the safety zone's exit, he discerned with remarkable clarity that beneath the tile lay a shallow pit, half a centimeter in depth and roughly the size of a fist. The silver coin has vanished without a trace. Qin Siyang, seemingly unfazed, set down the tile and stood there in a daze. Despite his vigilant watch, the coin had been taken. How could this be possible? He had only placed the coin down a mere 2 or 3 hours ago, and now it was gone. Could it be that the individual who took the coin had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the precise moment he set it down to snatch it away? Qin Siyang clenched his fists, his entire body trembling with rage. Throughout this ordeal, the tile had remained undisturbed. Was it possible to take something from afar? It seemed that this coin had been pilfered by a sequence ability user during a moment of inattention. He scanned the fervent crowd around him, searching for the concealed sequence ability user among them. Yet, it felt like searching for a needle in a haystack, nearly impossible to find. Qin Siyang quickly regained his composure, contemplating a solution. To surrender now would mean relinquishing control to exile. No, that would not do. After the incident with Lu Daji, Qin Siyang resolved never to hand over his leverage to anyone again. He had paid for this service, not to furnish others with power over him. Cursing silently in his heart, he considered the possibility that the coin thief might belong to a Hunter Squad sequence ability user, which could offer a chance for redemption. With this thought in mind, Qin Siyang ceased his waiting and, like the others, began to push toward the location of the sequence ability user. His formidable strength allowed him to easily reach the front ranks. However, such a deliberate move could easily attract the attention of the Hunter Squad sequence ability users, a notion that was far from prudent. Not long after Qin Siyang had placed the silver coin down, it was swiftly taken by a sequence ability user. It stands to reason that the individual who seized the coin had been observing him closely and was aware of his attire. Should Qin Siyang's movements have been too conspicuous, he would have been easily recognized. To elude the attention of the sequence ability users, he could only inch forward cautiously. Just as he was about to reach the front row, he removed his outer garment, revealing his youthful student visage. He was convinced that the person who had taken the silver coin would no longer recognize him. Qin Siyang fervently prayed in his heart, hoping that the thief was a member of a hunting team rather than an ordinary bystander. It was likely that the coin thief was a thief sequence ability user, capable of utilizing the skill Steal to remove items within a certain spatial range around them. This Steal skill is considered one of the most formidable abilities within a safe zone, effortlessly allowing one to acquire items from a distance, making the dream of sudden wealth seem attainable. Consequently, the United Government strictly prohibits thief, sequence ability users from activating their skills within safe zones. Upon discovery, they face execution. However, this particular sequence ability user holds little significance within the hunting team. Their steal range is limited, and the thief sequence lacks any life-preserving skills. Attempting to employ their abilities against deities would lead to immediate demise upon approach. Thus, within the hunting team, they serve merely as a peripheral figure. Qin Siyang slowly recalled the information regarding the thief sequence, and his gaze gradually grew resolute. In a hunting party of deities, the individual who walks at the fringes, exhibiting the most unassuming demeanor, is likely a member of the thief sequence. Once the identity of the one who pilfered the silver coins is ascertained, a profile aligning with their characteristics emerges. As each sequence-empowered team passes by, he meticulously observes the expressions of the members. If the team is engaged in relaxed and jovial conversation, he tends to pay them less heed. However, should a member stand apart, taciturn or overly solicitous, Qin Siyang dedicates more attention, keenly eavesdropping on their dialogue. As several hunting teams discuss the recent skirmish outside the safe zone, Qin Siyang listens intently, yet fails to identify any member of the thief sequence, leading to a sense of disappointment. At that moment, another hunting party weaves through the crowd. Unlike the preceding teams, this group appears indifferent to the conflict with the divine. They are eagerly strategizing their next destination for relaxation at a bar. One slender youth in his early 20s remarks, "Everyone, I want to be joining you for drinks later." "Why not?" The youth hesitates momentarily. "Well, do I really need to explain? He hasn't contributed much. How could he possibly join us for drinks?" "Exactly, just a thief sequence member who can only assist us in minor ways. If it weren't for the bureaucratic officer who forced him into our midst, who would want him?" The others cast him dismissive glances before linking arms and departing. The slender youth lingers behind, walking solitary and silent. However, this discord merely represents the internal exclusion within the hunter squad and does not impede the frenzy of the surrounding ordinary folk. Even the ridiculed sequence ability user remains a being of distinction, vastly different from the common populace. As the emaciated youth found himself isolated, the crowd fervently encircled him. Chapter 32. Fortuitous circumstances. People eagerly vied to recommend their well-rehearsed businesses to the slender young man. "Young lad, do not let your spirits dwindle. Come dine with us for a delightful meal. It will surely lift your mood. I shall ask for nothing in return, only a photograph together. Can a meal truly alleviate one's troubles? In this life, one must seek a suitable partner. My daughter has just graduated high school. She is young, beautiful, kind-hearted, and obedient. She has taken an immediate liking to you, declaring you as her only choice for marriage. Would you care to meet her?" Do not heed his words, young man. To be tethered to one woman for a lifetime is an utterly tedious endeavor. Come to me, dear. Women in their teens, 20s, or 30s await your selection, ensuring your night is filled with joy. If you fancy those of a more mature disposition, I can accompany you as well. These individuals clamored and jostled, their faces a mix of excitement and ferocity, as they strained to push others aside in hopes of monopolizing the coveted space. The ordinary people shouted around the slender youth, clad in protective gear, yearning for his attention. Each person nurtured dreams of turning their fortunes, believing perhaps they could achieve it through this sequence ability user. Saliva flew as the crowd animatedly debated, some spittle landing on Qin Siyang's face, leaving an unpleasant odor. This foul scent mingled with the pervasive stench of sweat surrounding him, making his discomfort palpable. However, the efforts of the crowd were destined to be in vain. The gaunt young man cast a cold glance at everyone, uttering not a word, before striding away with purpose. Though the onlookers continued their fervent sales pitches, they instinctively parted to create a path for him. It was only after the slender figure receded into the distance that they, disheartened, fell silent and turned their gaze toward the entrance of the safe zone, awaiting the next opportunity to arise. Shortly after the gaunt youth exited the safe zone, a 17 or 18-year-old boy, resembling a wild buffalo, effortlessly pushed through the throngs of people surrounding him. Amidst the astonished stares of the crowd, he stealthily followed in pursuit. Once Qin Siyang confirmed that the slender young man was headed down the main thoroughfare, he sought refuge in a corner, altering his attire to avoid detection. As a member of the thief faction and someone with connections to the chief officer, if the one who seized the silver coins was not him, then he would have to accept his fate. In no time, he had once again aligned his pace with that of the gaunt youth. Qin Siyang's current appearance was somewhat comical. In an effort to evade recognition while trailing the slender figure, he had donned his coat and trousers inside out, attracting the attention of many passers-by. "Mom, that big brother seems a bit off his rocker." "Hush! Keep your voice down. We must stay clear of such peculiar individuals. Do you remember?" Qin Siyang paid no heed to the whispers and pointed fingers of the bystanders, for his singular focus remained on the distant gaunt young man. Yet, it appeared that the latter did not recognize him. After casting a mocking glance in his direction, he resumed his forward motion. The two continued their journey along the main thoroughfare, one following closely behind the other. As the number of pedestrians gradually dwindled and they reached a secluded alleyway, only the two of them remained. Qin Siyang continued to trail behind the emaciated young man. Even though the slender youth was somewhat slow-witted, he sensed that something was amiss. He slowed his pace, intending to allow Qin Siyang to pass by him. However, Qin Siyang appeared not to be pursuing him and maintained his forward momentum. The slender youth glanced back and noticed that Qin Siyang seemed to be merely 17 or 18 years old, likely a high school student or someone who had just graduated from the third year of high school not long ago. He appeared to be an inexperienced youth, posing no threat whatsoever. The youth dismissed his earlier concerns, attributing them to the tension of hunting a deity, and resolved to relax. Thus, he stood beneath the streetlight, retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and pulled one out to place between his lips. Skillfully, he produced a match from another pocket, shielding the flame from the wind with the cigarette pack as he struck it, preparing to light his smoke. At that moment, the light from the street lamp before him suddenly vanished. The slender youth looked up to see the student, the boy who had followed him all this way, beaming brightly at him. "I hope it's you," he thought. Instantly, the slender youth realized that something was terribly wrong, but before he could react, a shadow darted past. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been struck in the chest by a truck, and his body uncontrollably hurtled backward into the dark recesses of the alley. Thud, thud, thud. The slender youth crashed into a trash can, sending debris scattering across the ground. Qin Siyang stood upright after retracting his legs, glancing around to find the roads flanking him devoid of life, before hastening towards the gaunt young man. The young man was encumbered by a heap of filthy and malodorous refuse, his orange and white frost-proof attire stained with sewage, yet he seemed oblivious to such details. Clutching his chest with both hands, he grimaced in pain, his eyes wide with terror as he regarded Qin Siyang. Who are you?" Without uttering a word, Qin Siyang delivered a powerful punch to his jaw. The gaunt young man felt as if his brain had collided violently against his skull, a cacophony of tremors coursing through his body before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Siyang extricated the fainted young man from the refuse and began to search his person, uncovering naught of significance until his gaze fell upon the distinctive black backpack of a hunter squad member. He unzipped the bag, revealing a multitude of small compartments, each sealed with a zipper. Upon inspection, he discerned that several compartments harbored items. One particular compartment contained a glass vial filled with a pale blue liquid. Qin Siyang picked up the vial and scrutinized it, noticing the label that read Special Supply of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. So this is what the sequence potion looks like. He opened it and inhaled, a sweet aroma wafting towards him. However, the surrounding stench of refuse mingled with the sweetness, rendering it even more nauseating. He capped the vial and stowed the sequence potion in his pocket. He was well aware of the immense value this potion held for sequence ability users, having gleaned such knowledge from the Godslayer camp. Possessing this vial could likely afford him considerable leverage over the gaunt young man. It is not a threat but rather an invitation for the emaciated youth to assist with some trivial tasks. He rummaged through the other compartments of his backpack and discovered a mobile phone, some copper coins, and a silver coin. Qin Siyang powered off the phone and tucked it into his pocket. Such a luxurious item, worth thousands of copper coins, was something Qin Siyang found himself in dire need of and would undoubtedly utilize in the future. He then scrutinized the silver coin closely, realizing it was not the one he had placed under the floor tile. The silver coin I had set aside came from the Li Mint, while this one was from the Henry Mint. Could it be that I have mistaken the person? He searched through the backpack and the emaciated youth's belongings but found no trace of the coin. Just as confusion began to set in, he noticed that the bottom of the backpack was uneven and somewhat abrasive to the touch. After a prolonged inspection, he finally uncovered a hidden compartment within the backpack, cleverly concealed beneath other sections and hardly noticeable. Had it not been for Qin Siyang's ample time, he might never have discovered it. Upon opening this secret compartment, he found some clods of earth and another silver coin. Qin Siyang extracted the coin, gazing at the inscription "Li Mint" on its edge, then glanced at the unconscious emaciated youth, revealing a peculiar smile. Indeed, a boy who smiles often is unlikely to be cursed by misfortune. Chapter 33. The relaxed interrogation. Qin Siyang was not particularly skilled in the art of interrogation. He excelled more in the realm of taking lives. Unfortunately, killing does not resolve all issues. He sat atop a tree stump, observing the emaciated youth suspended by a rope, feeling somewhat fatigued. He had previously regarded murder as a nuisance, only to realize that refraining from it seemed to present an even greater dilemma. The thief, a sequence ability user, relied on his own hands to execute his skills. Thus, before the emaciated young man awoke, Qin Siyang meticulously bound his fingers together, securing his palms tightly before restraining his arms. Only then did he suspend him from the ancient tree, which, though withered, had not yet succumbed to the earth. A decade into the apocalypse, this tree had endured considerable hardship. Observing the emaciated figure dangling from the branches, Qin Siyang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He had also prepared an array of tools, such as hammers and nails, in a nearby abandoned warehouse to aid in the interrogation. It seemed that the questioning would be foolproof, awaiting only the young man's awakening. Yet half an hour passed, then an hour, and then two, with the emaciated youth still hanging limply, devoid of any signs of revival. Qin Siyang's confidence began to wane. Could it be that I struck him dead with a single blow? He placed his hand near the young man's nose. Feeling the faint breath, he was still alive. Qin Siyang exhaled in relief, though he could not help but smirk. He truly cannot withstand a blow. I barely used my full strength, and he has been unconscious for 2 hours. Perhaps his disdain resonated with the young man, as he stirred slightly before finally awakening. He struggled momentarily, realizing he was bound and suspended, with the very boy who had assaulted him seated before him. His eyes widened in shock. "Who are you? How dare you attack a sequence ability user?" The moment he spoke, Qin Siyang felt a surge of reassurance. Fortunately, it seems that the individual in question is not particularly astute, making it relatively easy to extract valuable information from him. Who else could possibly assault a sequence ability user but another sequence ability user? Qin Siyang remained silent, instead producing his silver coin. "This coin was placed by me. You dare to follow me? Do you have any idea who my uncle is?" "Your uncle is?" "The head of the Information Division of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, Chen Wenda." Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang was utterly taken aback. Was it truly this straightforward? Shouldn't this gaunt youth have been exceedingly reluctant to divulge the identity of the mastermind, necessitating threats and coercion to ultimately yield a false answer, followed by relentless torture to uncover the truth? The moment the slender youth spoke, Qin Siyang recognized his lack of mental acuity, yet he had not anticipated it to be this severe. With a sigh, Qin Siyang remarked, "Your uncle must consider himself extraordinarily fortunate to have you as a nephew." The gaunt youth, sensing that Qin Siyang's tone was not one of praise, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean by that?" "The literal meaning." Qin Siyang then pondered anew, sensing something amiss. How could this dim-witted youth have gone unnoticed while retrieving the silver coin? Even a cunning woman like Roylina, who was adept at weaving lies, could not trace his whereabouts. This was indeed peculiar. At that moment, the slender youth spoke again. "Previously, my uncle always came to collect the money himself. Today he had matters to attend to, so I came to assist him. If you know what's good for you, you'll let me go. If my uncle finds out, you won't escape unscathed." Qin Siyang nodded slightly. This made sense. Previously, it was always Chen Wendao who personally came to collect the silver coins. The section chief who exploited the loophole in the management bureau was certainly not an easy opponent. He must have been exceedingly cautious, which is why he had never made a mistake. Today, however, a Na'vi newcomer had arrived, and it was precisely this chance that Qin Siyang seized, causing the truth to be revealed. Qin Siyang murmured to himself, "It seems I am truly blessed by divine favor. No, the deities of today are rather enigmatic entities. Perhaps I should say, fortune favors me. Let me go. Otherwise, I will surely inform my uncle. With your eloquence, why didn't you dare to act tough when your own teammates bullied you? I disdain engaging in arguments with them." Qin Siyang shook his head. "You are merely afraid of offending them and being cast out of the team. They possess the power to expel you, and yet you cannot even utter a harsh word. I am the one who could end your life, and you still dare to threaten me?" Qin Siyang cast a cold smile in his direction. "I truly wonder how you've managed to survive until now. Perhaps it is indeed due to having a good uncle. You want to kill me?" The gaunt young man's eyes flickered, clearly betraying his panic. From the gaze of this 18-year-old, he discerned a murderous intent. That piercing look sent shivers down his spine, causing goosebumps to rise beneath his thermal suit. He realized that the youth before him had likely taken a life before. "My uncle is Chen Wendao. If you kill me, my uncle will undoubtedly seek revenge." Upon hearing the words of the emaciated youth, Qin Siyang could no longer contain himself and let out a chuckle. "What are you laughing at? Didn't your uncle inform you of the value of this silver coin?" The lean young man swallowed hard. "No. But I know it must be that you seek my uncle's assistance, thus offering him a silver coin as a fee." Qin Siyang nodded. "A fool, yet not entirely devoid of sense. Are you insulting me?" Qin Siyang gazed at the young man in his 20s with a look of bewilderment. Despite his prestigious family background, his status as an ability user, and being several years older than Qin Siyang, how could he be so utterly foolish? Even the vile and insipid Li Jingguan surpassed him in intellect by several magnitudes. Rising, Qin Siyang patted the young man's shoulder and remarked, "Even if I were to end your life, your uncle wouldn't dare utter a single word in protest. Do you understand? Never mind, take a moment to rest. I must verify the truth of your claims." "Rest? I won't rest. You must let me." Before the lean youth could finish his sentence, Qin Siyang struck him again, this time landing a blow to his chin, rendering him unconscious. Although the fool's words were likely true, there was no harm in confirming his assertions in the Apocalyptic virtual chat room before releasing this simpleton. Qin Siyang lowered the young man from the tree and carried him to a deserted warehouse that he had prepared in advance for his confinement. After a lengthy preparation, it seemed there was no need for his efforts. Qin Siyang sighed deeply. Indeed, a fool is blessed with fool's luck. Chapter 34. A conversation renewed once again. Wang Defa found himself in the internet CAF. Upon spotting Qin Siyang, he inwardly lamented his predicament. He informed the patrons of the CAF that he had matters to attend to and stepped outside. "Boss, what seems to be the trouble now?" "I need to use your computer in the storage room," he replied. Wang Defa sighed. "The key is in your possession. Feel free to use it as you wish." "No, the network is yours and the storage is yours as well. I must inform you in advance whenever I intend to use it, lest I cause you any inconvenience." Wang Defa offered a perfunctory smile. "You are rather courteous." Qin Siyang then retrieved 2 silver coins from his pocket, placing them in Wang Defa's hand. "Here is your money, along with the interest." 1 coin belonged to Qin Siyang himself, while the other had been pilfered from the slender youth's backpack. By handing over these coins, he fulfilled a promise he had made earlier. Wang Defa gazed at the coins in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. Qin Siyang patted him on the shoulder and proceeded toward the storage room. It was only after watching Qin Siyang's figure vanish through the door that Wang Defa regained his composure. He bit down on the 2 silver coins, confirming their authenticity. Qin Siyang had not deceived him. His worldview was utterly shattered. Never before had a being of such extraordinary abilities shown such unwavering fidelity to an ordinary person like him. Over the years, as he operated the CAF and served as a facilitator for various officials, he had accumulated only a handful of silver coins, some of which had been used to curry favor with the multitude of inspectors visiting the establishment. Upon reflection, the amount he truly held was scarcely more than what Qin Siyang had just given him. I had truly misjudged Qin Siyang in the past. Yet, Who could have anticipated that he was not jesting? Wang Defa clenched the silver coin in his hand, as if awakening from a profound dream, his expression one of bewilderment. Truly, I have encountered a living deity. Qin Siyang reopened the ASIC virtual chat room, announcing himself as a newcomer, and then entered and exited 5 times, awaiting contact from the other party. Today's chat room advertisement was for virtual gambling. The slogan proclaimed, "Take a chance. Perhaps today fortune favors you." This advertisement felt rather fitting. Qin Siyang chuckled softly. Although he had no intentions of participating in online gambling, he indeed felt that his luck was favorable today. The code name randomly assigned to him in the chat room was Counterattack, which further instilled in him a sense of destiny at play. After a while, a dialog box flickered on the right side of the chat room. Qin Siyang clicked it open. It was someone with the code name Corner. "Have you sent the money? Good. You may share your personal information with me. However, I doubt you will retrieve that silver coin." The dialog box remained silent for quite some time. Eventually, Corner sent another message. "What do you mean?" Qin Siyang pondered for a moment, then smiled as he typed a response. He mentioned that his uncle was present, and he would never dare to harm him. Thus, let us arrange a meeting to discuss his fate. I am quite curious whether such a wise nephew would indeed safeguard him. Qin Siyang gazed at the name Corner, still glowing in blue, untouched by the pallor of disconnection, a testament to the fact that he remained online, albeit perhaps in need of a moment to digest the words delivered by Counter. With his arms folded behind his head, he languidly observed the screen. What could Chief Chen be up to? Was he coldly fixated on the monitor, or was he wreaking havoc within his quarters? After a span of several minutes, Corner finally sent another message. "Tomorrow at 9 a.m., let us meet beside the abandoned building adjacent to the exit of Safe Zone 38324. You seem to have misjudged the situation. The time and place of our meeting should be determined by me." Qin Siyang chuckled softly. His dear uncle was mistaken. It was not the volume of text that granted one reason. At the very least, do you even know who I am? You may set the time and place, but you must bring my nephew and the silver coins. Let us convene tomorrow at noon, on the 2nd floor of the collapsed department store adjacent to the exit of Safe Zone 54320. Very well, remember to bring my nephew and the silver coins. What do you truly desire? If I do not see my nephew and the silver coins, I shall not assist you. Uncle, you ought to recognize who currently holds the reins of power. You are utterly unreasonable. Unreasonable, you say? To safeguard your information and avert the risk of ISIC's personnel monitoring our conversation, I have refrained from uttering your name. Do you still believe I am the one lacking in reason? In the chat room, Qin Siyang deliberately refrained from addressing Chen Kazhang by title, fearing that their exchanges might be monitored. According to Chen's previous inquiries, the virtual network could indeed be subject to surveillance. Despite the assurances of confidentiality from the Aishiku virtual chat room, complete trust remained elusive. Only through offline transactions, conducted between two individuals who possess leverage over one another, could absolute security be assured. Thus, during their prior conversation, Chen merely instructed Qin to place the silver coins in a designated spot without divulging the specifics of the transaction, emphasizing the preference for an offline exchange. This time, Chen again only specified the time and location of the transaction, omitting any details about its content. Consequently, even if someone were monitoring, they would remain oblivious to the nature of their discussion. The Aishiku chat room attracts tens of thousands of visitors daily. In comparison, transactions with larger participant numbers and greater sums are more likely to catch the attention of observers. The vague nature of the exchanges between Qin Siyang and Chen Kazhang is countless, rendering them inconspicuous. Cautious and prudent, Qin Siyang has made every effort to leave no trace since experiencing a setback with Lu Daji. Chapter 35. Police raid. If you wish to enlist the aid of the police's scent seekers to help find him, I have no objections, but I trust you can bear the consequences of such actions. Are you threatening me? This is merely a suggestion, not a threat. By the way, I have scheduled an email regarding your matters. If my affairs are not resolved by this weekend, or if I meet an untimely demise en route to our transaction, many of your colleagues will become aware of your situation. The email information of your colleague is easily accessible, as you are well aware. The personal details of all personnel from the Sequenceability Management Bureau are publicly available online, serving both the purpose of facilitating oversight and enabling inquiries. You, how despicable you are. What of it? Merely self-preservation. Unless, of course, you intend to kill me tomorrow. Humph. The thoughts in your mind are truly revolting. Is there anything else you wish to say? One final request. You must ensure that my nephew remains unharmed. Otherwise, I shall not let you off the hook. Very well. I have a question as well. Speak. What purpose does such a foolish nephew serve for you? Were it not for him, you would never have been exposed. Qin Siyang shrugged. What a callous section chief. Suddenly, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to depart, he heard Wang Defa's shout. Officer, it is quite late, and my internet CF is about to close. What are you doing here? Are the police conducting a surprise inspection? Wang Defa loudly reminded himself, and Qin Siyang immediately grasped his implication. He hurriedly cleared the browser history and attempted to access the surveillance footage. At that moment, he was taken aback. The surveillance interface was completely dark. The surveillance switch had been turned off by Wang Defa. Damn it! That miser trying to save on electricity. I have no idea where the surveillance switch is. If the police were to suddenly discover that the warehouse door was unlocked and enter for an inspection, finding Qin Siyang staring blankly at the pitch-black screen, they would undoubtedly sense something amiss. Just as Qin Siyang was engulfed in anxiety, the very scenario he dreaded unfolded before him. The warehouse door creaked open, revealing not Wang Defa, but a silver-haired gentleman clad in plain clothes, wrapped in a scarf and puffing on a cigar. Upon spotting Qin Siyang, the elder cast a scrutinizing gaze in his direction. Qin Siyang, wearing a mask of panic, locked eyes with him. Internally, he felt a semblance of calm, yet he believed that, as a mere youth of 17 or 18, he ought to exhibit signs of distress upon the unexpected intrusion. Thus he adopted such an expression. The warehouse fell into a momentary silence, punctuated solely by the echoing footsteps outside and the crackling of the elder's cigar as it burned. Before long, several individuals entered, all donned in police uniforms. Detective Olaf, what brings you here? One inquired. This warehouse has been locked until today, so I thought I would take a look for any unexpected findings. Olaf, wasn't he the detective Roylina had cautioned him to be wary of? A seasoned expert, indeed. One could discern his caliber with just a glance. In that brief moment of eye contact with Olaf, Qin Siyang realized that this elderly gentleman would be quite formidable. He had not anticipated it would be Olaf. Was the detective leading a late-night investigation into the 3 bodies found in the alley? Or was it regarding the theft of divine relics? Or perhaps both? Qin Siyang's heart sank at this realization, yet he steeled himself, fully prepared to confront whatever came next. At that moment, Wang Defa squeezed in from behind, wearing a forced smile as he addressed Olaf. Inspector, what brings you here this time? Do not move, Olaf commanded. Qin Siyang obediently lifted his hands from the mouse and keyboard, leaving a computer desktop devoid of any ongoing processes. Approaching Qin Siyang, Olaf scrutinized the desktop before opening the browser, only to discover that the history had been erased. His gaze turned piercing as he looked at Qin Siyang. What are you doing sitting here? I was. Qin Siyang stammered, yet his words faltered. Olaf examined him closely, noting that his belt had indeed been loosened. Were you watching adult films? Qin Siyang feigned an inability to meet Olaf's gaze, promptly lowering his head. The act of loosening his belt was a swift maneuver intended to create the illusion that he had been perusing adult websites, hence the deletion of his browsing history. Is this warehouse and computer yours? Olaf shifted his line of questioning, momentarily abandoning the topic of adult films. A sense of foreboding washed over Qin Siyang. This old man was indeed formidable, remaining unfazed by his demeanor and maintaining an unwavering objectivity. With trepidation, Qin Siyang replied, No. This is Wang Defa's warehouse. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Wang Defa momentarily froze, having expected Qin Siyang to claim ownership of the warehouse to dissuade the police. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such a statement would be riddled with inconsistencies, potentially leaving room for suspicion. Instead of resorting to deceit where none was necessary, it was far wiser to speak the unvarnished truth. Then Wang Defa stepped forward and said, This warehouse belongs to me. Your warehouse? What purpose does it serve? Wang Defa chuckled. It is used for monitoring. Monitoring? Olaf noticed the surveillance icon on the computer desktop, clicked on it, and found it shrouded in darkness. Why is it black? Olaf did not follow Wang Defa's line of reasoning. He seemed indifferent to Wang Defa's violations of regulations. Indeed, Wang Defa's operation of an internet CAF here was fraught with numerous infractions. The absence of surveillance was hardly significant. The matter that concerned him was singular, whether the young man seated before him bore any connection to the theft of divine relics. Olaf reached for the cup on the table, flicked the ashes from his cigar, and took 2 more puffs. Throughout this process, his gaze remained fixed on Qin Siyang. That look evoked memories for Qin Siyang of being watched by divinities outside his home, as though he were to be consumed. Olaf remained silent, yet his presence in the dark warehouse left Qin Siyang feeling profoundly suffocated. Beads of sweat began to form on Qin Siyang's forehead, betraying a sense of fear and guilt. This time he was not feigning. Chapter 36. The matter is not yet resolved. What is your relationship with Wang Defa? I am a friend of his. A friend? How did you meet? Online. Through online socializing. Olaf took another puff of his cigar, resting one hand before Qin Siyang, towering over him as he exhaled smoke. What kind of friend? Qin Siyang cast a furtive glance at Wang Defa, quickly averting his gaze. Observing this demeanor, Olaf sensed a hint of fear in Qin Siyang towards Wang Defa and contemplated instructing him to leave the warehouse. However, he was interrupted by Qin Siyang's almost inaudible murmur. He always gives me money after we meet. The room fell silent, everyone momentarily stunned by Qin Siyang's revelation, even Olaf's gaze momentarily frozen. A wave of disgust and disdain washed over them as they turned their eyes towards Wang Defa. He too was bewildered, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, rendered a soulless shell. What did this mean? Friends exchanging money after meeting? Were they engaging in illicit transactions? What kind of person did they perceive him to be? Wang Defa's mind raced as he scanned the room, realizing that Olaf and the other officers were fixated on him with cold stares, his heart swelling with indignation and resentment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Qin Siyang, perplexed by how this teenager could concoct such a repugnant tale on the spot. Was it so common in the organization behind Qin Siyang that he could casually fabricate such a story without a hint of hesitation? Yet Wang Defa was a family man. If word of this were to spread, it would shatter his household. He resolved to keep his distance from Qin Siyang in the future. Though overwhelmed with resentment, reason reminded Wang Defa that he must play along with Qin Siyang's narrative for the time being. Should the truth about Qin Siyang come to light, he would undoubtedly be embroiled in the fallout. Olaf would not spare him, nor would those behind Qin Siyang, and his own benefactor would not be lenient either. Not assisting Qin Siyang would lead to a dead end, a path of utter despair. Damn it, Wang Defa cursed inwardly. Those 2 silver coins were indeed a scorching burden. Not merely scorching, but also painfully pressing against his very core. He could never have anticipated that he might jeopardize his lifelong reputation over this matter. Wang Defa's face flushed with anger. Do not believe him. He is nothing but a pauper. What could I possibly gain from him? This is slander. Utterly alarmist. Qin Siyang felt a slight easing in his heart. Wang Defa was indeed a seasoned trickster, quickly grasping his intentions. The more Wang Defa vociferously protested, the more those around began to believe Qin Siyang's assertions. Even though he had not uttered a single word after each meeting, merely bowing his head to stare at his own toes, the inference regarding their relationship became evident. Thus, the reason for Qin Siyang's presence here in the dead of night came into focus. He awaited Wang Defa, anticipating the promised payment. Olaf scrutinized Qin Siyang anew, noting the tattered state of his clothing, unmistakably indicative of his impoverished status. At the fringes of the safe zone, he had encountered many willing to sacrifice everything for a mere pittance. With no employment opportunities, a high school diploma meant little more than unemployment. The source of sustenance posed a significant dilemma. He had no grounds for reproach, as he himself lived comfortably, unable to fathom the struggles faced by those at the bottom of the societal ladder. Olaf inquired, "Do your parents or family know of this situation?" "My parents are deceased. I live alone." Upon hearing this, Olaf became even more convinced of the truth woven within Qin Siyang's words. Without parents or any other means of support, life posed an immense challenge for him. All the officers expressed sympathy for Qin Siyang's plight and condemned Wang Defa's actions. However, not a single one reached into their pockets to assist Qin Siyang in overcoming his basic needs. They possessed a moral compass, yet their generosity did not extend to financial assistance. Olaf extinguished his cigarette in a cup of water and withdrew his hand from the table. At that moment, an officer inquired, "Chief Inspector, are we just leaving this child here?" Olaf glanced at the officer and asked, "What, are you willing to provide him with money for food?" "I would. It's just a few coins, after all. It's not beyond my means." A burly officer could no longer contain himself, his conscience ultimately triumphing over his fixation on money. Olaf replied, "If you give him money this time, what about next time? Can you sustain him indefinitely? Perhaps we could find him a job?" At the edge of the safe zone, there are not merely thousands, but potentially 5,000 individuals like him. Can you secure employment for each one? Upon hearing Olaf's words, the burly officer lowered his gaze. "If you help him find work, you will inevitably invite a stream of troubles upon yourself. Remember, you are an officer, and your primary duty is to investigate cases and maintain public order. Do not concern yourself too deeply with matters beyond this. Otherwise, you will find yourself unable to excel in any capacity." With that, Olaf departed the warehouse, followed closely by the other officers. The burly officer, upon casting a glance at Qin Siyang, clenched his teeth and hastened to catch up with the others. The warehouse was left with only Qin Siyang and Wang Defa. Qin Siyang wore a relaxed expression, while Wang Defa's face was a mask of fury. Their eyes met, each harboring their own thoughts. Wang Defa turned and walked to the entrance of the warehouse. Noticing that the officers had distanced themselves, he promptly shut the door. In the dimly lit warehouse, the only illumination came from the monitor, casting a pale blue glow upon Qin Siyang's face. "Boss, you have gone a bit overboard this time."
Wang Defa remarked.
Qin Siyang sighed. "Indeed, it has been excessive." Wang Defa, under the impression that Qin Siyang felt guilty for wronging him, was taken aback when Qin Siyang continued, having evaded Olaf's scrutiny this time. "Should he discover my registration as a sequence ability user with the administration, he may very well become suspicious once more. It is evident that I will encounter considerable trouble in the future." Qin Siyang shook his head. The events of the night had left him no choice but to concoct this flimsy tale to dismiss the police, driven entirely by Olaf's pressure. The persona of a destitute orphan had already been firmly established in Olaf's mind. Yet he was to meet Chen Wenda tomorrow, with plans to register as a sequence ability user this weekend. If Olaf were to come across Qin Siyang's information at the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, how could he not discern the anomalies? There was even the grave possibility that Qin Siyang's detention and investigation at the police station for 10 days to half a month could lead to Chen Wenda's foolish nephew perishing from starvation in an abandoned warehouse. From Chen Wenda's tone, it was evident that this nephew held significant importance to him. Should harm befall him, Chen Wenda would undoubtedly seek vengeance, not to mention the complications of forging sequences. Qin Siyang could not accept this outcome, and thus was left with the choice of taking the lesser of two evils. Observing Qin Siyang's singular focus on his own affairs, Wang Defa lamented, "Boss, you are in trouble, but what about me? What will become of my reputation?" Qin Siyang did not even glance in his direction, retorting, "What is your reputation worth? A few copper coins?" Chapter 37. Negotiation amidst ruins. Early the next morning, he hastily departed after consuming some leftover food. However, he was not overly concerned about his meals, as he still possessed a few copper coins. From the trio of robbers in the alley, he had retained a considerable amount of copper coins, sufficient to manage a meal or two. Of course, he could not afford to squander his resources indiscriminately. As an orphan student of modest means, it would be somewhat inconsistent with his character to indulge in street food for 2 consecutive meals over the weekend. On Saturday morning, the streets were nearly deserted. Most work at the periphery of the safe zone occurred from Monday to Friday, leaving the weekends for rest. Thus, one might accumulate a meager sum of copper coins, deriving a fleeting joy from the modest increase in savings. In such an environment, it was widely believed that only a fool would expend their energy wandering the streets on weekends. Clearly, Qin Siyang was that fool. Each day he ventured outside, gazing at the indistinguishable starry sky, traversing the uneven streets beneath dimly lit lamps. This monotonous existence had begun to wear on him. Were it not for the intriguing presence of Wenshu, everything at the edge of the safe zone would have felt like wading through mud, replete with foul odors. Yet, even with Wenshu in his life, he found it impossible to accept the prospect of enduring a prolonged stay in such a dismal place. Long-term forbearance, waiting for an opportunity to strike? In his previous life, he had followed this path, only to be ultimately dismissed by the company and brutally killed by hired thugs. In this lifetime, the notion of enduring for an extended period has been irrevocably expunged from his lexicon, cast aside into the abyss of irrelevance. He can tolerate temporary hardship, but prolonged patience is beyond him. He lacks the luxury of such forbearance. Today, he is determined to settle matters with Chen Wenda. As for Alof, that can be addressed later. If all else fails, eliminating him might indeed present a viable solution. Qin Siyang braved the biting morning chill, walking for over an hour until he reached the exit of the safety zone at 54320, a journey that would typically require more than 2 hours by bus. He accomplished with remarkable speed following his ascent in the ranks. He arrived at the site of the dilapidated department store, which had collapsed significantly, resembling a head severed from its body. The structure broke at the 4th or 5th floor, leaning precariously, much like the posture of the man he had slain, Qin Siyang. On that fateful day, the head remained attached, but the neck was irrevocably severed. With a faint smile, Qin Siyang stepped into the department store. Inside, the walls were in disarray, with chunks of plaster falling away, and rebar twisted out from the structure like gnarled roots. The stair railings were chipped and rusted, rendering them uninviting to even touch. The ground was littered with debris, thickly coated in dust, and neglected by any semblance of maintenance. With each step he took, more fragments tumbled from above. Yet, curiously, there were no spider webs to be found within this building. Perhaps the proximity to the exit of the safety zone rendered it too frigid, even for the spiders to make their home here. He cautiously navigated the peeling walls and stones of the staircase, leaping up a dozen steps to reach the 2nd floor of the department store. There, he discovered that someone was already awaiting his arrival. The individual sat upon a chair with a broken leg, coldly observing Qin Siyang as he appeared. Upon noticing Qin's presence, he rose from his seat, causing the chair to topple over due to its instability. Qin scrutinized him. He was of average height, clad in a gray woolen coat and black trousers, with ordinary cloth shoes adorning his feet. His features were obscured beneath a wide-brimmed hat, rendering him indistinct even to Qin, who possessed keen eyesight. This was of little consequence, as Qin himself was similarly concealed beneath the hood of his sweatshirt, confident that the man across from him could not see him clearly either. Nonetheless, the man's demeanor exuded the air of one who had long occupied a position of authority, an arrogance that could not be feigned. "You certainly arrived early," Qin remarked casually, noting that although their meeting was scheduled for 12 o'clock, it was barely past 8. "And you as well," the man replied. A moment of silence ensued, and they chose not to pursue the topic further. At this juncture, the man introduced himself. "I am Chen Wenda, head of the information department at the Bureau of Ability Management." "I am aware," Qin responded. "There is no need for haste. I require your assistance, and I assure you, I will provide you with my personal information in due course." He refrained from hastily divulging his own details, intent on maintaining control over the conversation at all times. "Very well," the man conceded. "I will assist you in fabricating an identity, but in return, you must release my nephew, and I shall forego any compensation. Is there any issue with this transaction? After the deal, we shall part ways and remain indifferent to one another. It has always been this way." "What do you mean by always? Have you had a change of heart?" "I believe I might engage in a more profound collaboration with you, Director Chen." "No, after this transaction, our relationship can be concluded." Chen Wenda showed no interest in Qin Siyang's proposal. However, the more he resisted, the more Qin Siyang perceived him as a potential valuable partner. Cautious and astute, holding a high position, he could undoubtedly provide significant assistance when necessary. "Releasing your nephew serves as a bargaining chip for me to forge a false sequence." "But, Director Chen, what about yourself?" "Me? I still have emails that I regularly send to your colleagues at the Sequenceability Management Bureau. Chen Wenda scoffed. Once this transaction is completed, do you really think you could report me? If I were to falter, you would also face the consequences. Oh, in that case, allow me to introduce myself. A faint smile graced Qin Siyang's lips. I am Qin Siyang, a senior student at Qin School. Upon hearing the word student, Chen Wenda slowly nodded, seemingly incensed. Is it amusing to toy with me like this? Chen Wenda immediately concluded that Qin Siyang was not speaking the truth. It is well known that no sequenceability user has ever emerged from Qin School. Chen Wenda dismissed the notion with a scoff, utterly unconvinced. Qin Siyang removed the hood of his sweatshirt, revealing his youthful and somewhat naive visage. If you doubt it, you may wait at the entrance of Qin School this Monday morning to see for yourself whether I am indeed a student. Chapter 38. The deal is struck. Observing Qin Siyang's appearance, Chen Wenda spoke ominously. Your face may not necessarily reflect your true identity. Therefore, can your sequence alter your visage? Are you a trickster? Or perhaps a shapeshifter? Qin Siyang scoffed dismissively, suddenly unleashing violence. With a powerful push against the ground, he swiftly appeared behind Chen Wenda and snatched the hat from atop his head. Chen Wenda remained frozen, utterly taken aback. Leaning closer to Chen Wenda's ear, Qin Siyang whispered, I apologize, but you are mistaken. My sequence is offensive in nature, not some trivial nonsense. This face is indeed my true countenance. With a chuckle, Qin Siyang donned the wide-brimmed hat upon his head. The shadows cast by the nearby streetlight reflected in Chen Wenda's drooping eyes, filled with astonishment. You are truly a senior at Qin School? Of course, the identity I require you to forge is precisely this one. How is that possible? If you are a senior, how could it be? Chen Wenda gazed at Qin Siyang in disbelief. Which power stands behind you? Qin Siyang felt a sense of relief wash over him. At last, Chen Wenda began to engage in the imaginative speculation he had hoped for. That is of no concern to you. I seek only to pursue further collaboration with Director Chen. Chen Wenda realized that Qin Siyang's background was far more intricate than he had originally perceived. He had envisioned Qin Siyang merely as a solitary thief who had wandered into this place, but now it appeared he might actually be a figure of considerable influence. The situation seemed to be taking a turn for the worse. How foolish it was to have allowed his dim-witted nephew to retrieve the silver coins. No, he should never have engaged in this dubious business from the outset. During their initial conversation in the Isiko chat room, Qin Siyang had been rather evasive, and in the end, Chen Wenda was left clueless as to who had introduced him to the task of forging the sequence. Though he felt a twinge of suspicion, he had adopted an attitude of indifference towards meddling in matters that did not concern him. How utterly foolish! He cursed his own avaricious behavior repeatedly within his mind. Now it seemed he was entangled in a matter of great consequence. Gritting his teeth, yet feeling unable to take action against Qin Siyang, he inquired, Are we to continue our collaboration with you directly, or with the individuals behind you? Upon hearing this, Chen Wenda instantly recognized that Qin Siyang was likely not just a mere front for a vast power, but rather a pivotal figure in the scheme. What manner of collaboration do you propose? Qin Siyang replied, Let us address the future later. For now, please assist me with the matter at hand. He refrained from discussing further details. Chen Wenda was no fool. He would not be easily deceived. The more one spoke, the greater the risk of complications. I require the identity of a sequenceability user by next Monday. I will send you the information via your nephew's mobile phone. Understood. Qin Siyang pondered for a moment before asking, Is the phone number registered with real name verification? Chen Wendao furrowed his brow, a glimmer of curiosity igniting in his gaze. You have never used a mobile phone? He inquired, perplexed. How could a key figure in a powerful faction be unaware of the concept of a phone number? I indeed have never utilized such a device, which is merely a toy for the impoverished, he replied. In an instant, Chen Wendao grasped the reality before him. This youth had once been a privileged scion. The calls he made were always facilitated by his servants, rendering him entirely unfamiliar with mobile phones. Just how elevated was Qin Siyang's status? Even Chen Wendao, who commanded influence at the fringes of the safe zone, found himself momentarily unsettled. The numbers were not registered under real names. Anyone could wield them. Very well. Qin Siyang promptly activated his phone, capturing a selfie before dispatching his details along with the photograph to a number he referred to as uncle, subsequently erasing the message. Once you have accomplished this, inform me, and I shall retrieve the certificate from your administration bureau. As Qian Wendao scrutinized Qin Siyang's information, his frown deepened. This address. It seemed to be located on the very outskirts of the safe zone, and it belonged to an orphan? Such a background, coupled with the awakening of sequential abilities, was a glaring red flag. Had it been a previous client, Qian Wendao might have dismissed the matter. Yet, it was evident that Qin Siyang was a person of considerable influence, one he could not afford to cross. Qin Siyang, this address of yours is simply unacceptable. A place capable of awakening sequential abilities will undoubtedly draw significant attention. It is far too conspicuous. I fear many will become intrigued by your true identity. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang felt a twinge of concern. He had not noticed the implications of what Qian Wendao had articulated. Indeed, Director Qian possessed a keen eye for detail. What do you propose I do? Currently, I find myself in the unfortunate position of being a destitute orphan. If my residence were in a respectable location, it would similarly raise suspicions. You are correct. This indeed presents a dilemma. Wandering? Yes, wandering. You are a vagrant orphan, yet not necessarily in a state of constant homelessness. It is conceivable to take refuge in the homes of benevolent individuals in well-developed areas within a safe zone, where one's basic needs are met. If one resides in the home of a kind-hearted person, can that still be deemed as homelessness? Perhaps it can be considered so. At least it is more reliable than your current address. There have been precedents of vagrants emerging from affluent regions, typically bankrupt tycoons or disowned heirs of wealthy families. Qin Siyang pondered. But those around me are aware that I reside on the fringes of the safe zone. If they were to see my status as a wanderer, would they not find it suspicious? Those around you? The ants from Juan School? They are incapable of awakening their sequences. How could they possibly access your registration information? What if they do? It is prudent to ensure absolute certainty. Qian Wenda considered this and suggested, since you are concerned, why not sell or burn your house, truly embodying the essence of a wanderer? Qin Siyang crossed his arms and contemplated for a moment, finding merit in Qian Wenda's proposition. The term wandering could obscure various issues and alleviate a considerable amount of his troubles. Very well, let it be so. Chapter 39, Journey to the Management Bureau. The process of buying or selling a house is exceedingly time-consuming and would leave a transactional record, which is not an advisable option for Qin Siyang. Thus, the inquiry posed to Qian was, in essence, a single-choice question. Subsequently, he set the house ablaze. Qin Siyang's residence was situated on the fringes of the safe zone, an area sparsely populated and devoid of any developers willing to undertake grand projects in such a desolate locale post-apocalypse. The destruction of Qin Siyang's home did not jeopardize the safety of others, nor did it disturb the slumbering neighbors nearby. That was nearly the entirety of it. With his abode reduced to ashes due to an unfortunate incident, Qin Siyang became a veritable vagabond. Yet, even in his state of wandering, he sought a place to rest. After much aimless drifting, he ultimately found himself at Wang Defa's internet CAF. When Qin Siyang made his reappearance, Wang Defa was devoid of the initial trepidation and the subsequent joy. Instead, he wore a countenance of resignation, brimming with grievances. He muttered under his breath, "This is no businessman. He is clearly a harbinger of doom. Alas, why did I ever engage with him in the first place?" Despite his inner discontent, when he stepped out of the CAF to converse with Qin Siyang, he donned a polite facade. "Boss, is there something you need?" "What?" Wang Defa trembled, his eyes widening in alarm. "No, boss. If the police come to conduct another surprise inspection, what am I to say?" "Just repeat what you said last time." Wang Defa shook his head vigorously. "No, boss. This is truly unacceptable. The last time was an emergency, I could comprehend that. But you cannot persist in this manner. I have a wife and children. If they were to discover our dealings, how could I continue to be a husband and father?" Qin Siyang cast a fleeting glance at him and said, "Do you think I desire this? Surely, you don't believe that our rumored relationship benefits me while you suffer, do you?" Wang Defa's face contorted, resembling a rag that had been used to scrub floors for a decade. I didn't mean to imply that you were at an advantage. We both stand to lose, right? This is a mutual detriment. Enough with the nonsense. If you don't allow me to sleep here, I shall retreat to your home. What? This is utterly unreasonable. Spare me the lectures. Qin Siyang, weary of further argument, opened the warehouse door, shook the dust from a carpet, and lay down preparing to rest. Wang Defa, burdened with unspoken grievances, could only sigh in silence as he closed the door behind Qin Siyang. What on earth is happening? Wang Defa muttered under his breath as he departed. Qin Siyang lay on the cold, hard floor of the warehouse, feeling somewhat helpless. He longed for the comfort of his own bed. He hoped that Qian Wenda would resolve matters swiftly. This dreadful place was unbearable for even a single night. After enduring a night of discomfort, he awoke around 6 o'clock, roused by the hardness of the floor that made his back ache. Although he possessed a robust physique, he was unaccustomed to sleeping on the ground. It was truly more painful than committing murder. Still grumpy from sleep, Qin Siyang washed his face and opened his phone, only to find an unread message. All set. Sunday at 8 in the morning. Bring your residence permit to the 14121 Ability Management Bureau. Upon noticing the sender, his uncle, wonderful, my money manager, Qin Siyang was so elated that he nearly jumped for joy. Qian Wen's efficiency in handling affairs is truly remarkable. He resolved the issue on the same day. He eagerly opened the computer beside him to check the surveillance and began searching for directions to the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. It seemed to be approximately 6 bus stops away, so he decided it was time to set off. Qin Siyang memorized the route, cleared the browsing history from the browser, and placed his belongings into the drawer beside the computer, taking only his residence permit as he departed from the warehouse. He walked along the main road for 4 stops, then turned into a narrow path, continuing for 10 minutes before turning onto another main road, where he walked for another half hour. The Sequence Ability Management Bureau at No. 14121 should be right here. The bureau is a 3-story square building, its exterior adorned with gray paint. Streetlights cast a dim, almost black light upon the building, enhancing the already solemn atmosphere with an air of daunting mystery. Qin Siyang found this intriguing. He never imagined that a place he once dared not glance at would now be approached with a sense of playful defiance on his first visit. As he gazed at the deserted street, the gray faade, and the imposing structure of the bureau, he felt a sense of reflection. There were no guards at the entrance of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. All the personnel within were individuals who had awakened their sequence abilities. Thieves and wrongdoers would not dare to cause trouble here. For ordinary individuals, merely approaching the bureau requires considerable courage. Otherwise, should a sequence ability user mistakenly take a life, there would be no avenue for redress. According to the decrees of the United Government, if a sequence ability user kills an ordinary individual, the local police prosecutor's office and courts are deemed unqualified to adjudicate the matter. The case must be referred to the Bureau of Sequence Abilities for resolution. The outcome of such deliberations often results in an escalation of the sequence ability user's mandate to hunt deities, under the pretense of contributing to the safety zone and atoning for their actions. However, it is widely understood that even in the absence of punishment, sequence ability users will engage in the hunt for deities within the safety zone. This practice effectively serves to shield sequence ability users. Despite their privileges, no one dares to voice dissent. Firstly, the awakening of sequence ability users is a random occurrence. No one is born a sequence ability user, making the ascent to this privileged class remarkably transparent. Secondly, the ability of sequence ability users to slay deities represents humanity's hope. To challenge their privileges would be tantamount to depriving humanity of the chance to escape the safety zone. This burden is one no one can bear. Hence, in areas bordering the safety zone, sequence ability users exist as divine entities, evoking reverence and trepidation among all. Of course, the United Government does not grant sequence ability users unrestricted leniency. The taking of an ordinary life is met with a heavy hand, albeit with a degree of discretion. However, sequence ability users are strictly prohibited from harming students and public officials. Students are the future nurtured by the United Government, while public officials are the bedrock of its governance. Should either of these groups be harmed, even a sequence ability user would face stringent legal repercussions. Under such constraints, The hostility towards the privileges of those with sequence abilities has notably diminished. Thus, within this apocalyptic world, a relatively stable yet distorted social structure has emerged. Qin Siyang ascended the steps and pushed open the black wooden door of the Management Bureau. Chapter 40. Registration of sequences. As soon as Qin Siyang opened the door, he was immediately taken aback by the sights within. He had anticipated that the interior of the Sequence Management Bureau would mirror its outward appearance, mundane and drab, perhaps shrouded in an air of mystery. To his astonishment, his assumptions were entirely misplaced. The interior of the bureau was resplendent and opulent. Upon entering, he found himself in a gilded foyer, adorned with an array of antique decorations, each accompanied by a detailed description. Qin Siyang paused, captivated by the artifacts. There were ancient coins from the Huagua dynasty, square bricks from the pyramids, and manuscripts from artists of a millennium past. These culturally and historically rich items radiated an alluring charm under the glow of incandescent lights. As he navigated past the foyer, he entered the main area of the bureau. Strikingly, the building lacked any corridors or reception desks. Upon passing through the foyer, he was greeted directly by the expansive interior. Spanning over 1,000 square meters, the ground floor featured merely a dozen desks, each equipped with 3 computers, a standard desktop and 2 laptops. This marked the first occasion since his rebirth that he encountered laptops, and here he found dozens of them. Adjacent to the setup was a coffee bar, offering a variety of complimentary beverages, while a staff member skillfully prepared handcrafted coffee at the counter. Some individuals were engaged in conversation over coffee, others rested their chins on their hands, idly browsing through something, and still others wandered through the vast office space. Although the building boasts 3 stories, Qin Siyang finds himself on the first floor, which astonishingly lacks a conventional ceiling. Instead, the entire overhead is illuminated by a gentle white light, reminiscent not of the glaring brightness found in schools, but of true daylight, imbued with the warmth of the sun. Qin Siyang stands frozen, uncertain of how to respond. The decor of the entire Sequence Ability Management Bureau conveys a singular message to him. This is a realm of privilege. As he aimlessly surveys the interior of the building, a familiar figure descends the staircase from the 2nd floor. Qin Siyang, you've arrived. Chen Wenda greets him with enthusiasm. Today, he has eschewed his usual understated woolen coat in favor of a crisp navy blue suit. Clad in this attire, Chen Wenda exudes the vigor of a successful individual. Even his somewhat vacant eyes betray the aloofness characteristic of those in elevated positions. Chen Wenda's personal welcome draws the gaze of the bureau's personnel on the 1st floor, all eager to discern the significance of this newcomer. Yet, none can decipher him. Qin Siyang's tattered garments, disheveled trousers, and sandals revealing his toes speak volumes of his modest circumstances. By all accounts, Chen Wenda would typically dismiss someone like him, who has merely stumbled upon the awakening of a sequence. Director Qin Siyang bows respectfully before Chen Wenda, acknowledging his subordinates. Come, let us ascend and converse. Certainly. Qin Siyang steps forward, ascending the staircase crafted from dark gray stone slabs, and, under Chen Wenda's warm invitation, makes his way to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is similar to the first, equally spacious, with a ceiling adorned by soft white lights. However, there are no desks here, only scattered genuine leather sofas, coffee tables, and snacks, along with 4 offices nestled in the corners. Chen asked Qin Siyang to enter the office in the northwest corner, carefully closing the door and drawing the blinds. This office is the only safe haven in the entire building. Here we can speak freely. Chen got straight to the point, and Qin Siyang nodded in agreement. He did not inquire why this place was secure. Qin Siyang had complete faith in Chen's caution. He would never act without purpose. Perhaps feeling more confident in his own territory, Chen appeared noticeably more relaxed today compared to yesterday. To be honest, I have always been prudent in my actions and have never made a misstep in this matter. Only last time, due to the lack of time, I had to send my nephew to withdraw money, and unfortunately, that led to your capture. Even the wisest can make mistakes, Director Chen. There is no one in this world who does not err, nor is there anything that is completely airtight. You are right about that. Chen retrieved a small blue booklet from his drawer and handed it to Qin Siyang. Please confirm that the information is correct. The cover of the blue booklet read Registered Ability User Certificate, with a subtitle stating issued by the Ability User Management Bureau. Qin Siyang opened it to find his information. Ability User Number 00009527. Ability Type Phantom Assassin. And Residence Wanderer. Why is my number so high? As far as he knows, the members of the Godslayer camp exceed 1 million, so it is inconceivable for him to possess merely over 9,000. Well, that's not an issue. Your residence? It has been resolved. Chen Wenda did not inquire how Qin Siyang had managed to solve the matter. Both individuals, meticulous and astute, held a profound trust in one another. Understood. Qin Siyang pressed the fingerprints of both his thumbs onto the fingerprint collector, while Chen Wenda tapped a few keys on the keyboard. All set. You are now officially a Sequence Ability user and can log into the Sequence Ability User Information section of the Godslayer camp to view the details of all legally registered Sequence Ability users. What about my account and password? I will send them to you via your mobile. You may change the password yourself. Should you forget your password, you will need to present this Sequence Ability Registration Certificate at the Administration Bureau, where you can modify it after fingerprint verification. Quite cumbersome, so do remember. Furthermore, you can rest assured regarding your sequence. The United Government stipulates that a Sequence Ability user will not undergo a second test before being convicted. Thus, your identity is now in the system. Until you cause any trouble, you shall not face any scrutiny. Good. Thank you. Your nephew. I will release him as soon as I step out. Well, thank you. Director Chen, I must mention that while I will release him, the items he carries, I understand, this serves as his lesson. You may keep them. Do you have any other matters? Listening to Chen Wenda's dismissal, Qin Siyang pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, I have another question to ask. Please proceed. Chief Chen, working in such an environment, why would he concern himself over a single silver coin? Chen Wendao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. It appears you truly lack an understanding of money. It seemed that Chen Wendao perceived Qin Siyang as a fallen aristocrat, a notion Qin Siyang chose not to contest. 1 silver coin is equivalent to 10,000 copper coins in exchange rates, though such transactions are rarely made. The market price typically hovers around 12,000 copper coins. My position as the head of the bureau affords me a mere 1,550 copper coins each month. A single bonus could equate to over half a year's salary. As for the office environment you described, that belongs to the United Government, not to me. Chapter 41. The previous night, after leaving the bureau, Qin Siyang took a detour to the warehouse where Chen Wendao's nephew was detained. Upon opening the door, he sighed in relief at the sight of the slender young man thoroughly bound. He had some concerns about the possibility of this individual perishing in the warehouse, leaving him unable to explain to Chen Wendao. The young man, blindfolded, was unaware that it was Qin Siyang who approached him. A rag was stuffed in his mouth, rendering him incapable of vocalizing his distress. Qin Siyang stepped forward, removed the blindfold, and extracted the rag from his mouth. It's your uncle's call, he said, placing the phone beside the young man's ear. Uncle, it's me. The slender youth, having endured 2 days of hunger, summoned a robust cry for help upon hearing Chen Wendao's voice. Qin Siyang couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the superior physical resilience of those with sequence abilities. What did you say, uncle? You're giving him the phone? And my belongings from my backpack as well? Where is my sequence potion? Uncle, you... Yes, I understand. The previously agitated and emaciated youth suddenly resembled a frostbitten eggplant, wilted and devoid of spirit. On the other end of the line, a fervent reprimand from Chen Wenda could be heard. After silently enduring several minutes of scolding, he relayed to Qin Siyang, Uncle wants you to take the call. Hello? Section Chief Chen. Alright, yes, fine. You may let him go. Qin Siyang hung up the phone and severed the ropes binding the emaciated youth. If you cause any more trouble, you'll have to pay a different price to resolve it. Understood? Listening to Qin Siyang's words, the youth clenched his teeth and lowered his head in silence. Once Qin Siyang confirmed the youth could move freely, he turned and departed. There were no parting pleasantries exchanged. He found the mere sight of such a fool disheartening, preferring to keep the troublesome presence out of sight and mind. Reluctantly, he made his way to the warehouse beside Wang Defa's internet CAF. This time, Wang Defa merely nodded in resignation from behind the bar without coming out, watching Qin Siyang slip into his warehouse. Wang Defa pouted, murmuring, "That's my warehouse." Upon entering the warehouse, Qin Siyang immediately accessed the Godslayer camp, logged into his account, and changed the password. Subsequently, he navigated to the Sequence Abilities Information section, perusing the details within. The Director of Education for Area 14121, Zhou Xing, must be Zhou Yang's uncle. He awakened a sequence. Soft body? Qin Siyang felt somewhat bewildered. What kind of sequence is this? He had never heard of it before. He conducted another search. The skill softening enables the body to assume a pliable state for 5 minutes. What a worthless sequence. No wonder, despite his awakening of the sequence, his nephew Zhou Yang did not receive much preferential treatment from the Education Bureau. It turned out to be the power of a useless sequence. Those who awaken their sequence abilities at the edge of the safe zone are often individuals like Zhou Xing, possessing little utility. Nevertheless, with the enhancement of physical capabilities afforded by the sequence, Zhou Xing's strength surpassed that of the average person. Thus, he still managed to receive some privileges. Qin Siyang continued to examine others he knew. Officer Royliana, a level 2 police officer, possessed the sequence Scent Seer. Indeed, it was a fabricated sequence. The head of the 14121 Area Management Bureau, Qian Wenda, held the sequence Mimicry with the skill Liquefaction, allowing him to dissolve his body in water for 10 minutes. This water source sequence seemed rather intriguing. However, it was unfortunate that the information panel here only displayed level 1 skills of the sequence. After searching the forum, he found no additional level skills for mimicry. It remained quite enigmatic. Qian Wenda's sequence was relatively rare, and Qin Siyang could not find many related posts, suggesting that this sequence was likely a significant asset in his role as a department head. Even though officials of the Management Bureau were not required to venture outside the safe zone to hunt deities, a department head with a mimicry sequence certainly sounded more impressive than one with a softening sequence. Qin Siyang then turned his attention to Olaf's sequence. In the 14121 precinct, Detective First Class Olive has been reassigned for 6 months. The sequence known as Libra is unfamiliar to Qin Siyang, who has spent considerable time searching through the Godslayer camp for any pertinent information, yet has come up empty-handed. The only trace left behind are a few exclusive chat groups for Libra sequence abilities. Determined to infiltrate this Libra group and discern the truth, at the very least to uncover the nature of Olive's skills, he promptly registered for a chat account. However, upon discovering the group's name, he hesitated. The title read, Discussion Group for Personnel of the Court of the Changdong Safe Zone Management Bureau. A moment of reflection reassured him. His computer's network login was entirely concealed, so there was no cause for alarm. He could join the group, peruse the relevant materials, and exit without revealing his identity. He clicked the button to add the group, only to be met with a verification prompt. Question verification. Please provide your Management Bureau number, Police Bureau number, or court number. Shaking his head, Qin Siyang had no choice but to abandon the attempt. It appeared that the Libra sequence was exclusive to public officials. The matter of Olive loomed over him like a dark cloud, casting a shadow of oppression upon his spirit. Yet, despite this weight, he understood that if he wished to attend university and receive the specialized education reserved for sequence practitioners, he must register his sequence identity within the Management Bureau within 6 months. It seemed inevitable that he would confront Olive sooner or later. For now, he resolved to take things one day at a time, choosing not to dwell on the uncertainties of tomorrow. He deleted the browser history and navigated to several adult websites. After skimming through for a while and leaving dozens of traces in the browser records, he lay back down on the floor, preparing to drift into slumber. Having not bathed for 2 days, he contemplated taking a shower in the school restroom tomorrow when no one would be around. However, if caught by a teacher during a surprise inspection, he would likely face a reprimand for neglecting his studies and indulging in a shower during class hours. Qin Siyang lay on the ground, gazing at the dust-laden ceiling of the warehouse, pondering the arrangements for the following day. In the Godslayer camp, should any students awaken their sequence abilities, the administration would notify their respective schools to avoid hindering their participation in the sequence ability assessments following the college entrance examinations. Thus, My esteemed principal should already be aware of my awakening, shouldn't he? If that is the case, tomorrow might indeed become an opportunity for unrestrained freedom. Chapter 42. Joyful moments at school awakening to the early morning. The outside of the warehouse remained enveloped in darkness, devoid of sunlight. Yet, Qin Siyang's heart brimmed with light. Today marked the finest day since his rebirth, surpassing even the day of his awakening. Without even bringing a bag, he grasped his lunchbox in one hand and departed the warehouse. The path to school felt both familiar and foreign, illuminated repeatedly by the street lamps lining his route. At last, he arrived at the school gates. Today, the principal once again stood at the entrance, though not for the purpose of inspection. Gazing at the hastily crafted handwritten banner, Qin Siyang realized that the principal had arrived early at the school gate solely to welcome him. Today, the principal's demeanor was particularly humble as he proactively greeted each student. Initially puzzled by the principal's unexpected change in attitude, Qin Siyang soon comprehended the reason upon closer inspection. The principal held a photograph in his hand, seemingly identifying each student entering the campus, trying to discern which one was Qin Siyang. Lacking recognition of him, the principal, in an effort to avoid offending this newly awakened individual with extraordinary abilities, adopted an uncharacteristic approach, greeting every student to leave a favorable impression. He had forgotten that during his last inspection at the school gate, a student who failed to greet him had been reprimanded by a teacher at his side. Alas, the principal's theatrics were destined to be futile, for Qin Siyang was not swayed by such antics. Beneath the extraordinary abilities, he was not merely an ordinary senior student. As he approached, he observed the red banner at the school entrance. Warm congratulations to our senior student Qin Siyang for becoming an individual with extraordinary abilities. The large characters were crooked and barely legible. Qin Siyang recognized the fabric of the banner, having seen it months prior during the school's college entrance examination rally, marked with a smudge of bird droppings from a black nightbird that had defiled it during the principal's speech. The school truly was in disarray. Nevertheless, it seemed they had not anticipated needing the banner for another occasion. Beneath the banner stood a crowd of students, all curious about this historical figure, Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang approached the principal, engaging in a silent exchange of glances. Principal Li Tianming scrutinized the photograph provided by the administration, then glanced back at Qin Siyang, instantly recognizing the student before him as the pride of their esteemed institution, Juin School. Qin, you have arrived. Congratulations on successfully awakening your sequence ability. The surrounding students erupted in astonishment. Is he really Qin Siyang? His family background doesn't appear particularly affluent. Keep your voice down. He is a sequence ability wielder. If he can awaken, might I also have a chance? Li Tianming extended his hands, eager to shake hands with Qin Siyang. The latter slightly tilted his body, initially intending to show the principal some respect. However, after a moment's contemplation, he opted to maintain his posture with one hand clutching his lunchbox and the other resting in his pocket, offering no response. Li Tianming's expression faltered, his brow slightly furrowing as he regarded Qin Siyang with a scrutinizing gaze. Would you be willing to accompany me to my office for a brief discussion? You are the pride of Juin School, and the institution holds you in high regard. A nearby teacher nodded eagerly, adding, indeed, Qin, we have prepared some gifts to celebrate your awakening of the sequence ability. All the faculty are immensely proud of your progress. As he spoke, he stepped forward, grasping Qin Siyang's sleeve with an obsequious smile, showering him with compliments. Qin Siyang turned his head to see it was the very dean who had troubled him that day. Even someone so unrelated seemed eager to curry favor with him. He couldn't help but wonder how many more would soon surround him. Qin Siyang's gaze flickered with a hint of disdain as he inquired, Pride? Do you recall what we discussed previously? He paused for a moment, ruminating, yet could not recollect any interaction with Qin Siyang. After a lengthy silence, he finally asked, You are my student? Qin Siyang shook his head. Indeed, it was but a trivial matter. How could someone so exalted as yourself possibly remember? Yet I still find it rather unsatisfactory. If one cannot experience a sense of discontent upon awakening, then what was the point of the awakening? With that, Qin Siyang raised his lunchbox and, with a nonchalant motion, struck the face of the grade director, producing a dull thud as the teacher collapsed to the ground. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he staggered to his feet, clutching his face, utterly perplexed. Having prior experience in violence, Qin Siyang had learned to moderate his strength. The blow dealt was devoid of actual force, yet it served to instill a sense of intimidation among the witnesses. Upon witnessing Qin Siyang's sudden aggression, Principal Li Tianming's eyes flickered with confusion. Meanwhile, a student nearby murmured, "Are all sequence abilities this violent?" "Violent?" Qin Siyang smiled faintly. "If I were truly violent, that blow would have sent the director's head soaring to the rooftop of the teaching building." He discarded the mangled lunchbox into a trash bin and surveyed the hushed crowd surrounding him. "I find myself more accustomed to this tranquil campus life." With that, he strode away. As Qin Siyang entered the classroom, many students stood outside, observing him. Taking his seat in the corner, he gazed at the starry sky for a moment, contemplating the beauty of life before shifting his focus back to the interior of the classroom. Li Jingwen gazed at him with an expression that was both tinged with profound fear and suggestive of unspoken affection. Upon noticing Qin Siyang's glance towards her, she rose from her seat and approached him. With a tone imbued with feigned shyness, she inquired, "Qin Siyang, I acknowledge my previous missteps. May we embark on a fresh beginning?" Perhaps fearing rejection, she hastily added, "I recognize my faults, yet we have shared moments together. I promise to heed your every word from now on. I shall sever ties with Zhou Yang. To me, he was merely a substitute for you. In truth, I still relish the moments when you cared for me." Qin Siyang found himself bewildered by the audacity of her words. To him, the nature of their relationship was unmistakably clear, and Li Jingwen was far from the naive fool one might expect. What was she truly contemplating? It seemed that human beings could be remarkably irrational, clinging to a glimmer of hope even when faced with the futility of their desires. What if it somehow worked out? While he pondered, Li Jingwen suddenly took his hand, playfully admitting her faults. However, her attempts at charm struck Qin Siyang as akin to self-deception. Here was a girl who had once threatened him, now seeking to ingratiate herself. How could she be so deluded? Qin Siyang felt his patience waning. Once Li Jingwen graduated from high school and was no longer shielded by her student status, he vowed to confront her family directly, seeking to hold her accountable for her actions. Qin Siyang smiled as he took Li Jingwen's hand. Startled for a moment, Li Jingwen soon revealed a soft, enchanting gaze, believing that Qin Siyang had forgiven her. However, he leaned closer to her ear and gently whispered, "I bear no ill will. It is merely that your uncle in the underworld might have some objections." Chapter 43. Cafeteria line. Li Jingwen stood frozen in place, her body trembling uncontrollably. Qin Chenglong, dead? How could he have perished at the hands of Qin Siyang? When did he kill Qin Chenglong? Qin Chenglong had been accompanied by a group of thugs, and it was utterly inconceivable that Qin Siyang could have overcome them alone. Had he not been supposed to have fallen victim to Qin Chenglong without the awakening of his sequence abilities? Thus, he must have slain Qin Chenglong after awakening his powers. But hadn't he only awakened those abilities just this past weekend? Yet, Qin Chenglong had long since disappeared. The timeline simply did not align. Could it be that Qin Siyang had awakened his sequence abilities much earlier, masquerading as an ordinary person all this time? What could have been his motive for such deception? To kill me? No, I am merely a student. Even those with sequence abilities cannot kill indiscriminately. Then what could it be? For revenge against me? Li Jingwen's thoughts spiraled into an unknown realm, venturing far beyond the safe confines of her mind, swiftly consumed by dread. At that moment, she suddenly felt her body, on the verge of separating from her soul, move involuntarily. Looking down, she realized it was Qin Siyang who had gently squeezed her hand. She dared not meet his gaze, yet the warmth in his voice made it clear that a smile graced his face at that moment. "What is it? Do you no longer wish to be with me?" Qin Siyang, having grown weary of entangling himself further, rose from his seat and departed. Before exiting the classroom, he glanced back at Li Jingwen and remarked, "I thought you would say that all of this was merely a test of my feelings for you." To Li Jingwen's friends, this statement seemed to encourage her to pursue Qin Siyang more fervently. However, in Li Jingwen's eyes, it was a whisper of the devil. As soon as Qin Siyang left, her friends rushed towards her, surrounding Li Jingwen. Jingwen, Qin Siyang is encouraging you. Why don't you go after him? One urged. Indeed. Weren't you the one who used to encourage Qin Siyang yourself? A little more effort, and you could become the woman of a sequential ability user. Qin Siyang has awakened his sequential ability, far surpassing Zhou Yang. Their relentless exhortations struck a heavy blow to Li Jingwen's already fragile sense of self.
No.
She cried out, and to her friend's astonishment, she dashed out. Jingwen, where are you going? Don't worry. She must be going after Qin Siyang. One friend reassured. Ah, that makes sense. Do you think if Li Jingwen marries Qin Siyang, we would benefit in some way? I believe so. After all, we hold so many secrets about Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang. If she dares to treat us poorly, we shall inform Qin Siyang. That is a valid point. The good days are on the horizon. Qin Siyang glanced at the time. It was already 8 in the morning, and the cafeteria had opened. Upon leaving the classroom, he did not make his way directly to the library. Instead, he first ventured to the cafeteria to satiate his hunger. The cafeteria has always offered breakfast, yet Qin Siyang had never indulged in it. According to the regulations of Zhoan School, students are entitled to complimentary lunch and dinner, while the luxury of breakfast is reserved solely for the faculty and staff. However, today he could partake in this experience. As Qin Siyang entered the cafeteria, he noticed a number of teachers and school leaders already seated, gathered in small clusters, their discussions inevitably revolving around him, the record-breaking individual. Upon his arrival, the din of conversation ceased, and all eyes turned to him. The incident involving him incapacitating the grade director at the school gate had spread like wildfire. Consequently, the looks exchanged among the teachers were no longer laced with disdain and annoyance towards the orphan, but rather tinged with trepidation. One bespectacled teacher rose and approached Qin Siyang with a smile. Student Qin, you are indeed the pride of our class. Is there anything you would like to eat? I can assist you with your order. This seemingly mild-mannered teacher was Qin Siyang's homeroom instructor. Given that Qin Siyang, being a destitute orphan, lacked the means to offer gifts to his teachers and had no familial support, his homeroom teacher had relegated him to a seat in the back corner by the window, where he would be less visible. Thus, witnessing this teacher's sudden eagerness to curry favor with him, Qin Siyang found it particularly amusing. He had little patience for idle chatter with someone he barely knew. Scram, he retorted coldly, before proceeding to the food service counter. The class teacher, seemingly unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to curry favor with the student endowed with sequence abilities, disregarded the disdainful glances of his colleagues and stepped forward a couple of paces. Student Qin, the teacher has previously not performed well. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Siyang seized his plate and struck him across the face. The resounding clang of his head colliding with metal echoed through the air, and the class teacher fell to the side. Patiently discuss things with you, yet you refuse to listen and choose to provoke discomfort instead. The other teachers swallowed hard, their hearts filled with trepidation at Qin Siyang's ferocity. You expect me to engage in a rational discourse. What did you say? Merely a word to get lost, is that what you call patience and reasoning? Two teachers who had attempted to draw closer to him had already been violently taken down. Any others considering approaching him would likely reconsider. He harbored a multitude of secrets, impervious to scrutiny. Moreover, in the current world, sequence abilities were tantamount to power. His actions could easily be justified as a reaction of a small-minded individual reveling in vindication. In the eyes of the teachers, after Qin Siyang ascended to prominence, his hostility was comprehensible. After all, he was merely 18, a youth untouched by the harsh realities of society, acting without the convolutions of adult diplomacy. A straightforward slap in the face from a true villain was perhaps preferable to the insidious hope offered by a hypocritical deceiver who toys with one until death. Standing at the food service window, the plump lady who daily provided him with extra portions was so frightened that she dropped her ladle onto the floor. Auntie, please pack me 3 servings of breakfast to take away. In the cafeteria, only the school leaders were permitted to use disposable takeout containers. Now, this small privilege had also been conferred upon Qin Siyang, even in the absence of anyone's permission. Oh, very well, I shall serve you right away. The aunt hurriedly picked up the spoon that had fallen to the ground, scooped a portion of rice, only to realize it had not been washed. She quickly apologized and fetched a new spoon. When she finally served the rice and forced a smile as she handed it to Qin Siyang, he responded with a slight smile. "Auntie, there is no need to be flustered. I remember your kindness towards me." He then turned to the teachers in the cafeteria and said, "There is a matter I would appreciate your assistance in conveying to the principal." Chapter 44. A grateful heart. Qin Siyang had initially intended to speak directly with the principal. However, the principal was likely at the school gate attending to the grade director, who had been rendered unconscious by Qin Siyang, while a doctor tended to his injuries. Perhaps he had no time to spare. It should be acceptable for him to ask the other teachers to relay his message. "I believe that our esteemed institution, the only school on the edge of the safe zone, encompassing 12 years of education from primary to high school, should prioritize not merely the cultivation of talent, but the nurturing of virtue." Qin Siyang's speech, laden with a bureaucratic tone, stunned the other teachers. Was this truly the same student who would vocally dismiss others in moments of disagreement? How could such mature words emanate from him? Was he perhaps suffering from a split personality? Yet no teacher dared to voice such thoughts publicly. After all, his homeroom teacher lay on the ground. Who would risk incurring the wrath of this new elite within the safe zone? Without good virtue, as we students step beyond the campus and into society, we are bound to encounter the harsh lessons of the world, which could tarnish the reputation of our alma mater. This is not what we students wish to witness, nor is it what you esteemed teachers desire. The teachers could not help but murmur among themselves, noting that Qin Siyang's official tone was quite adept, almost indistinguishable from that of the school leadership. One might mistake him for the principal addressing the faculty. Yet, what was the purpose behind Qin Siyang's words? After a brief pause, he continued, "Where is the director of moral education?" Everyone turned their gaze towards a middle-aged man with a bald head and a face full of flesh. He stood up with a smile, albeit one that could not mask his palpable fear. "Qin, it's me." His attempt to rise almost resulted in a stumble. "Do you consider yourself competent in your role as the director of moral education?" The man met Qin Siyang's cold stare and immediately grasped his discontent. He hastily began to self-reflect. "I have not been sufficiently competent. Over the years, I have fallen short in my duties as director of moral education, and I will certainly improve. There's no need to wait for the future. I have been at this school for 12 years and do not even know what you, the director of moral education, look like. My current irritability stems from the inadequacies in the school's moral education efforts, which ultimately reflect upon you. It would be prudent for you to step down from your position. I trust you will agree with my assessment." While Qin Siyang's tone seemed to seek consensus, he left no room for negotiation. He deliberately kicked the fallen homeroom teacher beside him, as if to convey a silent message. The director of moral education's face contorted with unease, and ultimately, his attachment to the position was eclipsed by the fear of impending consequences. He nodded, "Yes, I have not performed well. I should relinquish my position as director of moral education." Qin Siyang nodded, acknowledging that recognizing one's mistakes and striving for correction is indeed commendable. "Concerning the position of the moral education director, I believe that Aunt Zhang, who serves food in the cafeteria, is exceptionally well suited for this role. She consistently offers encouragement to the students while serving their meals and extends special care to those of us from impoverished backgrounds. Her actions exemplify the finest moral standards. Therefore, I intend to propose Aunt Zhang to the school as the new moral education director." Standing alone, Qin Siyang surveyed the gathered teachers, who instinctively averted their gazes. He expressed his hope that they would relay his message to the principal, fearing that his temper might lead him to act inappropriately. Upon hearing this, the teachers nodded in quick agreement, eager to distance themselves from what they perceived as a source of misfortune. "We will certainly convey your message. We wholeheartedly support your perspective, Qin." At this point, the teachers finally grasped that Qin Siyang's elaborate setup was aimed at elevating Aunt Zhang to a position of authority. Having become a member of the sequence of abilities, he had effectively stepped beyond the bounds of conventional authority. His only restrictions were to refrain from harming students and public officials. Notably, at Zhuan School, only the principal is considered a public servant. The other teachers are bound by contractual agreements. This implies that Qin Siyang could potentially eliminate one or two teachers without facing severe repercussions, merely incurring the wrath of the hunting deities. However, he was also aware that excessive actions, such as eradicating all faculty members, would attract the scrutiny of the Bureau of Sequenceability Managers, labeling him a threat to the safety of the zone and subjecting him to severe penalties. Under the protection of his privileges, no teacher dared to oppose him. As Qin Siyang demanded the position of the moral education director, the principal found himself devoid of reasons to refuse. Qin Siyang appeared to be somewhat unhinged. The principal had encountered numerous young students in their teenage years, who, driven by ignorance and audacity, committed astonishingly egregious acts. He dared not wager on whether Qin Siyang was a rational individual, nor could he gamble on his respect for the laws of the safe zone. As long as he could pacify Qin Siyang, the principal would go to any lengths. Aunt Zhang, I shall recommend you for the role of moral education director. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the principal should acquiesce, he stated. In the future, I hope you will continue to extend your kindness towards me. Aunt Zhang, somewhat hesitant, replied, but my family circumstances are not favorable. I dropped out of middle school to work, lacking both knowledge and education. How could I possibly assume such a significant leadership role? It is not as complicated as it seems. In our dilapidated school on the outskirts of this safe zone, leadership adheres to two ironclad rules. Either one is devoid of conscience, or one possesses connections. Then, you are a person of conscience, Qin Siyang asserted. With that, he took his 3 boxes of lunch and departed, leaving Aunt Zhang holding her spoon, still trying to comprehend what had just transpired. Qin Siyang made his way to the library, where he encountered Teacher Zhu, who was organizing the shelves, and Wen Shu, who was studying at a desk. Wen Shu wore a gentle smile, seemingly in good spirits. In contrast, Teacher Zhu's gaze towards Qin Siyang was tinged with complexity. Qin Siyang placed the lunch boxes on the table and said, I picked up breakfast from the cafeteria. Wen Shu, Teacher Zhu, let us dine together. He had even brought an extra breakfast for Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu is a re-employed educator, lacking the benefits afforded to regular teachers, thus unable to dine in the cafeteria and relegated to eating at the student service window for all meals. However, her income is comparable to that of her full-time peers. I have already eaten. I have also partaken of my meal. Qin Siyang initially intended to bring breakfast for the two and engage in conversation, but was taken aback to find they had already dined. Very well, I shall eat alone and take the remaining 2 portions with me. Teacher Zhu, please take a moment to rest. I will tidy up once I finish my meal. At your age, there is no need to be so diligent in your work. Hearing Qin Siyang's familiar manner of speaking, Teacher Zhu felt that despite Qin Siyang's awakened abilities, he seemed unchanged. She expressed her confusion. Xiao Qin, why do I feel like you are just the same as before? I have always been the same. Then how come you struck Lu Qiangzhong at the school gate? Oh, I have never liked him, and after a previous altercation, I simply seized the opportunity to give him a little payback today. You are a good student. How could you hit a teacher? Before Qin Siyang could respond, Wen Shu set down her workbook and leisurely remarked, I actually believe that striking Lu Qiangzhong is more indicative of a good student's character. Chapter 45. A small meeting in the library. Wen Shu continued, Teacher Zhu, apart from you, how many teachers at our school are truly worthy of the title? Perhaps you should refrain from worrying about them unnecessarily. Is that truly how you feel, Xiaowen? It appears that Teacher Zhu is encountering the somewhat unruly and temperamental Wen Shu for the first time. To those within the school, teachers are merely ordinary professionals, lacking any semblance of the noble vocation of educating and nurturing. Yet, the teachers have not been unkind to you. During my elementary years, my grades were mediocre, and I was frequently bullied, with no teacher stepping forward to defend me. However, once my academic performance improved and I showed promise of entering a prestigious institution, they were eager to assist me. With her pair of bright, clear eyes fixed on Teacher Zhu, Wen Shu inquired, should I express gratitude towards these self-serving teachers or towards my own transformation into a better version of myself? Teacher Zhu found herself momentarily speechless by Wen Shu's question. Upon reflection, it seemed to hold a measure of truth. Teachers are, after all, simply individuals striving to provide for their families. Teaching is their duty, while nurturing is an emotional connection. They fulfill their responsibilities adequately, So why should they expend unnecessary energy forming bonds with students who struggle academically? Bravo! Exclaimed Qin Siyang, giving a thumbs up. As expected of our top student, your eloquence is commendable. In my opinion, Teacher Zhu, you ought to take a break. Spend time with your granddaughter. There's no need to spend all day monitoring the library. Hand me the keys. With me around, the library will remain orderly. Qin Siyang opened his lunchbox and bit into a giant duck wing, crunching it with delight. The moment it touched his palate, an explosion of rich, savory juices flooded his senses, leaving him astounded. Goodness! The breakfast served to the school's faculty is far superior to the lunch and dinner offerings. No wonder the teachers seem so delighted while dining in the school canteen. It turns out that the meals served at the faculty window and those at the student window are worlds apart in taste. The cook in the canteen is not incapable of preparing good food. Rather, he is unwilling to serve the students well. I sometimes feel the urge to confront the canteen chef, but then again I am merely a guest at this table, so I should not fuss too much. As a beggar for food, how can I complain about the quality? Teacher Zhu, who is taught at Zhouan School, is well aware of the breakfast's flavor. However, when Shu has likely never tasted it. Qin Siyang, with his mouth full of food, finds it difficult to speak at that moment. He grunts a few times in approval towards Wen Shu. Curiously, she looks up to see him excitedly pointing at his lunchbox. His thumbs raised in a gesture of praise, seemingly indicating that the taste is quite commendable. After swallowing a mouthful of the delicious fare, Qin Siyang urges, "You should try it. It is truly delightful. Far superior to the lunch and dinner served in the canteen. The breakfast at the canteen is indeed specially prepared for the staff and is remarkably tasty," as Teacher Zhu concurs. Upon hearing both of them recommend it, when Shu sets down her pen, approaches and opens a lunchbox, she picks up a piece of the marbled rabbit fish fillet and places it in her mouth. Instantly, her eyes sparkle with surprise. It is indeed delicious. Teacher Zhu smiles and nods in agreement. Qin Siyang then inquires, "By the way, why hasn't Tizhao Liwen come to the library to study today? Is he no longer in need of studying?" When Shu chuckles lightly, "He must have been frightened away by you. Me? Before your arrival." He had already made a trip to the library, where he solemnly apologized to me, expressing that he was unworthy and had hindered the relationship between you and me. He asked me to convey his regrets and hoped you would not take it to heart. Qin Siyang smirked, remarking, "This young Master Zhao certainly knows how to retreat swiftly. I haven't even had the chance to confront him. Yet he has already come to admit his fault. Quite the perceptive individual." Teacher Zhu, while arranging the bookshelves, commented, "You've gone so far as to strike a teacher at the school gate. Do you think he would dare to provoke you, the living embodiment of a king of hell? Please stop tidying up. At your age, you needn't be so industrious. I'll finish my meal shortly. Just leave it to me." Teacher Zhu, uncertain whether it was sorrow or nostalgia that moved him, indeed heeded the advice and set down the book he was holding, taking a seat nearby with a sigh. "Well, you both have matured. Your words now reflect the thoughts of adults. Witnessing the growth of such fine children brings me great solace. Your words sound as if you are about to depart," he and Wen Shu remarked, sensing something amiss as they looked up to see Teacher Zhu's expression was quite bitter. "No, Teacher Zhu, you wouldn't." Teacher Zhu waved his hand dismissively. "Old ailments impossible to remedy. You need not worry. Everyone has their own fate. My life has nearly reached its conclusion, while your futures still stretch ahead. Live well. But what exactly is the issue? Please, tell us." "Stomach cancer, no cure. Stage 4? Teacher Zhu shook his head. "No, stage 2. However, at the edge of the safe zone, there are no hospitals capable of performing surgeries for gastric cancer, and those that can are beyond my financial reach. Perhaps in a few years it will be time for me to depart. I have lived far longer than my husband, experienced a great deal in this lifetime, and hold no deep regrets." Although I speak these words of acceptance, there remains a tremor in Teacher Zhu's voice. It is only then that Qin Siyang realizes that the gentle and smiling Teacher Zhu has long been afflicted with cancer. Despite their long acquaintance, he had never perceived the worry of illness in her demeanor. Teacher Zhu takes a deep breath and says, "All right, let's not dwell on this matter. It casts a shadow over everyone's spirits. Life and death should be regarded with tranquility. No, I was planning to speak with the leaders in the education department to secure you an official position. You cannot leave us just like that. Teacher Zhu is momentarily taken aback, then smiles with gratitude. I appreciate your intentions, but I am not suited for such roles. I even managed to appoint Aunt Zhang from the cafeteria as the director of moral education. Securing a public office for you is hardly a feat. What? SNT that nepotism? Although Xiao Zhang is quite admirable, this action of yours, dear Qin, does not reflect well. This is not nepotism. It is a matter of recognizing merit. Teacher Zhu, we are in apocalyptic times. Moral standards are scarce. Those in power at the edge of the safe zone are nothing but predators, all climbing the ranks through connections or personal awakenings. Where are the ones who actually do the work?
Ben su concurs, I agra.
With your commendable character, it would be a blessing for students to have you in an educational position. Consider this. It has already been a decade since the apocalypse began, and yet over 100 universities for sequence ability practitioners have been established, while Zhuan School astonishingly lacks courses on apocalypse awareness and sequence comprehension. Is this not a dereliction of duty on the part of the educational authorities? If you were to take a position within the education sector, merely fulfilling your responsibilities would already place you above 99% of public officials. Chapter 46. Status amidst the praises from Qin Siyang and Wen Shu. Teacher Zhu felt a tinge of bashfulness. She smiled warmly, stating, "To have the recognition of two such exemplary students brings me contentment." The illness she faced was indeed insurmountable, and she urged them not to worry. Wen Shu exchanged a glance with Qin Siyang, who remained silent, engrossed in his meal. If Qin Siyang, who often felt solitary in this world, experienced a flicker of humanity's warmth, it was undoubtedly from Teacher Zhu. As long as he desired the part-time position, Teacher Zhu would always reserve it for him. There were indeed other parents who attempted to curry favor with Teacher Zhu, hoping to secure the position for their own children. However, she remained resolute. If your child is an orphan, then he may alternate with Qin Siyang. Otherwise, no negotiations. Even in the desolate outskirts of the safe zone during the apocalypse, individuals like Teacher Zhu still exist. Therefore, Qin Siyang genuinely hoped for a favorable outcome for such a good-hearted person. Yet, how does one treat cancer? How much would it cost? He was uncertain. It seemed he would need to go online again tonight to search for information at the Godslayer camp. Qin Siyang did not boast, for he himself was uncertain whether his current abilities could aid Teacher Zhu in overcoming this predicament. After finishing his meal, he began to tidy up the books in the library. However, the moment he rose from his chair, he did not sit down again. The library was particularly crowded today, especially with female students. "Qin, may I borrow this book?" "Qin, my foundation is rather weak. Do you have any recommended supplementary materials?" "Qin, I have numerous glow-in-the-dark books at home. Shall we read them together tonight?" Qin Siyang's tranquil existence in the library was disrupted by a group of proactive and reasonably attractive female classmates. Due to the incessant chatter, Wen Shu borrowed a workbook and retreated to another area to study. Wen Shu was the epitome of what all the girls aspired to be, yet also the target of covert rivalry. As long as Wen Shu occupied that space, her exceptional demeanor instilled a sense of inferiority in them, causing them to be somewhat restrained. Once she departed from the library, their inhibitions vanished, and they launched an all-out assault on Qin Siyang. Observing that Qin did not react excessively, they realized he was unlikely to respond as harshly as the grade director, emboldening them further. With shoulders partially exposed and skirts playfully lifted, they engaged in harmless antics. One girl, while unbuttoning her blouse, collided with Qin Siyang, leaving him momentarily speechless. Qin Siyang mused to himself, "So this is the treatment a powerful individual receives among ordinary people." If his previous casual dismissal of the grade director and class teacher was a means to assert his status, then the recent encounter in the library signifies the acknowledgement of that status by others. Rather than enforcing his position through force, being celebrated and recognized by others is, indeed, far more gratifying. In 2 lifetimes, Qin Siyang has yet to witness such a fervent pursuit from so many girls, reminiscent of a past life as a celebrated idol. Were he an ordinary 18-year-old student, emerging from poverty to affluence and lacking worldly experience, he might have been entranced by the superficiality surrounding him. Teacher Zhu, observing from the sidelines, sighed repeatedly, fearing that Qin Siyang might lose himself amidst the allure. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that Qin Siyang has taken lives, more than one. His heart, having been steeped in bloodshed, has long since turned cold. These girls are exceedingly mundane, and their incessant advances are nothing but a burden. They could never be companions in his life, nor a refuge for his physical desires. In his eyes, they do not even qualify as mere pink skulls. They are merely a void. Qin Siyang is increasingly convinced that a beautiful life is on the horizon. Thus, with a smile gracing his face, he addressed the girls who hovered around him. Leave. The girls were momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Qin Siyang's face, only to find it devoid of expression, a stark contrast to moments prior. Instantly, they felt the terror that the grade director had experienced earlier that morning and swiftly distanced themselves from him. Qin Siyang chuckled softly. Indeed, it is refreshing to communicate with peers, much more so than with my class teacher. Yet, the girls perceived a chilling aura emanating from Qin Siyang's smile. He traversed the path cleared by the girls and exited the library. Upon reaching the entrance, he addressed Teacher Zhu, saying, "Teacher, I shall return after school this afternoon. You may have this breakfast when you feel hungry, all right?" Teacher Zhu noted the unwavering demeanor of Qin Siyang and nodded with a smile. As Qin Siyang intended to tidy up the leftover lunchbox he had shared with Wenshu, he noticed that the table had already been cleared, indicating that Wenshu had disposed of the trash upon her departure. Qin Siyang murmured, "Classmate 1, ever so polite." Indeed, Teacher Zhu, upon hearing Qin Siyang commend Wenshu, promptly echoed, "Classmate 1 excels academically, possesses good character, is kind-hearted, and has her own ideas, unlike others." She cast a disdainful glance at the girls who had been noisy in the library for quite some time. Qin Siyang nodded in agreement. She certainly has her own ideas. In other respects, he was not well-versed. However, he firmly believed that Wenshu was a girl of conviction. He vividly recalled the night he was pursued by Li Jingwen's uncle and a gang of ruffians. It was Wenshu who had imparted a valuable lesson on obliterating evidence. "All right, I must take my leave. Do take care not to overexert yourself." Understood. "Hello, Section Chief Qian. I apologize for the intrusion. Do you have a moment? I wish to discuss something with you." "Oh, it's you, Xiao Qin. What is it?" "Well, I have a friend with whom I share a close bond. He has been diagnosed with cancer. I would like to inquire about possible treatment options." Section Chief Qian paused momentarily. "Your friend? A sequence ability user?" "No, just an ordinary person." "Do you still have ordinary people as friends?" "Ordinary people, of course, can be friends. After all, who is not an ordinary person at birth?" This statement holds some truth. If you were wealthy, you could afford treatment at a hospital. If I had money, I wouldn't be calling you for help. Do you mean you wish to know the special avenues available to those with sequence abilities? Certainly. Generally speaking, those of us with sequence abilities have two methods for seeking medical treatment. Please elaborate. The first option is to venture outside the safe zone to hunt deities. Then exchange the spoils at the Management Bureau for money to fund hospital treatment. The second option is to seek out a healer sequence ability user for assistance. However, the costs are typically much higher. I am somewhat familiar with the healer sequence, but they seem exceedingly rare and difficult to locate. You are correct. Nearly all healer sequence ability users work in the most luxurious hospitals within the safe zone, catering exclusively to the upper echelons of society. The average person rarely even encounters them. Given this, it seems my only option is to venture outside the safe zone to hunt deities. However, I have only just awakened my sequence and joined the deity hunting team, so I fear I may be ill-prepared. What kind of friend is this? You place such importance on them, willing to hunt deities for their treatment? A rather kind individual who has looked after me. Chapter 47. The Rewards of Hunting Deities. A kind person? Qin, are you jesting? What kind of good person warrants such a sacrifice from you? In this world, the most futile existence is that of the good person. Director Qian, this matter is indeed a perspective-based discussion. Our collaboration on certain issues does not necessitate a uniformity of beliefs, does it? Well then, allow me to pose my question. However, your current endeavor of hunting deities could be beneficial for you. How so? You have yet to participate in the post-examination assessment for ability users. Correct? Indeed. Therefore, you can leverage the points gained from hunting deities to garner greater interest from universities during your assessment, thereby securing more opportunities for admission. Even upon entering university, many students with points from hunting deities enjoy numerous advantages. These are stringent regulations set forth by the United Government. You may inquire further on the Sequence Education Forum. Is it truly so? Very well, I comprehend now, and I shall keep an eye on it. Thank you for your assistance, Director Qin. It is merely a trivial matter. Director Qin tossed his phone onto the table, musing over Qin Siyang's words. Saving a good person, The term good person has indeed not graced my ears for many years. It carries a tinge of melancholy. Alas, who is born with the intention of becoming a villain? At that moment, Director Qin's phone rang again. Hello, Xiao Tang. What is it? Oh, those who caused a ruckus before the director were just a few ordinary individuals? Then what is there to hesitate about? Eliminate them all. Yes, let it be for now. After hanging up, Director Qin let out a self-deprecating smile. It seems I am not destined to be a good person after all. Qin Siyang hung up the phone, resolutely deciding to visit the Internet CAF after school to browse the forums. Wait, is there a computer in the principal's office? Indeed, there must be, for the principal is a public official. Without a computer, how could he receive documents from the joint government? As for Wang Defa's advantage of concealing the address of his warehouse computer, it has significantly diminished since he publicly revealed his abilities and registered as an ability user. He has already exposed his identity and no longer needs to hide when accessing the forums of Godslayer Camp and Ability Education. Given this, why not pay a visit to the principal's office? After all, the principal had invited him earlier that morning. With a light-hearted stride, Qin Siyang made his way to the principal's office. What a hassle! He couldn't understand how Lu Qiangzhong had managed to provoke the principal and ended up suffering for it. This young man, having just awakened his abilities, was a bit irritable and should not be trifled with. To secure a position for Xiao Zhang as the moral education director, the principal had even beaten up the homeroom teacher. Truly, I am at my wit's end. Perhaps I should arrange for Xiao Zhang to become the moral education director next week. After today's events, I no longer hope to establish a friendship with Qin Siyang to absolve myself of any blame. I merely wish to see him graduate smoothly, without any entanglements.
Principal Li.
I have arrived, Qin Siyang announced as he pushed open the office door. The principal's expression initially reflected despair, but it was quickly replaced by his signature smile. Young student Qin, what brings you here? Indeed, regarding Aunt Zhang's matter. I have already set the wheels in motion. Tomorrow, no, today it shall be resolved. Thank you, Principal. By the way, I have some other matters I wish to seek your assistance with. You mentioned you would certainly help me. As you know, I am preparing for the post-college entrance examination assessment for sequence practitioners, yet I remain entirely uninformed about it. Given my modest family circumstances and lack of funds for an Internet CAF, I was hoping to borrow the desktop computer from your office. What do you think? However, Qin Siyang unceremoniously took a seat beside Principal Li. Qin, you. Principal Li, our school has long struggled with moral education, which has left me rather irritable. Surely, you wouldn't want me to create any disturbances before graduation, would you? Qin Siyang is a sequence practitioner. Even if he were to harm a teacher, he would face little consequence. However, as the principal, Li Tianming would be held accountable by the joint government for issues concerning campus safety. The emergence of a sequence practitioner in the school, which he initially thought heralded a turn for the better, revealed itself instead as a harbinger of chaos in a merciless world. Li Tianming wished to voice his concerns, but upon observing the audacious demeanor of Qin Siyang, he swallowed his words. You may use it, but strictly for browsing. Nothing more. All right. Qin Siyang adeptly accessed the Sequence Education Forum to search for information related to the college entrance examination assessments for sequence practitioners.
Li Tianming siga.
Preferring not to cast another glance at Qin Siyang, and exited the principal's office in search of a quiet place to rest. Qin Siyang opened a highly regarded post titled Assessment Guide for Sequence Ability Practitioners. Sequence Ability Practitioners are exempt from the college entrance examination and undergo a distinct evaluation process. This assessment comprehensively evaluates their sequence abilities, on-site performance, and future potential, culminating in a score. Upon receiving this score, Students log into the Sequence University application interface to submit their results and resumes to prospective schools, which will then send acceptance letters to the admitted students. Generally, the sequence scores range from low to high as follows. Useless sequence, e.g., soft-bodied. Common sequence, e.g., sleepless. Law enforcement sequence, e.g., scent listener. Undying, combat sequence, e.g., warrior, phantom assassin, and special sequence, extremely rare with unique skills, e.g., mimetic. Upon scrutinizing the 5 levels of sequences, Qin Siyang was astonished to discover that Chen Wenda's mimetic was actually the highest-ranking special sequence, prompting him to regard Chief Chen with newfound respect. The more one learns, the more remarkable he becomes, Qin Siyang mused. Indeed, those who ascend to significant positions in important departments are rarely ordinary individuals. He continued to read the post. There exists a unique circumstance that allows for exemption from examination, possessing a record of slaying deities. One can substitute the points earned from such feats in place of examination scores and submit them alongside their resume when applying to universities. The educational department maintains comprehensive records of all students endowed with awakened abilities. Whenever a student earns Hunter points, their information is promptly updated in the database accessible to admissions officers across various universities. Typically, when a student's Hunter points exceed a certain threshold, universities will proactively reach out, extending offers of admission along with specific conditions. Is it truly possible? Qin Siyang pondered, invigorated by the formidable combat capabilities bestowed upon him by his devourer sequence. This certainly implies that he may have the opportunity to gain admission to the finest university. In his previous life, Qin Siyang's academic performance was mediocre, relegating him to an ordinary university after the college entrance examination. However, in this life, he felt a glimmer of hope for entering the most prestigious institution within the safe zone. The forum also elaborated on the distinctions among universities. The caliber of sequence universities significantly contributes to the disparities among those with awakened abilities and serves as a pivotal juncture that influences the trajectory of one's life. A distinguished sequence university boasts an exceptional learning environment and abundant educational resources. High-ranking sequences are replete with mentors who possess extensive combat and research experience. The living and dining conditions are of superior quality, complemented by a plethora of scholarships that alleviate financial burdens for outstanding students. Remarkable alumni and ambitious peers provide a robust support system for future advancement. Whether one chooses to engage in combat against deities, pursue a career within the United Government, or delve into research related to sequence abilities, these resources are invaluable. Thus, if possible, it is imperative to strive for admission into a highly ranked sequence university. Otherwise, one may regret for a lifetime. Merely perusing the introduction, Qin Siyang found himself filled with a profound yearning for the esteemed universities of the sequence. This incarnation of higher education is markedly different from the previous one. In his past life, upon graduation and entering society, the primary factors at play were individual capability and background, with the influence of alumni resources being relatively insignificant. However, in this life, one finds themselves in a world where deities are fought against and a new order is being established. The apocalyptic era has only graced humanity for a decade, and the various classes within the safe zones have only recently emerged. It is indeed a time for the reformation of order. The principal circles, it seems, are yet to be firmly established. To seize the initiative during this pivotal moment, one must strive to secure a place among the elite, specifically by gaining admission to a distinguished university of the sequence. According to the post's description, even if Qin Siyang is an orphan and impoverished, it bears little consequence. For it is the prowess of one's sequence abilities that serves as the true currency in this post-apocalyptic world. As long as one's sequence abilities are formidable, circles will inevitably welcome them with open arms. He then accessed the God-slaying forum to examine the reward details for hunting deities. Engaging in the slaying of deities yields monetary rewards, sequence potion rewards, and hunting points, all provided by the United Government. Specifically, for every hunting point earned through slaying a deity, one receives 1,000 copper coins and 1/10 of the resources for sequence potions. When a group collaborates in hunting, the distribution is determined based on the consensus reached among its members. Should one undertake the slaying of a deity alone, they can earn double hunting points. Nevertheless, The Sequence Abilities Management Bureau does not advocate for solitary operations. Collaboration in hunting is of paramount importance. The establishment of this regulation serves merely to facilitate the selection of the most formidable hunters among humanity, who will lead the forthcoming counteroffensive. Points are acquired by slaying deities and severing a portion of their being that bears a divine mark, with detailed explanations provided in posts. Should one tragically perish during the divine hunt, compensation will be issued to the families of the fallen, according to their rank. In instances where there are no relatives, and the individual dies in a team hunt, the compensation may also be allocated to other team members. The notion of distributing compensation to fellow team members perplexed Qin Siyang, as he sensed something amiss. As a sequence power user, he would face minimal repercussions for harming ordinary individuals. Thus, if his teammate were the sole sequence power user in their family, could he not annihilate the entire family and subsequently eliminate the teammate to usurp the death benefits? This addition seemed to inadvertently promote mutual slaughter. Was this truly one of the survival principles within the safe zone of the apocalypse? There remained countless uncertainties that Qin Siyang did not comprehend. Even before joining the deity hunting squad, he had already caught a whiff of the sanguine atmosphere through an introductory post. At that moment, he noticed a crimson numeral, 157, on his sequence power user forum avatar. Intrigued, he clicked to investigate, discovering he had received 157 messages. Hello there, young man. Your Phantom Assassin sequence is precisely what our all-female team requires, and we are in need of a man to bring a touch of masculinity to our ranks. You would be the perfect fit. Come join us in hunting deities. We will take good care of you. Greetings, Shao Qin. Your sequence is precisely what we urgently require. Join our hunter squad. Our team has been established for 2 years, and the members have remained unchanged, ensuring a reliable safety factor. Hello, Qin Siyang. The Phantom Assassin sequence perfectly complements our squad's offensive shortcomings. We possess both repair and armor sequence abilities, guaranteeing your safety during hunts. Please, do consider joining us. Qin Siyang glanced at the multitude of invitations, a staggering 157 from various hunter squads, overwhelming him. As he perused the invitation letters, 2 more requests to join hunter squads arrived. It seems that the Phantom Assassin is indeed in high demand. Goodness, so many squads desire my presence. But how does one select a hunter squad? His initial instinct was to consult Chen Wenda. However, upon further reflection, he recognized Chen Wenda's intelligence and preferred to maintain a certain distance, lest he reveal his own ignorance. The wisdom Qin Siyang had gleaned from 2 lifetimes was that one ought to conceal their shortcomings from the astute and exhibit vulnerability before the foolish. If he were to rely on Chen Wenda for every matter, it would only serve to reinforce the notion of his own folly and alienate him further. He searched the forum but found no threads offering guidance on selecting a hunter squad. Perhaps such discussions had existed but were removed by the moderators, suggesting that the wisdom of choosing a hunter squad is an undisclosed matter. Why must it remain concealed? Qin Siyang understood that he could not delve deeper into this inquiry and would have to invest his time and energy to learn for himself. At that moment, a series of beeping sounds suddenly rang out. It was during Li Tianming's departure that he forgot to turn off the device. Driven by curiosity, Qin Siyang clicked on the dialog box, receiving a message from a user named Tingting. Brother Tianming, I miss you. Will you accompany me tonight? Along with the message, a rather inappropriate video was sent. With a judgmental gaze, Qin Siyang watched the entire video before closing the window and downloading it. However, upon opening the folder containing the downloaded videos, he was taken aback by the sheer number. Although numerous, they were not chaotic, as Li Tianming had thoughtfully categorized each video with detailed labels. Among them were several featuring Li Tianming himself. Qin Siyang was astonished. Wasn't Li Tianming merely an ordinary principal? How could he possess such an abundance of these types of videos, with the female leads seemingly changing throughout? A thought crossed Qin Siyang's mind, prompting him to access the sequence ability user's information section and input Li Tianming. Instantly, more than 20 individuals with the same name appeared. Carefully sifting through them, he found one with a strikingly similar visage to Li Tianming, albeit significantly younger with flowing long hair. Indeed, the sole reason for being pursued by the opposite sex in this world was being a sequence ability user. Li Tianming was also one of them. Yet, After all these years as a principal, it seemed no student was aware of this fact. Li Tianming had been quite handsome in his youth. Now, with a protruding belly and receding hairline, time had indeed been unkind. As he opened Li Tianming's personal information, his gaze was immediately drawn to the first two lines. Li Tianming, sequence shaman. Due to negligent actions resulting in the deaths of dozens in Area 14121, he was reassigned from the Education Bureau and is currently the principal of Zhouan School. Chapter 49. Principal Li Tianming. Qin Siyang stared at the information about Li Tianming, momentarily at a loss for words. Principal Li, responsible for the deaths of dozens? How could one who has committed such acts still be appointed as a principal? What formidable connections must he possess? Suddenly, Qin Siyang felt that during his conversation with the principal, he might have spoken too loudly, failing to exhibit the respect due to a superior. Perhaps it would be best to avoid this place in the future and instead seek out Wang Defa to bully easier targets. The principal was not to be trifled with. He closed the video, marked Tingting's message as unread, and deleted the downloaded video, planning to leave the office while Li Tianming was absent. He resolved to minimize encounters with Li Tianming in the future. As Qin Siyang seemed poised to rise from his seat, Li Tianming smiled and inquired, "Are you finished with your search and preparing to leave?" "Yes. Thank you for allowing me to use your computer, Principal. I have gathered the information I sought." The principal approached Qin Siyang's side, observing the tidy desk and the pulsating avatar in the lower right corner. Hovering the mouse over it revealed an unread message from Tingting. The principal frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt as he glanced at Qin Siyang, who then remarked, "Are you about to chat with someone? I shall take my leave now, for invading the privacy of others is hardly a commendable act. Indeed, you may depart. Farewell, Principal." As Qin Siyang rose from his seat and had yet to reach the door, he heard Li Tianming's voice. "Since you have observed, do not rush away. Take a seat and let us converse." Qin Siyang paused, bewildered. "I did not peruse your conversation with anyone, Principal. What are you implying?" Li Tianming then drew forth a chair beside him and patted its back. "Tingting has sent me 4 or 5 new messages. The icon pulsates, yet only one remains unread. It seems you must have viewed them before marking them as unread again." A wave of surprise coursed through Qin Siyang. He had not anticipated such a lapse would be uncovered by Li Tianming. "Please have a seat. Let us engage in discussion." In stark contrast to the earlier expression of helplessness, Li Tianming now appeared composed and exuded an aura of authority. Were it not for the knowledge of his position, Qin Siyang might have mistaken him for someone of equal stature to Chen Wenda. However, fully aware of Li Tianming's perilous nature, Qin Siyang felt no inclination to draw closer. Even if his indiscretion was unveiled, it was ultimately Li Tianming's scandal, not his own. Even if Li Tianming forbade his departure, he still pulled open the office door, intent on leaving. At that moment, he sensed an abrupt loss of control over his body. His feet felt as though they were glued to the ground, immovable. Glancing down, he was horrified to discover that his freshly cleaned ragged trousers and worn shoes were now encrusted with mud. This earth clung to him like a vice, ensnaring his legs and feet, sending him into a state of panic. Li Tianming dares to employ sequence skills against himself. To unleash abilities within a safe zone against those of the sequence is an exceedingly perilous provocation. Should the Management Bureau become aware, they would undoubtedly reprimand Li Tianming. Just as Qin Siyang was about to issue a warning, Li Tianming interjected, "Are you suggesting that you will report my use of skills within the safe zone to the Management Bureau? Feel free to do so. My position has already plummeted to the nadir. I have no further aspirations. Since you have seen my chat logs, you must have also viewed my videos and uncovered my sequence identity. Therefore, I believe there is no longer any facade to maintain between us, and we can converse candidly. What compels me to engage in dialogue with you?" One moment. Suddenly, with a couple of resounding thuds, 2 raven-sized apparitions materialized, flying to the entrance to close the office door. Qin Siyang narrowed his eyes, assuming a defensive stance. 2 skills. Your sequence level is secondary? No. The recent minor beast spirit summoning is a tertiary skill. At that very moment, an ancient wooden pillar adorned with totemic symbols erupted from the office floor, and in an instant, Qin Siyang felt an infusion of strength. This primordial totem is indeed a secondary skill. Qin Siyang's eyes widened in astonishment. You are a tertiary sequence ability user. Within the Godslayer camp, Qin Siyang had encountered classifications regarding the levels of sequence ability users, the vast majority of whom were at the primary level. To attain the second tier, one typically possesses a wealth of combat experience or public service credentials. Those hailing from the Godslayer team may qualify to assume the role of team leader in most such squads, guiding their members in the pursuit of divine beings. Conversely, individuals from a public service background can rise above the lowest ranks, securing a minor official position and partially stepping into the corridors of power within the United Government. As for those at the third tier of abilities, they remain conspicuously unmentioned within the Godslaying camp due to their scarcity. Advancement from the first to the second tier necessitates merely 5 vials of sequence potions, while elevating from the second to the third tier demands a staggering 30 vials. Each vial of sequence potion can be obtained through 10 demon hunting credits or an equivalent amount of merit points from the United Government. Although Qin Siyang is unfamiliar with the means of acquiring merit points, he is well aware of the demon hunting credits. This implies that even under the condition of earning double credits alone, one must vanquish 5 divine beings to obtain the necessary potions. If one is part of a team, the credits accrued are significantly reduced, necessitating the slaying of perhaps 50 to redeem a single vial. 30 vials of sequence potions undoubtedly constitute an astronomical figure. However, through years of relentless effort in hunting divine beings, as long as one remains alive, there still lies a glimmer of hope for breaking through to the third tier. Nevertheless, since the awakening of the first sequence ability user, merely 5 years have elapsed. In this brief span, amassing the achievements required for 30 vials of sequence potions appears exceedingly daunting. Moreover, he recalls that Li Tianming was appointed as the principal of Zhuan School during the latter half of his first year of high school, nearly 2 years ago. This indicates that Li Tianming accomplished the transition from sequence awakening to third-tier abilities in just 3 years. The principal, smiling at Qin Siyang, is not an extraordinary chosen one possessing a unique sequence like him. He can only methodically collect sequence potions from the Management Bureau. Can be said that his advancement is akin to riding a rocket. Qin Siyang was taken aback. Who exactly is this Li Tianming, with his protruding belly and receding hairline? Chapter 50. Exchange of information. Ultimately, Qin Siyang chose to take a seat. Li Tianming had neither the motive nor the ability to kill him. If violence were to be employed, he was confident that even if Li Tianming were a sequence level 3 shaman, it would be a swift conclusion for him. Let us see what Li Tianming has to say. Li Tianming removed his glasses, without the lenses to obscure his gaze. His previously somewhat lecherous eyes transformed into piercing orbs, brimming with untold stories. Qin Siyang, I have laid bare my true self, hoping you will trust me and not perceive my approach as a scheme against you. If it's not a scheme against me, then why engage in conversation? Well, you have a point. What I mean is, I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. On the contrary, I can be of assistance to you. Assist me? In what way? I can provide you with support in hunting deities, as well as guidance for your university admission. You are a shadow assassin sequence, correct? This sequence is exceptionally suited for combat. You can hunt deities outside the safety zone, earning divine hunting points, which will not only aid your university application but will also have profound implications for your future. More importantly, by hunting deities you can earn money, which will help you cover your tuition fees. It is essential to recognize that the tuition fees for universities are far from inexpensive. Many students are compelled to forego their acceptance letters simply due to insufficient funds. But the Forum of Sequential Education clearly states that universities provide scholarships for exceptional students in need, one might argue. Li Tianming chuckled softly, responding, "Classmate Qin, there is a saying, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Have you heard it? What justifies the allocation of scholarships to you and not to others? Merely because you excel academically and come from a less fortunate background? Does your presence as a sequence ability user truly make a difference to the institution? Schools are not charitable organizations. The institutions established in the wake of the apocalypse are deeply entangled with various interests, and their internal dynamics are quite intricate. To receive a scholarship, one must be prepared to pay a price. As for what that price entails, it is not easily articulated. Qin Siyang had assumed that universities in this world would resemble those of his previous life, offering assistance to financially disadvantaged students. He had observed from the forum that numerous prestigious universities offered scholarships that could cover living expenses and tuition. Thus, he had not given the matter much thought. However, after Li Tianming's remarks, he immediately grasped that the reality was far more complex than he had envisioned. Principal, how is it that you possess such profound knowledge of sequence universities? At your age, one would presume you have never had the opportunity to attend one. Li Tianming reclined in his chair, a hint of nostalgia in his demeanor. I once served as the vice president of a certain university. Vice president? Indeed. However, I was later wrongfully accused and relegated to this humble institution as its principal. Thus, as I mentioned, my prowess in the sequence can assist you in hunting deities. My past experiences may facilitate your entrance into university. You require my assistance, just as I find myself in need of yours. Qin Siyang shook his head, saying, Principal, I sincerely appreciate your extensive remarks. However, it appears I do not require your help. Do you not? Li Tianming replied with a knowing smile. Setting aside distant matters, you ought to be contemplating how to earn your god-hunting points, correct? The sequence of Phantom Assassin is highly sought after. Once registered, numerous individuals will seek to team up with you. Do you know which team to choose? Qin Siyang lowered his gaze slightly, scrutinizing the smiling Li Tianming. He had not seen his browsing history, yet somehow knew the predicament he currently faced. Truly, he was a seasoned old fox. Compared to his previous life, the current world was more intricate and chaotic. Yet one thing remained constant. Those in power were never foolish. Olaf was such, Qian Wenda was such, and Li Tianming was no exception. Each individual left a profound impression in Qin Siyang's memory, preventing him from feeling prideful as a reborn individual. Having lived 2 lives, he still lacked the confidence to emerge unscathed from encounters with these cunning masters of intrigue. Qin, you need not fear. I merely possess a bit more information, which allows me to make educated guesses. As your mentor, it is only natural for me to provide guidance. Together, we can select a god-hunting team that suits you. When necessary, I could even take action and join you in hunting deities outside the safety zone. Wait a moment.
Qin Siyang interrupta Li Tianming's narration. Principal Li.
You just uttered a phrase that resonates profoundly with me. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I have come to understand how you can assist me. Now, I wish to know what you require in return. Li Tianming nodded, refraining from further elaborating on his advantages, and cast a heavy gaze upon Qin Siyang. I seek your help in clearing my name. This baseless accusation has cost me my position, my power, and my wife has left me. I hope you can assist me in reclaiming my dignity. Help you reclaim your dignity? Me? Qin Siyang incredulously pointed at himself, baffled by how Li Tianming could even conceive of such a notion. A sequence level 3 ability user like Li Tianming had been rendered utterly compliant and was dutifully serving as the principal of the Juan Academy. Did he truly expect a mere high school senior to aid him in absolving his charges? Was he truly so naive? Principal Li, if that is the case, then I must regretfully decline. As a newly awakened sequence ability user, albeit somewhat proud, I am not so foolish as to overestimate my capabilities. If you find yourself at an impasse, then I certainly cannot intervene. I bid you farewell. There was no longer a need for further discourse with Li Tianming. Qin Siyang rose to depart. However, his legs were once again ensnared, rendering him unable to leave. Principal Li, employing such tactics to detain me is rather pointless. Once your skills wear off, I shall still take my leave. Li Tianming sighed. Indeed, you are a remarkably astute individual, far more perceptive than I had anticipated. There was a peculiar matter that had been troubling my mind. I found myself pondering whether I was overthinking it. How could a 17-year-old senior student harbor so many secrets? It appears, however, that the issue lies not with me. Qin Siyang felt a tightening in his chest, uncertain of what Li Tianming was about to reveal. Principal Li, what do you mean? My ex-wife was also a sequence ability user. Coincidentally, she shares the same sequence as you, the Phantom Assassin. Yet, there is a significant distinction between you two. When ensnared by my bind skill, she lost all control, unable to utter a single word. At this juncture, Li Tianming lifted his gaze to meet Qin Siyang's eyes. Unlike you, who not only retains the ability to speak freely but also shows no impairment in your upper body movements. Chapter 51. Mutual assistance. Qin Siyang maintained a composed exterior, yet his heart raced with unease. Damn, I slipped up. He had focused solely on the similarities of the Phantom Assassin sequence abilities to his own, facilitating the concealment of his identity. He had never considered how he might react when confronted with the abilities of other sequence users. The critical issue is that there are no discussions of such experiences on the forums. Skills are primarily employed to hunt deities. Who would dare to validate them on others? Yet, it is precisely this lack of experience that has once again plunged Qin Siyang into peril. Nevertheless, he could not show any sign of weakness. He must steadfastly assert that he is a Phantom Assassin. Qin Siyang stated, Principal Li, I fail to grasp your meaning. My sequence has been evaluated by the administration, and I possess the corresponding documentation. Perhaps it is due to the disparity in physical attributes between myself and your ex-wife. I had initially contemplated this notion as well, Li Tianming remarked as he rose. The physical capacities of individuals within different sequences vary, resulting in differing responses to identical skills. Therefore, I am merely speculating at this juncture. My conjectures do not hold substantial weight. Might it be that an error occurred during your registration with the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, leading to an incorrect sequence being reported? Of course, this is merely my personal opinion, and you need not take it to heart. Li Tianming's tone was amiable yet laced with an undercurrent of menace. Qin Siyang narrowed his eyes, observing the rotund, middle-aged man adorned with a vibrant mask, his heart sinking further. The United Government, for various reasons, only conducts sequence tests at the time of registration, with no subsequent assessments thereafter. In a sense, he had secured his safety, as Li Tianming was aware of this fact and could not leverage it against him. Nevertheless, the knowledge of his secret being exposed was inherently precarious.
Principal Li.
Should you insist on spreading rumors, you must be aware that there will be consequences for such actions. If Li Tianming remains obstinately unyielding, Qin Siyang may find himself compelled to take the perilous step of eliminating him. After all, this would not be his inaugural act of taking a life. It would merely mark his first instance of slaying a sequence ability user. Every endeavor has its first time, and it is not a matter of great significance. Li Tianming shook his head. I harbor no intentions of spreading rumors, nor do I seek to harm anyone. From the very beginning, I have expressed my need for your assistance to clear my name. In return for your help, I shall offer you my unwavering support. You wish for me to provoke someone whom even you cannot confront? The strength of numbers, you say? Principal Li, as a being of extraordinary capabilities, do you not find this notion rather absurd? So, you remain unwilling to acquiesce? Qin Siyang, no longer concealing his demeanor, replied coldly. Agreeing to your request could lead to unforeseen complications. Refusing you, however, presents a singular dilemma. Tell me, how do you think I will choose? Li Tianming scoffed. You imply that if you refuse my request, the only trouble you face is that I will be killed, thus resolving the issue? Classmate Qin, it is not that I lack faith in your intentions. Rather, I suspect that eliminating me may not be as straightforward as you imagine. While it is undeniably difficult to take your life, assisting you would prove even more troublesome. Were you in my position, what would your choice be? After a prolonged contemplation, Li Tianming sighed, what you say holds merit. With that, his vibrant mask gradually melded into his visage, reverting to that of an ordinary middle-aged man, while simultaneously, the restraints binding Qin Siyang dissipated. A transaction where gains and risks are imbalanced is destined for failure. Let us consider an alternative approach. Qin Siyang raised an eyebrow. What alternative? I shall first assist you in completing a specific task of divine extermination, while simultaneously providing support for your academic pursuits to the best of my abilities. If you still require my help in clearing your name, I regret to inform you that such assistance may not be feasible. No, that objective seems rather ambitious. One must take things step by step. It is unrealistic to expect you to accomplish everything at once. Please assist me with just one task. What is it? Qin Siyang had already determined that he would reject any request that involved unknown adversaries. Although Li Tianming was indeed a formidable individual, he was preferable to an unidentified enemy. Anyone who could not be managed by Li Tianming would undoubtedly be even more troublesome. Please help me locate an individual classified as a deceiver. Upon hearing Li Tianming's request, Qin Siyang paused momentarily. Why? The reason I was falsely accused of murder was that someone at the scene witnessed an individual wearing a shaman mask with abilities from that classification. The only registered shaman ability user in that vicinity was myself. Coincidentally, I was alone that day and unable to provide an alibi, while my unique presence lingered at the scene, resulting in me being wrongfully implicated. After listening, Qin Siyang remarked calmly, Principal Li, based on your description, certainly sounds as though you are the actual culprit, doesn't it? It was not me. Please continue. Therefore, I surmise that there must have been a shaman present at the scene or someone masquerading as a shaman. The shaman classification, unlike yours or others, cannot conceal itself. Once a skill is activated, a shaman mask will manifest on the face. Thus, it is impossible for a shaman to conceal their identity. Hence, I suspect that a deceiver was indeed present at the scene, imitating my appearance and framing me for the crime. The imposter should be well aware that it is possible to mimic the appearance changes when unleashing abilities from other sequences, thus rendering the concealment of one's identity remarkably effortless. At least within the United Government, the imposter sequence is exceedingly rare. Qin Siyang pondered for a moment and inquired, what assistance could I possibly provide by locating an imposter sequence ability user for you? To my knowledge, such clandestine sequences undoubtedly possess their own organization. If you help me find an imposter, I can devise my own means to extract certain information. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang remained non-committal. Accomplishing this task would be a trivial feat for him. The blonde police officer, Roylina, belonged to the imposter sequence. Moreover, Roylina had always held an unfavorable relationship with him, to the extent that they could be deemed reluctant allies concealing a shared secret. Betraying Roylina to Li Tianming in exchange for his assistance would be a most advantageous transaction. Yet, he suppressed the urge to readily acquiesce and continued to inquire, Principal Li, why do you not seek one out yourself? Me? Li Tianming replied with a bitter smile. All my permissions concerning sequence ability users have been revoked by the United Government due to that baseless accusation. Although you perceive me as the principal of Zhuan School, in truth, I am no different from those who have been exiled. For 5 years, this school has not produced a single sequence ability user. They have cast me here with the hope that I will simply perish. Were it not for my sufficiently high sequence rank, I fear I would have already faced execution. Besides you, I am essentially unable to establish contact with any sequence ability users. Even after establishing a connection, they would immediately sever ties upon a mere glance at my resume. Li Tianming's words ring true, yet there remains an aspect that eludes comprehension.
Principal Li.
If you are indeed a victim of false accusations, my sympathies are genuinely with you. However, I must pose a question. Why would they seek to defame you? Chapter 52. The solo team as Li Tianming posed his inquiries. He did not gaze at Qin Siyang but instead stared into the enveloping darkness outside, seemingly devoid of any expectation for an answer. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Siyang grasped Li Tianming's intent. The rationale behind Li Tianming's defamation was a secret not meant for disclosure, akin to one's own sequence. Exposed to light, it perishes. Conversations among the astute need not be overly explicit. Through a deft analogy, Li Tianming conveyed the situation to Qin Siyang. Given that the reason for Li Tianming's defamation is unspeakable, it follows that the subsequent severance of contact with all sequence ability users is also likely a matter unfit for discussion. It is indeed absurd that a dignified individual of sequence level 3 should find himself reliant on the nascent abilities of Qin Siyang, a mere new awakener. Yet, within this absurdity lies a semblance of logic. Li Tianming has offended numerous individuals, those capable of silencing him without resorting to lethal measures. He requires the assistance of an entirely unrelated new face to navigate this predicament. Both Qin Siyang and Li Tianming are acutely aware of the limitations of Qin Siyang's abilities, yet Li Tianming still opts to enlist his aid. It sounds utterly absurd, yet Li Tianming is no fool. After a brief conversation, Qin Siyang came to realize that Li Tianming's depth of character rivals that of Qian Wenda. Why then would he choose to engage a newcomer in such a perilous endeavor? The only plausible explanation is that Li Tianming possesses a hidden advantage. Should Qin Siyang manage to pry open even the slightest crack, Li Tianming would undoubtedly have the confidence to turn the tide. This realization also led Qin Siyang to understand that in Li Tianming's eyes, he is not a savior capable of reversing fate, but rather a spark, one that could ignite an entire powder keg. Li Tianming, on the other hand, is the one who holds the powder keg but lacks the spark. At this juncture, Qin Siyang began to piece together a general outline, and his gaze toward Li Tianming transformed into one of respect. Li Tianming seemed to sense the subtle shift in Qin Siyang's expression, his own face reflecting a hint of surprise and suspicion. Could this young man truly have grasped the situation so swiftly? Surely not. Principal Li, I agree to your proposition. As long as you assist me in the matter of hunting deities and aid my entry into university, I will endeavor to locate an individual with the fraudster sequence for you. However, I cannot guarantee that this person will be of any help. Very well, it is settled. You will find me someone with the fraudster sequence, and the rest shall be my responsibility. I am 90% certain that an individual who has not disclosed their true sequence as a fraudster is likely affiliated with a hidden organization. Now, let us begin discussing the matter of hunting deities, for Qin Siyang is eager to accumulate deity hunting points. His awakening of abilities occurred too late, leaving him with less than 6 months before the assessment for ability users following the college entrance examination. Other students who had awakened their abilities much earlier had likely accumulated years of experience. To stand out among them would not be a simple task. Indeed, if the goal were merely to attend a mid-tier university for ability users, it would not be insurmountable. However, Qin Siyang aspired to the most prestigious institutions in the realm of ability users. His devourer ability was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Failing to gain admission to the best university would be a sheer waste. From what he understood, the top universities possessed the latest research advancements in ability studies and the finest resources available. These were essential for his understanding of the apocalypse and for enhancing his own strength. After his rebirth, Qin Siyang's life trajectory and character diverged completely from his past. Within just a month, due to various proactive and reactive circumstances, he had engaged in acts of violence, deception against the government. There was virtually nothing he hesitated to undertake. His ambition only continued to swell. He refrained from uttering any grandiose proclamations about standing atop the pinnacle of humanity in the apocalypse. Yet, he held steadfast to his own convictions, to honor his talents. Principal Li, I wish to understand how to select a hunter team effectively. I reviewed the joint government's decree and discovered that if an orphan like myself perishes outside the safety zone, the compensation would be awarded to the hunter team. I am quite apprehensive about being placed in a nefarious group that might exploit me, he expressed. Li Tianming smiled gently. Indeed, Qin, you are quite astute. After merely a couple of hours, you have pinpointed the crux of the matter. It is true that an ability user of your orphan status is particularly vulnerable to potential treachery from teammates. Selecting a hunting team of deities is indeed a formidable challenge. How, then, should I discern which teams have engaged in such behavior? Qin, teams that have previously acted in this manner are likely to repeat their transgressions. However, can you guarantee that teams without such a history will not suddenly be tempted to betray you? Consider this. If you were to find yourself in peril, requiring your comrades to rescue you for survival, yet upon your salvation, you discover that you are unable to vanquish the deity, it would render your efforts futile and potentially jeopardize your safety. There exists no decree that punishes teammates for the death of a member. Should they abandon you, they would not only evade punishment but also receive a substantial compensation. If you were in their position, how would you choose? Qin Siyang felt a jolt within, for Li Tianming's words resonated with truth. The essence of humanity is rooted in greed. One must never wager on human nature, and even less so with one's own life. In light of this, Principal Li, what course of action should I take? The optimal solution is for you to form a solo team. A solitary unit entails that you alone are responsible for your safety, making it the most prudent approach. A solo team? Precisely. Moreover, as a single entity, you would also accrue double points. What could be more advantageous? Qin Siyang hesitated. It sounds appealing, yet I have never hunted deities before. Alone, I am uncertain of what to do. Rest assured, I will accompany you beyond the safe zone to assist you in your pursuit of the divine. However, I am a solo team. If it is discovered that someone is assisting me, will I not face repercussions? Solo hunting of deities allows for the acquisition of double points. If I could receive aid from other sequence ability users while feigning a solo hunt, subsequently claiming double points, would that not constitute a fraud against the United Government's deity hunting points? The United Government is not naive, nor do they engage in unprofitable transactions. Although Qin Siyang is unaware of how the United Government identifies such fraudulent point acquisition, he is certain that an effective method exists. Otherwise, such a significant loophole would have been exploited by countless individuals, and who would still venture out in teams. Chapter 53. Preparing to hunt deities. You are indeed correct. If one ventures out solo but receives assistance from other sequence ability users, it will undoubtedly be detected by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, and severe penalties will ensue. Upon the conclusion of a solo sequence ability user's hunt, as they enter the safe zone's exit, officials responsible for verifying the remains of the deities at the Bureau will conduct a lie detector test and a memory continuity examination, subsequently uploading the data regarding the deity remains to the Deity Slaying Camp's Solo Expedition Points section. The lie detector test will pose but a single question. Did you slay these deities alone? The intent is to ascertain that your recollection reflects that the hunt was indeed accomplished single-handedly. The memory continuity test serves to verify that your memories have not been altered by sequence ability users such as writers or soul manipulators, who possess the capacity to modify memories. The Forum for Data Upload welcomes witnesses to actively report incidents. Those who successfully provide evidence against sequence manipulators will be rewarded for their efforts. With such meticulous layers of protection in place, the prospect of deception is rendered impossible. I understand now. How do you intend to offer your assistance? I shall accompany you beyond the safety zone. There, upon encountering a deity you may hunt, I will inform you of its characteristics, habits, and methods of attack. From that point onward, your actions shall determine the outcome. Should you fail to vanquish the deity or find yourself in peril, I will employ earth binding to ensnare the divine entity, subsequently using primordial totem to replenish your strength, ensuring your swift escape and safety. In essence, outside the safety zone, I assume the role of a guardian, much like I do at Peace Academy. Guardian, for some reason, the term evokes amusement in Qin Siyang. As he smirks, he notices a self-deprecating smile on Li Tianming's face. Principal Li, is this arrangement acceptable? I am not directly assisting you in slaying the deity. Is there an issue? In the affluent areas of the safety zone, many privileged youths complete solitary missions to hunt deities in this manner. My role has a specific designation. Ensurer. It serves to safeguard individual teams. I see. Then allow me to express my gratitude to Principal Li in advance. No need for thanks. We are merely aiding one another. However, I must make it clear that I cannot provide assistance without compensation indefinitely. As your insurer, the points are yours. However, the funds you acquire shall be divided equally. Even with merely half of the financial rewards from double points, you still emerge with a profit. Is it reasonable to take half of the earnings? A rank 3 shaman, venturing beyond the safety zone solely to ensure their own security, justifiably claims half of the profits. Indeed, Qin Siyang might even consider it insufficient. Very well, this is acceptable. Furthermore, I require insight into your progress. My assistance in slaying deities is not motivated by mere monetary gain, but rather because you will aid me in locating the deceiver. Do you comprehend? Should I have any updates, I will inform you promptly. Excellent. So when shall we commence the hunt for deities? This weekend? As a sequence ability user, attending classes holds no relevance for you any longer. Let us begin tomorrow. Arrive at school in the morning, and we shall take the bus to the exit of Safety Zone 38324 to initiate our hunt for the deities. Taking the bus? Principal Li, I lack sufficient funds. Li Tian cast a knowing glance at him, aware that this crafty lad surely possesses a means of earning money, feigning ignorance in his presence. Nevertheless, a wandering orphan, even upon awakening to their sequence, remains a wandering orphan. Should he produce funds, a plausible excuse must be fabricated. It might inadvertently attract further trouble. Never mind. I shall cover the few copper coins. You must quickly devise a legitimate means of income, as I cannot perpetually bear the transportation costs. After we slay the deities outside the safety zone tomorrow, won't we acquire money? What more justification do we need? You exude confidence. If we are to commence tomorrow, what preparations should I undertake? Proceed to the Bureau of Sequenceability users to collect your anti-freeze suit, sequence blade, and your inaugural vial of sequence potion. Very well. Without waiting for the school day to conclude, Qin Siyang engaged in a brief conversation with Li Tianming before promptly heading to the Bureau of Sequenceability users. As he approached, he sent a message to Chen Wenda. Come directly to my office. Upon entering the Bureau's edifice, Qin Siyang, though not a first-time visitor, was still awestruck by the understated opulence of the interior. He harbored hopes that, in the near future, he too might experience such a lifestyle. Upon reaching the corner office on the second floor, he observed an orange and white anti-freeze suit laid out on Chen Wenda's desk, accompanied by a god-hunting dagger and a vial of sequence potion. Chen Wenda appeared engrossed in his work, typing away at his computer. Welcome. Please take a seat. I have a few matters to attend to, so bear with me for a moment. Very well. Have you already made the decision to pursue the hunting of deities? I find myself running late. I must expedite my accumulation of god-hunting points. Chen Wenda chuckled. Such urgency. Are you aiming for the most prestigious university? Indeed. Otherwise, I would be failing myself. Chen Wenda nodded in understanding. A once estranged nobleman wandering the world would naturally aspire to reclaim his former glory and confront those who once looked down upon him. After all, what defines youth if one can let go of everything? Chen Wenda inquired with concern. Have you secured a god-hunting team? Finding a god-hunting team is a matter that requires utmost caution. Your status as an orphan makes you an easy target. Not having joined the hunter squad, I have chosen to venture out alone. Solo team up? Chen Wendao expressed surprise. Do you possess experience in slaying deities? I do not. Then how do you dare to embark on this solo journey? A solo team-up does not imply going alone. Chen Wendao immediately licked his parched lips. Have you found an insurer? Qin Siyang chuckled and replied with a question. Are you surprised? Not at all, not at all. Although Chen Wendao maintained a composed facade, he was deeply shaken within. The profession of an insurer was known to him. It involved seasoned sequenceability users of higher ranks providing protection for newcomers embarking on solo endeavors. However, merely having money is insufficient to hire an insurer. A high-ranking sequenceability user is not in want of wealth. A substantial exchange of interests is essential to secure a capable insurer. Such arrangements are beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Is Qin Siyang beginning to gain momentum? Should I seize the opportunity to ride on his coattails before he fully ascends? Chapter 54. Sandworm servants. The sudden emergence of this dilemma left Chen Wendao in a state of anxious turmoil. He found Qin Siyang perplexing, uncertain if placing his bets on him would be a prudent decision. Would he soar to great heights alongside him, or would he be dragged into a quagmire? Perhaps it would be wise to first assess the strength of him and his insurer before making any further plans. If Qin Siyang truly harbors the potential to enter the most prestigious academy, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence upon graduation. Investing in oneself now is akin to a bird soaring alongside the phoenix into the vastness. If it all amounts to mere facades, then it is best to maintain a relationship that is lukewarm and indifferent. Chen Wenda, having resolved his thoughts, inquired, which safe zone exit do you and the insurer plan to venture to in pursuit of divine beings? The largest nearby, exit 38324, he replied. Chen Wenda was taken aback once more. Exit 38,324? That location has recorded instances of large divine entities. Are you certain about embarking on such a challenging endeavor on your first outing? Upon hearing Chen Wenda's concern, Qin Siyang felt a slight tightening in his chest. Unbeknownst to him, exit 38324 was notorious for the appearance of formidable divine beings. Since the awakening of the sequence, there had been no successful examples of hunting large divine entities. He did not believe that he, a novice sequenceability user, could become the first to achieve such a feat. This was a choice made by Li Tianming. Currently, their fates were intertwined, and there was no reason for him to bring harm. Thus, he remained composed, merely nodding nonchalantly at Chen Wenda. Understood. Seeing Qin Siyang's steadiness, Chen Wenda felt reassured. He continued, I've heard at the Management Bureau that the number of sequenceability users at exit 38324 has significantly increased recently. A considerable number of weaker divine beings have been wandering nearby. Should you encounter this group of lesser divine entities, it could yield substantial rewards. Lesser divine entities. Could you provide further specifics? Upon hearing Qian Wenda's information regarding the area outside the safe zone, Qin Siyang immediately displayed a keen interest. There is a large swarm of sandworm minions. The masters of these sandworm minions seem to have become lost in the depths beyond the safety zone, leaving them without support and relegated to the impoverished areas, which are the fringes of our safe haven. They are now likely in search of new masters. Qin Siyang possesses some understanding of the sandworm minions. These peculiar little creatures, akin to parasites, attach themselves to the larger sandworms, subsisting on the remains of the prey consumed by their hosts. In terms of individual strength, sandworm minions are undoubtedly the weakest of the weak. However, they often appear in vast numbers. As the adage goes, many ants can take down an elephant, making them quite troublesome. But that is a concern for others. For someone like Qin Siyang, who can enhance himself by consuming divine beings, the prospect of being worn down is of no worry. The more minions there are, the more he thrives. Qin Siyang soon posed a new question. The sandworm minions congregate around the sandworms. If they are gathering here, does that not imply something? Indeed, beyond the exit of safety zone 38324, the colossal divine being that had appeared was none other than the sandworm. These sandworm minions have come here in search of new masters. Once they attach themselves to the sandworm, those plump morsels will no longer belong to our sequence of abilities. Qin Siyang felt a thrill. Chief Qian, you mentioned that many have come to the exit of safety zone 38324 specifically to hunt sandworm minions. Even if I discover their whereabouts, I would hardly be able to seize much of the spoils. Qian, with a sly smile, replied, You have asked the right person, Qin. I do have a method. Oh, please, Chief Qian, enlighten me. Please wait a moment. Qian stood up from the swivel chair and walked to the shelf behind him, retrieving a black glass vial. With this, you will be able to detect the presence of sandworm minions before anyone else. Qin Siyang picked up the black glass vial and examined it closely, finding no clues. Chief Qian, what is this? It is a sandworm scale. A sandworm scale? Indeed, the scale carries the essence of the sandworm. If you take this glass vial to a deserted place and open it, it will surely attract some sandworm minions. Where did you acquire this? This is evidence provided by the travelers who encountered the sandworms. They found this scale not far outside the safe zone. I purchased it for 2 silver coins, intending to give it to my nephew, but, alas, you know how it is. That boy is simply not cut out for this. He gets bullied within the team, let alone being entrusted with something so coveted. Valued at 2 silver coins. Why didn't he, the person who found it, use it themselves? A few newcomers lack the capacity to handle a swarm of sandworm minions. They could always seek assistance. Seek help? Qian scoffed lightly. Qin, do you know what the greatest threat to humanity outside the safe zone is? It is not the deities, but rather other humans. Outside the safe zone, you cannot even fully trust members of your own team, let alone seek help from others. If you encounter a formidable deity, everyone might still cooperate. However, distrust prevails among humans. However, when confronted with a succulent piece of meat, the initial reaction of those endowed with extraordinary abilities is often not to contemplate how to savor it, but rather to eliminate the individual who might share it with them. This exemplifies a fundamental flaw within human nature. We can endure hardships together, yet we cannot share in prosperity. Even upon becoming a sequence bearer and enhancing their abilities, this intrinsic vice remains unchanged. As he spoke, Qian glanced at Qin Siyang and inquired, Classmate Qin, I trust you are not one of those individuals, are you? Haha, Classmate Qin, please do not take it to heart. Qin Siyang offered a faint smile in response. Department Head Qian, how many sequence bearers have you encountered who would be willing to hunt deities to gather funds for the medical treatment of ordinary individuals with no familial ties? I believe you already possess the answer regarding whether I fit your description, Department Head Qian. He then held up a black glass vial, stating, This item is indeed a remarkable treasure. With it, my inaugural deity hunting endeavor will yield results far beyond expectations. Department Head Qian, I am truly at a loss for how to express my gratitude. This assistance is no less significant than your prior aid in my registration as a sequence bearer. Classmate Qin, you are making a mountain out of a molehill. It is merely 2 silver coins, a trifling amount, Qian replied dismissively. No. The 2 silver coins represent only the price you received. Department head Qian. Had I not been acquainted with you, I doubt I could have acquired it for even 10 silver coins. I shall remember this. Department head Qian, I must now prepare for my deity hunting endeavor. Until we meet again. Indeed, farewell. Qin Siyang placed the anti-freezing suit, the hunter's dagger, and the sequence elixir into a cloth bag, then tucked the black glass vial into his pocket. Thank you, he said, watching Qin Siyang depart with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 55. Preparations. He opened a bag and retrieved the several hundred copper coins he had acquired after taking down 3 homeless men. Now that his sequence identity had been revealed, the source of these few hundred copper coins could easily be justified, rendering any need for concealment unnecessary. Clutching the coins, he made his way to the only supermarket in the vicinity. The outskirts of the safe zone were marked by extreme poverty, with nearly everyone opting to cook for themselves to save money. Thus, only raw ingredients were sold, with no ready-to-eat meals available. However, this supermarket offered a variety of prepared foods, catering not to the residents but to the sequence abilities users who ventured to the 114514 safe zone to hunt deities. Qin Siyang had passed by this place countless times but had never had the opportunity to step inside. As he entered the supermarket, the dim lighting revealed a limited selection of goods on the shelves. At the checkout counter stood 2 burly men, their hands resting beneath the counter as if gripping weapons, eyeing Qin Siyang with evident suspicion. Initially perplexed, Qin Siyang quickly realized the reason for their wariness upon glancing at his ragged attire. The shopkeepers likely assumed he was there to steal. He understood their caution. If a supermarket in this area didn't have some form of protection, it would have long been looted by the desperate. Shaking his head in resignation at his appearance, Qin Siyang continued on. The matter of clothing must be addressed at some opportune moment, albeit not now. He seized a large backpack, replete with dozens of compartments, and proceeded to purchase an array of compressed instant foods to stave off hunger. How much? He inquired, placing these items upon the checkout counter before 2 burly men. 200 copper coins, they replied. This sum aligned closely with the calculations he had made in his mind. Though slightly more than expected, he paid it no mind. He retrieved copper coins from his pocket, counted out 200, and handed them to the men, subsequently organizing the food meticulously into the compartments of his backpack. Just as Qin Siyang lifted the backpack to turn and depart, a sudden sharp click reverberated behind him, the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked. Without hesitation, he activated his violence skill, vaulting over the counter and seizing the throats of the 2 men with both hands. Furrowing his brow, he glared at them. What is the meaning of this? I pay for my goods and you attempt murder? The 2 men, their faces flushed, grappled at his hands in a desperate attempt to pry them loose. Yet, Qin Siyang's grip was akin to iron, unyielding and resolute. One of the men managed to croak out, and not that he gestured toward something, and following his finger, Qin Siyang noticed a peculiar drawer slightly ajar. What do you mean? Are you suggesting it was the drawer that made the sound? Why yes, upon observing the absence of any weapons beside the 2 men and the immaculate cleanliness behind the counter, Qin Siyang loosened his grip and turned to investigate the drawer. He gently pushed it inward. With a distinct click, the sound remarkably resembled that of a handgun being chambered. Indeed, Qin Siyang seized several packets of instant food, regarding them as compensation for the fright they had just inflicted upon him. Very well. Take as you please. Take as you please? Wouldn't your powerful connections seek retribution against me? Dare not. Dare not. Ignoring their banter, Qin Siyang slung his backpack over his shoulder and departed. Once he left, the 2 burly men exhaled in relief. The sound from the drawer was intentionally crafted for the purpose of executing robbery and murder. Although most patrons in the shop were individuals with abilities, there were also many ordinary folk who preferred to remain inconspicuous. Whenever they noticed a customer who did not appear to possess abilities, they would manipulate the drawer to produce a sound akin to that of a firearm being loaded. Should the customer indeed be a person of ability, their keen hearing would immediately detect the deception, revealing the inviolable authority of those with abilities. Even if they provoked a sequence ability user, they could easily dismiss it as merely the sound of the drawer. Operating a supermarket in this locale, they had protection from powerful allies. Thus, A mere apology coupled with a token gift would usually suffice to placate any grievances. Conversely, if the customer lacked abilities, they would draw out a genuine handgun from the hidden compartment of the drawer, eliminate the customer, and plunder their belongings, securing a handsome profit. Recognizing the ruse employed by the two men, Qin Siyang deliberately took more food as a form of compensation. One of the burly men, with a look of grievance, lamented, "In that disheveled state, who could have guessed he was a person of ability? I thought he was a fugitive. I nearly met my demise." The other grumbled while rubbing his neck, "You must be out of your mind." He purchased a backpack specifically designed for sequence ability users, adorned with the remnants of divine beings. Carrying such an ostentatious item outside is akin to emblazoning a sequence ability user upon one's visage. Could he possibly be anything other than a sequence ability user and still be an ordinary person? At this juncture, are you truly contemplating rummaging through the drawer? Is that not a perilous endeavor? Yet, where are the sequence ability users clad in such tattered attire? Obviously, they must be newly awakened. Can you not engage your intellect? You seem to have a physique but no discernible intellect. I simply thought he had a bit of money. Business has been rather sluggish lately, and I was hoping to procure a windfall for some indulgence. Are you truly coveting a mere few hundred copper coins? You would be better off not partnering with me in this establishment. I shall promptly call the owner and arrange for your removal, as you are clearly unaccustomed to handling money. Please, brother, grant me a chance. Securing this employment is not an easy feat, I implore you. Allow me this opportunity. Then for this month's accounts we shall split it 80-20. I shall take 80, you take 20. If you agree, I shall refrain from informing the owner of this incident. What? Are you still dissatisfied? Satisfied. I shall abide by your every arrangement, dear brother. How should we handle these 2 vials of sequence potions? He gazed at the glass containers, lost in contemplation. I can already enhance my strength by consuming divine remnants. To drink these sequence potions would be nothing short of wasteful. If the opportunity arises, I shall find someone to dispose of them in exchange for some coin. After a restful slumber, I shall awaken tomorrow morning, take a cold shower, and then accompany the principal to the 38324 safety exit to hunt deities. Qin Siyang reclined upon the soft mat, enveloped in dreams of tomorrow, and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day he awoke early once more. Clad in his frost-resistant attire and shouldering a substantial backpack, he stepped outside. His ensemble undoubtedly attracted the gaze of every passerby, each regarding him with a mixture of reverence, envy, and admiration. With such attention upon him, Qin Siyang's steps became increasingly buoyant. Chapter 56. Departing the safe zone with an air of confidence, Qin Siyang made his way to the school, where all eyes were drawn to his noble frost-resistant outfit and oversized backpack, instantly revealing his intent to hunt the divine. He proceeded directly to the principal's office. "Principal Li, let us embark," he declared. Li Tianming, taken aback by Qin Siyang's attire befitting a ranked power wielder, remarked, "Why are you already donned in frost-resistant gear here? Doesn't this mean that everyone will notice our imminent departure to hunt the divine?" Qin Siyang shrugged nonchalantly. "If I weren't wearing the frost-resistant suit, would they not take note? Principal Li, I cannot conceal the matter of the insurer for long. Those who are watching you will inevitably uncover this information. Rather than shroud ourselves in secrecy, leading them to suspect some ulterior motive, it is far better to openly acknowledge our relationship as mere teacher and student. You have faith in my potential to assist you in the future. Hence this is merely an investment." Li Tianming found himself persuaded by Qin Siyang's reasoning. "You make a compelling point. Very well, let us proceed as planned." Li Tianming donned his frost-resistant suit and departed the school alongside Qin Siyang. Only now did the teachers and students within the institution come to realize that Principal Li Tianming was, in fact, a sequence ability user. Both Teacher Zhu and Wen Shu, who had just become aware of this revelation, were taken aback for quite some time. They never imagined that young Li had concealed such a significant aspect of himself. Teacher Zhu shook his head in disbelief, lamenting the depth of his concealment. When Shu remarked, "It is certainly preferable for someone to accompany Qin Siyang in the hunt for deities than for him to venture alone." "Alone?" Teacher Zhu queried, puzzled. Isn't it commonly said that sequenceability users form teams to hunt deities? When Shu chuckled softly, I cannot say for certain. I was merely speculating. With that, he resumed his focused study of the problems in the exercise book. Upon arriving at the bus stop, Qin Siyang and Li Tianming waited for a somewhat dilapidated bus. Thank you, Principal Li. Qin Siyang expressed his gratitude. Li Tianming understood the gesture and, retrieving a coin, paid the fare for the two of them. As the apocalypse had dawned, the majority of regions were under the dominion of deities, rendering energy exceedingly scarce. Consequently, the present-day buses, reliant on gasoline or electricity, had become high-energy consuming commodities, leading to exorbitant fares. Some passengers had just concluded their deity hunting activities at the exit of Safe Zone 114514, while others were en route to different Safe Zone exits to commence their hunts. The atmosphere on the bus was serene, with passengers either engrossed in their smartphones or resting their eyes. Qin Siyang glanced at the sleek devices of others and then at his own sturdy yet outdated mobile phone, recognizing that he ought to seek an opportunity to upgrade his equipment. However, that was a matter for another time. After more than an hour, a voice emanated from the bus's intercom. Exit at Safety Zone 38324. We have arrived. Please disembark. All right. Qin Siyang and Li Tianming stepped off the bus, making their way towards the Safety Zone exit. The crowd at the 38,324 Safety Zone exit seemed rather dense today. Li Tianming observed the throng of people and expressed his astonishment. It is likely due to the recent emergence of a group of rogue sandworm minions, Qin Siyang elucidated. Upon hearing this, Li Tianming's eyes immediately sparkled with surprise. How do you know that? I managed to gather some information, Qin Siyang replied. Li Tianming nodded slightly, feeling an increased sense of admiration for Qin Siyang. His intellect was far beyond that of an ordinary teenager. Relying on him might indeed yield favorable results. Together, they exited the safety zone. As the sensor-operated metallic gates slowly opened, Qin Siyang faced the world beyond the safety zone for the first time. The faint starlight above illuminated the eternal blue star, casting a dim glow over a realm of ruins. The landscape was littered with broken walls and abandoned vehicles, faint traces of a once thriving civilization barely discernible. Yet, a decade had passed, and the vestiges of that civilization had been largely buried by the relentless winds and sands. In time, they would likely vanish completely. Perhaps in some distant future, an archaeologist might stumble upon these remnants, overwhelmed with joy, or perhaps they would remain entombed, never to see the light of day again. As Qin Siyang gazed upon the scene before him, his mind swirled with thoughts, filled with a deep sense of melancholy. The fragility of human civilization is indeed striking. Let us proceed. As Qin Siyang stepped out of the safety zone alongside Li Tianming, he was immediately assailed by a gust of wind that caused his frost-resistant suit to tremble uncontrollably. Li Tianming surveyed the bustling hunter squad around them, contemplating for a moment. Based on my experience, we could proceed to that. Principal Li, follow me, Qin Siyang interjected, choosing a path with fewer figures. Li Tianming hesitated briefly but refrained from questioning, trailing behind Qin Siyang. If Qin Siyang was aware of the sandworm minions, he might also know their whereabouts. Yet, that notion was flawed. The sandworm minions, once separated from their master, roamed aimlessly without a defined location. Silently, Qin Siyang pressed onward, delving deeper into the expanse, and the crowd dwindled around them. Qin, do you know where the gathering place of the sandworm minions is? Venturing further poses a risk. Should we encounter a mid-tier deity, I may not be able to ensure your safety, Li Tianming cautioned, glancing around to confirm the absence of any other souls. The once visible safety zone had faded into distant glimmers of light. After traversing over 10 kilometers, Li Tianming deemed it sufficient. He retrieved a black glass vial from his backpack and unscrewed the cap. Qin, what is this? A sandworm scale. What? Where did you acquire such a thing? From the source of the information I obtained, Qin Siyang replied curtly, unwilling to elaborate further. Chen Wen and Li Tianming were his two trump cards. They remained strangers to one another, merely aware of each other's existence, an arrangement most advantageous for him at present. After waiting for over half an hour, Qin Siyang suddenly heard a commotion. He steeled himself. With his hunter's dagger in hand, He quietly observed the direction from which the sound emanated. Holding his breath, he concentrated, his entire body tense. He had taken lives before, yet never that of a deity. As he reached this critical juncture, anxiety coursed through him. Despite the insulated suit he wore, beads of sweat began to form on his back. He readied himself. Only 10 seconds remained. He couldn't afford to let anyone witness his struggle, lest they claim that Qin Siyang was unfit for solo combat. As the sounds grew ever closer, his nerves tightened further. Suddenly, a shadow, half his height, leapt forth, lunging directly at him. Qin Siyang could not discern the details of the figure, but he could vaguely make out that it possessed numerous long legs resembling those of a colossal crab, while its body resembled a mutated cockroach. Chapter 57. Successful hunt. This large, mutated cockroach-like deity moved with remarkable speed. Nevertheless, Qin Siyang was still able to accurately pinpoint its location. Taking a deep breath, he resolved not to employ the brute force skill, opting instead to rely on his physical reflexes to confront this divine being. Although the brute force skill did not specify a cooldown period, suggesting it could be used indefinitely, it tripled his strength, agility, and perception, undoubtedly consuming a substantial amount of energy. This energy, without question, stemmed from Qin Siyang's own body. Overuse would lead to physical exhaustion, rendering it unsustainable. Thus, he chose to refrain from using brute force for the time being. As long as he could clearly see the opponent, it indicated that the enemy's agility did not surpass his own capacity to respond. As for strength, the deity, being only half his height, likely would not overpower him. Moreover, at this moment, there was only one divine being present, making it an opportune time to hone his skills. Even though Qin Siyang was merely a novice, he firmly believed that sharpening his combat reflexes was his utmost priority. As he observed the enormous mutated cockroach charging towards him with its claws outstretched, Qin Siyang seized the moment. Just as the elongated, sharp claws were about to make contact with his chest, he executed a powerful leap, soaring high above the divine entity below. The creature's head was directed towards the ground, rendering it unable to perceive the situation behind it. It appeared that this divine being shared similar limitations typical of beetle-like creatures, which possessed a rather restricted field of vision. With determination, Qin Siyang grasped his demon-hunting dagger, directing it straight towards the creature's head as he descended. He was confident that the head of this divine being would not be particularly resilient, and that the dagger would surely pierce through. He envisioned the moment when the divine being would wail in agony, its foul, viscous fluids splattering everywhere. Victory was within his grasp. A faint smile crept upon his lips. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the cockroach-like divine being's head spun a full 180 degrees. Its two large, round black eyes fixated intently on Qin Siyang as he plummeted. To his horror, he detected a strange smile reflected in those repulsive, bulbous eyes. How could this be? Not far away, Li Tianming furrowed his brow, ready to unleash the earthbind skill to prevent any harm from befalling Qin Siyang. It seemed that his luck had run dry, having attracted the formidable aberrant beetle from the sandworm minions. This creature was easily mistaken for a visually impaired insect. However, in reality, its field of vision encompasses a full 360 degrees. Many sequence abilities wielders have met their demise within its visual traps. Li Tianming scrutinized Qin Siyang's reactions. Should his next move falter, it was highly likely that the distorted armored scythe would pierce through his chest and abdomen, leading to his untimely death. Li Tianming's palms began to perspire, consumed by the fear that he might be unable to intervene in time, allowing Qin Siyang to perish in that very moment. Upon witnessing the sudden rotation of the divine being's head, Qin Siyang immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. He abandoned his attack and instead placed a foot upon the back armor of the distorted armored scythe, leaping once more. Just as his foot lifted from its back, two ebony scythes emerged from its dark, circular eyes, narrowly grazing the mask that protected Qin Siyang's face. Even through his frost-resistant suit, he could feel the air vibrating from the near miss. That was perilously close. How infuriating. Despite having researched information on the sandworm minions before his arrival, he had never encountered this divine entity. Wait, as he gazed at the head of the distorted armored scythe, a realization struck him. Those scythes had emerged from its eyes. Did that not imply that its current vision had vanished, rendering it blind? Hence, after missing its strike, it sought to retract the scythes. This was the moment. No longer hesitating, Qin Siyang pressed forward as he descended, gripping his dagger to thrust toward the head of the distorted armored scythe. With a swift motion, the dagger pierced through the outer layer of its armor before burrowing into a soft, moist region beneath. The distorted armored scythe writhed in agony, yet Qin Siyang had seized the initiative, refusing to let this opportunity slip away. With a forceful thrust of both hands, he drove the dagger into the ground, pinning the head of the aberrant scythe into the earth. As its head had become thoroughly deformed, the two elongated scythes protruding from the creature's eyes extended only a short distance before becoming ensnared. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Siyang twisted his hands with strength, creating a cylindrical hole the width of a steel pipe. A surge of dark green liquid splattered onto Qin Siyang's protective suit, sending a chill through his body beneath the frost-resistant apparel. The aberrant scythe's numerous legs twitched a couple of times before falling still. It was over. Qin Siyang exhaled in relief and hastily sealed the glass vial containing the sandworm scales. He needed a moment to recuperate. If a few more aberrant scythes appeared now, he would truly be overwhelmed. Sitting atop the carapace of the aberrant scythe, he adjusted his breathing. Li Tianming approached from a short distance. "You did well, Qin. Thank you. I appreciate Principal Li's protection." While taking a moment for himself, Qin Siyang did not forget to express his gratitude to Li Tianming. He understood that, during the critical moment, Li Tianming had surely been ready to assist him.
Li Tianming smiled.
"Qin, for your first hunt against a deity, managing to deal with an aberrant scythe truly exceeded my expectations. It was merely luck. Principal Li, what is the name of this deity? The aberrant scythe? Why did I not encounter this entity while researching sandworm minion data in the Godslayer camp? The forums are free, yet the information available is limited. The aberrant scythe is a highly advanced existence among the sandworm minions, not easily vanquished, especially considering its field of vision is a full 360 degrees. This particular trait has led to the demise of numerous sequence ability users. The experience of vanquishing it has been accumulated through the casualties of these ability users. Such invaluable information is rarely disclosed. No one would make it public? Then how, may I ask, does Principal Li possess this knowledge? Me? Have you forgotten that I am the vice president of a certain university, and my understanding of the divine is naturally profound? The fact that information regarding the hunting of deities remains undisclosed is perplexing. No wonder humanity has yet to find a way to escape the safety zone. Truly a bunch of scoundrels. Li Tianming inquired. "Qin classmate, do you intend to reveal information about the aberrant?" "Me?" Qin Siyang chuckled. "I am even more of a scoundrel than they are. Ha ha ha. Enough of this chatter.
Principal Li.
Where must I sever to prove I have slain this deity?" Chapter 58. The deception of consumption. How to prove the slaying of a deity is equally absent from the forums. The personnel from the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau at the entrance of the safety zone will allocate rewards based on these body parts. Although he has slain the aberrant, he remains unaware of how to substantiate his claim. Fortunately, with Li Tianming accompanying him, this should not pose a problem. "Turn the aberrant over," Li instructed. Following his command, Qin Siyang flipped the creature, and Li pointed to a circular plate-like shell at its core. Every deity possesses such a circular shell. This serves as your evidence of having hunted a deity. Qin Siyang employed the god-slaying dagger to cut along the circular shell, yet he inadvertently removed a considerable amount of flesh and blood. Just as he was about to clean it up, Li Tianming halted him. "Do not clean away the remnants of flesh and blood. The inspectors at the entrance to the safe zone will assess the freshness of these remains to determine whether you have engaged in any deceitful practices. The blood and flesh on the round armor will be removed by the inspectors and discarded into the trash, retaining only the armor itself." Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang experienced a moment of clarity. He had been puzzled as to why there were so many remnants of deities in the trash bins outside the safe zone. Now he understood. Qin Siyang then inquired, "How many hunter points is this round armor worth?" Li Tianming extended 6 fingers. 6 hunter points. So many? Qin Siyang was taken aback. He had thought that the minions of the sandworm deity were only worth a single hunter point. Indeed, that is quite substantial. How is this point system determined? He asked, examining the round armor closely. Li Tianming wiped the dark green fluid from the armor and pointed to a circular indentation. See this circular mark? It represents 5 points. He then indicated a linear groove. This line signifies 1 point. In total, 6 points. Qin Siyang appeared puzzled. How is this point standard established? Naturally, it is derived from practical verification. The Management Bureau discovered that the difficulty of hunting a deity represented by a circular mark is approximately 5 times that of one denoted by a linear mark, which is how the exchange standard was set. Now it all made sense. Qin Siyang opened his backpack and placed the precious round armor inside. With 6 points, and as a solo team he would earn double points, 12 points in total. Although he did not comprehend its significance, the mention of 12 points seemed quite substantial. It was imperative to safeguard them, lest they be seized by others. Observing his cautious demeanor, Li Tianming reassured him, "You need not fret about the round piece of armor being taken away. Your hunter's dagger bears your essence, and so does the round piece of armor. Even if someone were to snatch it, their essence could merely overlay yours. According to the regulations of the Management Bureau, rewards are granted to the original essence holder of the round piece of armor." "Oh, that is quite reasonable. Please, continue." With that, Qin Siyang unscrewed the cap of the sandworm scale vial, resuming his vigilant wait. However, in addition to fixating on the front, he began contemplating the carcass of the mutated armor scythe. Such a grand divine corpse. If I were to consume it entirely, would I not ascend to the heavens? He was instantly filled with excitement. Without hesitation, he took action, first using his hunter's dagger to sever the scythe's crab-like limb. "Qin, what are you doing?" "Oh, just passing the time, having a bit of fun." Li Tianming, unaware of Qin Siyang's intentions, noticed the absence of the sandworm servant and decided to let him be. "If I hollow out the meat inside, it could serve as a straw." Qin Siyang mused, staring at the abdomen of the mutated armor scythe, where a gaping hole had been created from which dark green juices flowed. He surveyed the desolate surroundings, ensuring no divine beings were nearby. Then, he opened a small gap in the face shield of his frost-resistant suit. A gust of frigid wind rushed in, causing Qin Siyang to shiver involuntarily. Outside the safe zone, the chill is truly biting. The physical form of a sequence ability user is barely able to withstand it. After acclimatizing to the howling cold wind, Qin Siyang thought it prudent to prepare his straw quickly. Otherwise, the juice within the body of the aberrant crab may very well freeze soon. Ah! The flavor somewhat resembles that of crab meat. In his previous life, Qin Siyang had savored raw drunken crab, its leg meat delightfully tender and glutinous, akin to the flesh within this crab leg. As he swallowed, a warm current surged through him, bringing a wave of comfort. Quite delightful indeed. He promptly inserted the hollow crab leg into the body of the aberrant crab, fervently sucking at the juice within. Indeed, the frigid weather had already begun to crystallize the liquid. Nevertheless, Qin Siyang felt no disdain. All this is in the pursuit of strength. To grow stronger is no trivial matter. As the juice entered his body, it instantaneously transformed into energy that enhanced his capabilities, permitting him to consume as much divine remains as he wished without feeling bloated. After an uninterrupted minute of sucking, the juice finally ran dry. A glance revealed that the interior of the aberrant crab was predominantly filled with juice, while the remaining flesh constituted but a small portion. Most of the energy had been absorbed by him. He then reinserted the straw into the corpse of the aberrant crab and poured in some sand. Surely, no one else would dare to touch the remains of a deity, except for me? Qin Siyang contentedly belched, wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth, and then sealed his antifreeze suit's visor, lazily leaning against the carapace of the aberrant crab. He had indeed grown stronger. At this moment, basking in the sun would have been the epitome of satisfaction. Although his sequence level had not improved, he could distinctly sense a surge in his strength. Not only had his physical power increased, but his vision had also noticeably sharpened. What had once been a blur in the distance was now crystal clear to him. Li Tianming, not far away, remained oblivious to Qin Siyang's actions, mistakenly believing that he had suddenly embraced a childlike spirit and was enjoying himself in solitude. It was unclear whether this classmate Qin was truly mature or merely childish. After a brief respite, Qin Siyang was suddenly alerted by a rustling sound. It seemed that another sandworm minion was approaching. He immediately rose, adopting a combat stance, calmly preparing to face the impending foe. With renewed confidence, he thought that if a deformed scythe were to appear this time, he would undoubtedly handle it with ease. Thanks to his enhanced vision, he spotted a deity drawing near in the distance. Was it a long-legged worm? A smile crept onto Qin Siyang's lips. The soft target he had anticipated had finally arrived. It was time for a thrilling hunt. Chapter 59. Sequence Level 3. If the deformed scythe was regarded as a superior among the sandworm minions, then the long-legged worm was nothing more than the mud beneath their soles. No creature was weaker than the long-legged worm. They lacked robust defenses, formidable offensive capabilities, lethal toxins, and even an intelligent mind. Possessing merely a mouth which was no larger than a finger, their bites upon a sequence ability user felt akin to a mere scraping. The long-legged worm was not only feeble in power but also lacking in intellect. When faced with danger, it would not even attempt to evade. Even the Sequence Ability Management Bureau had earnestly contemplated the possibility of diminishing or even abolishing the hunter points for the long-legged worm. Ultimately, however, they refrained from implementing such measures. This was due to the inherent weakness of the long-legged worm, which often seeks refuge in the company of formidable deities. The emergence of a long-legged worm invariably heralds the arrival of a formidable adversary. The risks associated with exterminating them are substantial. Moreover, the long-legged worm remains a deity, impervious to the efforts of ordinary mortals. Only those endowed with sequence abilities possess the capacity to vanquish them. Being deities, they are deserving of respect. Thus, the Bureau continued to bestow hunter points upon the long-legged worm, encouraging sequence ability practitioners to bravely hunt divine entities. However, the bureaucrats had never anticipated the emergence of someone like Qin Siyang, whose shameless actions were beyond their reckoning, luring the sandworm minions with a single sandworm scale. The long-legged worm had merely come to pledge allegiance to a new master, thus not aligning itself with other powerful deities. A throng of them surged towards the source of the sandworm aura. Qin Siyang gazed at the multitude of long-legged worms, his delight almost overwhelming. Not far away, Li Tianming stood in astonishment. This lad's luck is simply extraordinary. The long-legged worms before him numbered in the hundreds. Was he not destined for immediate ascendance? Why had he never encountered such fortune during his own hunts? A tinge of envy flickered within Li Tianming. Had it not been for the necessity of Qin Siyang's assistance and the presence of numerous witnesses when they departed, he might have been tempted to eliminate Qin Siyang and claim the long-legged worms for himself. Restraint, restraint. Li Tianming, you have more pressing matters to attend to. He adjusted his breathing, struggling to suppress the surge of jealousy within him. Qin Siyang did not linger either. He immediately brandished his hunter's dagger and charged forward. The long-legged worms, mostly half a meter long and 2 fingers wide, had slender legs that elevated them approximately 20 centimeters off the ground. However, in Qin Siyang's eyes, they were no different from cockroaches. With a swift motion of his dagger, he could effortlessly slay 3 or 5 of them in one strike. At that moment, an idea struck him. He was aware that only those with sequence abilities could vanquish deities. Yet, there was no stipulation stating that one had to employ the hunter's dagger. Observing the long-legged worms crawling on the ground, he became curious. Could he crush these insignificant deities with his foot? He stepped down, and the flattened worm promptly returned to its original form, continuing its crawl. Was it ineffective? Suddenly, he had an epiphany. It was likely due to his insulated suit, which enveloped him entirely. Even if his body had undergone a mutation awakening his sequence, that altered power could not be transmitted through the suit. To validate his hypothesis, he unfastened his insulated suit and stepped once more onto the long-legged worm. With a squelch, red juice erupted from the worm, splattering onto Qin Siyang's foot. After a couple of convulsions, the worm lay still, dead. Qin Siyang nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the body of a sequence ability user was no longer akin to that of an ordinary person, having undergone a peculiar transformation. Even without employing his sequence abilities, he could still slay deities. With this newfound understanding, Qin Siyang ceased his fixation on using the dagger to eliminate the deities. Wielding it was simply too slow. So many worms. It is indeed swifter to crush them underfoot. Observing Qin Siyang's actions from a distance, Li Tianming nodded appreciatively. Clad in a frost-resistant suit, Qin Siyang initially attempted to stomp on the long-legged worms, and subsequently removed his protective attire to continue his endeavor.
Li Tianming bat siya intently.
On the battlefield, encountering such straightforward foes, instead of merely aiming to harvest points, Qin Siyang displayed a spirit of exploration. He truly possesses the potential of a promising researcher. If I were still in university, I would undoubtedly take this young man under my wing. Alas, I wonder if I shall ever have the opportunity to venture beyond the fringes of the safe zone in this lifetime. Li Tianming cast another glance at Qin Siyang's retreating figure. It is likely that until death, Geo School shall not awaken another individual with sequence abilities. Classmate Qin, my future relies upon you. Having discarded his frost-resistant suit, Qin Siyang dashed amidst the throngs of long-legged worms. However, it appeared that due to the chill, he hunched over, arms wrapped around himself, resembling a figure fleeing in distress, at least from Li Tianming's perspective. Yet, this posture of Qin Siyang's was influenced not only by the cold, it also served to lower his head. As his foot came down upon the worm, a spray of red fluid was forcefully expelled. In other words, it erupted. With his head bowed, he prepared to receive the offerings of the divine. He had already garnered experience. He discovered that when he pressed his heel down diagonally on the head of a long-legged worm and then crushed with his toes, the crimson liquid would be squeezed forth from the worm's tail, perfectly propelling into his mouth. The taste was somewhat peculiar, likely a concoction of various oddities. Qin Siyang glanced at the posterior of the long-footed worm, feeling a twinge of discomfort. However, the relentless strengthening of his body swiftly allowed him to cast aside such unease. What could possibly be more exhilarating than the enhancement of one's own prowess? He galloped tirelessly amidst the ranks of the long-footed worms, a crimson juice adorning the corner of his mouth, accompanied by a blissful smile. Just as he reveled in the moment, an unexpected surge coursed through his entire being, and Qin Siyang sensed a qualitative leap in both his agility and perception. Simultaneously, the sequences within his mind began to shift. Sequence Devourer ascending. Consuming deities leads to amplification. Current sequence level 3. Crimson Knight. Skill. Blood Drink. Skill description. Able to consume deities raw for digestion. Skill. Violence. Skill description. Within 10 minutes, one's agility and physical strength triple, during which no pain is felt. A complete enhancement of 100%. Qin Siyang was momentarily taken aback. The joy on his face was inescapable, akin to winning a lottery jackpot. Chapter 60. Enhancement of abilities. The sole regret was the lengthy cooldown period, requiring a year. The notion of merely surviving outside the safety zone while hunting deities, relying on blood drink for self-improvement, seemed a plausible strategy. Yet he quickly dismissed this idea. His actions of consuming the remains of deities could not be discovered. He must venture into the desolate depths beyond the safety zone to hunt them. This implies that the danger has doubled, significantly increasing the likelihood of encountering unknown, colossal deities, with the grim possibility of an unexpected demise. He had witnessed an abundance of such cases on the notice board of the God-slaying camp. Whether it was pursuing an injured deity beyond the safety zone or seeking to explore uncharted territories, these sequence practitioners invariably met their end at the hands of unknown gods. Moreover, there had been numerous instances of entire god-hunting squads being annihilated. Qin Siyang believed that although he possessed considerable strength, it was still limited, and he had yet to reach the level of freely navigating outside the safety zone. Given the ever-present risk of losing his life, it seemed far safer to engage in cunning rivalries within the confines of safety. A doubling of his strength. Alas, how often do the affairs of the world align with one's desires? He resolved to make use of it, albeit reluctantly. Such skills that enhance attributes should be employed early to minimize cooldown. Qin Siyang decided to activate it immediately. Upon reviewing the skill description, he discovered it would double his current strength. A sudden thought struck him. If he activated a violence, his present power would triple. Sixfold strength, how formidable would he become? He swallowed hard, glancing at the remaining few long-legged worms, contemplating that today's harvest was likely sufficient. If that were the case, it seemed there would be no opportunity to employ violence, alleviating concerns about his own consumption. Let us give it a try. Targeting a long-legged worm, he brought his foot down. With a resounding thud, thanks to the elevation in sequence level coupled with the violence enhancement, his foot sank into the ground to a depth of half a palm's length. The long-legged worm met its demise before it could even struggle, departing this world without a hint of suffering. Following this, Qin Siyang felt a surge of immense power coursing through him, bestowing upon him an all-encompassing enhancement. His ears became attuned to the slightest sounds of the long-legged worm's movements from every direction. His eyes gained the ability to discern each fine hair on the worm from 10 paces away. His body felt as light as a feather, instilling in him the sensation that he could outrun the wind. His fists brimmed with strength, as if he could effortlessly smash through steel plates. Without hesitation, Qin Siyang tested his newfound might by stepping onto a nearby long-legged worm. With a resounding thud, half of his calf sank into the ground. Qin Siyang's heart raced with exhilaration. Power. This is absolute power. Meanwhile, not far from him, Li Tianming frowned in contemplation. Did I just experience an illusion? Why did it seem as though there was an afterimage when classmate Qin raised his foot? Yet my rank is 3. My perception and vision are exceptionally keen. If even I failed to catch his movements, then he must be at least rank 4. No, rank 4 is insufficient. It must be rank 5. Li Tianming's frown deepened. Qin Siyang is rank 5? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he were truly rank 5, why would he seek me out as an insurer? He could easily tackle the divine on his own. Moreover, achieving rank 5 requires hundreds of bottles of sequence potions, which he could never acquire. Perhaps my fatigue is distorting my vision. I must shake off this drowsiness quickly. To prevent any potential danger that might befall him, Li Tianming hastily opened his mask, feeling the biting cold wind sweep over him. A shiver coursed through him, and he suddenly felt more alert and aware, prompting him to close the mask once more. Turning his gaze towards Qin Siyang, he noted that his movements appeared unchanged from before, confirming that it was merely an illusion caused by his own fatigue. Qin Siyang, however, was somewhat disheartened, realizing that with the conclusion of the brute force skill, both his strength and agility had diminished slightly. Yet this decline was not as severe as before, where he had lost 2/3 of his capabilities. Instead, it seemed he had only experienced a 1/3 reduction. He calculated the changes and began to grasp the nature of this fluctuation. Following the end of brute force, the prior enhancements vanished, leading to a decrease of 2 units in strength, leaving him with a total of 4 units. He had anticipated an increase of 6-fold but was left with a mere 4-fold enhancement. Nevertheless, he felt content with this outcome, far preferable to a mere doubling of his strength. He meticulously controlled his speed and power, ensuring that Li Tianming remained unaware of any discrepancies, and proceeded to eliminate the remaining long-footed worms. Afterward, he promptly sealed the black glass vial containing the sandworm scales, preparing to tally his spoils. The ground was strewn with remnants, providing ample work for him. Donning his frost-resistant suit, he retrieved the hunter's dagger and began to harvest the round shell armor. Given the limited space in his backpack, he was particularly cautious during the process, retaining only minimal flesh, sufficient for the regulatory inspectors to ascertain that the creatures had perished that very day. Li Tianming watched Qin Siyang busily at work, his eyes burning with jealousy. He had never encountered such an astonishing number of long-legged worms appearing in clusters. Typically, encountering a dozen would be considered fortunate. Yet, Qin Siyang had stumbled upon an entire army of these creatures. A rough count revealed no fewer than 500. 500 long-legged worms equated to 500 hunter points. With Qin Siyang fighting solo, he would receive double the rewards, over 1,000 hunter points. No other member of the hunter team at the exit of Safe Zone 38324 could possibly rival his score. This bounty was ample enough to gain him admission to the prestigious academy for top-tier ability users. Qin Siyang's luck was truly extraordinary, as if he were the chosen one. He simply could not allow this golden opportunity to slip away. Meanwhile, Qin Siyang remained blissfully unaware of Li Tianming's seething jealousy, lost in the joy of his harvest. He sliced off the last circular shell, fitting it snugly into his bulging backpack. Fortunately, The circular shells of the long-legged worms were significantly smaller than the distorted shells, or else his large backpack would have been insufficient. With the heavy backpack upon him and the chilly wind whistling past his mask, a smile crept onto his lips. Today's winds were particularly boisterous. Chapter 61. Hunter points carrying his pack. Qin Siyang walked alongside Li Tianming towards the safe zone. Gradually, they encountered other hunter teams, most of whom appeared dejected. Today's harvest was rather disappointing. We only managed to acquire 7 points, which averages just over 1 point per person among the 5 of us. Indeed, there have been rumors circulating about a large swarm of sandworm minions emerging from the exit of our safe zone, drawing many eager to partake in the excitement. Yet, not a single shadow of these sandworm minions has been sighted. In fact, the deities we are meant to hunt have become even scarcer. One wonders which scoundrel spread such falsehoods. This is nothing short of malicious. At this rate, how long will it take to earn enough to cover the mortgage? Rest assured, those who come seeking shortcuts will gradually dissipate upon finding no sandworm minions. Eventually, everything will return to normal. Listening to the despondent remarks of the hunting team beside him, Qin Siyang struggled to suppress his grin, determined not to reveal his amusement. He found this hunt for deities to be exhilarating, and the misfortunes of others only amplified his joy. Human emotions do not often resonate with one another. Indeed, happiness can sometimes be built upon the suffering of others. Li Tianming, observing Qin Siyang's barely contained laughter, admonished him in his capacity as a mentor. Qin, your schadenfreude is rather unbecoming. Unbecoming? Is it your suggestion, Principal Li, that I still have the chance to be a good person? Qin Siyang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Li Tianming gave him a sidelong glance, opting for silence. Indeed, does Qin Siyang truly have the opportunity to become a good person? Good souls do not tend to thrive within the confines of a safe zone. Li Tianming quelled his didactic impulses and ceased speaking, allowing Qin Siyang to revel in his mirth. It remains unclear who declared that a multitude of sandworm minions resides here. I have journeyed a great distance, yet not a single one has been sighted. Not only our team, but also the other hunting teams that accompanied us have encountered none. Perhaps those sandworm minions have already vacated this area for another. Tomorrow we shall explore the exit of the safety zone number 54320. There may be unexpected gains awaiting us. The members of the hunting team passing by Qin Siyang's side repeatedly, seemingly discontented with their harvest. A long line of sequence ability users had already formed near the safety zone exit, apparently waiting to validate their fragment armor. The two remained in silence, with Li Tianming seemingly lost in his own thoughts, while Qin Siyang, utilizing his keen perception, eavesdropped on the conversations around him. Captain John, today we managed to hunt 10 points worth of fragment armor. It appears quite satisfactory. Indeed, initially, I thought our endeavors were not very fruitful, but upon observing the gains of other teams, most have not even reached half of ours. Captain, you can allocate 4 points from this batch. With these 4 points, your total will now amount to 200, correct? Yes. Suddenly, someone interjected, 200 points. Does that not place you among the top 5 at the exit of safety zone number 38324? That individual, named John, cast a haughty glance at the envious onlookers and replied coolly, I should just about secure the 5th position. I have heard that the top 5 at the safety zone exit enjoy certain privileges. Is that true? This matter I cannot disclose. Apologies. The individual revealed an embarrassed smile and inquired, You are truly remarkable. With 200 points, you should be able to secure a position among the top 1 million in the safe zone, right? How does your score rank within the safe zone? Approximately around 950,000, came the reply. Wow, 950,000. I am still outside the 1 million mark without even a ranking. With time and persistence, you will surely achieve it. As Qin Siyang observed, John lifted his chin slightly when he uttered these words, sounding as though he was encouraging the questioner, yet internally harbored a profound disdain, subtly suggesting an insurmountable chasm between himself and the inquirer. The others nearby regarded John with envy. John removed his safety helmet and adjusted the collar of his attire, presenting an air of unattainability, akin to a nobleman of distinguished lineage. At that moment, someone chuckled, Young John, with such an air, you resemble a rooster that has just laid an egg. Have you encountered some delightful news? Upon hearing this, John immediately shot an angry glance. Humph, Sun Juhong. I knew it was you, with your foul and abrasive tongue. The man laughed, and the scar on his face writhed like a worm. Ah, if you are inferior to a scoundrel, then what does that make you? Excrement? You are merely 40 points ahead of me. What is so impressive about that? 40 points is still a significant lead. At the exit of safe zone 38324, I rank 4th while you stand 5th. This is an unalterable truth. John's golden eyes revealed a disdainful expression. In less than a year I shall surpass you. How laughable! Surely you do not believe that during this year, your points will soar while mine remain stagnant? With that, Sun Juhong turned his head toward his teammates and remarked, Little John is 20 years younger than his father, yet he claims that in 20 years he will be the same age as his father. Ha ha ha, the captain speaks the truth. He is indeed ridiculous. Little John, has your father passed away? If not, you shall never catch up to his age in this lifetime. Angered, John's face turned pale as he turned away in silence. Qin Siyang observed the quarrel among the sequence abilities and inquired, Principal, why are these sequence abilities arguing about the Hunter God points? The Hunter God points serve as a symbol of a sequence ability user's personal strength. The higher 1's points, the greater the respect one receives. It is akin to school examinations, where those who excel in their studies garner more admiration. The United Government tallies these Hunter God points and establishes rankings to encourage sequence abilities to hunt divine beings. The higher your points, the more privileges you possess. Should you and another sequence ability user desire the same property, if your points are greater, the property must be sold to you first. If you both fall ill and there is only one available bed in the sequence hospital, the one with the higher points will claim it. And if you both fancy the same nightclub hostess, cough cough, nonetheless that is the essence of it. Principal, please refrain from coughing and elaborate on the nightclub courtesans. Chapter 62, Validation of Points. After queuing for over 40 minutes, Qin Siyang finally approached his turn. The individual in front of him glanced at the circular armor plates in Qin Siyang's hands, his eyes lighting up. Young man, you and your companion have managed to acquire 6 points. That is truly commendable. Indeed, Qin Siyang replied. I have heard as much. You possess the aberrant scythe armor plates, do you not? Correct. We are fortunate. Unlike us, who only managed to hunt 3 scythe spider plates. Qin Siyang observed the 3 circular armor plates in the man's possession, each adorned with a circle, totaling what appeared to be 15 points. Upon witnessing the man's grin, Qin Siyang comprehended the situation. He initially believed the man sought solace in his grievances, only to realize he was merely boasting. Choosing to disregard him, Qin Siyang shifted his gaze elsewhere. Noticing Qin Siyang's disinterest in further discourse, the man ceased his attempts at conversation. Ah, a mere 1,500 points. How rather unfortunate, he mused aloud. Qin Siyang remained silent, while those behind him grew irate. Humph, what significance does 15 points hold? What is so impressive about that? Very well, let him revel in his moment, Qin Siyang thought. Today marked a rare bountiful day for their small team, and he had already flaunted those 3 scythe spider plates throughout the day. How unsurprising, he scoffed. The man waved his 3 armor plates once more, taunting, do you possess such skill? Is this envy I detect? Yes, yes, you are indeed remarkable, Qin Siyang retorted. It remains uncertain how many of the 15 points may rest atop your head. The individual seemed to have been struck at a sensitive spot, turning away to cease their ostentation. The individuals trailing behind Qin Siyang continued their relentless taunts. Those truly formidable, who possess substantial merits, tend to remain discreet and unassuming. It is often those who merely ride on the coattails of others, lacking genuine worth, that resort to loud exclamations. Indeed, in my view, if he manages to secure even one of those 15 points, it would be quite commendable. Oh dear, how impressive, to possess a mere 2 points truly aligns with your rather modest disposition. The man blushed profusely at the remark, while laughter erupted from behind Qin Siyang. Following the verification of the circular armor, the individual before Qin Siyang departed in disgrace. At long last, it was Qin Siyang's turn. It was his inaugural experience in the acceptance of the circular armor. The verification officer from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau glanced at the circular armor in Qin Siyang's possession. Name, Qin Siyang. Sequence ability number 00009527. The verifier furrowed their brow upon checking. There is no record of your team information. Are you in a solo team? Yes. Upon hearing that Qin Siyang was indeed in a solo team, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Good heavens! Does that mean he can instantly acquire 12 points? Yes, in a solo team? How could that be? That old man has been standing right beside him. Is he attempting to cheat for points? The verifier cast a suspicious glance at Li Tianming. Li Tianming replied coolly, I am the insurer. I did not partake in the slaying of the divine. The acceptance personnel nodded slightly, then grasped a small scanning light, illuminating the round disc labeled A, and subsequently directed it towards Qin Siyang. The essence of the hunter aligned perfectly, confirming his identity. They then produced a palm-sized square device, positioning its screen to face Qin Siyang's features. On the display, he glimpsed his own visage. It appeared that this polygraph possessed a front-facing camera, the workings of which remained a mystery to him. After a mere 5 seconds, the device emitted a sound. Truth detected. The acceptance personnel retracted the polygraph and addressed Qin Siyang, stating, Next, I shall conduct a continuity of memory test. Kindly extend your hand. Very well, Qin Siyang replied, placing his hand atop that of the acceptance personnel. Suddenly, the palm of the acceptance personnel sprouted numerous tiny suction cups, connecting with Qin Siyang's hand. The acceptance personnel then closed their eyes for approximately 10 seconds before reopening them. Their irises transformed into a pure white. Qin Siyang understood that this was the ability of the verifier, capable of examining the neural activities of others. Should the brain function without irregularities, the verifier's eyes would remain white. Otherwise, they would turn black. All brain regions were operating normally, devoid of any signs of intrusion by other sequence abilities. The continuity of memory verification was successful. As the acceptance personnel's eyes returned to their normal state, the suction cups on their hand vanished as well. The onlookers, witnessing Qin Siyang's successful test, were utterly astonished. He had garnered 12 points in a single attempt, which could be directly exchanged for a bottle of sequence elixir, along with an additional 6,000 copper coins. John cast a sidelong glance at Qin Siyang, coldly remarking, He's merely a fortunate little brat. One cannot achieve greatness in a single breath. Sun Juhong chuckled and touched the corner of his mouth, saying little more, yet his eyes held a certain levity. At the exit of the safety zone, there are always those who strike it rich. Individuals like Qin Siyang likely emerge every year. However, those who venture alone encounter far greater peril, often meeting their demise outside the safety zone or suffering grievous injuries, leading to dire outcomes. As for the insurers, they cannot perpetually shield him. Eventually, he must confront the dangers beyond the safety parameters. Alright, next. After the assessment personnel posted information regarding Qin Siyang's solo venture and the rewards he acquired on the forum, they motioned for him to step aside. However, Qin Siyang did not budge. The assessor, observing the youthful visage of Qin Siyang, inquired, Is there something you wish to convey? Do you wish to claim that this round shield was not obtained by you? There is no time left, he continued. I have completed the assessment and submitted a report. Even if you confess now, it is too late. Qin Siyang smiled lightly. I am not here to concede. It is simply that you have yet to finalize your assessment. With that, he unfastened his bulging backpack and cast it down before him. With a thud, the assessor felt the floor tremble slightly beside him. He was puzzled as to why this youth had burdened himself with such a heavy load while hunting divinities. Perhaps his cautious nature as a solo participant compelled him to carry numerous tools as a precaution. Others were also intrigued, questioning what exactly lay within Qin Siyang's backpack. It was likely that, as a novice, he had packed a multitude of useless items for his divine hunt. Indeed, it was my first venture beyond the safety zone, and I was not far from him. However, when Qin Siyang unzipped his bag, every onlooker's eyes widened, and breath ceased. With a clatter, the circular armor pieces cascaded from the backpack, scattering across the ground. Qin Siyang offered a faint smile. Please proceed with the inspection. Chapter 63. Generous rewards and eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. After a brief moment, someone finally grasped the reality that the circular armor pieces before them originated from the hands of this young man, Qin Siyang. John immediately exclaimed, You little trickster! You are as cunning as a black-footed fox, more insidious than the deities lurking in the shadows. Where on earth did you pilfer such a multitude of circular armor pieces? Qin Siyang, however, paid them no heed and addressed the bewildered inspectors from the administration, saying, "There is quite a substantial quantity. I would appreciate your assistance in the inspection. These circular armor pieces were still acquired during my solo expedition."
Impossible.
Sun Juhong interjected. "With such a vast number of circular armor pieces, not even the combined efforts of you and the person beside you could yield this. Furthermore, with the insurer at your side, it indicates a lack of prowess in slaying deities. How could you possibly acquire this many circular armor pieces in one go? You must have employed some method that contravenes the regulations of the United Government." Both Sun Juhong and John, previously exhibiting an air of superiority, now flushed with indignation, seemed poised to devour Qin Siyang whole. The inspectors from the administration gaped in disbelief, frowning as they inquired of Qin Siyang, "How did you come by such an abundance of circular armor pieces? Certainly, it is derived from the slaying of deities. How was this achieved?" The inspector's tone was cold and unyielding, reminiscent of an interrogation directed at a criminal. Qin Siyang comprehended this stance, for presenting such a substantial number of circular armors would undoubtedly raise suspicions. The inspector's brow furrowed. "There is none. However, your situation is exceedingly peculiar, hence I must seek clarity. Since there is no such regulation, what is the purpose of your inquiry? I require a reasonable judgment." Qin Siyang interjected. "The methods of judgment include the breath detection lamp you hold, the polygraph, the skills of continuity memory testing, and the forum's reports and encouragement posts. Your personal inquiry does not fall under any of these categories. Does it?" The inspector's countenance darkened considerably. Yet, Qin Siyang remained unfazed. The hunting of deities is of paramount importance within the safe zone. Thus, the United Government has established comprehensive regulations. The existence of these regulations serves to standardize various behaviors. In a realm governed by rules, the law of survival mandates adherence to these regulations. As long as his actions align with the stipulated guidelines, there is nothing to fear. He diligently complied with every matter within the regulations, while refraining from uttering a single word regarding those outside of them. The inspector and Qin Siyang exchanged glances for an extended period. Qin Siyang maintained a serene demeanor, harboring no intentions of yielding. The inspector, left with no alternative, proceeded with the examination as per protocol. He first utilized the breath detection lamp, systematically illuminating each piece of circular armor, confirming that the essence emanated from the same divine hunting dagger. 794 round coins of armor. Upon counting them, he could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. Since he began his role as an inspector at this safe zone's exit, he had never encountered such a staggering amount of coins. Even he, an inspector, felt tempted by this immense fortune. Yet, under the watchful eyes of many, he found himself unable to resort to any unscrupulous methods to pocket a portion of it. His envy towards the young Qin Siyang intensified. How could he possibly possess such a vast sum of coins? The entire process lasted over 2 hours before concluding. The inspector then turned to confirm that Qin Siyang was indeed the wielder of the hunter's dagger. Following this, lie detection and memory continuity tests were conducted, which Qin Siyang passed effortlessly. While preparing to report, the inspector inquired, "It seems that your more than 700 coins originate from the long-legged worm." Given his daily dealings with these coins, it was not surprising that he could recognize them. Long-legged worm. All of these are from long-legged worms. Indeed, observe, these coins are the size of copper coins, with but a single groove on them, resembling long-legged worms. This implies that the multitude of sandworm minions were all long-legged worms? This young man exterminated them all. No wonder he could slay so many. It turns out they were all feeble long-legged worms. What sequence is he? How could he attract such a horde of long-legged worms? Qin Siyang, initially inclined to speak, fell silent upon hearing this, casting a cold glance at the inspector. Upon uttering this statement, the individual aimed to inform the onlookers that the majority of the sandworm minions had been ruthlessly hunted down by himself. This revelation implied that many hunting teams had embarked on their quests in vain, and their ensuing resentment would likely be directed towards him. Qin Siyang observed the fury in the eyes of the crowd and could not help but find amusement in the situation. Despite having no enmity, it seemed as though they had forged an irreconcilable grudge. However, he remained unfazed. They were merely a collection of insignificant beings, with the strongest among them likely at a mere sequence level 2, perhaps even inferior to the presence of Li Tianming beside him, hardly worthy of concern. Were they to engage in a life-and-death struggle beyond the safety zone? Qin Siyang felt confident that he and Li Tianming could eliminate them with ease, perhaps without even requiring assistance from Li Tianming. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, an involuntary glimmer of menace flickered in his gaze. The other sequence abilities users quickly realized that Qin Siyang was not as naive as he appeared. Li Tianming gently tapped the back of Qin Siyang's hand, signaling him to temper his demeanor. It was only then that Qin Siyang regained his composure, re-establishing a smile characteristic of a student. At merely 17 years of age, why was he so preoccupied with thoughts of violence? Such a mindset was decidedly inappropriate. The evaluators announced Qin Siyang's hunting rewards: 794 units of 1-point round armor, 1 unit of 6-point round armor, totaling 800 hunting points. As he was a solo team, his points were doubled, granting him a total of 600 points. The other rewards remained unchanged. Each point corresponded to 1,000 copper coins, culminating in a sum of 800,000 copper coins. Furthermore, each point equated to 1/10 of a bottle of sequence potion. Thus he would receive 80 bottles of sequence potion this time. Due to the overwhelming quantity of rewards, I am unable to collect them here. Please proceed to the nearby Sequence Abilities Management Bureau for retrieval. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang could hardly contain his amusement. 800,000 copper coins equated to over 60 silver coins. A swift descent into affluence. Yet, a sudden realization struck him as he glanced at the equally jovial Li Tianming beside him. It appeared he would have to share half of this fortune with the bald, rotund gentleman. Chapter 64. Resolving disputes. Earning money came easily to Qin Siyang, but Li Tianming found it even more effortless. Accompanying Qin Siyang on a leisurely stroll outside the safe zone, he effortlessly amassed over 30 silver coins. Though Qin Siyang felt a twinge of regret, he had no intention of pocketing all the earnings. While Li Tianming had not physically exerted himself, he had consistently ensured Qin Siyang's safety and remained in a state of heightened vigilance. Out of both sentiment and reason, it was only fair to provide compensation as previously agreed. Moreover, their collaboration was intended to be long-term, not a mere one-off encounter. Thus, parting with 30 silver coins was a small price to pay. Having transitioned from poverty to wealth, Qin Siyang was eager to receive his rewards without delay. The nearby Sequence Abilities Management Bureau was located in the 14121 area, where Chen Wenda operated. He promptly resolved to head to the bureau to claim his reward. Just as he lifted his empty backpack and prepared to turn away, he was suddenly called out to, "Wait a moment. What is it you require?" "I wish to challenge you at the combat arena." Qin Siyang furrowed his brow. "What is the combat arena? A place for battles? Indeed. Let us face off at the combat arena and determine who is superior. Why should I engage in a duel with you? Are you afraid?" Qin Siyang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the furious blonde John, before turning to glance at Li Tianming. "What has provoked this golden-haired fellow to become foolish?" Li Tianming explained, "You should have heard that he was originally among the top 5 in accumulating points at this exit, thus enjoying certain privileges. Now, your ranking surpasses his, causing his privileges to be usurped by you, which is why he is seeking you out for a battle arena. Please bear with me, there is a lot of information to digest." After processing Li Tianming's words, Qin Siyang inquired, "What exactly are these privileges?" Each security zone exit has management personnel with performance metrics. The more deities hunted from this secure exit, the greater the rewards for their supervisors. Therefore, to incentivize formidable deity hunting teams to embark from their designated security zone exits, management grants rewards to the top 5. This method of reward is recognized by both the Management Bureau and the United Government. Qin Siyang then turned to the inspection personnel. "What are the privileges associated with the 38324 security zone exit?" The inspector's expression remained frosty. "An additional 10% of copper coins. So, does that mean I would be entitled to 880,000 copper coins?" Qin Siyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at the inspector. You wretched scoundrel, are you attempting to seize my privilege rewards? The inspector snorted. You only acquire privileges from today onward. Your previous standing does not count. Oh, my apologies. I was just a bit overwhelmed due to my prior poverty. So I spoke thoughtlessly. I seek your forgiveness. Humph. Qin Siyang immediately donned a smile, offering a courteous apology to the inspector. Li Tianming sighed helplessly at Qin Siyang's erratic behavior, akin to that of a rabid dog. It was somewhat embarrassing. Among the sequence ability users, conflicts were inevitable. The combat arena, provided by the United Government, served as the official venue for resolving disputes among sequence ability users. Prior to stepping onto the platform, the two signed a wager, with the stakes determined by the outcome of their match. Indeed, once Li Tianming finished his explanation, John turned to Qin Siyang and declared, I want to bet the privilege of accessing the exit of safety zone 38,324. Are you out of your mind? Why would I wager with you? John clenched his teeth. I'll give you a silver coin. Forget it, such a meager sum does not entice me. If I lose, I will offer you a vial of sequence elixir. I possess 80 bottles. What difference does one make? I will have you at my beck and call for 2 years. I'm rather busy. I have no time to tend to a pet. You, John exclaimed, exasperated. His frustration stemmed not merely from the monetary aspect but also from his standing. In the safety zone, those who once held privileges yet were usurped were often met with disdain, especially when displaced by a young upstart with no genuine strength, relying solely on luck. However, Qin Siyang had no intention of engaging in combat on the arena. Regardless of John's elaborate provocations, it was futile. After all, his sequence ability was not that of the shadow assassin. Should he reveal his weaknesses on the platform, it would be a loss not worth incurring. Just as he prepared to depart, John blocked his path and pronounced slowly, I just checked. You belong to the shadow assassin sequence. If I lose, I shall grant you a hunter's artifact, the blind blade. Blind knife? I have no need for it. Before Qin Siyang could refuse, Li Tianming grasped his arm. Leaning closer, Li Tianming whispered, This is a remarkable item. You should consider accepting his challenge. How remarkable? Qin Siyang inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. Remarkable enough that wealth alone cannot procure it, Li Tianming replied. What could possibly be beyond the reach of money? Qin Siyang mused, unconvinced. In his understanding, the affluent possessed everything, save for worries. Li Tianming continued, the hunter's tools are crafted exclusively by sequence ability users who specialize in forging. You must recognize that not all sequence ability users are merely motivated by money. Are the hunter's tools truly that formidable? Why have I never heard of them in the Slayer's camp?
Li Tianming shuklat sufli.
Those qualified to possess hunter's tools are unlikely to disseminate information in a public forum like the Slayer's camp. This implied that Qin Siyang's perspective was still quite limited. It seemed that the forum held little utility for him now. At least it no longer met his needs. To broaden his horizons, he would need to ascend to a higher platform. His desire for the sequence ability users university intensified. Although the hunter's tools were appealing, he could not afford to expose his fabricated sequence identity for the sake of a mere weapon. Just as he was about to decline, Li Tianming whispered again, You need not worry. The battle arena is devoid of spectators. It is merely the two of you within. What transpires remains unknown to anyone. Why is it arranged this way? Every sequence ability user possesses their own trump card, which they are reluctant to reveal to others. In accordance with the requests of these individuals, the combat arena established by the United Government remains entirely confidential. So, how is victory determined? Upon entry, participants wear a surrender bracelet. A simple 3 taps on the device signifies one's capitulation. Once one party surrenders, the battle concludes, and the victor is entitled to claim the wager. Qin Siyang nodded, finding this arrangement exceedingly reasonable. If only 2 individuals were involved, it was conceivable that one might surrender in the arena but later deny it outside. However, the matter of surrender was not Qin Siyang's primary concern. He discreetly inquired, If I were to kill him, would I face any repercussions? No, came the response. Once you step onto the combat arena, life and death are your own responsibility. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Qin Siyang's eyes. No consequences for killing. Now I feel invigorated. Chapter 65. Journey to the combat arena. Observing the gleam in Qin Siyang's eyes, Li Tianming quickly discerned the young man's intentions. He cast a sympathetic glance towards John. Yet, Qin Siyang had set his sights on John's hunting artifact, intending to claim both it and John's life. Li Tianming was well aware that Qin Siyang's abilities were peculiar. His extraordinary strength and agility were sufficient to raise suspicions. Even though Qin Siyang restrained his power, the seasoned Li Tianming could still tell that his fundamental attributes far surpassed those of an ordinary level 1 sequence ability user. There were only two possibilities. Either Qin Siyang was not a level 1 sequence ability user, or he was not an ordinary sequence ability user at all. Regardless of which possibility held true, it implied that Qin Siyang harbored a monumental secret. This secret can only be known by Li Tianming, who shares a mutual dependency with him. Others who have witnessed his sequential skills would not maintain the same secrecy as he does. Thus, in Qin Siyang's mind, once he and John ascend the battleground, there is but one inevitable outcome: death. Observing that Qin Siyang seems unfazed by the prospect of taking a life, his eyes only reflecting a fervent desire for the hunter's artifact, Li Tianming's curiosity about him deepens. This young man is undoubtedly no stranger to bloodshed. Who, then, has he slain before? The periphery of the safe zone is rife with chaos, with individuals disappearing and being murdered weekly. Li Tianming is uncertain, yet it bears no significance. He chuckles to himself, reflecting that everyone has blood on their hands at some point. Qin Siyang is aware that he can unleash his abilities freely on the battleground, and he fixates on John like a famished wolf eyeing its prey. Do you truly possess the hunter's artifact? I find it hard to believe, unless you present it to me. John draws a short blade, an inch longer than the hunter's dagger, from his waist and hands it to Qin Siyang. As Qin Siyang grips the blind blade, he instantly perceives a connection between the power within him and the weapon. It feels as if the blade is an extension of himself. This is the blind blade. Should you pierce a deity with it within a minute, that deity will succumb to blindness. Qin Siyang licks his lips, clearly intrigued by the treasure. How long will the deity remain blind? This duration correlates with the deity's size. The smaller the deity, the longer the blindness lasts. If it is the long-footed worm you have hunted, it is likely to be blind for about 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Such an extensive duration. Qin Siyang had assumed that the weapon's inherent abilities could only incapacitate for mere seconds. To my astonishment, there are indeed 5 minutes. My dear, the treasure among treasures. Qin Siyang's gaze seemed ensnared by a blind knife, unable to shift away. Today, John is undoubtedly doomed. Even the people from the United Government cannot save him. Observing the avarice on Qin Siyang's face, John smirked inwardly, knowing that Qin Siyang would undoubtedly accept his challenge. At that moment, he intended to utilize the battleground to teach Qin Siyang a lesson about the perils of youthful arrogance. Very well, I accept your challenge. Let us proceed to the battleground. Shall we go now? Of course, I have matters to attend to. After the battleground, I still need to collect my reward from the administration. John had anticipated that Qin Siyang would wish for a brief respite, especially after having just hunted down over 700 divine beings. Although they were merely long-footed worms, pursuing and slaying such a multitude was no trivial endeavor. However, Qin Siyang's reluctance to rest aligned perfectly with John's intentions. All right, let us go to the battleground. How shall we get there? Shall we walk? Taking the bus is the quickest option. Very well, let us proceed. Principal Li, would you be so kind as to cover my fare? Li Tianming scoffed. I have no money left. Since John is taking you to the battleground, why not have him pay for your fare? How stingy! I could share over 30 silver coins with you, and yet you balk at contributing even 10 copper coins for the fare? John, unwilling to squander time on fare disputes, interjected, I will cover both of your fares. Now let us go.
Ah, wonderful.
Thank you, Brother John. Upon hearing that John and Qin Siyang were heading to the battleground, others expressed interest and decided to join. Aren't we preparing to hunt divine beings? Are we not going anymore? What nonsense about hunting. That fellow single-handedly felled over 700 long-legged worms. How many deities could possibly remain outside? It would be better to witness the commotion. Indeed, Deities can be slain any day. The nearby battle arena scarcely opens once a month. How can you not discern the priorities? Is it truly so captivating to watch the spectacle? You are speaking utter nonsense. If the excitement lacks significance, can it still be called excitement? A throng of sequence practitioners surged towards the bus station. When the bus driver arrived at the 38324 safe zone exit, he was utterly bewildered. Since the establishment of the safe zone, he had never witnessed such a crowd awaiting transport at a bus stop. All sequence practitioners. Where could this multitude of sequence practitioners be headed? The bus was filled to capacity with passengers. A few, unwilling to wait for the next bus, even paid their fare and climbed atop the vehicle. Another sequence practitioner, whose ability was suction cup, affixed himself beneath the bus, enjoying the exclusive space beneath. The bus driver departed with a fully loaded vehicle. Those sequence practitioners who did not board looked disdainfully at those perched on the roof, scoffing at them. The bus ride lasts merely 20 minutes. What could possibly happen in that time? Must they rush for this trip? Is it conceivable that the battle arena could conclude in 20 minutes? Absurd. Driver, we are all headed to the battle arena. You need only take us there directly. As the bus was overcrowded and no one alighted en route, the driver bypassed other stops without pausing. Upon reaching the battle arena station, there was a cacophony as everyone swiftly disembarked. The bus driver gazed at the empty compartment, feeling as though he had been transported to another world. John and Qin Siyang led the way through the crowd. Unfamiliar with the route, Qin Siyang relied entirely on John for guidance. However, the location of the combat arena was quite conspicuous. After disembarking from the bus, they walked for about a minute before arriving. John pointed to a pitch-black square building and remarked, "This is the combat arena. Why are there no lights? Typically, this place sees little foot traffic, so the lights are kept off to conserve energy." Very well. John approached and knocked on a small door on the dark structure. "Who is it?" "We've come to the combat arena to settle a dispute." "Oh, please hold on." After about a minute, all the surrounding lights suddenly illuminated, casting a bright glow. It was then that Qin Siyang noticed the formerly pitch-black building was adorned with shifting hues of vibrant colors. Yet the colors were not pure. They bore an undercurrent of darkness, reminiscent of soap bubbles in the twilight. A uniformed individual emerged, holding an electronic tablet. Yawning, the person inquired, "I am the manager of the combat arena. Who wishes to resolve a dispute?" "We do. Please fill out this information, press your fingerprint, leave your hunter's dagger, and specify your wager to proceed to the arena." The manager seemed disinterested in elaborating further, opting instead to deliver all requirements in one go. After completing the forms, Qin Siyang and John returned the electronic tablet to the manager. After confirming the information, the manager retrieved a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button, causing a door in front of the building to suddenly open. He then produced 2 wristbands, which he fastened onto the right wrists of Qin Siyang and John. The arena was right there. According to the laws of the United Government, the competition on the battle stage is entirely confidential. Should either party concede, they must tap their left index finger 3 times on the wristband to end the match. On the stage, life and death are at your own risk. You both have just signed the agreement on the tablet and should be aware of this. When the door closes, the battle will commence. Enter now. With eagerness, Qin Siyang stepped into the arena, followed closely by John, who let out a cold chuckle. After both had entered, the door shut once more. Upon glancing back at the location where the door had opened, there was no trace of a gap, as if the door had never existed. At that moment, outside, Sun Juhong remarked with a smile, "That kid is bound to lose." "Why is that?" Though John and he both belonged to the Phantom Assassin sequence, John's sequence level was 2nd rank, making it effortless to defeat him. "No wonder you say that," Sun Juhong replied, the scar on his face twisting slightly to reveal a strange smile. Moreover, John entered with a blind knife. There are no regulations against bringing weapons to the battle arena. A blind knife? Isn't that a God Hunter artifact? Does it also work against sequence abilities? Of course, it's surprising you didn't know such a simple fact. Skills that prove effective against humans may not necessarily hold the same efficacy against deities. However, skills that are effective against deities also bear significance for humans. With the presence of the blind blade, Qin Siyang is certain that victory eludes him. Sun Juhong turned to Li Tianming and inquired, "Are you prepared to send that fellow to the hospital?" Li Tianming cast a brief glance at Sun Juhong's face, which radiated a sense of schadenfreude, yet remained silent. The hospital? Such an inconvenience. A direct funeral would suffice. Oh, but John is not a native of Huagua. They do not adhere to the customs of funerals. It seems their practices lean towards priests and memorial services. Noticing Li Tianming's indifference, Sun Juhong ceased his attempts at banter, snorted disdainfully, and awaited the news of John's triumph in silence. Upon entering through the grand entrance, Qin Siyang and John discovered a singular, square room, starkly devoid of any furnishings. The four walls, ceiling, and floor were adorned with a white material reminiscent of plastic, the nature of which remained a mystery. In each corner of the ceiling, soft lights illuminated the space, casting a bright glow throughout the room. Suddenly, Qin Siyang comprehended the reality. The entire room served as the battleground. Had he unwittingly stepped onto the arena of combat? This arena, astonishingly, was a complete enclosure, devoid of boundaries. It appeared that the only resolution to this clash would be through one party's surrender. Yet, without a referee or any means of oversight, how else could victory or defeat be determined? At that moment, the grand door began to close slowly. As the gate closed with a resounding thud, John swiftly drew the concealed blade from his waist and activated the skill, life and death on a thread, enhanced, tripling his agility and doubling his strength. He swung the knife towards the silhouette of Qin Siyang, who appeared oblivious to the imminent danger, standing motionless. "You wretched insect, you shall pay dearly for your reckless ignorance." John had already devised a plan for how to torment Qin Siyang. However, just as he believed his strike was destined to connect, the figure of Qin Siyang suddenly vanished. How could this be? In his moment of panic, Qin Siyang reappeared at his side. Qin Siyang, possessing strength that surpassed that of an ordinary sequence ability user, held a sequence level of 3, rendering him nearly equal to John even without activating any skills. John's body was far too sluggish to match Qin Siyang's movements. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Qin Siyang's maniacal grin. In that instant, he realized that Qin Siyang was not merely a shadow assassin. Moreover, Qin Siyang's sequence level was undoubtedly superior to his own. What was he? A monster. Once the strike was executed, he would surrender immediately. Yet, Qin Siyang would not afford him that opportunity. With his fist raised high, Qin Siyang leaned in close to John's ear and softly uttered, "Thank you." The punch descended, landing squarely on John's cheek. Before John could register the sensation, he felt his vision compress instantaneously, then fade into oblivion. At that moment, his consciousness continued to grapple with the unfolding reality. Why could he no longer see? Had he been struck by his own blind blade? No, the blade still gripped firmly in his hand. He could feel it. A fist struck him squarely in the face. What rank could he possibly be to possess such strength? After a moment of bewilderment, John ceased his contemplation, compelled to do so. Perhaps it was a token of gratitude from Qin Siyang for generously bestowing the hunter's tools upon him. When Qin Siyang made his move, John felt no pain. As his thoughts halted, so too did his life. Qin Siyang approached John's lifeless body, retrieving the blind knife, admiring it with a sense of fondness. He initially intended to test its sharpness by slicing his hand, but suddenly realized that the knife's blinding effect might also be effective on humans. Not wanting to squander any more time, he glanced at John, who had completely ceased to breathe, sighed, and acknowledged that he would need to manage the aftermath. To the onlookers, he was merely a novice of rank 1, and the idea of him effortlessly eliminating John seemed utterly implausible. Qin Siyang first plunged the knife into John's heart. Just as the heart stopped beating, the blood pressure remained, rendering the fatal wound strikingly realistic. Surely, if Wen Shu were to witness this, he would offer his commendations. Qin Siyang smiled with satisfaction. He then proceeded to alter John's head until the evidence of the punch was entirely obliterated. Contemplating with a hand on his chin, he mused, "Due to the lack of proper moral guidance at Zhouan school, I have developed a rather volatile temperament. Today, provoked by John in the battle arena, after defeating him and witnessing his detestable expression, I could not help but continue striking his head with the hilt of my knife, resulting in this outcome. This explanation should pose no significant issues. He glanced at the display on his wristband. Merely 2 minutes had elapsed. The skill of the Assassin's Creed, known as life and death on the line, would double his agility for 5 minutes, followed by a 20-minute period of exhaustion. In that case, when he stepped outside, he would undoubtedly require Li Tianming to carry him onto the bus. Bestowing upon him over 30 silver coins seemed a reasonable request for such an endeavor. Chapter 67. Disgust. The doors of the combat arena creaked open once more, eliciting a chorus of astonishment from the onlookers. Could it be that the bout concluded so swiftly? Had John already vanquished the opponent? He had explicitly mentioned his intention to prolong the torment of that individual. How could it end in a mere 3 minutes? Perhaps he deemed it sufficient to impart a lesson without resorting to excessive force. Alas, had he known the encounter would conclude so rapidly, he would have refrained from attending. It was indeed rather dull. Sun Juhong stifled a yawn, feeling a sense of ennui as he prepared to depart. At that moment, someone grasped his arm as he turned towards the bus station. Brother Sunday. Something seems amiss. What seems amiss? Look. Following the direction indicated, Sun Juhong's eyes widened in disbelief. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Siyang emerged from the doorway, drenched in blood. Yet his expression was vacant, clutching a blind knife. Why was it Qin Siyang who emerged? Where was John? Upon witnessing this, John's teammates rushed into the combat arena. Just as the spectators pondered the unfolding events, those few who had surged into the arena re-emerged, leaning against the wall and retching uncontrollably. The gaze directed at Qin Siyang was filled with astonishment, yet he appeared oblivious to it. Suddenly, he seemed to lose all strength, collapsing onto Li Tianming.
Li Tianming,
Supporting Qin Siyang, displayed a look of helplessness. This lad was undoubtedly an experienced actor. Sun Juhong, somewhat puzzled, also stepped onto the combat stage. However, being well-versed in such matters, he did not react as dramatically as the others, merely trembling slightly. After casting a glance at Qin Siyang, his gaze quickly averted. Witnessing the gruesome fate of John, Sun Juhong could not help but conclude that Qin Siyang was undoubtedly a madman, and a dangerously unpredictable one at that. Although Sun Juhong verbally disparaged John, he had to acknowledge that John, ranking just below him in the Hunter's Points leaderboard at the 38,324 security zone exit, was no ordinary adversary. With ample combat experience, a commanding presence, and the possession of hunter tools, it was astonishing that he had been slain by Qin Siyang. Clearly, Qin Siyang was no simple character. Moreover, judging by the grotesque state of John's head, it appeared that Qin Siyang had been assaulting him for quite some time. From the moment they entered the combat stage to Qin Siyang's emergence, a mere 3 minutes had passed. This suggested that he had likely defeated John in less than a minute. How was this possible? The more Sun Juhong pondered, the more unsettled he became. This youth possessed an utterly terrifying power. Others, observing Sun Juhong's stunned silence, were filled with curiosity and gradually entered the combat stage. However, much like John's teammates, most fled within mere seconds, desperately retching against the walls. The staff member, simultaneously vomiting, attempted to dissuade those eager to re-enter and witness the spectacle. Do not enter. This area still requires my attention for cleaning. The incessant vomiting is utterly repulsive. All those who beheld John's lifeless form looked on in horror at the feeble Qin Siyang, who leaned against Li Tianming. Li Tianming understood that Qin Siyang must not have engaged in anything untoward within. It is highly likely that in an attempt to prevent John's memories from being extracted by the immortal sequence abilities, some gruesome measure had been taken with his head. Li Tianming felt no inclination to investigate the scene. Regardless of how terrifying it may be, it ultimately pertains to the act of murder, a matter he found to be quite ordinary in his extensive experience. He leaned closer to Qin Siyang's ear and whispered, "Your portrayal of being on the brink of life and death could use a touch more authenticity. How is it that your hand still possesses the strength to grip that knife? You needn't attempt any further. I can assure you, it is effective. All skills beneficial to deities are equally advantageous to mortals, though the reverse may not hold true. Oh, then I shall rest easy." With a clatter, the blind knife slipped from Qin Siyang's grasp, striking the marble floor with a sharp sound. While supporting Qin Siyang, Li Tianming bent down to retrieve the knife and placed it into Qin Siyang's backpack. He then addressed the still retching staff member. It appears that Qin Siyang has emerged victorious in this confrontation. Shall we take this blind knife with us? The staff member, propped against the wall, did not lift his gaze but merely gestured dismissively at Li Tianming, indicating that they should leave promptly. Very well, thank you. With one hand supporting Qin Siyang, Li Tianming departed from the battleground. Principal Li, would you carry me on your back? It appeared that Qin Siyang was being supported by Li Tianming, yet in truth, he was being dragged along, his toes scraping against the ground, causing him some discomfort. Carry you? Dream on. Do you still want your silver coins? Why don't you give it a try? Principal Li, after all, I am your student. I never taught you how to study, nor did I instruct you on how to kill. We have no teacher-student relationship. Li Tianming was not swayed by Qin Siyang's antics. However, Qin Siyang found himself powerless, as Li Tianming was well acquainted with him, leaving him with little leverage to threaten him. He could only allow himself to be dragged like a piece of wood to the bus stop. Their destination was the management bureau to collect their rewards, a notion shared by both Li Tianming and Qin Siyang. Li Tianming hoisted him onto the bus and paid the fare. The two, covered in blood, were strikingly conspicuous on the bus. Even other sequence ability users instinctively moved to positions farther away from them. Qin Siyang rested his head on Li Tianming's shoulder, his expression vacant, yet his heart brimmed with joy at having acquired the hunter's divine artifact. Near the battle arena, many had yet to disperse, having developed a newfound perception of Qin Siyang. The order at the exit of safety zone 38324 might soon undergo a transformation due to this. Just then, those sequence ability users who had not boarded the first bus and were merely spectating arrived. Upon witnessing the crowd still gathered outside the battle arena, they surmised that the fight between Qin Siyang and John was far from over. As they leisurely approached the vicinity of the battle arena, they were met with the pungent scent of vomit. Upon a closer inspection, it became evident that the vicinity was marred by unsightly patches of repugnant filth. Yet, no one paid him any heed. He inquired again, "Where are Qin Siyang and John? Hasn't the battle commenced? Is it over?" Chapter 68. Claiming rewards upon hearing that the battle had concluded, the newcomers hastily sought to ascertain the outcome. What? Are you saying John lost? What? Are you implying that John lost with a blind blade? What? Not only did John lose, but he also perished. The more they listened, the more absurd it seemed. They felt compelled to enter the arena and witness the situation for themselves. The staff attempted to restrain them, but two spectators, reveling in the chaos, whisked them away, and the crowd surged into the arena. Before long, the throng emerged once more, rushing out to find a cleaner spot, where they too began to retch. The staff, already feeling drained, surveyed the numerous areas in need of cleaning, and in a fit of frustration, one of them fainted. Meanwhile, Qin Siyang and Li Tianming remained blissfully unaware of the tumult that had unfolded. Seated on the bus, they were preoccupied with deliberating how to allocate the rewards from the management bureau. After a while, Li Tianming gently nudged Qin Siyang with his elbow. 20 minutes have passed. We should be able to move now. Oh, Qin Siyang feigned a recovery of strength, no longer leaning against Li Tianming, and sat upright. The station for the Sequence Ability Management Bureau has arrived. The bus's speaker announced their destination, and as Qin Siyang and Li Tianming disembarked, they made their way towards the Management Bureau of Area 14121, engaged in lighthearted conversation and laughter. The bus driver cast a glance at the two figures departing, letting out a resigned sigh. When they boarded, their frost-resistant attire was stained with blood, which he found rather distasteful. However, both individuals were sequence abilities users, and as an ordinary person, he felt powerless to intervene. Their seats were splattered with blood, and he would have to exert effort to clean up after his shift. Damn sequence abilities users, the bus driver muttered under his breath before resuming his driving. Qin Siyang inquired, "Principal, will you accompany me to collect the reward?" "I shall remain outside. I lack the qualifications to claim the reward," he replied. "I will wait for you outside the bureau." Upon arriving once more at the bureau's third-floor building, the exterior, with its gray paint, remained unchanged. The dim light outside was similar to what it had been before. Yet, Qin Siyang felt transformed. He realized that each visit to the bureau signified a new step forward or an achievement for him. Thus, his spirits were elevated in front of the bureau. It was no wonder that the sequence abilities users of the Slayer's camp held the bureau in such high regard. It became evident to him. Indeed, every time he came here, he felt an undeniable sense of ease. Li Tianming offered a brief smile, neither confirming nor denying. As Qin Siyang entered the bureau, he navigated past the threshold and once again beheld the vacant office area. However, this time he was clad in frost-resistant gear, his attire conspicuously marked by blood. Upon recognizing Qin Siyang as a sequence abilities user, a bureau staff member promptly approached him. "Sir, what brings you to the bureau?" "Oh, I am here to collect the reward for slaying a deity." "Collecting a reward? Certainly, please hold for a moment." "Sir, what is your sequence ability number?" 00009527. "Is it Mr. Qin Siyang?" "Indeed. Let me take a look." "Your points were acquired at the exit of Safe Zone 38324. "Correct. The Godslayer points awaiting collection are 1600. The individual gazed incredulously at the string of numbers following Qin Siyang's name, exclaiming in astonishment. This exclamation drew the attention of other personnel within the hall. 1600 points. Who exactly is this young man? The nearby safe zone exits, among which 38324 is the largest, gather the most formidable sequence ability users from Area 14121. Yet, even the leading figure at the 38324 safe zone exit, Fran, possesses merely over 300 points. How could he possibly have accumulated 1600 points? Has he annihilated all the deities outside the 38324 safe zone exit? Amidst the bewildered stares of the onlookers, Qin Siyang nodded. Indeed, my Godslayer points have been verified by the Bureau personnel. I am here to claim my reward. The individual swallowed hard. All right, please wait a moment while I retrieve your reward. Thank you. Qin Siyang initially contemplated finding a chair to sit down, but upon surveying the pristine bureau hall and glancing at the bloodstains on his attire, he thought better of it. After a short while, the bureau personnel approached carrying 2 cloth bags. Hello, this is your reward. Firstly, 80,000 copper coins. According to the exchange rate, we have converted it into 80 silver coins. Please take a moment to count them. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang accepted the heavy pouch of coins, his face lighting up with joy. 800,000 copper coins was an immense sum. When the Bureau rewarded him, it would undoubtedly be exchanged for silver coins. He had initially anticipated that the Bureau would adhere to the market rate, offering 1 silver coin for every 12,000 copper coins. To his astonishment, they had instead used the rate of the United Government, granting him 80 silver coins at a rate of 1 to 10,000. This exceeded his expectations by 20%, filling Qin Siyang with delight. He took out the silver coins, counted them twice, and then bit each one to ensure their authenticity. Only then did he gleefully accept them. Next came 80 vials of sequential potions, all contained within this bag, which felt somewhat heavy. Please take good care of it. Qin Siyang received the cloth bag filled with sequential potions, discovering it contained 4 tiers of small shelves, each neatly holding 20 vials of potions. Everything appears to be in order. Thank you. Well, take care. Although Qin Siyang appeared quite youthful, the Bureau personnel unconsciously addressed him with respect. 1600 points is truly astonishing. After Qin Siyang departed, the staff on the first floor immediately began discussing his identity. Who is he? I've never seen him before. I checked his information. He is a newcomer at the first level of the sequence. How could he have amassed 1600 points all at once? I have just received a message from Lao Cheng. He reported that today, at the exit of Safe Zone 38324, he single-handedly vanquished over 700 long-foot worms. Qin Siyang stepped outside the administration building, shaking the pouch of coins he held towards Li Tianming. Principal, it's time to distribute the spoils. Li Tianming nodded in acknowledgement. The two moved aside, and Qin Siyang's spirits soared. To his astonishment, he was awarded 80 silver coins, 40 coins apiece. How delightful! He carefully counted out 40 silver coins and placed them into his backpack, subsequently offering the remaining coins and the pouch to Li Tianming. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tianming replied, As for the silver coins, I shall forgo them. No way. Qin Siyang interrupted bluntly before Li Tianming could finish his thought. The smile on Qin Siyang's face vanished, replaced by a cold gaze directed at Li Tianming, devoid of the earlier amicability. Chapter 69. The Rules of Cooperation. Li Tianming's expression darkened in response. For him, 40 silver coins represented a significant sum, yet it could not alter his circumstances. However, the cereal potions were an entirely different matter. He had not anticipated that Qin Siyang would procure 80 bottles of cereal potions in one go. If he could secure half, it would substantially enhance his capabilities. With additional effort, advancing to cereal level 4 would not be unattainable. Thus, he resolved to decline the coins and instead seek the cereal potions. Yet, Qin Siyang saw through his intentions. Before Li Tianming could articulate his thoughts, Qin Siyang interjected and placed the pouch of 40 silver coins before him. Li Tianming forced a smile and said, "Classmate Qin, your substantial rewards this time are in no small part due to my role as your insurer. Indeed, I will allocate 40 silver coins to you, as we previously agreed. However, the silver coins hold no value for me at present. They serve a greater purpose for you, do they not?" Qin Siyang scrutinized Principal Li Tianming. "Principal Li, are you aware of the principles governing transactions? We have reached an agreement regarding the distribution after the completion of our arrangement. Now that the matter is concluded, do you intend to renege on your promise? It is not that I wish to default. Rather, I find myself in dire need of the sequence elixir. Who does not require the sequence elixir? Is the slaying of deities merely for the sake of monetary gain?"
Principal Li.
Had we previously agreed that I would provide you with half of the sequence elixir upon successful completion, I would have no objections. Yet, we explicitly agreed upon the division of wealth. The sequence elixir was never mentioned in our discussions. Surely, one cannot alter the terms simply because I now possess an abundance of the sequence elixir? Li Tianming's lips twitched slightly. "I truly did not anticipate that you would acquire such a plethora of sequence elixirs. 80 vials of the sequence elixir are indeed a hot commodity in your possession. This is my predicament." Observing Qin Siyang's unwavering stance, Li Tianming sighed in resignation. If this were merely a one-time transaction with Qin Siyang, he would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to seize all the sequence elixirs for himself. However, the crux of the matter is that he requires Qin Siyang's assistance. Without Qin Siyang, he lacks any means to connect with those possessing sequence abilities. All avenues have been obstructed by those despicable individuals. The emergence of Qin Siyang is his sole lifeline. Moreover, given Qin Siyang's formidable prowess, he is an invaluable ally. Li Tianming should not let a few bottles of sequence potions drive a wedge between him and Qin Siyang. How about this? You give me your 40 silver coins, and I will use them to purchase the sequence potions. Does that sound agreeable? Purchasing sequence potions? This suggestion is indeed worthy of Qin Siyang's consideration. With 80 bottles of sequence potions, along with the 2 he possesses at home, he has no need for them. He merely intends to sell them for resources. If Li Tianming is willing to buy, it would certainly save him a considerable amount of trouble. How would you like to proceed with the purchase? The market price is 5 silver coins for a bottle of sequence potion. With 40 silver coins, I would like to buy 8 bottles from you. Is that acceptable? Your proposed market price seems rather low. Qin Siyang had previously encountered a post on the forum that offered to buy sequence potions for 7 silver coins per bottle. However, that post was fleeting, vanishing within a minute under the administrator's intervention, as trading sequence potions is prohibited within the safe zone. Li Tianming replied, "Cheap? Are you suggesting you want to sell me at black market prices? Transactions in the black market are far from simple. A mere appearance could lead to significant trouble. I intend to use them for personal purposes. I do not plan to sell them. If you sell them to me at a lower price, we both benefit." Li Tianming's words ultimately convinced Qin Siyang. Currently, he indeed lacks a channel to sell the sequence potions. It would be prudent to sell a few bottles to Li Tianming at a reduced price. After all, they are partners. It is better to keep the profits within the circle. Very well. Li Tianming secured the sequence potions and nodded. Here's to a successful collaboration. To a successful collaboration. Where are you headed next? I plan to rent a room near the school. I still bear the identity of a vagrant. Have you forgotten, Principal? Ah, it slipped my mind until you mentioned it. Who would have thought that a person possessing 80 silver coins could be a vagrant? I too am a pauper suddenly thrust into wealth. Here, it is just the two of us. There are certain matters we both comprehend, rendering superfluous any need for pretense. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang offered an awkward chuckle, falling silent thereafter. However, I advise you to exercise caution when renting a place. It is best not to disclose your identity. Why? Because your information is still posted on the forum's reporting section. Everyone is aware that you currently possess 80 vials of cereal potions. Although the safe zone prohibits cereal ability users from employing their skills, the allure of wealth can be compelling. Your 80 vials of cereal potions represent a tantalizing prize for many cereal ability users who are trapped at a bottleneck without any substantial income. It is certain that someone has already devised a plan to trouble you. I recommend that you temporarily reside in inexpensive accommodations that do not require identity registration and change your location daily. Qin Siyang sighed, but I must attend school. With so many eyes on me, if I were to skip school, I would undoubtedly be reported and subsequently forced to withdraw. In that case, I would forfeit my eligibility to participate in the assessments for serial ability users following the college entrance examination, thus barring my path to university. That indeed poses a significant dilemma. Li Tianming pondered for a moment. What if you reside at school? The school is equipped with surveillance cameras. No serial user would dare to cause chaos in such a setting. I had thought you would suggest that I stay at your home. My home is not an option. Why? Because of Tingting? Qin Siyang chuckled lightly, recalling the last time he was in Li Tianming's office when he received a message and an explicit video from Tingting. Li Tianming, however, showed no signs of embarrassment. Qin Siyang remarked, Principal Li, you truly indulge in extravagant pleasures. It is no longer as thrilling as before. Those days were far more exhilarating. He then cast a wistful glance at Qin Siyang, sighing, I genuinely miss the days when I was your age. Those splendid moments are forever lost. With a shiver, he added, your recent gaze sent chills down my spine. Tonight, you shall stay in my office. There is a folding bed available. Tomorrow, I will have someone tidy up for you. Thank you, Principal Li. Qin Siyang and Li Tianming boarded the bus once more. Now that you are wealthy, why do you still expect me to cover the fare? Qin Siyang scratched his head. I just reached for my wallet, but the driver said he couldn't provide change. You truly are remarkable. Chapter 70. Deadly enmity. As night fell, the school was deserted, the gates securely locked. Yet, this did not deter the two sequence ability users. With a few agile leaps, they vaulted over the gate and entered the campus. Principal Li, do you think the teacher reviewing the surveillance footage tomorrow will be frightened upon discovering us? I am the principal. What can he say? However, your blood-soaked appearance is indeed quite alarming. Qin Siyang glanced down at his protective clothing, noticing that the blood had already congealed. The dark green stains at the bottom were from the aberrant scythe, while the upper layer of crimson was from the long-legged worm. The deep crimson stains at the top belonged to the unfortunate John, layered and variegated, resembling a camouflage uniform with altered hues. Qin Siyang inquired, Principal, does your office have a place for bathing? Li Tianming scratched his neck, responding, it would be remarkable if there was even a bed in the principal's office. How could there be a bathing area? When I used your computer that day, I noticed a folder labeled office. Just how much did you see? Not much. However, I observed that you, Principal, have always maintained an air of refinement, your attire immaculate and new, indicative of a person with a penchant for cleanliness. Therefore, there must be a bathing area in the office, right? All right, behind the bookshelf in the office, I had a bathroom installed. I knew it. Thank you, Principal. You are quite gracious. Please remember to clean up after using it. Understood. Qin Siyang and Li Tianming entered the principal's office together, and under Li Tianming's guidance, they accessed the bathroom, cleansing their garments and taking a shower. After issuing a few reminders, Li Tianming departed with a folder and a bag containing 8 bottles of potions. After his shower, Qin Siyang reclined on the folding bed, a wave of fatigue washing over him in no time. When he awoke, it was past 6 in the morning. Perhaps due to the unfamiliarity of sleeping in the principal's office, the comfortable bed did not prolong his slumber. Rising from the bed, Qin Siyang unwrapped the unused towel and toothbrush from the bathroom, attending to his morning routine. It seemed they were prepared for some female teacher. They might as well serve my purpose. After all, I can afford to procure the sequence potions for her at a bargain. Qin Siyang relished the comfort of Li Tianming's private sanctuary. He spent a while researching information on sequence abilities before finally setting off for the classroom just before the morning self-study session. Since becoming a sequence ability user, his freedom had been somewhat curtailed. In the past, skipping classes went unnoticed. Now, however, it was a different story. His absence from school yesterday was justified by his expedition beyond the safe zone to hunt deities, a reason so valid that no one could raise objections. Yet, should he choose to miss school again today without cause, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of envious classmates who might report him to the education authorities. The United Government places immense importance on the ideological and moral development of its students. They are determined that the sequence ability users they sponsor do not develop anti-human or antisocial tendencies. Consequently, those who awaken their abilities during their school years are given special attention. The government aspires for every student entering the Sequence Ability University to be exemplary in both character and academics, capable of becoming the future pillars of humanity. However, Qin Siyang regarded such efforts as largely ineffective. Still, he wished to avoid trouble. If his absence were deemed significant, the Education Department would likely contact the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, prompting them to provide him with verbal admonishments. He was certain that it wouldn't be long before someone from the Bureau approached him to inquire about his battle with John in the arena. Taking a life, even within legal bounds, is no trifling matter. Thus, he had already prepared an excuse, claiming he had not received any moral education and attributing the responsibility to the school's moral education director. He tore a page from the office calendar. Blue Star Era, January 27, 2010, Gregorian calendar, Wednesday. The lunar calendar indicates the 13th day of the 12th month of the year of the ox, a time deemed suitable for resolution. Resolution? Resolution of what? Qin Siyang shook his head and proceeded toward the classroom. As he settled into his seat, two individuals appeared before him. Upon lifting his gaze, he recognized Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen clung to Zhou Yang's arm, her eyes directed at Qin Siyang, still brimming with trepidation.
Yo Yang spoke, Qin.
Both you and my uncle are sequence ability users. Could you, for my sake, refrain from holding any further grievances against Jingwen? Qin Siyang took a subtle sniff, casting a disdainful glance at Li Jingwen. Is this the ally you have summoned? Li Jingwen swallowed hard. Qin Siyang, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. Qin Siyang turned his attention back to Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang, are you genuinely aware of the animosity that exists between Li Jingwen and me? Zhou Yang, with a defiant demeanor, retorted, no matter the enmity, we are all classmates. There is nothing that cannot be resolved. Qin Siyang nodded. It seems she has not been truthful with you. Understandably, how could she dare to speak the truth regarding such matters? You are quite swift in your actions. Li Jingwen. What do you mean? Qin Siyang asked. Just the day before yesterday, I publicly declared it, and then I ended up in bed with Zhou Yang binding this fool. Zhou Yang's face flushed instantly. Do not speak so recklessly. I am a sequence ability user. My senses are quite acute. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and added, Indeed, I have made arrangements with Jingwen to marry after the college entrance examination. Therefore, could you grant me this favor and cease your conflict with her? Qin Siyang scoffed derisively. I truly wonder who bestowed upon you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner. Was it your ineffectual uncle? What did you say? Qin Siyang extracted his phone and tossed it to Zhou Yang. You ought to remember your uncle's number. Don't you? Call him this instant. Otherwise, I shall strike you as I would the head of your grade. I mean it. A shiver ran down Zhou Yang's spine as he recalled the head of his grade still languishing in the hospital, and he dialed his uncle's number. Hello, uncle. It's me. Upon hearing the call connect, Qin Siyang snatched the phone back. Hello, Director Zhou? This is Qin Siyang. On the other end, Zhou Xing's face broke into a wide grin. Ah, it's you, Qin. How fortuitous that you reached out. I was just hoping Zhou Yang would contact you regarding your recent experiences at school. What brings you to me today? Are you aware of what transpired yesterday? Indeed, I am aware. You single-handedly vanquished so many deities. Truly the hero of Juyuan School, a paragon for our 14,121 district. With 80 vials of sequence potions in hand, Qin Siyang was assuredly on the cusp of ascending to sequence level 3. Furthermore, having awakened his sequence ability prior to the college entrance examination. Entering a prestigious university was but a formality, and his future prospects were boundless. He was far beyond the reach of a mere grassroots official within the educational department on the fringes of the secure zone. Moreover, with his sequence powers awakened, Qin Siyang was solely subject to the oversight of the Sequence Ability Management Bureau, leaving the educational department powerless over his affairs. Although Zhou Xing is currently an official in name, and Qin Siyang is merely a student, he earnestly desires to cultivate a friendship with Qin Siyang. If you are aware of this, our communication will be significantly more effortless. There is nothing particularly pressing. Your nephew Zhou Yang wishes to protect a personal adversary of mine. What is your perspective on this? Zhou Xing paused momentarily, inquiring, an adversary? Indeed, a mortal enemy. I understand. Please pass the phone to Zhou Yang. All right. Zhou Yang took the call, casting a glance at Qin Siyang. Uncle, do not heed his nonsense. We are merely classmates. There is no such enmity. A cold voice emanated from the other end of the line. Sever ties with that individual and apologize to Qin Siyang. But, uncle, if Qin Siyang does not forgive you, your family will have no further connection with me. Do you comprehend? Chapter 71. Conversation in the classroom. Upon hearing his uncle Zhou Xing's unequivocal words, Zhou Yang's complexion turned ashen. His father had previously mentioned that his relationship with his uncle Zhou Xing was not particularly close. This was partly due to an 8-year age gap between the brothers, creating a significant generational divide. Additionally, in their youth, Zhou Yang's father's academic performance had been considerably inferior to that of Zhou Xing out of jealousy for his younger brother. He had attempted to undermine him on numerous occasions. Although they are blood brothers, they have never viewed each other favorably. Zhou Yang's father, possessing mediocre academic prowess, had participated in the college entrance examination before the apocalypse. However, even during a time when universities were more abundant and admissions were broader, he failed to secure a place in higher education. After graduation, he became merely an ordinary freight worker. Zhou Xing, who excelled academically, only took the college entrance examination after the apocalypse had descended and successfully gained admission to the academy. Upon graduation, he became an official in the education department. This stark disparity in status further estranged the relationship between the two families. Had it not been for their mother's dying wish for the brothers to maintain a semblance of harmony, urging Zhou Xing to lend support to his elder brother, he would likely have severed ties with them entirely. Zhou Yang's father also recognized that his brother now held a position of significant influence as a key figure on the periphery of the safe zone, prompting a shift from previous scornful remarks to a subservient demeanor towards his sibling. Although Zhou Xing harbored no fondness for his elder brother, out of respect for their mother's wishes and following his brother's repeated apologies, he decided to offer some assistance. Thus, if Zhou Yang were to embroil himself in dire trouble, Zhou Xing would have no qualms about cutting ties with them. However, Zhou Yang never anticipated that this trouble would stem from Qin Siyang, whom he had previously been reluctant to acknowledge. Zhou Yang could only respond weakly, "Yes, uncle, I understand." He then handed the phone to Qin Siyang, his eyes brimming with reluctance and confusion. Qin Siyang took the call. "Hello? Director Zhou, thank you." Upon hearing Qin Siyang's voice, Zhou Yang immediately regained his enthusiasm. "Qin, when are you free? Let us have a meal together." Qin Siyang candidly inquired, "Is there something that needs to be discussed over dinner?" Zhou Xing, as a director in the education department, held no sway over him. Thus Qin Siyang preferred to avoid unnecessary entanglements. "Oh, it seems that a special admission opportunity from Xingren University has been presented. I would like to discuss this with you to see if you might be interested." Xingren University? Qin Siyang knew little about universities for sequence ability users and was not well acquainted with the concept of special admissions. However, he found himself somewhat intrigued by the olive branch extended by Zhou Xing. After contemplating, he decided it would be prudent to accept the invitation and later inquire with Li Tianming about the matter. If it proved to be unappealing, he could always decline the dinner with Zhou Xing later. "All right, since Director Zhou is keen on dining together, I am naturally more than willing. Please select a time and place," he replied. "Thank you for your graciousness, Qin. I will send you the details of the restaurant and the reservation via text shortly." "Certainly. Goodbye for now, Qin." "Goodbye." After hanging up, Qin Siyang cast a glance at Zhou Yang and Li Jingwen. Zhou Yang, what do you think? Zhou Yang was immensely astonished to see Qin Siyang engaging in such amicable conversation with his uncle, who appeared eager to please. He had never witnessed his uncle in such a demeanor, with Zhou Xing having awakened his sequence ability. Even heads of the education department had to regard him as an equal, and Zhou Xing seemed to possess an edge over them. The audacity of Qin Siyang to make Zhou Xing lower himself in such a manner was striking. Zhou Yang realized that Qin Siyang was indeed someone he could not afford to offend. Furthermore, the decree restricting sequence ability users from harming ordinary individuals applied only to students and public officials. Once he graduated from high school and lost that support, if Qin Siyang chose to pursue the matter, he could easily end his life at any moment. With that thought, a chill of dread ran down Zhou Yang's spine. Compared to the relationship with Li Jingwen beside him, the bond with his uncle Zhou Xing held greater significance. Zhou Yang bowed to Qin Siyang and said, "I apologize, classmate Qin. I was in the wrong regarding the previous matter. I will no longer meddle in your affairs with Li Jingwen." Upon hearing Zhou Yang's intention to distance himself, Li Jingwen anxiously grasped his arm, pleading for him to stay. "Zhou Yang, do you recall what you told me last night? You promised to be with me for a lifetime. You said you would shield me from the storms of life and care for me eternally." Zhou Yang, feeling guilty, averted his gaze from Li Jingwen. "Who instructed you to offend classmate Qin? You heard what my uncle said. How could I intervene? It would be better for you to apologize to classmate Qin and see if you can resolve this enmity and win his forgiveness. You heartless and ungrateful person. Are you already going back on your word? Why didn't you speak this way when we were together? Are you still a man? You are nothing but a petty woman. Better to be a petty woman than a lifeless corpse." Zhou Yang shrugged off Li Jingwen's grip and exited the classroom, leaving behind his words. Qin Siyang nodded with intrigue. "Jingwen, congratulations on finding a clever one. Qin Siyang, I truly acknowledge my mistakes from before. Can you ever forgive me? I can offer you anything, as long as you spare me." As she spoke, Li Jingwen pushed her slightly protruding chest forward. Qin Siyang surveyed her and shook his head. "This is insufficient for atonement. You should relish your last moments of tranquility." Upon hearing this, Li Jingwen's complexion drained of color, resembling the lifeless hue of peeling wallpaper. At that moment, the school bell rang, echoing through the air. Her seat was now conspicuously vacant. The animosity between her and Qin Siyang had swiftly spread throughout the campus following his emergence as a sequence ability user. Although few knew the specifics of their feud, none, save for the somewhat privileged Zhou Yang, dared to provoke Li Jingwen, who had become a source of trouble. Even her desk mate opted to relocate to another seat. Her former close friends now kept their distance, treating her with an air of reverence. Alone in her chair, her face was a mask of dread. Everything had come to an end. The threat posed by Qin Siyang seemed insurmountable. As a sequence ability user and an orphan, he possessed no apparent vulnerabilities. Wait, vulnerabilities? While he himself might be devoid of weaknesses, those around him were not. It appeared that Qin Siyang had a favorable rapport with the elderly librarian, Ms. Zhu, and also with Wen Shu. It had to be so, otherwise, there would be no reason for him to frequent the library so often. With this realization, a spark of hope ignited in Li Jingwen's mind. If she could seize control of these two individuals, perhaps she could render Qin Siyang hesitant. Chapter 72. An ordinary day after class, Qin Siyang made yet another visit to the library. The atmosphere within was as familiar as ever, with only Ms. Zhu, the diligent librarian, tidying up the books, and Wen Shu, who was studying quietly nearby. "Long time no see." Qin Siyang greeted Ms. Zhu and Wen Shu as he stepped in to assist with the books. Ms. Zhu chuckled. "What do you mean, long time no see? It's only been a day. Is that so?" Qin Siyang pondered for a moment. Indeed, it seemed they had only been apart for a single day. So much transpired just yesterday: the hunting of deities, the demise of John, and the subsequent claim of rewards, leading him to believe that a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Indeed, it has been rather hectic lately, leaving him somewhat dazed. By the way, Wen Shu, how has Zhao Wenlai been faring recently? Wen Shu, lifting his gaze from his work, replied, "He transferred schools yesterday." Transferred? Qin Siyang chuckled. He certainly knows how to make a swift exit. After you've had a run-in with both the grade director and your homeroom teacher, one cannot blame him for worrying about his ability to partake in the college entrance examination in good health. That makes sense. Thank you. You're welcome. Teacher Zhu, you needn't trouble yourself. As a sequenceability user, moving books is a mere trifle for me. Allow me to handle it. It is precisely because you are a sequenceability user that I must refrain from letting you do so. Your focus ought to be on the assessments following the college entrance examination, or on the pursuit of deities to save humanity. Teacher Zhu, I am merely an ordinary sequenceability user. In our realm, I am a rarity, but in those developed regions, I would be considered commonplace. How could I possibly be of service in saving humanity? I think it best to prioritize your own back health first. With that, Qin Siyang snatched the books from Teacher Zhu's hands. Teacher Zhu, momentarily taken aback and empty-handed, eventually chuckled and settled into his chair. Once Qin Siyang had organized the books, he inquired, Teacher Zhu, how much does it cost to treat your stomach ailment? Why bring that up all of a sudden? Just asking. I've come to terms with it. It's not of great importance. How much is not important? Teacher Zhu shot a glance at Qin Siyang and replied, I truly do not know. That cannot be. Surely you must have inquired about the cost before relinquishing treatment. Teacher Zhu discerned the underlying meaning in Qin Siyang's words and advised, Child, although you possess the ability of a sequence practitioner, I understand that earning money is not an easy task. My life as a teacher has been worthwhile. You should keep your money for yourself. I merely wanted to know the amount. Upon seeing Qin Siyang's reluctance to divulge, Teacher Zhu sighed, perhaps just over a silver coin. You frightened me. I thought it would require dozens of silver coins. Dozens? That would suffice to replace every part of your body. You truly lack an understanding of money. Qin Siyang removed a pouch from his waist and poured out 80 silver coins, pushing 3 towards Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, please take this money for your treatment. This? Teacher Zhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Where did you acquire such a sum? I earned it yesterday. To assure you, I specifically emptied the pouch for you to see, so you wouldn't think these 3 silver coins constitute all my wealth and refuse to accept it. When Shu glanced at the coins on the table, momentarily taken aback, but soon returned to his immersion in the sea of questions. Teacher, please accept it. Earning money is relatively easy for me, far easier than you might assume. Teacher Zhu was left speechless for a while. She did not wish for death. Who would? It was merely a matter of finances. Now, with Qin Siyang placing her lifeline on the table, she felt a stir of temptation. Yet, on what grounds could she accept such a substantial amount from him? Teacher Zhu dedicated her life to educating and nurturing others, holding herself to the highest standards. At this moment, her moral convictions and her yearning for survival were in a constant struggle. Qin Siyang discerned Teacher Zhu's inner turmoil. Teacher Zhu, you may perceive this sum as substantial, but to me, you are the only elder I have in this world. This money truly means little in comparison. When Shu interjected, Teacher Zhu, please accept it from him. Judging by his demeanor, it seems he acquired this wealth without much effort. Indeed, what is life worth if one cannot cherish it? Teacher Zhu, I am an orphan, and your kindness towards me has been unparalleled. Accept this, heal your ailment, and let it serve as my token of filial respect. It would bring me peace of mind, he said, as he directly placed the 3 silver coins into Teacher Zhu's pocket. Well, very well. Today, you shall take a leave of absence to undergo surgery promptly. It would be a tragedy if someone were to pass away, and the funds went unutilized. As for the library's closure, I shall handle that. Rest assured, Principal Li will approve your leave. Your words, classmate Qin, are quite persuasive. All right, I understand. Teacher Zhu nodded excitedly, yet refrained from further elaboration. Clutching the 3 silver coins in her pocket, she cast a grateful glance at Qin Siyang. Then, shouldering her bag, she departed from the library. Once Teacher Zhu left, only Qin Siyang and Wen Shu remained in the library. Qin Siyang attempted to inquire further. I heard from Zhao Wen that you intend to apply to the 2 least prestigious colleges? What do you mean by the 2 least prestigious colleges? They are merely the lower-ranked institutions among the 8 colleges. It sounds as though you imply I am seeking admission to some disreputable place. It is likely due to the dormitory situation. You need to bring your grandmother. which necessitates a single-room accommodation. Only the last two colleges provide such arrangements for students. When Shu set down her pen and looked at Qin Siyang with keen interest, I possess a considerable sum of money, but it is of little immediate use. How about this? I will cover your rent at the college as a loan with a modest interest rate, and you can repay me once you graduate and secure a position in the United Government. What do you think? When Shu smiled slightly, shook her head, and resumed her studies. Are you unwilling to agree? It is not that I am unwilling, but rather that I doubt your ability to afford this expense. Even if you could, I would still be unable to repay it. Qin Siyang furrowed his brow, questioning, how much could renting a place possibly cost? You might want to look it up. Qin Siyang cast a peculiar glance at Wen Shu before heading toward the principal's office. As he attempted to push open the office door, he found it locked. He retrieved the key that Li Tianming had given him and entered, only to be met with the startled gazes of two individuals. Li Tianming was engaged in a passionate discussion with a teacher on a folding bed. Qin Siyang shut the door, took a seat in the principal's chair, and directly opened the sequence education form, stating, Principal Li, Teacher Yang, please continue with your business. I have some research to conduct. The female teacher immediately panicked, hastily dressing and fleeing the scene. Li Tianming, wearing an expression of anger, exclaimed, Qin Siyang, what do you intend to do? Oh, as I mentioned, I am merely gathering information. Could you not wait a moment? Curiosity has taken hold, and I find it impossible to wait. Li Tianming adjusted his trousers and approached Qin Siyang from behind. The cost of a single room near the academy. You are heading to the Sequenceability University, not the academy. Who are you searching for? Noticing that Qin Siyang was ignoring him and continued to browse, Li Tianming squinted his eyes. Are you looking this up for Wen Shu? Huh? Damn it, are you sabotaging my chances to impress her for your own benefit? Li Tianming was genuinely furious, expletives escaping his lips, completely abandoning the composed demeanor expected of a principal. Who is trying to impress anyone? We share a strictly platonic relationship. Don't give me that nonsense. A platonic relationship, and you can spare hundreds of silver coins to help her rent a place. Chapter 73. The poor in the rich district, how much? Qin Siyang's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Tianming. Renting a room costs hundreds of silver coins. Although I haven't often encountered money, you can't be serious. With hundreds of silver coins, why wouldn't I just buy a house instead? No, buying a house shouldn't be that expensive, right? Li Tianming chuckled disdainfully, casually fastening his belt. You're still too naive, my boy, and rather uninformed about the realities of the safe zone. Do you think other places are like our dilapidated edge of the safe zone, where one silver coin suffices for a single room? Let me enlighten you. The disparities within the safe zone are far greater than your differences with your classmates. Simply put, we are in the 14,121st safe zone. Do you know where the 8 academies are located? I don't know. They are all within the top 30 zones. The numbering of the regions mirrors that of the safety zone exits. The smaller the number, the greater the influence and power of its inhabitants. Residents within the top 30 regions are either affluent or of noble lineage. Engaging in casual conversation on the streets may lead you to encounter individuals of significant authority, such as department heads. In such an environment, even the director of the education department must tread carefully. One might ponder the exorbitant property prices in such locales. Perhaps you might also wonder why institutions are predominantly established in these top 30 regions. Qin Siyang nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed been contemplating the same question. Have you ever considered the essence of the 8 universities designed for the common populace? Are these institutions truly meant for the ordinary individuals they claim to serve? If they genuinely aim to accommodate people like Wen Shu, why not establish 100 or 80 universities instead of merely 8? The reason lies in the fact that these 8 institutions cater to the offspring of the elite who possess no awakened sequenced abilities. This privileged group, despite lacking such abilities, cannot be deprived of a respectable education. Thus, in a bid to maintain internal stability, the government initiated these 8 universities. It is a grave misconception to believe that universities serve the common folk while sequenced ability institutions cater exclusively to the elite. In truth, hundreds of universities exist for individuals like you and me, while the academies were fundamentally established for the exalted few. The difficulty of gaining admission to these academies is also related to the fact that most slots have been allocated in advance. Excluding those privileged offspring recommended for automatic admission due to their connections with the funding college or alumni associations, only 1/5 of the available spots remain for students like Wenshu. In other words, 4/5 belong to a certain elite circle, while merely 1/5 gain entry through their own efforts. One might ponder whether the location of this academy caters to that 1/5 or aligns with the interests of the 4/5. Qin Siyang listened in utter astonishment, realizing that the so-called 8 great academies harbored such complexities. Therefore, if your intention is to pursue romantic interests by covering her accommodation fees, I would advise you to reconsider. Graduating in 4 years from the academy, the cost of a studio apartment, based on the surrounding property prices, would require several hundred silver coins, which is a rare opportunity indeed. I have heard that as the safety zone becomes increasingly stable, property prices in that area are soaring. The average rent for a studio apartment has already escalated to a gold coin. If one were to consider the prestigious Lianrong Academy in Zone 3, the 4-year rental for nearby studios would likely double. Furthermore, one must secure a reservation in advance to even have a chance at obtaining one. Li Tianming donned his suit and poured himself a cup of hot water. Long ago, when Shu had shared her thoughts regarding the academy with me, I supported her decision to choose the lower-ranked Tiantong Academy and Renxing Academy. She intended to study alongside her grandmother, and only these 2 institutions would offer independent accommodation to outstanding students. She had even calculated that if she were to take out a loan for housing, it could take a lifetime to repay once she graduated and entered the United Government. I concurred with her assessment. The rental of these houses was never intended for students like her. Li Tianming observed the still dazed Qin Siyang, and the irritation from having interrupted a favorable situation dissipated entirely. Qin, I advise you to reconsider. The money acquired from hunting deities may seem like an immense fortune to the average person, yet within the core of the safe zone, it is hardly sufficient. I understand your affection for Wenshu. After all, she is both well-behaved and attractive. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang turned to Li Tianming, wondering if this lecherous man harbored intentions towards a student. Li Tianming scoffed, I am not so desperate as to target students. My concern for Wenshu is purely that of an elder. You should not let your imagination run wild. Best to keep it that way. She is an inexperienced student, certainly not to my taste, so rest assured. Inexperienced? Qin Siyang could not be bothered to refute that. It seemed that Wenshu concealed her true self quite well in the eyes of others. Li Tianming continued, Qin, as someone who has been through these experiences, I must offer you some advice. Pursuing a romantic interest requires understanding the fundamentals. You are not seriously considering earning a few hundred silver coins, or even several gold coins, to help her pay rent, are you? Such an amount is likely beyond her means within the United Government for a lifetime. If you genuinely wish to be with her, it would be wiser to save that money as an asset for your future home after marriage rather than squandering it on exorbitant rent. Wouldn't you agree? Qin Siyang, feeling a twinge of impatience, replied, I told you, I am not pursuing her. Yes, you are absolutely correct. I merely wanted to share my perspective. I am the principal and I wish to communicate with you. Please listen attentively to my words before offering any differing opinions. Very well. I am not one to indulge in preachiness, yet I hold you in high regard, which compels me to speak a little more. I hope you will heed my advice. I understand that Principal Li's words are indeed for my benefit. I am not one to dismiss goodwill. I know you are perceptive and quick to grasp the essence of things. However, allow me to express a less palatable thought. Do not let your current affection for her cloud your judgment. Even if you two were eventually to marry, the future remains uncertain. Look at my own experience. During my tenure as vice president at the university, I shared a harmonious relationship with my wife, yet circumstances led us to become estranged. Hence, do not become so enmeshed in the ephemeral nature of love. One must live for oneself. I have always concurred with Principal Li on this matter, and I do not intend to compromise my own dignity for her sake. Li Tianming clapped his hands. Precisely this reasoning. Love is a fickle thing. The bond of marriage may even be less steadfast than our collaborative relationship. Undertaking 1,000 good deeds together pales in comparison to committing a single misdeed in unison. Li Tianming sighed thoughtfully. To be honest, Few can claim to share a bond as close as ours. Unless one has shared in extreme circumstances, such as taking a life or disposing of a body, our connection remains unique. However, when Shu, that obedient girl, would never engage in such actions with you. Ultimately, regardless of the arguments presented, one must remain grounded in reality. Dear Qin, Chapter 74 Inquiry. Qin Siyang then inquired, Principal Li, do you believe that a relationship involved in murder and corpse disposal is inseparable? Essentially, yes. In such circumstances, it is exceedingly challenging for the relationship to deteriorate, Li Tianming replied. Yet, as he spoke, his demeanor suddenly shifted to one of vigilance. He glanced at Qin Siyang and asked, Why do you pose such a question? Initially, Qin Siyang had merely asked out of curiosity, concerned that Li Tianming might discern something amiss. To his surprise, Li Tianming's reaction was even more intense. Qin Siyang smiled subtly and asked, Principal Li, how many have you killed? What do you mean by how many? How could I possibly have taken a life? Li Tianming scoffed, thereafter choosing to ignore Qin Siyang. Qin Siyang chuckled lightly, unperturbed. After all, murder is not an entirely inconceivable act. Sometimes, when secrets that one wishes to keep hidden are uncovered, or when faced with threats, what choice remains but to eliminate the source? Should one simply await their own demise? There is little more to discuss. As for whom Li Tianming may have killed, it was of no concern to him, each to their own. Their collaboration was strictly confined to hunting deities, academic advancement, and seeking the deceiver sequence abilities. Beyond that, it was prudent for them to refrain from entangling themselves in each other's affairs. Such boundaries are essential in any partnership. Just as Qin Siyang was about to continue the conversation, a sudden knock resounded at the principal's office door. Principal, representatives from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau have arrived, stating they wish to ask some questions of student Qin Siyang. I searched the classrooms and library but could not locate him. Someone mentioned that he might be with you, so I brought him here. Li Tianming and Qin Siyang exchanged a glance and nodded slightly, seemingly inquiring about the circumstances surrounding John's demise yesterday. Let them in, came the response. The door swung open, and the first to enter was a medium-built official clad in formal attire. Upon closer inspection, Qin Siyang was astonished to recognize Chen Wenda. With someone familiar conducting the inquiry, it was not simply a matter of casual conversation. He had initially intended to greet him with ease, yet he noticed that Chen Wenda's expression bore a hint of solemnity. The reason for this eluded Qin Siyang until he observed another figure following closely behind Chen Wenda into the office. This individual, with a mane of white hair and draped in an overcoat, took a seat beside Chen Wenda upon entering. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Wenda, Section Chief of the 14121 Regional Ability Management Bureau, he stated. And this is Senior Inspector Olaf from the 14121 Regional Police Department. Olaf scrutinized Qin Siyang with a penetrating gaze, accompanied by a knowing smile. Ah, Qin, you have truly surpassed everyone's expectations. Once a homeless vagrant, you have now emerged as the most sought-after novice ability wielder in our region. Olaf's words were laced with admiration, yet both Qin Siyang and his acquaintances, Chen Wenda and Li Tianming, detected an underlying ominous tone in his remarks. Chen Wenda then addressed Qin Siyang. I am here on behalf of the Bureau to inquire about the events surrounding John's death in the combat arena yesterday. Inspector Olaf has some matters he wishes to discuss with you as well. Upon learning of my visit, he decided to accompany me. Qin Siyang cast a glance at Chen, realizing why he appeared so unsettled upon entering the office. It was due to the sudden arrival of a police inspector. Olaf turned to Chen, nodding appreciatively. Thank you, Director Chen, for your guidance. I indeed have several inquiries for student Qin. However, as you represent the administration, I believe it prudent for you to pose your questions first. Chen shook his head. You are Qin Siyang's guarantor. The questions I wish to ask necessitate your testimony. Thus there is no need for you to proceed first. As for what Inspector Olaf from the police department wishes to say, I am unaware. Without further ado, let us commence. Student Qin, last night around 6 o'clock, you killed John Steppen in the combat arena, correct? Yes, Qin confirmed. Why did you take his life? Because he appeared intent on killing me. He stated he would not afford me the opportunity to surrender, So in a moment of desperation, I ended his life. He was a level 2 phantom assassin with a divine hunting artifact, while you are a level 1 in the same classification. I am intrigued as to how you managed to defeat him. Qin Siyang pondered for a moment. Isn't the method of combat in the arena confidential? Indeed, it is confidential. Hence my inquiry stems from curiosity. Very well. Qian's words seemed to challenge Qin Siyang. He could not allow others to discern the nature of his relationship with Qin. In truth, when he posed the question, he deliberately included the phrase "I am quite curious," indicating the subjective nature of his inquiry. This indirectly serves as a reminder to Qin Siyang that this issue does not necessarily require inquiry from the Management Bureau. If Qin Siyang fails to grasp this, there is little that can be done. Why did you kill him? I inquired. I told you he threatened to kill me, and in a moment of impulsiveness, I took his life. Then why did you crush his skull? Because I was agitated. At this point, Qin Siyang appeared restless, as if he were genuinely becoming agitated once more. Li Tianming interjected, "This matter is also closely tied to my role as principal." Principal Li, please elaborate. Chief Qian is aware that at our school, Zhouan School, there has never been a precedent of awakening a sequenceability student. Therefore, my educational policy has primarily focused on nurturing top students who can gain admission to prestigious institutions, inadvertently neglecting others. This negligence manifested in assigning a rather irresponsible teacher as the director of moral education. Qin, having been an orphan from a young age, has always been solitary and has suffered considerable bullying at school, leading to a reserved personality. Had the director of moral education taken the time to guide him, it might have helped him develop a more cheerful disposition. However, due to my oversight, the director failed to address the existing issues within the school in a timely manner, resulting in Qin's temperament becoming prone to rage. Previously, while at school, he even accidentally injured both his homeroom teacher and the grade director, incidents of which the entire faculty and student body are aware, which I believe further illustrates his volatile nature. In an effort to rectify previous mistakes, I have chosen to become his guardian, ensuring his safety outside the secure zone while guiding his academic and personal development within it. Concurrently, I have replaced the former moral education director with a well-regarded staff member known for both exemplary character and the ability to lead by example. I am confident that, under such positive influence, student Qin will gradually ameliorate his prior issues. Qin Siyang was nearly moved to applause, exclaiming in admiration for the principal's astuteness. Indeed, he was a cunning and shrewd individual. Chapter 75. A conversation with Olaf. Truly, the principal is remarkable. Although Qin Siyang's expression still bore traces of anger, he breathed heavily. Yet he could not help but admire Li Tianming's eloquence. The cause and effect were laid out clearly, alongside suggested methods for future improvement. The entire matter was impeccably handled. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Qian Wentao nodded slowly, acknowledging that Principal Li's assertions were indeed sound. He stated that he would report the matter to the Management Bureau for proper record-keeping. Olaf gazed at the smiling Li Tianming for a while, choosing not to elaborate further. Li Tianming expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Director Qian, for your understanding. Our school will certainly strive to improve." Unlike Li Tianming, who bore no significant burdens and had no prospects for advancement, being assigned as a high school principal in a remote area, Qian Wentao had always been diligent in his duties. With his unique talents, it was a foregone conclusion that he would eventually ascend to the position of director before retirement. Provoking Olaf and attracting unwanted complications was the last thing he desired. Olaf nodded, expressing his anticipation for a future encounter with Director Qian. Very well, he acknowledged. Li Tianming rose and followed Director Qian out of the principal's office, closing the door behind him. Only Qin Siyang and Olaf remained.
Olof smiled faintly.
His aged visage etched with the deep lines of time. Qin Siyang, you are quite remarkable. You managed to deceive me. Qin Siyang gazed silently at Olaf, offering no response. In my 40 years within the police department, I have been deceived a mere 5 times. You are the youngest among them. Qin Siyang continued to remain silent. The last time I encountered you in the Internet CFS storage room, I genuinely believed you to be a wretched child, oppressed by the relatively affluent, detestable Wang Defa. I never imagined that a 17-year-old high school student could orchestrate the actions of a local tyrant like Wang Defa. Olaf mused to himself. Qin Siyang maintained his silence. Upon realizing his own awakening as a sequence ability user, Olaf found all explanations to be futile. Thus, he held no interest in uttering superfluous words, patiently awaiting Olaf's inquiries. At that moment, Olaf posed no questions, merely stating what he deemed as facts. If Qin Siyang were to speak now, he might inadvertently reveal even more. Observing Qin Siyang's calm demeanor, Olaf became increasingly convinced of the boy's extraordinary nature. Hence, he ventured his first question. The day before yesterday, while perusing the information hall for sequence ability users, I stumbled upon your profile. I was taken aback. I confirmed repeatedly before I was certain that this person was indeed you. Thus, I promptly visited the Internet CAF and inquired about you from Wang Defa. Guess what he said? Qin Siyang understood that this was a bait. Although Wang Defa was merely the owner of an Internet CAF on the fringe of safety, he had connections and a sharp mind. That night in the warehouse, Wang Defa did not admit to anything, nor did he claim to have acted inappropriately towards Qin Siyang. All of Olive's conjectures were imposed upon him by Qin Siyang through almost instinctive gestures and language. If Wang Defa firmly denied any association, everyone would remain unscathed. However, should he inadvertently let something slip, a bottomless abyss awaited him. Orphaned, Qin Siyang believed that Olive would extract nothing from Wang Defa during the interrogation. Slowly, Qin Siyang spoke. Inspector Olive, is this what you wish to inquire about today? I do not believe these matters pertain to me. Olive was taken aback. You know Wang Defa will not speak? Do you? Inspector Olive, I am merely a student. Your questions are rather profound, and I do not comprehend them. What is your relationship with Wang Defa? Ordinary friends. Ordinary friends? Yes. You did not say so last time. Did I? I seem to have forgotten. Olive adjusted his head of silver hair. You are truly a troublesome little imp. Perhaps I should obtain a warrant to detain you at the police station for a thorough interrogation. I am aware of this. Inspector Olive, I am a sequence ability user. Only the Sequence Ability User Management Bureau has the authority to detain me. It appears that you lack the authority to make such claims. Olaf's gaze towards Qin Siyang grew more intense. You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. Did you gather this information from Wang Defa's Internet CAF? No, the CAF is too expensive for me. I utilized the computer in Principal Li Tianming's office to conduct my research. Before he awakened his sequence abilities, he was merely an orphan. If I frequently visited the CAF, justifying the internet expenses would pose a significant challenge. Therefore, I opted for a straightforward approach, using Li Tianming as a shield. The only individuals aware of your internet CAF experiences, apart from you and Wang Defa, are Lu Daji. You eliminated Lu Daji, and with Wang Defa refusing to speak, I find myself at a loss regarding how to proceed. Qin Siyang maintained a composed exterior, yet his heart raced with anxiety. He had not anticipated that Olaf would connect Lu Daji's unfortunate demise to him. Furthermore, you possess a strong alibi. Upon entering the school, I consulted the gatekeeper and reviewed the surveillance footage from the morning of Lu Daji's death. You arrived at the school less than 10 minutes after Lu Daji's passing, leaving no time for the crime to occur. This implies that I am not the murderer. A glint of cunning flickered in Olaf's eyes. You ought to inquire about who Lu Daji is. A brief silence ensued. Qin Siyang shook his head. Since I know Wang Defa, how could I possibly be unfamiliar with Lu Daji? Olaf, the detective, I too am saddened by his untimely death. However, to assert that I was responsible is rather excessive. After all, you have already stated that I lacked the opportunity to commit the crime. Olaf slightly clenched his fists, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Qin Siyang. He had not encountered such a formidable criminal in a long time, and to his astonishment, it was a mere 17-year-old high school student. You are exceedingly cautious, almost a natural-born delinquent. This was the conclusion drawn by Olaf after the first round of questioning of Qin Siyang. Indeed, as I mentioned, you lack a criminal timeline, provided that you had not awakened your sequence abilities on that day. Qin Siyang replied nonchalantly, but I only awakened my sequence abilities last weekend. No, you could feign having awakened your abilities just last weekend, while in reality, you had already been utilizing them for some time. Qin Siyang shrugged.
Detective Olaf.
Your speculation is intriguing, but how would one prove it? Chapter 76. Digging deeper, Olaf sighed. As I just stated, you are exceedingly cautious. You incinerated Lu Daji's remains. His mind has been reduced to a mushy pulp, rendering the skills of an undying sequence ability user, Death's Decree, ineffective. Therefore, you are correct. I cannot substantiate any of this. Qin Siyang responded earnestly, Detective Olaf, everything you have stated is mere conjecture without evidence. So please refrain from asserting that I burned Lu Daji's remains, for I did not commit such an act. Very well, I will heed your words, Olaf chuckled indifferently, then continued, you shattered John's skull. His brains lay scattered across the combat arena, similarly obstructing our ability to access his memories from life. In my opinion, you are inherently a person suited for murder, composed and cold-blooded. This is not your first time, is it? Qin Siyang remarked, the killing of John was a momentary lapse of control, and I sincerely apologize. As for the other matters you mentioned, Detective, I am truly unaware. I am merely a student, focused on my studies. If you have no further inquiries, I shall take my leave. One more thing. Please go ahead. I hope it is not another one of those absurdities. Olaf did not rush to question him. Instead, he produced a cigar, lit it, and exhaled a cloud of smoke. The atmosphere between them became instantly hazy and indistinct. Did you know? A few days before Lu Daji's death, we discovered 3 charred corpses 2 stops away from the exit of Safe Zone 54320. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang felt an involuntary tension envelop him. He had not anticipated that Olaf would connect this incident as well. Despite his efforts to remain composed, a hint of unease flickered across his expression. With the cigar nestled between his lips and a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, Olaf continued languidly. Those 3 individuals not only had their skulls crushed but were subsequently incinerated. Without a doubt, the perpetrator was a sequence ability user. At the time, I found it quite peculiar as to why the assailant would resort to such measures. Eventually, I surmised that the killer was ignorant of the limitations of the undying sequence user skill, Death Decree. It is a rather fundamental principle, yet the perpetrator, being a sequence ability user, remained oblivious to it. At that moment, I speculated that this must be a sequence abilities wielder emerging from a destitute region, devoid of channels to acquire such information. This perpetrator, having recently awakened their powers, lacked access to information and could only rely on conjecture, resorting to corpse disposal followed by incineration to prevent other sequence ability users from discovering their identity through the deceased's memories. Qin Siyang endeavored to steady himself, yet beads of perspiration instinctively emerged upon his forehead. He could only depend on silence to maintain his composure. Then Olaf uttered yet another phrase he dreaded to hear. This homicide transpired after the bizarre disappearance of divine remnants from the garbage bin at the exit of the 54320 safe zone. Qin Siyang, do you perceive any connection between the two? Qin Siyang closed his eyes. Olaf had indeed surmised the truth. Even without having witnessed his crime, he had woven all the threads together. At that moment, he recalled the advice Royliana imparted during their conversation that night, just before he left. Never fall into Olaf's hands. Now, he finally grasped the profundity of her words and understood why Royliana held Olaf in such trepidation. Olaf claimed to be a born criminal, yet he was inherently a detective tasked with apprehending criminals. A cat-and-mouse game was unfolding between the two. Qin Siyang spoke slowly, striving to suppress the tremor in his voice. However, you possess no evidence. Inspector Olaf, everything you assert is merely conjecture. You are correct. I lack evidence, Olaf conceded. However, do you truly believe that I am concerned with the individuals themselves? Olaf shook his head and chuckled. The fates of John, Lu Daji, and those 3 nameless corpses are of no significance to me. Their manner of demise, the experiences they endured prior to their end, are inconsequential. From the very beginning, my interest has been singular. I am solely captivated by the identity of the individual who absconded with the remnants of the deity. It is the act of stealing the divine remains, the whereabouts to which they have been concealed, and the intentions behind such an act that truly intrigue me. Classmate Qin, can you provide me with an answer to this query? Olaf's intentions were finally unveiled. He had navigated a convoluted path merely to elucidate the connections before Qin Siyang, revealing that he had uncovered his secret. I am sorry, but I still fail to comprehend what you, Detective Olaf, are implying. Qin Siyang no longer appeared flustered. His hands gripped the armrests of his chair, a smile adorning his face. A murderous intent had begun to brew. This man is terrifying, capable of discerning every detail. Allowing him to remain alive might not incite any significant calamity. Eliminating Olaf is the only solution to this predicament. Olaf remarked, Qin Siyang, have you ever considered that escape may not be within your reach? I possess a 90% certainty that your designation is certainly not Phantom Assassin. I am uncertain how you have contrived to fabricate your designation. To expose you, it would suffice to bring you to the Bureau for another assessment of your abilities. At this revelation, Qin Siyang paused momentarily. He cast an incredulous glance at Olaf. Qian inquired, having previously mentioned that once a sequence abilities rank is determined by the Bureau, it will not undergo further verification unless the sequence ability user has been convicted. The United Government had faced protests from sequence ability users within the safety zones due to its repeated examinations of their abilities and ranks, leaving no room for privacy. Since that incident, the United Government has adopted a lenient stance, turning a blind eye within all safety zones, regardless of one's sequence or rank. As long as they hunt deities and refrain from causing disturbances within the safety zones, their legitimacy is tacitly acknowledged. However, one must not overstep. Openly aiding in the forgery of sequences would still attract the United Government's scrutiny. This is precisely why Qian dared to accept payment for assisting in the forgery. Had the United Government strictly prohibited such actions, with the penalty of death for those caught, Qian would undoubtedly have steered clear of such murky waters. In essence, the fact that sequence abilities do not undergo multiple tests is common knowledge among nearly all sequence ability users. The Bureau, as the authority issuing sequence certifications, would unequivocally refuse Olaf's request to assist Qin Siyang in retesting his sequence ability. What puzzled Qin Siyang was Olaf's ignorance of this information. It was indeed unusual. Like a mouse scenting cheese, Qin Siyang caressed the armrest of his chair, deep in contemplation. Chapter 77. A twist of fate. Qin Siyang's sudden silence and introspection caused Olaf's white brows to arch slightly as he quietly scrutinized him while puffing on his cigar. He was unaware of what thoughts were swirling in the young man's mind. Qin Siyang shot him a glance before rising silently to take a seat at the computer. He checked once more and confirmed that the Joint Government S regulation regarding the absence of secondary testing for individuals with sequence abilities was well known within this secure zone. Only upon conviction would a re-evaluation of the sequence ability be conducted, and that was solely to verify identity after a crime had been established, rather than to serve as evidence for accusing someone of criminal activity. In other words, once a sequence is fabricated, as long as one does not engage in criminal behavior, or is not identified as a criminal by others, the sequence remains perpetually secure. Olaf was unaware of this fact, which struck Qin Siyang as peculiar. Sitting before his computer, he pondered deeply over the source of this dissonance. He opened Olaf's information panel within the Godslayer camp. Olaf Shalius had been an exemplary officer prior to the onset of the apocalypse, serving as the chief of police in Yu country. Even after the catastrophe, he remained dutiful, holding positions such as the head of the police department in Safe Zone 45 and the director of the police bureau in Safe Zone 18, before being transferred 6 months ago to serve as a detective in Safe Zone 14121. As Qin Siyang scrutinized Olaf's credentials, he found it increasingly bizarre. Originally an official from a 2-digit numbered zone, he had been reassigned to a grassroots detective role on the fringes of the secure zone. This oddity, along with the disjunction in Olaf's information and position, led Qin Siyang to suspect that this elderly man with a head full of white hair was not as virtuous as he appeared. Qin Siyang, my dear fellow, I believe our conversation is far from over. It is rather inappropriate for you to depart so abruptly to attend to other matters, Olaf urged. Hearing this, Qin Siyang felt compelled to swiftly draw conclusions based on the present circumstances, despite finding the situation somewhat absurd.
Detective Olaf.
I have just pondered a question that requires your validation. You mentioned that although there are several large secure zones on Blue Star, they seem to be unconnected to one another. Correct? It is said to be a united government, yet each secure zone primarily governs itself, only exchanging certain critical information. Even the networks we utilize are merely localized within the confines of each secure zone. Am I right? Olaf, unsure of why Qin Siyang posed such an inquiry, nonetheless nodded in agreement. You are correct. Between the major secure zones, countless formidable deities roam, rendering human efforts futile in establishing connections. Hence, the networks are confined to local intranets within each secure zone. Information between these zones can only be disseminated through the announcements of the United Government. As for how the United Government communicates across secure zones, I, an old man from the police bureau, cannot say. Qin Siyang nodded, having confirmed this information from Olaf, which further solidified his own conclusions. If he was not mistaken, Olaf too harbored secrets that were best left in the shadows. Detective Olaf, may I pose another question? Observing that Qin Siyang had suddenly become more inquisitive and proactive, Olaf assumed his words had made an impact. It seemed he was not far from uncovering the whole truth. Please ask away. Olaf extinguished his cigar, interlacing his fingers over his abdomen, reclining on the sofa with a gentle smile directed at Qin Siyang. Detective Olaf, from where do you hail? Upon hearing Qin Siyang's inquiry, Olaf's smile remained affixed to his visage, though a hint of detachment flickered in his eyes. Qin Siyang, what do you mean? Olaf, the inspector, urged for clarification. From which safe zone do you hail? Or perhaps, do you come from some obscure locale? In any case, you are not a resident of this safe zone, are you? Ah, right, I suppose I ought not to address you as Inspector Olaf. After all, the genuine Inspector Olaf has never departed from our safe zone. Olaf's smile vanished as he retorted, Classmate Qin, your narrative appears somewhat exaggerated. Is that so? Then I happen to have a tale to share with Inspector Olaf. I am all ears. 3 years ago, a protest by sequence abilities practitioners erupted within this safe zone. Naturally, that demonstration did not extend to our current area 14121, as there are hardly any sequence practitioners here. The dissent primarily concentrated in the earlier 100 areas. Oh, by the way, at that time, Inspector Olaf was serving in that very region, so you must be well aware of it, yes? Qin Siyang smiled faintly and continued, the reason for the protest stemmed from grievances against the joint government's incessant testing of sequence practitioners within the safe zone, evaluating their sequence levels and skills with relentless frequency. This instilled a profound sense of unease among the practitioners, prompting large-scale protests under the organization of certain individuals. Since then, the coalition government has mandated that the abilities of those with special powers within the safe zone be assessed only once. A second evaluation will only be conducted if the individual has been convicted. Upon hearing this, Olaf furrowed his brow, his demeanor growing increasingly vigilant. Inspector Olaf, one might inquire, if multiple assessments are no longer conducted, how is the information regarding the levels of those with special abilities in the Godslaying camp modified? The answer is rather straightforward. It is voluntarily updated by the individuals themselves. Although the coalition government does not perform repeated evaluations, one has the option to undergo testing voluntarily to refresh their ability information, thereby enhancing their appeal as a member of the Hunter Squad and securing greater resources. However, this matter bears no relevance to my previous statements. I merely propose that the continuous updates of the ability information of those in the Godslaying camp may have led to your misconception that this safe zone still conducts multiple assessments of individuals with special powers. Qin Siyang observed Olaf's increasingly grave expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Inspector Olaf, as a veteran of the safe zone and a participant in that protest, how could you be unaware of the coalition government's policy changes? Inspector, I am genuinely curious about your origins. Furthermore, where lies the true Inspector Olaf now? Olaf took a deep breath. Qin Siyang, you ought to understand that I did not report your activities directly. Rather, I sought to engage in conversation with you, devoid of malice. Detective Olaf, you must understand that I did not directly disclose your matters on the forum. Rather, I chose to continue our conversation without any malice. Olaf shook his head, asserting, in truth, I have never taken a life. How coincidental, for I too have not, except for John. Chapter 78. Li Tianming's reminder. Olaf perceived that Qin Siyang, having regained the initiative, seemed to harbor profound resistance toward him. He comprehended this well. One must adopt a skeptical attitude towards the unknown. Olaf resolved to confront the matter directly. Classmate Qin Siyang, I believe your sequence may very well represent humanity's hope for a counteroffensive against the divine. Thus, I implore you to cooperate. Cooperate with what? With human experimentation or biological dissection. Qin Siyang retorted with a scornful smile. Do not speak of humanity's hopes. When I found myself devoid of hope, no one came to my rescue. Olaf sighed. At times, all of life feels utterly insubstantial, and one ultimately discovers that nothing remains. You, being so young, may not grasp this. Qin Siyang scoffed even more. In my 2 lifetimes, do you believe you are qualified to teach me how to live? Since Detective Olaf is so selfless, why not regale me with tales of your unrestrained exploits beyond the safe zone? I am certain everyone within the safe zone would find your stories most intriguing. Olaf shook his head. It is not that I do not wish to speak. Rather, I cannot. Neither can I. Qin Siyang replied resolutely, like an unyielding mountain, leaving Olaf feeling powerless. Since you refuse to believe me, I shall refrain from saying more. Naturally, I shall not impose my thoughts and desires upon you. Some matters, in due course, you will come to understand. With that, Olaf wrapped his scarf around his neck once more and rose from the sofa. I thoroughly enjoyed our conversation today. Thank you for taking the time to engage with me. I am reluctant to entangle myself further with Detective Olaf, as it may lead others to perceive me as a wayward student. If there are no other matters at hand, it would be best to refrain from future meetings. Olaf shrugged and replied, It may not unfold as you wish. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell to Olaf, Qin Siyang exhaled deeply. This had been the most perilous moment he had encountered since his rebirth. He had narrowly escaped being dissected by that old man. The secrets surrounding Olaf were not something Qin Siyang wished to delve into. It was evident that, if his assumptions were correct, Olaf was the first to traverse beyond the safety zone. Such feats could not be accomplished by an ordinary scales sequence. Perhaps he was backed by a formidable organization entangled in numerous affairs. In any case, his situation was far more intricate than Qin Siyang's own. His secret merely pertained to his own sequence. Li Tianming entered and inquired, How was your conversation with Detective Olaf? Qin Siyang shook his head. Not well at all. That old man is exceedingly formidable. He seems to know everything about my past transgressions. The crux of the matter is that I have left no decisive evidence behind, yet he still traced it back to me. Li Tianming patted Qin Siyang on the shoulder, encouraging him to adopt a more relaxed perspective. If he possessed any conclusive evidence, he would not be questioning you in my office. Rather, he would be interrogating you in the Management Bureau's examination room, wouldn't he? That is a valid point. However, this Olaf is indeed rather peculiar. Peculiar? Quite so. Principal Li, you are familiar with him? Certainly. During my tenure as vice president at the university, there was a grave case of a serial killer that occurred on campus. The local police and management bureau personnel were utterly helpless, so we escalated the matter. The joint government dispatched Police Chief Olaf to lead the investigation. He is remarkably adept. Cases that eluded others for a month were resolved within 3 to 5 days with his assistance. As Qin Siyang reflected on his own experience, he realized that Olaf had a knack for uncovering the truth from the most minuscule clues. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a master detective. He felt that Olaf's ability to apprehend the murderer in 3 to 5 days was somewhat below his usual standard. What, then, is so strange about him? The peculiarity lies in his background. He committed no apparent errors, yet he was abruptly transferred from a promising position as a mid-level officer in the Joint Government Police Department to this desolate region. Furthermore, he does not even hold the title of police chief. He is merely a detective. Such a significant demotion could be likened to a shooting star falling from the sky. Thus, it would be wise for you to keep your distance from him. Li Tianming advised Qin Siyang at an opportune moment. I understand. No, I can discern your intent to engage in a contest with him. Therefore, my counsel is to refrain from provoking him and to maintain a considerable distance. Farther away, the better. He may have incited my ire, but does that mean I should retaliate? It is indeed the troubles he brings that should be avoided. How troublesome could it be? Li Tianming settled onto the sofa and extracted a cigarette. Qin Siyang, with a hint of impatience, remarked, He just finished a cigarette, and now you wish to indulge again. Must you always subject me to second-hand smoke? Yet this is my office. Very well then. Li Tianming exhaled a smoke ring and continued, If you examine my resume, it explicitly states the reasons for my demotion to this dilapidated school as principal. What does this indicate? It suggests that those I have crossed possess reservations, necessitating the fabrication of a grandiose pretext to justify my fall from grace. In contrast, Aelov's resume is as pristine as a blank canvas, merely outlining his employment history without addressing the absurdity of his reassignment. This implies that the troubles he harbors are so significant that even the performance of pretense seems beneath him. I have a foreboding that the matters he is entangled in are far more substantial than my own. Upon hearing this, Qin Siyang nodded slowly. Qin, I am aware of your connections and influence. Qin Siyang was momentarily taken aback. He had nearly forgotten that in Li Tianming's eyes, he too was perceived as someone of considerable background. Were it not for this reminder, he might have inadvertently revealed too much. I have nothing of significance to share, he replied. Li Tianming added, your orphan certificate is impeccably crafted. I cannot even ascertain when you were abandoned at the periphery of the safe zone. The forces and troubles that lie behind you are likely quite formidable. Qin Siyang cast a displeased glance at Li Tianming, seemingly dissatisfied with his inquiry into her identity. Do not regard me with such scrutiny. I must gather some understanding of you before deciding on our potential collaboration. Do I not? Moreover, I offer you a word of caution. The dynamics within the central zone of the safety district are exceedingly intricate. While your connections may be extensive, his may very well reach unfathomable heights. Do not presume that you can provoke anyone at will. I trust, dear Qin, that you do not entertain such a trivial notion as being the unrivaled champion of the realm. Of course not. If I did, our partnership would have crumbled long ago. I could simply abscond with your 40 silver coins, and you would have no recourse. That is quite unreasonable of you. Am I to reason with someone who claims to be the world's greatest? Chapter 79. The Special Recruitment Matter. Very well, you are correct. I merely wish to caution you against provoking Olaf. Qin Siyang scoffed. Do you think I have a penchant for masochism? As for serious matters, let us not dwell on trivialities. Have I begun to disrobe before my departure? Are you unable to contain yourself? Or is it Teacher Yang who is impatient? What concern is it of yours? Hold on. I do have a matter to discuss with you. Speak plainly. Zhou Xing, the director from the education department, has informed me that there is a special recruitment opportunity at Xingren University and wishes to converse with me about it. Special recruitment? Xingren University? Li Tianming initially thought Qin Siyang was merely making conversation, but was surprised to discover she had raised a topic of genuine interest. Indeed, I wish to inquire about the reliability of this opportunity. Li Tianming straightened his posture, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. This Zhou Xing is quite extraordinary. He possesses the ability to receive a special nomination. What is the matter? Generally speaking, students like you who are endowed with sequence abilities receive a score after the sequence ability assessment following the college entrance examination. This score, along with their credentials, is then utilized to apply to universities. However, there exists a rare exception wherein universities proactively extend invitations without requiring an application. This phenomenon is known as a special nomination. A special nomination provides outstanding students with sequence abilities an opportunity for direct admission to university. Typically, such nominations are allocated by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. As you are aware, all sequence ability holders are governed by this bureau. Consequently, 80% of the special nomination quotas released by universities each year are managed by the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. What about the remaining 20%? The remaining 20% is nominated by officials from the joint government. Generally, the earlier the regional code, the more officials eligible for nomination. In our marginal 14,121 region, I had long assumed that no officials possessed nomination qualifications. Zhou Xing's attainment of this special nomination indeed indicates considerable prowess. Qin Siyang nodded in agreement, genuinely surprised that the seemingly inept sequence soft body Zhou Xing could wield such considerable influence. Principal Li, what is the significance of a special nomination? It exempts one from participating in the sequence ability assessment following the college entrance examination. However, one must still undertake a special nomination examination. Isn't that still an examination? There is not much distinction, is there? Indeed, the content of the special recruitment assessment differs from that of the regular college entrance examination. The special assessment focuses solely on one criterion, the hunter points. The higher your hunter points, the better your ranking in the special recruitment, thus increasing your chances of being admitted to a prestigious university. Qin Siyang expressed his confusion. But Principal Li, you previously mentioned that even under normal assessments, hunter points could substitute for examination scores when applying to universities, right? So, it seems there is no difference between special recruitment and regular applications. That is not the case. The requirements for special recruitment are far more stringent. If you belong to a support-type sequence like my own shaman sequence, you can only count the points earned in a hunting team of 3 or fewer. Conversely, if you belong to a combat-type sequence, such as your so-called phantom assassin, only single-player hunter points are considered. Are the conditions really that harsh? Of course, otherwise it wouldn't be termed special recruitment, would it? What about other sequences? For instance, those like the Aroma Seeker, which can neither engage in combat nor provide support. Such sequences cannot be considered for special recruitment and must simply participate in the assessment. This special recruitment exists to identify those capable of slaying deities, the spear and shield. Naturally, sequences like the Aroma Seeker, which only function within safe zones, will have a diminished priority. Very well, when is the submission deadline for the special recruitment scores? On the same day as the college entrance examination. Following the submission of special recruitment scores, the ranking results will be visible to all universities the next day. Within the subsequent week, various universities would proactively reach out to the students they had selected to discuss the conditions of special recruitment. Could students negotiate terms with the institutions? Qin Siyang's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had just encountered an absurd tale. Naturally, who would attend without favorable conditions? Are students truly that formidable? Special recruitment is reserved for the Armée de la Armée. If this institution does not offer enticing terms, why would one choose it? It would be far more prudent to participate in the regular examinations post-college entrance, relying on one's academic performance to gain admission to a prestigious university. This reasoning holds merit. Moreover, the joint government conducts annual evaluations of student enrollment across universities, serving as a crucial metric for university rankings. The higher the university's rank, the greater the financial support it receives from the joint government. All universities are fervently striving to attract outstanding students through special recruitment. I have even heard of a situation where the director of an admissions office was demoted to a janitorial position due to unsatisfactory special recruitment outcomes. Qin Siyang was left astounded. Indeed, special recruits enjoy privileges within the university, placing them in a superior position. Therefore, securing a spot in special recruitment would be the most desirable outcome. However, Zhou Xing mentioned that his special recruitment quota was allocated by Xingren University. Does that imply I am obligated to attend Xingren University? What is the ranking of Xingren University? There is no need to concern yourself with such matters. The entity that allocates the special recruitment quota bears no relation to which institution ultimately selects you. If the special enrollment quota of Xingren University is not announced, there will be one less special student this year, as the school will not engage in unprofitable ventures. At most, you may offer Xingren University a modicum of consideration. When they outline the conditions for special enrollment, you might appropriately lower your requirements or prioritize them under equivalent conditions. So, what of Xingren University? Its standing among universities is akin to that of our region's safety zone. Does that not imply it is at the bottom? Quite so. Thus, institutions of Xingren University's caliber generally do not attract exceptional students. When they release special enrollment quotas, it is akin to casting a net without knowing what one might catch. Purely a matter of chance. Therefore, if you secure this quota, do not feel overly burdened. Pursue the best educational opportunities available. I see. For you, the special enrollment quota holds significant importance. Unfortunately, I did not qualify for this quota, nor did Section Chief Qian and Olive. Here, the Administrative Bureau has never issued special enrollment quotas. Zhou Xing may very well be your sole opportunity. Thus, consider dining with Director Zhou to discuss the matter of the special enrollment quota in depth. Qin Siyang licked his lips, recalling that during his phone call with Zhou Xing earlier that morning, his tone may have been excessively arrogant. He had also misplaced his dissatisfaction with Zhou Yang onto Zhou Xing, failing to demonstrate the respect and reverence a diligent student ought to show towards the leaders of the educational department. When the time comes to dine with Zhou Xing, He must strive to present himself well. Chapter 80. Hongyun Restaurant. As Qin Siyang engaged in conversation with Li Tianming, a text message from Zhou Xing arrived. It read, "At 5 p.m., 500 meters south of the bus station at exit 38324, Hongyun Restaurant." Glancing at the clock on the wall, Qin realized it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Li Tianming looked up at Qin Siyang and asked, "What's up? Did Zhou Xing message you?" "Yes. I'll sit here for a while longer, then I must leave." "Why are you still sitting? Hurry up and go." Li Tianming could no longer contain his impatience. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Siyang agreed that it was indeed prudent to depart early, demonstrating a humble and respectful attitude befitting a student. "Old Li, could you spare some coins?" Qin Siyang altered his address, feeling that calling him Principal Li was somewhat formal, and made the request for money awkward. "Huh? You need money for the bus?" Li Tianming, exasperated, slammed his hand on the table. "You want to borrow money for the bus with your 80 silver coins? The bus doesn't accept silver coins." Li Tianming was eager to send Qin Siyang off quickly, so he retrieved 5 copper coins from his drawer. "Just go already." With a hint of annoyance, he counted out the coins. "Go on. Get out." "Thank you, Old Li." Qin Siyang cheerfully departed the office. Once Qin Siyang was a distance away, Li Tianming took a few deep breaths to calm his rising anger. The antics of that young man had stirred quite a bit of frustration within him, and he felt the need to summon Xiao Yang to alleviate his discontent. Muttering to himself, Li Tianming opened the app. Meanwhile, Qin Siyang went to the library, informing Wen Shu that he had to leave early and asked her to help lock up after school. Wen Shu assured him it was no trouble. On his way to the bus stop, Qin Siyang rehearsed how to greet Zhou Xing upon their meeting. According to Li Tianming, the special recruitment quota was exceedingly crucial and rare. It was imperative to make Zhou Xing feel at ease. When it came to flattery, Qin Siyang was quite the connoisseur, having had ample experience in flattering Li Jingwen in his previous life. "Hello, old Zhou." "No, that sounded too frivolous." "Greetings, Director Zhou." "A tad too formal." "Hello, Uncle Zhou." That title seemed appropriate. Upon reaching the bus, Qin Siyang found an unoccupied seat and sat quietly, awaiting his stop. The passengers on the bus were clad in insulated gear, likely en route to hunt deities at the 38,324 safety zone exit. At that moment, a fellow ability user from the sequence caught sight of Qin Siyang and paused. You are Qin Siyang, aren't you?" Qin Siyang examined the speaker, unable to place him. "Yes, that's me." "What's the matter?" The individual hurriedly shook his head. "Nothing,